As a freshman, Guillermo unexpectedly encounters the illustrious belle of the capital at the new student soiree. However, his actions are swiftly detected by his deranged and obsessive childhood friend, Jiang Li, who promptly confines him within the confines of the Duke's residence. This confinement endures for a full 3 years. Gumo's futile resistance exhausts the last vestiges of patience from the aloof Jiang Li. You are quite fond of that woman, are you not? It is you who never allows me to speak properly. Yeah, since you cherish her so dearly, how about I send you both down to reunite? With silver hair splattered in crimson, the dagger is drawn from flesh. Unexpectedly, the deceased Guillermo finds himself reborn, only to discover that his obsessive childhood friend has also been resurrected. Little rabbit, don't even think about escaping. Chapter 1. Are you happy now? In a secluded corner of the St. Lorenzo district lies the domain of Guillermo and his deranged girlfriend. Creak. The sound of the door being opened resonates. Guillermo, shackled by iron chains, gazes vacantly out at the vibrant sea of flowers outside the window. He muses to himself that this marks his 3rd year within the noble estate. Surviving another year is already a commendable feat. I shall strive further to see if I can surpass a 4th year. Ever since Guillermo met the charming belle, he has been imprisoned by his infatuated childhood friend for over 3 years. Relying on his status as a member of the capital's elite, she commits such heinous acts devoid of morality. Is there no sense of ethics left? Is there no law? What purpose do your actions serve? He laments, his voice hoarse yet calm. Purpose? As long as you are by my side, that is purpose enough for me. Jiang Li bends down before him, setting down dinner, her alabaster fingers lifting Gumo's chin, her gaze tender yet tinged with a morbid intensity. The aroma of the meal sends his senses into turmoil, causing his stomach to convulse. Those blood-red eyes seem to harbor all the stars of the universe, yet now they have become his nightmare. Guillermo instinctively turns his head away. What does turning away mean? Do you not like me? Jiang Li gently leans against the table beside him, her pale legs crossed elegantly. I can offer you the best and everything you desire. Why do you refuse to quietly remain by my side? Ah, but I adore you, little Emo. Without you, I cannot fathom how to live. Yet you are so disobedient, daring to dally with others behind my back. Jiang Li's expression is as cold as ice, her tone unexpectedly calm, yet devoid of warmth. If I had not discovered it, you and that foul cat might have progressed much further. Jiang Li's voice grows hazy as she leans closer, a faint scent of wind chimes wafting into Gumo's nostrils. You have no right to interfere in my life. Gumo raises his head and offers her a faint smile. Having already endured a blow, he decides to embrace defiance. He might as well face another beating. She is not the foul cat you describe. She is far kinder and gentler than you are now. I merely shared a few drinks with her, exchanging our woes, nothing more. You cannot even accept this, nor can you bear to listen to an explanation, yet you claim to love me? Guillermo refrains from voicing a single word from the aforementioned. Very well, he has grown fearful of the beating. He lowers his head and mutters resentfully, Jiang Li, I do care for you, but it is the affection of kin. Indeed, he harbors no other sentiments for Jiang Li. Throughout his life, he has regarded her as the best sister in family. He should have recognized the distortion of her feelings long ago, but it is too late to say anything now. Jiang Li, unusually silent, seems lost in thought. She bites her lip gently, a smile creeping onto her face, yet it is a smile laced with malice. Oh, so in your eyes, I am merely family? Little Emo, what you promised me ultimately leads to this answer. Jiang Li lowers her head, her words dripping with an overwhelming sense of grievance, her fingers gripping his chin with increasing pressure. Guillermo maintains his gaze, calmly observing her profile. What I desire is freedom, he instinctively blurts out, only to realize too late. He falls silent, unable to articulate further. Jiang Li hears his words, her breath deepening. After a long inhalation, she suppresses the surging emotions within her. The white light faintly illuminates Guillermo's frail profile as he lowers his head, motionless, resembling a scarred statue, silently recounting its sorrowful tale. I wish to hold you, Jiang Li suddenly declares. Guillermo is taken aback, only to feel her body lunge towards him with such force that it nearly crushes him. He lets out a muffled sound. Despite having few visible injuries, Guillermo finds himself devoid of the strength to struggle. The guards clad in black have repeatedly urged him to comply with Jiang Li's wishes to avoid physical harm. Yet, he has persistently refused to obey for 3 years. I know what you are thinking. Can you guess? I have come this time to grant you freedom, eternal freedom. He fails to grasp the true meaning behind Jiang Li's words. His heart, already at the brink, nearly leaps out of his throat. Freedom? Guillermo disregards his flushed cheeks. His heart, as lifeless as ash, suddenly beats with vigor, and his unfocused gaze sharpens as he finally perceives the figure beside him. With exquisite features, she still possesses her unique, chilling beauty of spring. While exuding youthful charm, He also senses fragments of maturity on her face, which brings him an indescribable feeling of unease. This pathological obsession, seemingly incongruous with her other traits, has nonetheless manifested in his childhood friend, Jiang Li. Even having witnessed her countless times since childhood, the mere sight of her now still evokes astonishment. Her silken silver hair cascades down her exposed shoulders, as Gumo's face is cradled in her hands, compelled to meet her blood-red gaze. Jiang Li's expression oscillates between light and dark, her nails digging painfully into his skin. This sudden pain jolts Gumo awake. How could the deranged one ever voluntarily release him? Do not jest. Someone as hopelessly obsessed as Jiang Li would never let go of her flawless beloved. You cannot be so kind, Gumo mutters, lowering his head once more, forcefully shaking off her grip, and scoffs. Stop deceiving me, you fool. Endless and intolerable, begone, he bellowed in a fit of rage. It became evident that repeatedly testing the limits of the Yandere was unwise. Her ire was provoked by his words. Truly unforgivable. My dim-witted beloved, when shall you comprehend my affections and obediently heed my commands? She rose and silently scrutinized his face, shaking her head before averting her gaze. Her crimson eyes turned glassy, momentarily flashing with a cold glimmer, gradually transforming into a resolute determination. It seems I shall not wait for that day any longer. Jiang Li stepped into the shadows, whispering to an unseen presence, and upon her return, she appeared to clutch something in her hand. Gumo, initially poised to continue her tirade, wisely fell silent. The fragmented light of the night cast eerie shadows upon her frenzied, bloodthirsty visage. Her footsteps melded with the sound of the rain as Jiang Li approached with an elegant gait. The chilling glimmer of her cold gaze illuminated the ground in the shadows. Gumo's eyes widened in terror, instinctively retreating. Jiang Li, you wouldn't dare, would you? But I am your most cherished family member. How could anyone treat their family in such a manner? Such trivial words bore no weight as Jiang Li's figure grew increasingly distinct within her line of sight. Gumo, filled with dread, continued to scoot backward, but the room was limited, and soon her back pressed against the wall, leaving her with no room to retreat. Hey, Jiang Li, Jiang Li. Gumo felt tears welling up. She had scolded her numerous times before, yet this time she had truly provoked her ire. Since you were so disobedient, I shall take your life, ensuring you remain forever enshrined in our memories, hehe. Her voice was hauntingly soft, tinged with an unsettling quality. You have forced my hand, I never desired this. Jiang Li broke into a mischievous grin, seemingly reveling in his current state of helplessness. Please do not look at me like that. Fear not. Dear sister shall come to keep you company soon. Some wounds have begun to scab, while others still ooze blood. Were Jiang Li to retain her former self, she would surely loathe her own actions. Alas, darkness always lurks where light has yet to tread, patiently awaiting its arrival. Such monotonous days must come to an end. In her indifference, a sense of disorientation lingered. Faint echoes of despair from the subject could be discerned. Come forth, you she-devil. Jiang Li remained silent, as if oblivious, caressing his head with a voice both obsessive and exhilarated. It won't hurt. Chapter 2. Since I have been reborn, I shall reclaim my life. A sudden jolt of pain surged through Gumo's mind, accompanied by the chaotic din of voices in the cafeteria. The fatal wound in his chest had vanished, and he found himself wide-eyed, seated on the edge of a window. Where am I? As he surveyed the bustling college students around him, Gumo gradually returned to his senses, calming himself in the process. Evidently, he had been reborn 5 months into his enrollment at Jia University. Initially, he believed this to be merely a dream preceding his death. However, when he slapped his left cheek and felt a sharp sting, reality struck him, and he embraced the truth of his rebirth. If he recalled correctly, this period marked the height of Jiang Li's darker tendencies. He retrieved his phone and opened it, eager to ascertain the exact date, only to be momentarily overwhelmed by the date displayed on the screen. December 9th. Was this not the very day he had rejected Jiang Li's confession and had subsequently been confined by her? Gumo's expression darkened as he shut off his phone, muttering to himself about the absurdity of this day. Was the divine merely mocking him? Leaning against the wall, he recalled the recent events with a shiver of dread. Before his demise, he had no desire to relive the searing pain of iron or the piercing of a blade. The name Jiang Li sent chills down his spine. On the same day in his previous life, he had recognized something was amiss and had outright rejected her confession. He had clung to the belief that Jiang Li still possessed her former gentleness. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. After enduring years of conflict and confinement, Gumo ultimately exhausted Jiang Li's patience, and after suffering incessant torment, he met a tragic end at her hands. As darkness enveloped him, memories of his imprisonment by Jiang Li flooded back. Gumo, why can't you understand my feelings? If you simply agree, I shall grant you your freedom, Jiang Li taunted, her gaze condescending as she smirked at him. What should you call me? She inquired, a playful smile dancing on her lips, her cheeks flushed. That's more like it. Call me elder sister. Jiang Li's silhouette swayed in his peripheral vision, crimson blood seeping into the night. I adore you so much. How could I ever let you go? Jiang Li's ethereal form leaned closer, wrapping around him from behind, her fingers caressing his hair as she languidly asked, Xiao Emmo, do you love me? Feeling the unsettling softness against him and the warm breath on his cheek, Gu Mo's stomach churned. Love you? Not a chance, he cursed inwardly. To survive? He could only acquiesce. Lily is the one I cherish most. I need you to prove it with your actions. No more thoughts of escape, all right? Gu Montak, already weakened, felt the world spin before his eyes. He despised being trapped in a wretched room for years, and he loathed her relentless imposition of affection. In truth, seeking a female drinking companion under the gaze of Yandere was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet how could Gu Mo have known? He had believed a well-reasoned explanation would suffice. By the time he realized her true nature, it was far too late. Weary, he pinched the bridge of his nose, his mind swirling. Fortunately, he had been reborn, granting him a chance to alter his fate. During his previous entrapment by Jiang Li, he had exhausted all conventional escape methods, none of which had proven effective. He was not a reckless individual. In this life, he needed to devise a novel approach to extricate himself from the Yandere-esque grasp. Lacking an appetite, he mechanically chewed the food on his tray, the familiar taste and surroundings gradually restoring his clarity. Hey, Gu Montak! A loud voice startled him back to reality, and he frowned as he turned to face the source. A young man across from him was patting his clothes. What are you thinking about? Pining for your big sister? The sun-kissed, red-haired boy jested with a raspy voice. Why? Gu Mo blinked in surprise. Seeing his familiar face for the first time made him feel an unexpected warmth. Wu Ai, his lifelong friend. Their bond had formed during middle school, where their academic prowess and shared aspirations led them to apply to Jia University together. The reason was simple. Jia University was the most prestigious noble academy in the empire, with an entrance barrier so high that only the wealthy or aristocratic could hope to gain admittance. Yet, it also valued outstanding scholars, which had afforded Gu Mo the opportunity to apply. Why are you calling my name? What is the matter, old Mo? Are you lost in thought because some bad guy is bullying you? Why joked? I've never seen you so agreeable before. Gu Mo forced a smile, feeling disinterested, and sought to redirect the conversation. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Ai rolled his eyes. Unperturbed, Wu Ai continued. Did you just come from the student council? Did you help out a bro? Huh? Oh, you mean your student council. Surely you must have noticed the many beautiful senior sisters there? Don't tell me you've never paid attention. Can you introduce me to any of them? I don't know them, Gu Mo replied, knowing only the president and having only a nodding acquaintance with the others. TSK, I've never met anyone as useless as you, wasting such a prime opportunity. Wu I fiend disappointment. Gu Mo ignored his complaints, focusing instead on how to navigate the impending confrontation with Jiang Li regarding her confession that evening. Hey, Xiao Montak. A gentle, languorous voice broke through. Wait, Gu Mo's body trembled, unable to believe the sound he had just heard. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as a delicate hand draped over his shoulder, and he mechanically lifted his gaze. It was Yi Yusi, the drinking companion from his past life who had perished at the hands of the Yandere. It was indeed her. As he beheld her, a torrent of emotions surged within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Hello, Senior Yi. What brings you here? His words felt awkward and unfamiliar. Ramoning Jiang Li. He dared not make any unnecessary moves, wishing fervently that Yi Yusi would not linger too long. With her standard slightly curled hair and the visage of a resigned housewife, coupled with the sorrow often found deep within her eyes, she resembled the tragic heroine of a heart-wrenching tale. She was generally amiable, yet her expression often bore a stoic demeanor. If she could but smile, she would undoubtedly be breathtakingly beautiful. This aloofness, however, seemed to dissipate in Gu Mo's presence, as she often had an abundance of words for him. Yusi hesitated, then said, I need to discuss something with you, Xiao Mo. If you're available, just text me. Without lingering too long, she concealed the sadness in her eyes and departed, leaving Gu Mo with no opportunity to refuse. All right, Wu I chortold, patting Gu Mo on the shoulder. No wonder you were quiet. It seems you've been secretly courting the president. Are you envious? She just has a drinking problem and wants to drag me out for a drink. Gu Mo thought back to certain unpleasant experiences. The memory of being forcefully kissed against a wall by a drunken person flooded his mind. Why is she seeking you out instead of anyone else? You little scoundrel. Taking advantage and playing coy, Wu Ai teased. Is that how you speak to your benefactor? Gu Mo managed a joke, weary of the banter. You dare to sneak around, looking for a mistress behind the main character's back? Are you trying to hasten your demise? Wu AI offer chance. Omit baits though? And I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll tell Sister Li. Before Gu Mo could engage in a playful banter with Wu AI, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the crowd. The stunning beauty with waist-length silver hair was excessively radiant, forming a stark contrast to the chaotic surroundings. Simply standing there, she drew all eyes toward her involuntarily. Gu Mo's smile faltered, and his chopsticks clattered to the table. How did she arrive so swiftly? It was Jiang Li, Chapter 3, The Art of Language. The presence of a campus belle naturally attracted the attention of the few students present. Jiang Li's gaze swept gently across the room, her eyes calm, as if she were in search of something. "Isn't that Miss Jiang Li?" a boy commented to his companion, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on her. "This is a rare opportunity to see the campus beauty. We must not let it slip by." "Is she not allowed to be here?" another boy retorted. "Her mother is a school board member, and their family is quite affluent." The first boy spoke mysteriously, and it said that their family is connected to the imperial royal lineage. Even Principal Jiang treats her with utmost courtesy. Why would she come to this humble cafeteria? In my opinion, she is looking for someone. You certainly have your ear to the ground. Just search any forum, and you'll find it. She is not looking for some rich young heir, is she? Huh. If you can't speak sensibly, you should keep quiet and stop slandering my goddess. The boy's eyes were practically glued to Jiang Li. Pathetic sycophant. You wouldn't even be worthy to carry her shoes, another boy scoffed, whispering to himself. Gu Mo, however, bowed his head, striving to diminish his presence. "I am invisible." Wu AI nudged him, leaning in with a mischievous grin. "Sister Li is over there. Aren't you going to greet her? Idiot. Be quiet." Realizing the precarious situation, Gu Mo hurriedly covered Wu AI's mouth, but alas, it was too late. "Sister Li, over here." Upon hearing the call, Jiang Li slightly turned her head, noticing a boy with a buzz cut gesturing exaggeratedly toward her. Her crimson eyes brightened, and she nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully striding toward him. A closer look revealed that she seemed to be wearing black stockings beneath her trousers. The two boys gaped their mouths agape. As she approached a handsome young man, their expressions filled with disbelief. Suddenly, the bustling cafeteria fell silent, and countless gazes converged on Gu Mo. Without a doubt, tomorrow's school forum headline would read, "Shock. The legendary Ice Queen of Jiang is seen in close proximity to an unfamiliar male, their demeanor suggesting a romantic connection." As a virtual resident, Gu Mo spent little time at the school, and he had never appeared alongside Jiang Li in front of their peers. The reason was that Jiang Li preferred to avoid the spotlight. The crowd's reaction was entirely predictable. "Gu Li, how does a busy person like you have time to come here?" Gu Mo asked with a feigned casualness, knowing full well the answer. Jiang Li slightly parted her lips, greeting Wu AI before turning her attention to Gu Mo. "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply." Jiang Li smiled subtly at Gu Mo, a fleeting trace of something unsettling flickering in her eyes. Gu Mo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Unlocking his phone, he noted the time, 5:30. Upon seeing the multitude of unread notifications on his messaging app, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. "Oh no, I've landed myself in a hellish situation right from the start. Why is she not adhering to the usual script? I just dozed off in the cafeteria. Please don't be angry." Gu Mo scooted over on the bench, making space for her. "Seeing you makes me very happy. How could I possibly be angry?" Jiang Li responded with a charming smile, suppressing the impulsive thoughts racing through her mind. She leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, "Shout, Mo. I will always have time for you." Then she settled beside Gu Mo. The warmth of her breath intertwined with her soft words, yet all Gu Mo felt was trepidation. Wu AI, unable to bear the tension, cleared his throat. He refused to be an unwelcome third wheel, especially under the scrutiny of so many eyes. "No waities. I'll take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation." Wu AI shot Gu Mo a knowing glance, as if encouraging him, escaping like a fugitive. He hurriedly donned his jacket and departed. Gu Mo took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, noticing Jiang Li's empty hands. He gestured toward the untouched stir-fried meat on his plate. "Are you hungry? Would you like some?" Knowing how sensitive she could be, Gu Mo was not convinced that she wasn't upset. A sickly sweet temper could be quite severe, so he had to tread carefully. "This is too greasy. I would prefer to eat something you prepare," Jiang Li replied, swiftly shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. "Today is my grandmother's birthday. She mentioned wanting to meet her future grandson-in-law. Alas, when I called you, you didn't answer, so I had to come find you myself." Jiang Li's tone carried a hint of discontent. Tonight's birthday banquet held a life-altering declaration. in the bustling capital of the empire, Breed, where myriad forces vied for power. The Jiang family stood as one of the foremost conglomerates, controlling over 15% of the empire's light industry. They also held sway over 10% of heavy industry. Jiang Li's grandmother, Jiang Yunhe, was the current leader of the Polaris group. This was also the root cause of Gu Mo's feudal resistance. At the birthday banquet, Jiang Li would officially confess her feelings to Gu Mo, not as a playful jest, but with genuine intent. His public rejection of her would lead to a peculiar chapter in their lives. I've heard she is quite amiable. I too would like to meet her. Gu Mo maintained his composure, despite the warmth of her soft touch against his right hand. By the way, what about Xiao Yu? Are you leaving her alone at home? Gu Montauk deliberately probed. At the mention of Xiao Yu, Jiang Li's fingers tightened, even breaking the skin of her palm, drawing forth a hint of blood. You don't care about me. Xiao Mo, rest assured. I've already arranged for someone to take her over early. Jiang Li's captivating gaze bore into Gu Mo's. Devoid of any emotion, Gu Mo nodded with a smile, sensing that Jiang Li's demeanor was somewhat off. He instinctively took hold of her delicate hand. What worries me most is you, miss. What is on your mind? Nothing is more important than you. Gu Mo launched a gentle offensive, prioritizing the stabilization of her delicate emotions. Indeed, didn't you just mention wanting to eat my cooking? It's a cinch. If you let me borrow the kitchen, I promise to prepare all the dishes you love. Jiang Li gazed deeply at him, leaning closer to the window, breathing onto the glass, and tracing a pattern with her finger. I want to eat this. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she poked Gu Mo's fair cheek. If you guess correctly, there's a reward. If you guess wrong, a punishment awaits. Well, both the reward and the punishment should be the same thing. I can tell with a single glance. I won't be wrong. Gu Mo was confident, even without looking. With that, Gu Mo fixed his gaze on her. As memories of the day, the nightmare, began flooded back into his mind. On a winter's snowy night, the unchanging sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the biting wind howled as the heat of the girl's breath mingled with the neon hues, dissipating into the night sky. Xiao Montauk, now that you have made a promise, you shall forever be mine. All right, I will. The youth smiled, overflowing with gratitude towards her, and naturally could not refuse her request. At that time, he thought, becoming hers could bear no ill consequences. Merely witnessing the breathtaking beauty of the girl each day imbued the world with color. However, reality proved his thoughts to be overly simplistic. Come, let us make a pinky promise. They intertwined their pinky fingers. The girl's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, yet unbeknownst to him, beneath her harmlessly kind facade lay a heart as cruel as a devil's. He could hardly fathom that the girl's intricate schemes had begun many years prior, step by step transforming him into a person incapable of survival without her. He resolutely halted his memories. He understood that the bond he shared with Jiang Li, which he referred to as love, was a noose. For its bearer was an unmitigated Yandere. Upon regaining his senses, Gu Mo gazed at Jiang Li's exquisitely beautiful face, and his heart sank further. His affection had long since vanished under the weight of her inhuman devotion. Chapter 4. This is part of the plan. Outside the window, the delicate snow had unknowingly dissipated into the sky. After finishing their meal, as they exited the cafeteria, Gu Mo's attention was irresistibly drawn to a stretched Lincoln, basking in the last rays of the setting sun, standing still on the road. Beside the car stood a butler-like figure, an elderly man with graying hair, whose unwavering gaze was fixed upon the entrance of the cafeteria. Upon spotting Jiang Li, he approached them respectfully, nodding slightly, indicating that he had been waiting for quite some time. His wrinkled face bore an aura of authority, and even in his old age, he exuded the demeanor of a cold, formidable bodyguard at the side of a young lady. Everything is prepared. We can commence as soon as the young lady arrives. It would be unwise to delay any longer. Thank you, Mr. Drew. We shall set off now. You are too kind. Mississippi, Jiang Li smiled politely, and the gentleman in formal attire slowly opened the car door for her to enter. Young master, please. Once Jiang Li was settled, Drew gestured for Gu Mo to enter. Gu Mo, momentarily taken aback, stared incredulously at the elder for several seconds, before realizing such a gaze was rather impolite. Drew's penetrating eyes resembled those of a solitary wolf fixated on its prey in the grasslands. It was difficult for an ordinary person to maintain eye contact with such eyes for more than a few seconds without feeling a sense of unease. Very well. Gu Mo sat in the car, frowning the entire time, while the elder kindly shielded the car roof with his arm to prevent any bumping of heads. As the door closed and the car started, the warm air within lulled Gu Mo into silence. A new question arose. Was Jiang Li truly the young lady of a prestigious family? He vaguely recalled hearing snippets of conversation between two boys in the cafeteria. Initially, he thought those two were delusional to mention imperial bloodlines, nearly laughing aloud. Such nonsensical rumors. He remembered Jiang Li in her previous life was not merely a young lady of a wealthy family. Where could royal lineage possibly come from? Listening to Drew in the front seat discussing matters of safe transport through his earpiece, Gu Mo unconsciously tensed up. Jiang Li playfully beckoned him with her small hand, then took the initiative to grasp his, their fingers entwining. Her soft fingers were chillingly cold, yet Gu Mo felt no stirrings within. Soon, he clarified his thoughts. It became evident that there were only two possibilities. Either he had been reborn into an unknown parallel world, or Jiang Li had been deceiving him all along in his previous life. Considering the analysis from his past, Gu Mo surmised that the likelihood of both scenarios coexisting was greater. The reason for such a shift remained a mystery to him, but it was certain that the events to come would likely be disrupted. In his past life, during that birthday banquet, after the old matriarch concluded the gathering, Jiang Li had summoned the dispersed family relatives and partners, announcing that she had something of great importance to declare. In front of everyone, Jiang Li had confessed her feelings for Gu Mo. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Gu Mo's rejection prompted an interference from a suitor who had long pursued Jiang Li. Gu Mo understood that this suitor was his sole hope. This time, he could not afford to ignore the situation. His only chance lay in using that individual's influence to extricate himself from Jiang Li's grasp, though the possibility was slim. As this young master named Arna harbored a strong dislike for Gu Mo, he was still inclined to collaborate with him. However, Gu Mo had not learned this crucial information until shortly before his demise in his previous life. Arna required Gu Mo's assistance to accomplish a certain task. Thus, Gu Mo needed only to proactively seek him out of the banquet, leveraging Arna's power to liberate himself from Jiang Li. Soon, he would be free from his Yandere and strike back fiercely. Ideally, he could also allow Jiang Li to experience the taste of confinement. Stop staring. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Noticing Gu Mo lost in thought, Jiang Li gently reminded him. She slowly kicked off her leather boots, placing her legs on Gu Mo's lap, reclining against the soft cushion. With a beaming smile, she instructed him, "You've been walking all day, Xiao Mo. Give me a massage." Just as Gu Mo opened his mouth to inquire, he was suddenly choked by his own saliva. Coughing, he found himself momentarily unresponsive. Noticing his delay, Jiang Li playfully prodded his arm with her toes. "I've been busy all day, running around, and finally carved out some time to find you. Why is your reaction so lackluster? You seem so listless. Has someone been bullying you?" Jiang Li pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed, rendering her rather adorable. "Isn't it you who bullies me?" Gu Mo turned his head to face her, forcing a smile. "Endurance, this is part of the plan. No one is bullying me. I've just had some trouble sleeping." "Insomnia?" Jiang Li's beautiful eyes narrowed as she replied nonchalantly, "You sleep like a pig, even with jazz music playing beside you. And you claim insomnia?" Jiang Li chuckled to herself, her demeanor languid. "You dare to lie to me." The volume was not loud, yet it nearly sent Gu Mo's heart racing. He stiffly lifted his head to look at her. Gu Mo squinted, unsure if it was an illusion. But Jiang Li's bloodthirsty visage seemed to materialize again, exuding coldness and malice, her shadow overlapping her figure. No, Gu Mo would not allow such a thing to occur again. Perhaps sensing the hesitation in Gu Mo's expression, Jiang Li sighed softly. Why not just tell me if something is troubling you? You are my beloved. I can resolve anything for you." Her voice was exceedingly gentle, leading Gu Mo step by step into a quagmire. "It hasn't been long since I saw you. Yet you've already told me your first lie. I'll remember this, Xiao Mo. What exactly are you thinking? I truly regret that I made the mistake of killing you. The moment the knife pierced your heart, I regretted it. Fortunately, God granted me another chance. My eternal and boundless love for you surpasses that of all others in this world. Thus, Xiao Mo, in this lifetime, remain within the radiant cage I have constructed for you. Consider my repayment for being such a benevolent person. You have no wings, you cannot go anywhere." Through the blurred car window, the pale moonlight filtered through the branches, adding an air of mystery to the weary yet stunning beauty. "It's merely a trivial matter. I didn't scold my teammates while playing games, haha." Gu Mo could never divulge the truth to her. Could it be that I should reveal to her that I have been reborn? Next time someone insults you, I will certainly ensure they understand the consequences. Gu Mo felt a shiver of apprehension. Given Jiang Li's indifferent demeanor, it was likely that individual would find themselves in the hospital that very night, battered by a cadre of dark-clad thugs. Jiang Li once again nudged Gu Mo, deliberately or inadvertently exposing her black stockings. Gu Mo took a deep breath and exhaled, forcing himself to remain composed. "I can do it, I can. Why not? Let's not forget, I have quite the skill in massage, truly masterful. Just watch, young lady." Gu Mo relaxed his limbs slightly. "Oh, you can do this?" Jiang Li's interest peaked. Guillermo responded with a confident smile. He knew nothing of massage. In truth, he had merely fabricated that claim. At most, he had helped his sister with a bit of practice. How pathetic. Other transmigrators are blessed with fortune and countless adventures. Yet here I am, rendered so inept. With a system in place, escaping Yandere should be a mere trifle. System, can you hear me? If you can, please respond. As expected, nothing occurred. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. I have no other choice now. Guillermo placed his hands as naturally as possible on her slender calves, suppressing the urge to wander, and began to apply pressure. Based on his years of confinement experience, he knew that any defiance towards Jiang Li, regardless of the reason, would typically result in a rather affectionate education afterward. Jiang Li's gaze flickered over Guillermo's face. As his childhood companion, she naturally understood his thoughts. A playful smirk curled at the corners of her lips. The servants at the Clay Manor often provided massages for Jiang Li, so she could easily gauge whether he was capable of doing the same for her. Little Montauk. Speaking so boastfully will come at a cost in the future, you know. How's it feel? Gu Montauk in Kvilet. Quite nice, actually. For now on, let little Mo be the one to massage sister, Jiang Li replied, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction at his unexpectedly adept touch. At your service, Guillermo nodded. He would not miss the opportunity to touch her thigh under the guise of a massage. I shall steer clear of the Yandere. I mustn't take advantage. A moment of contemplation passed as Guillermo observed the surroundings, realizing they had entered the heart of the city. Towering buildings, resplendent in gold and jade, began to multiply along the streets, adorned with the flickering hues of neon lights, leading towards a world of opulence and indulgence. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Guillermo was lost in thought, the steady, gravelly voice of Drews emerged from ahead. Miss, young master, we have arrived. Chapter 5, very well. I cannot delay any longer. Please, miss, hurry. Drews turned to glance at Jiang Li, parked the car, and opened the door, stepping out first. Akuma Jiang Li streshalazili, emitting a sound that lay somewhere between cool aloofness and gentle warmth. Let's go. Guillermo helped Jiang Li with her boots and exited the vehicle alongside her. They found themselves in an indoor parking garage, where every car was a luxury vehicle among the finest on the market, befitting the status of the guests at this soiree. This evening, Clay Manor was gathering a significant portion of the influential figures from Breed, including members of the royal family. Upon leaving the parking area, Guillermo took a moment to survey his surroundings. It must be said, this estate was indeed the epitome of affluence, exuding a palpable aura of wealth. The first thing that caught the eye was a vast expanse of meticulously trimmed, snow-laden shrubs and hollies, interspersed with sculptures of varying forms, and a path of cobblestones beneath their feet. The grounds seemed endless, and in the capital, where land is worth its weight in gold, such an expansive area must have cost a fortune. Before the gardens and sculptures stood a castle reminiscent of a European medieval stronghold, and the trio made their way toward that magnificent edifice. Drews led the way, occasionally glancing at his watch. No need to rush, dear butler, Jiang Li reminded him. We won't be late. There's still an hour left. Miss is always punctual. I fear the gossip of those petty souls behind our backs, Drews replied respectfully, though he was more concerned about incurring the displeasure of the madam due to tardiness. Thank you for your concern, Jiang Li said, a flicker of something unusual passing through her gaze as she tugged at Guillermo's hand. Yes. Do you need something, miss? Guillermo asked, his expression devoid of emotion. He would not dare to openly defy her. His past experiences had taught him the consequences of such actions. In this life, pretending to be subservient was his best strategy before Jiang Li. The white mist of his breath dissipated slowly in the frigid air. Jiang Li couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Ah, knight, what shall I bestow upon you? She mused aloud, perhaps a little whip for little Mo. Would that frighten him? Or shall I let him choose? The princess is in a good mood today and wishes to grant you a wish. Speak quickly, or it shall be too late. A wish, you say? Guillermo cradled his chin in contemplation for a moment. I have a wish. Do you wish to hear it? Do share, Jiang Li replied, her tone cool. Guillermo halted, gazing upwards at the sparse stars, his expression a touch desolate, betraying no emotions. The girl paused as well, perplexed, eager to see what he would conjure. Guillermo stepped forward to stand before Jiang Li, locking eyes with her crimson orbs, and solemnly declared, I wish for your own happiness. Around them, only the howling wind remained, Guillermo's voice barely above a whisper. Indifferent to whether Jiang Li grasped the deeper meaning behind his words, Jiang Li was taken aback by his response, her pupils dilating as she gaped at him, momentarily stunned. Time ticked away slowly. After a lengthy pause, she replied earnestly, I promise you. Each word was deliberate, her alluring red eyes glimmering with excitement, revealing her delight. Little Mo, Are you confessing your love to me? Both harbored their own secrets. Yet in this moment, they laid bare their innermost thoughts to one another. Jiang Li frowned slightly, inhaling through a reddened nose, her grip tightening. Ouch! Can you not be gentler? That hurts. Gulmontak grimaced. The tender atmosphere they had cultivated shattered in an instant. I got too excited. I apologize, Jiang Li said softly, her concern evident as she eased her grip but did not release him. Truly, she was the quintessential Yandere protagonist. Her strength was formidable, and if she continued, she might well fracture his bones. Cough, cough. Drews cleared his throat at an opportune moment. The castle loomed just ahead, and the old butler hastened his pace as two attendants in white bowed deeply at the entrance. Good evening, Mississippi. Good evening, young master. The grand doors, recognizing Drews' identity, swung open automatically. The trio stepped into the castle, where a warm breeze enveloped them instantly. The interior boasted a blend of modern comfort and aristocratic elegance, featuring crystal chandeliers adorning the domed ceiling and ornate columns standing resolutely beside them. In the center of the hall, members of the Jiang family orchestrated the proceedings, while uniformed attendants weaved through the crowd, balancing trays. As Guillermo observed the surroundings, two unfamiliar young men at the bar on the right side of the hall took notice of him. Li, who is this little pauper? And who brought him to such a place? One blonde youth sneered, surveying Guillermo from head to toe, covering his mouth in mockery. It is ill-mannered to speak ill of others behind their backs. The individual known as Brother Li, oblivious to propriety, called out to Guillermo, "Hey." Guillermo turned at the sound, recognizing that these two inconsequential characters had returned. You should say that to my face. Brother Li adjusted his flamboyant hairstyle. Do you even know where you are? Hurry back, kid. Don't just stand there foolishly. I'm embarrassed for you. Don't you have any shame? Look at your ragged attire. What gives you the right to stand here? This so-called Brother Li was merely a subordinate of a subordinate from Arna. Guillermo flashed a grin, preparing to teach them another lesson. You truly have a knack for humor, he said, rubbing his nose and feigning disgust. What is this? The air has suddenly turned foul. Oh, it must be someone's foul breath. The yellow-haired boy couldn't suppress a chuckle. Brother Li's face darkened, clearly unable to maintain his composure. He slapped the yellow-haired boy sharply, then strode over. Who are you talking about? Brother Li glared menacingly at Guillermo. Did I mention names? Why the haste? Did I strike a nerve? Guillermo retorted defiantly. The yellow-haired boy approached as well. Their attention was solely on Guillermo, completely oblivious to the formidable presence beside him. I advise you to be sensible. Haven't you heard the Quinn group? Brother Li's face nearly pressed against Guillermo's as he warned. Let me remind you, don't touch what you shouldn't. However, his lack of height forced him to gaze up at Guillermo, creating a comically absurd scene. Why shouldn't he touch? Enough of this nonsense. If you're referring to Jiang Li, I suggest you wash up and head to bed. Guillermo stepped forward, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Oh dear, big brother, don't be angry. I was blind to not recognize someone from the Quinn group. Brother Li hadn't anticipated Guillermo's sudden change in demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless. He wasn't foolish. Those attending the grand banquet tonight were certainly not nameless nobodies. This young man likely had significant backing, giving him the audacity to speak so boldly. But alas, my friend, you've met your misfortune today. In the imperial capital of Breed, no one dares confront the Ives family, not even the royal family, who must show them some respect. I can bark like a dog. Would you like to hear? Guillermo replied dismissively. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Jiang Li, who was conversing with butler Drews. Her gaze, however, was subtly fixed on their direction. Go ahead and bark, Guillermo said, clearing his throat and adopting a mocking tone. I advise you to be sensible. Haven't you heard of the Quinn group? You little. The yellow-haired boy's temper flared, and he was mere inches from grabbing Guillermo by the collar. Yet his hand froze mid-air. Brother Li, puzzled, followed the yellow-haired boy's gaze and trembled. His eyes filled with fear. Jiang Li, what is going on? This kid has her backing. Jiang Li strolled toward Guillermo, an indescribable air of authority surrounding her that felt almost tangible. A chill ran down Guillermo's spine. This sensation was all too familiar. Whenever he disobeyed her, Jiang Li exhibited this very demeanor, often more terrifying than this. The scars on his body were testament to such encounters. Today is my grandmother's birthday banquet, and you dare to disregard the Jiang family as customs? You've disrupted her enjoyment. Do you know the consequences? Now tell me, what do you intend to offer as compensation? Brother Li exchanged glances with Jiang Li, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he spoke in a hushed tone. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware this gentleman was under your protection. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. Oh, so Brother Li can speak like a civilized person. Guillermo observed, glancing at the beautiful woman standing before him. He understood that Jiang Li was genuinely not considering letting these two off lightly. Jiang Li's smile was cold. I do not require an apology. Chapter 6. The Familiar Formula. Brotherly was at a loss for words. This incident was escalating beyond control. The young master had intended to teach this boy a lesson, but he hadn't anticipated that he was accompanied by someone like Jiang Li. He had assumed he was merely a kept boy of some wealthy matron. Brotherly hesitated, struggling to articulate anything. Jiang Li, with a smile that was neither here nor there, said, If you want to speak, then I shall. Let me inform the fool behind you that he is my lover, and he should never entertain any thoughts about him. Jiang Li's expression turned menacing, the pressure of her authority palpable. Anyone who seeks to trouble me, regardless of who they are, will undoubtedly pay the price. You've been a subordinate for so many years. You know what to do, right? Brotherly dared not respond. Nodding vigorously instead, Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. Scram! The two men, as if granted a pardon, fled in haste. Gulmontaxite, feeling that these two were not merely looking for trouble for its own sake. Were it not for the Klein Manor, and if tonight were not the old lady's birthday banquet, these two would have been beaten to a pulp and discarded into a trash bin long ago. How intriguing. It seems that Miss Jiang indeed has a lover. In a corner of the banquet hall, a gray-haired man in court attire tucked his phone back into his pocket. Having captured the scene in a photograph, a smile gracing his lips as he witnessed the unfolding drama. Jiang Li, you used to be so careful to conceal this boy's whereabouts. Why have you brought him here today? Are you planning to reveal everything to everyone? He mused silently, aware of the powerful factions congregating tonight. Was this truly a wise decision? The gray-haired man drained the last sip of his drink, politely declining an invitation from his tablemates, and quietly departed. Gu Mo cast a worried glance at Jiang Li, who had regained her customary aloof demeanor. Jiang Li notisa wam macaus uneza. What is that expression on your face, little Mo? Are you worried about me? Jiang Li fixed her gaze on Gu Mo, her eyes harboring an unyielding, almost pathological possessiveness. I fear you may face retaliation from them. Gu Mo felt uncomfortable under her intense stare. What a joke, if Jiang Li were afraid. She wouldn't be Jiang Li. They are merely pawns. What retaliation could there be? Jiang Li sipped her wine nonchalantly, casting a knowing glance at Drews. Drews understood, his lips curling into an increasingly cold smile. There is no need for the young master to worry. The young lady has instructed us, and we shall certainly act. Gu Mo grasped the implication. Those two would not survive, and the young master they spoke of was indifferent to their fate. Jiang Li stiflet ayaon. I've prepared quite the surprise for their master. She paused, turning her attention to Gu Mo. Hehe, I have one for you as well. Gu Mo smiled broadly, yet inwardly dreaded the implications. Jiang Li's surprises were often veiled threats. This surprise was likely a declaration of her twisted affection. However, Gu Mo's instincts told him that this surprise was not the only one in store. Miss, could you provide a hint about what it entails? Gu Montak in Kvilet. Sure. Jiang Li leaned in, placing her slender finger to her lips, winking as she said, a surprise cannot be revealed. Dank, li vitre hadfinger. Her small hand half formed into a fist resting against her chin, feigning a charming demeanor. You can take a guess, can't you? My knight's intellect is so sharp. How could he possibly not discern the thoughts of his childhood companion? Oh, spare me. You wicked woman, with your cunning machinations, it's truly baffling. The cold-blooded queen should refrain from pretending to be an innocent maiden. It's quite unnerving, he chided. Miss, I have no desire for any so-called surprises. Why not grant my knight his freedom? He yearns to embrace the world. Gu Mo deftly shifted the subject. ISN, tea getting late? The birthday banquet must be about to commence. He fixated on Jiang Li's milky white visage, his body acting independently as he suddenly pinched her cheek, exclaiming, Oh, your little face is still quite warm. Jiang Li let out a delicate squeal, and after a moment, a playful smile crept onto her lips, though she skillfully masked it. Indeed, grandmother must be growing anxious, daring to ambush me. Little Mo, you've grown quite bold, Jiang Li remarked, her fingers unconsciously running through her silken silver hair, her cheeks flushing a light shade of pink. Strangely enough, despite the warmth of the indoor air, Gu Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Jiang Li placed her empty glass on the tray held by a servant, intending to lead Gu Mo upstairs, only to be intercepted by several elderly gentlemen who cheerfully offered her a glass of red wine and invited her to the side. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a barely perceptible distaste, yet she still proceeded to follow the group of old men. Gu Mo recognized one of them, tall, with kind eyes, who was the largest real estate developer in Beishue and even the entire empire, mates. In his past life, While accompanying Jiang Li through an unknown sea of flowers, he had encountered this man once. Jiang Li had been furious at the intrusion. "Guten Montag, Faunet, brother." A clear voice broke through his reverie, and he turned in surprise to see a cute girl with black hair and a streak of white at her forehead making her way toward him through the crowd. The girl dodged left and right, approaching Gu Mo Gu Xiaoya, Little Yu, his dear sister, whom he hadn't seen for several years. Upon seeing her, Gu Mo felt tears brimming in his eyes. He had cried only a handful of times in 2 lifetimes, yet in this brief day he had broken down twice. Suppressing the surreal feeling, he hastened over and pulled his sister down onto a nearby sofa. "Geez, brother, could you tone down the self-admiration? It's only been a few days since we last saw each other." Little Yu sat upright on the sofa, her face displaying unabashed disdain. "Something's off. What scheme are you plotting? TSK, how can you view your brother so poorly?" To Little Yu, a few days felt trivial, but for Gu Mo, it had been several long years, an eternity. Gu Mo spoke the truth. During his confinement by Jiang Li, she had forbidden him from seeing anyone. He truly missed his dear sister. "You're so annoying," she teased, yet Little Yu was genuinely pleased by Gu Mo's reaction. After all, he was her beloved brother. "Did Miss Jiang bring you here?" Gu Mo inquired, naturally grasping the hand she had placed on her lap, not feeling any discomfort in doing so. "Miss Jiang? Oh, you mean Sister Jiang Li?" Yes, Sister Jiang Li came to fetch me herself. I never expected her house to be this grand, and everyone here seems so interesting." Little Yu exclaimed eagerly, uncharacteristically fixating on Gu Mo's hand holding hers. Normally, she would have kicked him away in impatience. Gu Mo had an abundance of words he wished to express, but they eluded him, and he could only indulgently reply, "As long as you're happy, Little Yu. Just be cautious. The people here are quite complex. Don't let any ill-intentioned individuals deceive you. Don't worry, brother. I'm in my first year of high school now. Ordinary people can't fool me. Please don't treat me like a child." Little Yu pouted, retrieving a neatly packaged matcha cake from her backpack. "Oh, do you want some? I specially brought it for you." She smiled sweetly at Gu Mo, revealing her 2 small canine teeth. Of course, she wouldn't mention that it was left over for her visit to the cafe after school. Otherwise, her brother would scold her. A benevolent fib, she mused, though her brother had never actually scolded her. Gazing at the matcha cake, Gu Mo nearly leaped forward to embrace his dear sister. But considering Jiang Li's increasingly displeased expression, he restrained himself. "Wait, Jiang Li? Sister Li, hello." Little Yu greeted with modesty. "When did you arrive?" "Guten Montag, pauset." Smiling brightly. Chapter 7. 3 individuals, 800 schemes. "Hello, Little Yu," Jiang Li said, seating herself beside the girl, her tone somewhat hard to describe. "Have you been enjoying yourself?" Little Yu, oblivious to Jiang Li's subtle change, nodded earnestly. "Yes, Sister Li is so kind to me." After a pause, she cast a disdainful glance at Gu Mo. "Far better than my miserly brother. Hey, am I truly so worthless in your eyes?" Ignoring Gu Mo's disgruntled expression, Little Yu and Jiang Li quickly fell into a lively conversation, leaving him, the very subject of their discussion, in the lurch. This was the nature of women. Gu Mo thought bitterly, lowering his gaze. He then realized he was still holding Little Yu's hand and promptly released it. As he felt the weight of Jiang Li's murderous gaze upon him, he squirmed in discomfort. After several minutes, they finally finished their banter. "Little Yu, you go play first. Your brother and I have things to discuss. If you're tired, you can rest in a room on the 3rd floor." Jiang Li beckoned to the bodyguards standing nearby. "You all ensure her safety. Don't let her be disturbed by any ruffians." "Then I won't intrude any longer," Little Yu said, glancing back at Gu Mo. She discreetly mouthed, "Sister Jiang Li seems a bit angry," and then, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, she walked away. The 3 tall bodyguards promptly followed her. "Silly sister, your brother isn't foolish. You actually listen to Jiang Li. She tells you to leave, and you just go? What will happen to me if you leave? Bad luck, and you may never see your brother again." "Ha!" Gu Mo chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to face Jiang Li. Jiang Li's smile was serene, yet her gaze was as frigid as the December frost in the north. "You seem to have quite the engaging conversation with your sister," she remarked, her expression darkening. "Why is it that you've never been so loquacious when you're with me? I am your lover, dear knight. Is my affection for you insufficient?" Gu Mo silently grumbled. "Your love is overwhelmingly intense. It's utterly suffocating." As he noted Jiang Li on the verge of a breakdown, he hurriedly clarified that that's not the case. "Little Yu is my sister. It's entirely normal for a brother to express concern, right? Just as you care for me. Surely you can understand that." Gu Mo spoke earnestly. "But it's not the same, is it? Jiang Li Pota. Oh, concern, you say? I suspect your motives extend beyond that." Her voice was slow and ethereal as it reached Gu Mo's ears. And what are you doing holding little U.S. hand? Are you not even sparing your sister? What on earth are you talking about? Gu Mo exclaimed, genuinely alarmed. Don't think that way. That is too absurd. I was just excited to see her after such a long time. She is my sister, after all. You can't possibly mean Gu Mo abruptly halted, nearly uttering an inappropriate phrase. He lost his composure and was filled with regret. He had just raised his voice in a heated argument with Jiang Li. I do not watch that kind of content, he asserted. Jiang Li, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, forcefully pushed Gu Mo down onto the sofa, pressing him so firmly that he found it difficult to breathe. The scent of wind chimes, warm with her body heat, wafted past his nose. Gu Mo's body, betraying his intentions, inhaled deeply a few times. Jiang Li leaned closer, her presence so near that he could distinctly sense the warmth of her breath, laced with the fragrance of alcohol, as her glistening lips hovered just a finger's breadth away from him. You shall not be alone with any woman from now on. Do you understand? She stated slowly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Not even with your sister. Under the influence of alcohol, a hint of inebriation tinged Jiang Li's cheeks. Ah, little Mo, you are quite difficult to tame. Are you so eager to relive the affection of your elder sister? She chuckled softly, her fingers grazing Gu Mo's chest. Unfortunately, there are none of those things here, so do not be disappointed. Your master's room has all kinds of them. Gu Mo truly feared the woman when she became possessive. But there are matters to attend to, young lady. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, unable to conjure a better solution. After the birthday banquet, you may do as you please, and I will remain silent. Upon uttering these words, Gu Mo closed his eyes, his heart racing until the weight upon his chest suddenly lifted. Jiang Li straightened her posture, unusually refraining from teasing him further. All right, Jiang Li's voice softened slightly. I will temporarily spare you. The young lady is beautiful and kind-hearted, generous in spirit. I shall remember this for a lifetime. Gu Mo opened his eyes and sat up, hastily flattering her. Jiang Li appeared pleased, though she did not respond, simply taking his hand and leading him upstairs. She narrowed her eyes, teasingly saying, I was just joking with you earlier. You took it seriously, little fool. Gu Mo wished to retort, but dare not speak back. It seemed Jiang Li relished witnessing his discomfort. Do not make such jokes in the future, he muttered. Those kind of jokes are too cruel. How could I ever have thoughts about my sister? I am not Harukazu, and my sister is certainly not Yachiong. The third floor of the castle was eerily quiet, devoid of any shadows, an unsettling silence enveloping the resting area. It appeared that only members of the Jiang family were permitted here. Jiang Li first took Gu Mo to change into a set of indoor attire, and then they traversed a corridor adorned with artistic paintings. Arriving at an ornate wooden door at the end, Jiang Li pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Gu Mo following closely behind. The room was styled as a Japanese izakaya. The old matriarch, steeped in the cultural influences of the island nation since childhood, held a unique fondness for this aesthetic. Grandmother, I have arrived, he announced. Within the fragrant tea-filled room, an elderly woman seated on a tatami mat looked up, initially frowning as she wondered which member of the Jiang family displayed such a lack of decorum. However, upon recognizing Jiang Li, her expression softened, and she greeted her warmly. It's Li. Gumin. Gu Mo was taken aback to find that in this lively room, the elderly lady was the sole occupant. Savoring her tea, had many others come here before, only to be dismissed by the matriarch after the celebration? As the guest of honor and the birthday star of today as festivities, why was she not present, but instead remained here? A lavish spread of food, composed of top-tier ingredients, adorned the low table. Come, young man, sit, the old lady beckoned, pouring tea for Jiang Li and Gu Mo. Her gaze curious as she regarded Gu Mo. Jiang Li sat cross-legged opposite her grandmother. Hello, grandmother, Gu Mo replied politely before taking a seat. So you're the beloved of Li, the old lady remarked. Indeed, you seem quite handsome, young man. You flatter me, madam, Gu Mo replied. The old lady mused. While he may be an ordinary lad, his manners fell short of even the heir of the Eve family, and he lacked the poise of the young nobles of the Navarok royal family. Yet, this young man appeared to be quite obedient to Jiang Li's guidance, which already set him apart from most. How many years has it been? Not a single fine youth from the royal court has captured her attention, and she has scolded them all, the old lady thought with concern, fearing her precious granddaughter might end up alone forever. In this competitive world, what if Lily ended up with a man of ill intent who could threaten their standing? This young man not only inspired affection in Li, but also bore the ability to tolerate her peculiar temperament. He must possess some extraordinary qualities. Young man, Lily has concealed her affection for you from even me for so many years. I cannot allow you to escape. The old lady reminisced. Lily would always sneak out to find you when she was younger. Very well, it's settled then. Time waits for no one. Let us choose an auspicious day for the two of you to marry, silencing those old gaffers. The matriarch regarded Gu Mo with a kind gaze, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. His well-preserved visage bore no wrinkles, revealing a resemblance to Jiang Li. Under the keen scrutiny of both women, Gu Mo felt little discomfort. The pressure was so great that he had developed a stoic expression. With a gentle breath, he began to recount the dishes. Good day to you, madam. My name is Gu Mo, vice president of the student union at Gal University, consistently ranking among the top scholars. I strive for excellence in both character and academics, embodying integrity and humility. Even if I disappoint you, I must continue to express myself. Gu Mo pressed his lips together, offering a composed smile. As you can see, I am indeed the beloved of the young lady, and I shall forever cherish her. I will endeavor to fulfill my responsibilities and ensure that Li Li suffers no harm. As Gu Mo racked his brain for eloquence, forcing the words out, he felt a pang of guilt. He did not wish to deceive, yet he found himself with no other choice. He did not harbor love for Jiang Li. His only option was to flee, to run endlessly, even if it meant causing pain to others. Little Mo, you certainly know how to win hearts. Jiang Li's smile softened, gazing at the dashing man beside her. This guy, when serious, was quite handsome. Wait a moment, Jiang Li suddenly recalled, Little Mo. It seems you did not respond this way in your previous life. Chapter 8. Let the battle begin. Could I be mistaken? Jiang Li rested her chin on her hand, her expression slightly grave. This could not be my misperception. In this lifetime, his temperament appears somewhat altered. Could it be that after being reborn, others do not necessarily emulate their previous actions in a linear manner? Or perhaps, Little Mo has learned things he should not know. No, that is impossible. I know that aside from my mother and grandmother, no one else is privy to those matters. Jiang Li chuckled, shaking her head, thinking she was overthinking it. Gu Mo lifted the porcelain cup, intending to moisten his throat, and took a hearty sip, only to be scalded by the steaming tea. He stifled a groan, desperately fighting back a cough as his face flushed. Is this freshly brewed? It's scorching. The heat nearly rendered his tongue numb. How is the tea? The old lady, seemingly noticing Gu Mo's discomfort, inquired with a smile. The tea is delightful. Cough. Oh dear. He turned away, unable to suppress a loud cough. Gu Mo had never encountered this floral tea in his previous life and was entirely unaware of how hot it could be. Embarrassed, he wished he could vanish into the floor. The tea was smooth and gentle on the palate, with an elegant fragrance and a hint of sweetness, unmistakably a rare quality. He rummaged through his mental lexicon, extracting phrases from the advertisements he had encountered in previous television dramas. Jiang Li, observing from the side, narrowed her eyes. Gu Mo set down his cup, intending to seize the opportunity to continue speaking, but the elderly lady interjected before he could. Young Gu, what you just said might fool my granddaughter, but it certainly won't deceive me. The matriarch, known as Jiang Yunhe, gestured to halt Gu Mo's attempt to interject and spoke coolly. I have but one question for you. Young man, are you willing to treat Li Li with the respect she deserves? After a moment of silence, her piercing gaze seemed to slice through Gu Mo's facade, probing the depths of his heart. I demand the truth. It was indeed a challenge to deceive her. The young lady was, without a doubt, flawless in every aspect. If only your granddaughter could temper her penchant for wielding a knife, he sighed. I speak only the truth. There is not a shred of falsehood in my words. Gu Mo adjusted his breath, maintaining his composure. Is that so? The elderly lady appeared to see through his lies. How could a man unfamiliar with the dark underbelly of the business world ever hope to compare with Madame Jiang, who had navigated it for years? He had no experience and could not help but feel intimidated in her presence. Was this old woman a psychologist, or possessed of some mind-reading abilities? How did she discern the truth behind his words? Or perhaps she was merely toying with him, unaware of the truth herself. Gu Mo instinctively averted his gaze. The atmosphere grew heavy with the cessation of their conversation. Grandma, what are you trying to do? Jiang Li, already displeased, broke the awkward silence. Little Mo is my beloved. I certainly know whether he loves me or not. I possess countless ways to make him willingly submit. She reached up to tousle Gu Mo's hair, and he, resigned, leaned slightly against her shoulder. Jiang Li's tone turned colder. Only I am allowed to bully my knight, not even you, Grandma. She met the old lady's gaze unflinchingly. The two formidable women stood in a tense standoff, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Gu Mo could feel his heart pounding in his chest. The elderly lady averted her gaze, her eyes dimming slightly as she picked up a piece of fish, sighing. Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not interfere. If you desire something, pursue it without regrets. Stop glaring at me, everyone, and eat. The royal chef's culinary skills await you. If you don't eat soon, it will all go cold and lose its flavor. Jiang Li did not pick up her chopsticks. Yes, Grandma, I realize I may have spoken harshly. I know you're thinking of me. I apologize. No, Lili, bidobla kigrega apologiza. It is I who has worried too much. This young man is a good person. Guemo felt utterly defeated in this exchange. Before this elderly lady, he was as transparent as glass, with no secrets to hide. Grandma is truly wonderful. Jiang Li smiled faintly before finally picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece of steamed shrimp. Little Mo, open your mouth. She brought the morsel to his lips. Guemo gazed at her, lost in thought, repeatedly questioning himself. Beneath her feather-like lashes, her crimson pupils stared unwaveringly at him. Do you want me to feed you? Her tone carried a hint of menace this time. Guemo hastily opened his mouth and bit down, the fresh broth quickly saturating his palate. I have never tasted anything like this, he remarked with a smile. However, the young lady did not hear his words. She brushed her left hand against his cheek. Her cool, shimmering eyes seemingly veiled in a thin mist. Jiang Li's breath quickened as she rose slowly toward him, then boldly settled onto his lap, her long, fair legs encircling his waist. With a playful laugh, she cupped his face and kissed him forcefully. The kiss was fierce, as if she had been yearning for this moment for an eternity. Guemo was caught off guard, his body swayed, and he was pushed down onto the floor. She mounted him, pinning his wrists to the sides. Jiang Li wielded absolute control, her advances becoming increasingly relentless. She tastes so sweet. How could her lips be this sweet? The disparity in strength between them was glaring. Guemo found himself unable to resist, allowing her to claim him at will. The elderly lady watched the scene unfold, reminiscing about her own youth. Lili and I were indeed cut from the same cloth, always so determined to possess whatever we desired, only to neglect it after acquiring it, leaving it battered and bruised. Perhaps I was too harsh on you as a child, Lili. In time, you will understand that forcibly claiming someone's body only drives their soul further away from you. Otherwise, your grandfather would not have kept his distance from me. She chuckled, but said, young man, I cannot let you go so easily. You might as well accept your fate and serve Lili well. The Jiang family will not treat you poorly. Let my granddaughter be willful just this once. At last, my ruse is complete. A faint, melodic bass drifted in from outside, yet it hardly matched the words spoken by its owner. This voice shattered the enchanting moment between Guemo and Jiang Li, causing her to abruptly cease her assault and dismount him. Guemo lay on the floor, his clothing in disarray, catching his breath after being kissed into a daze. As he felt the sting of his swollen lip, memories of being confined by her in a past life flooded back. Once Jiang Li set her sights on him, she would not relent until she had engaged in an intense battle. How bothersome. This endless pressure is relentless. I say it's inappropriate. Yet everyone acts as if they're deaf. Are you truly worthy of such attention? The voice continued its complaints, the footsteps growing clearer, as if it had paused before the door. Then, the wooden door creaked open. A gentle figure appeared before them. Daughter? The elderly lady inquired with a soft smile. Guemo turned in surprise, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he involuntarily gasped. Chapter 9. The Mother's Teasing. Guemo had previously believed that Jiang Li's beauty was unparalleled, yet he was taken aback to discover someone who could rival her. And that person happened to be Jiang Li's mother. He recalled seeing her before, the striking figure who had presided over the ceremony in formal attire. Now, she was clad in casual homewear. The upper half of her outfit featured a loose white sweater adorned with brown gingerbread men, while the lower half consisted of semi-transparent black gauze pants, subtly revealing her creamy calves and ankles. On her feet were low-heeled sandals with delicate chains, her rosy feet largely exposed. Her emerald-hued eyes sparkled with warmth. Her cheeks flushed from the effects of alcohol, and faint dark circles could be seen beneath her eyelids. Mature yet vivacious, she exuded the charm of a big sister who smiles at you while listening to your chatter. Jiang Li's mother appeared slightly younger. If Guemo had not known better, he would have believed she was a recent college graduate. To summarize it all in a line of poetry among the crowd, a single glance suffices. The hues of the world are but dust. This beautiful lady was none other than Jiang Li's mother, Jiang Nixing. Happy birthday, Mom. Let us skip the formalities to avoid any awkwardness, the elderly lady scoffed. Jiang Nixing, with an air of nonchalance, approached and unceremoniously plopped down beside Guemo. Why are you sitting next to me? Guemo, leaning against her, raised an inquisitive gaze. Ouch! A piercing pain suddenly shot through Guemo's left side, where her nails had dug deeply into his flesh, expressing her owner's discontent. Honestly, I have no interest in older women, but alas. This particular lady possesses an undeniable charm. Don't pinch me, dear lady. I can't be blamed. It's your mother's beauty that is utterly overwhelming. It's killing me. Well, one must extend their blessings when due. You are my dear mother. Who else should I say it to? Sigh, where's Dad? Is he hiding from you? The elder lady remained non-committal. Although the space around the table was not particularly cramped, she willfully ignored Jiang Li's furious glare, deliberately choosing the corner where Guillermo sat. Just a moment ago, Guillermo had merely glanced at her, and the soft flesh at his waist was nearly twisted off by Jiang Li. To his left lay the intimidating presence of Jiang Li, while to his right was her mother, radiating the delicate fragrance of white roses. He maintained a stiff gaze ahead, only to lock eyes with the elder lady's meaningful stare. Pray tell, what discord exists among you all that you choose silence? Am I really that old? The elder lady remarked stiffly. Not all, dear mother. You remain ever youthful, radiant as ever. Jiang Nixing replied with a smile that was clearly not an admission of guilt. You should sit over there. Jiang Li glared at her mother, genuinely angered. My sweet daughter, why such a reaction upon seeing me? Yes, I acknowledge my past shortcomings in caring for you, but there is no need for such animosity toward your mother. Is there? Is it that you do not like the gift I brought back for you? Jiang Nixing feigned a pitiful expression. It's not that, Jiang Li said with a strained smile, directly exposing Jiang Nixing's facade. You're just too close to him. Jiang Li, well aware of her mother's nature, mirrored the elder lady's displeasure. Sigh, it seems my verbosity has become irksome. Jiang Nixing shifted slightly outward. Gulmontak, unable to interject, found himself thoroughly engrossed in their conversation, thinking he might escape unnoticed. Jiang Nixing propped her head on one hand, tilting it slightly as she flashed a sly smile at Guillermo. Dear son-in-law, want you introduce yourself? She tousled her ash-gray short hair. You are far more handsome in person than in photos. My daughter's taste is indeed impeccable, just like mine. What a feat, a single compliment for 3 individuals. You ought to eat swiftly. The elder lady interjected, placing a slice of foie gras on her plate. Oh, I'm already full, mother, not hungry at all. Jiang Nixing's gaze remained fixated on Guillermo. Jiang Li crossed her chopsticks in a gesture of disapproval. If I am not mistaken, you've already done your investigation. Haven't you? There is no need to pretend to be oblivious here. He introduced himself once already, Jiang Li said, tapping her fingers on the table. Her smile laced with menace. If you truly remain unaware, feel free to inquire with me. Jiang Nixing hesitated, her penetrating gaze lingering for a few seconds before she finally diverted her attention. Guillermo felt no relief. So many incidents had unfolded that night, and he had accrued quite a bit of Jiang Li's wrath, especially just moments ago. Whether Jiang Li would confine him again was uncertain. His rebirth had been fraught with misfortune, leaving him little room for maneuver. He could only hope this banquet would pass swiftly. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Jiang Li held Guillermo's hand without movement, while the elder lady calmly continued her meal, and the beautiful lady fixated her gaze unwaveringly on her daughter. Both of you are so harsh toward me. It's as if I'm offering my warmth to a cold shoulder, utterly dreadful. Jiang Nixing retrieved a bottle of fruit wine from the storage box, popped the tab, and began to drink. You're not the troublesome one. You're the worst. The elder lady sharply critiqued her daughter. Xiaoxing, after eating so much, do you really have room for alcohol? You truly disregard your health, don't you? Are you addicted to alcohol? The elder lady scolded. Huh. Guillermo, seemingly having misfired nerve, let out an unexpected laugh. This sound drew the attention of all 3 women. He was startled, hurriedly attempting to clarify, his heart racing. Soda. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that I have a low threshold for humor, and I was momentarily lost in thought. His voice dwindled with each word, and he unconsciously fell silent. Feeling doomed, Jiang Nixing lifted his chin, her fingers warm, a playful smile gracing her lips. I think I understand a bit why Xiaoli is fond of you. You're quite amusing. Don't you think we make a lovely pair? Perhaps use silence. Jiang Li interjected sharply. All right. Mother was just trying to lighten the mood. Jiang Nixing conceded with a hiccup, lowering her head in surrender. What a delightful scene. Guillermo could discern that she was merely jesting. This woman was fully aware of Jiang Li's simmering rage and continued to stoke the flames intentionally. Thus, who would ultimately bear the brunt of it? Please, do not provoke me further. My affections are solely for the young lady. Your actions may displease her. Guillermo stated earnestly. I promise her I wouldn't bring her unhappiness, he added. Oh, Jiang Nixing swallowed the lemon wine she had taken, her words ambiguous as if hinting at something. My daughter hasn't wronged you, has she? She hasn't caused you any harm, has she? Perhaps. Jiang Nixing's pupils narrowed as she turned her gaze directly to Jiang Li. You haven't coerced him, have you? Everyone makes mistakes. It is through errors that one grows and becomes whole. Gu Imo interjected gently. Most people are born with personality flaws. What matters is the willingness to change those flaws. I believe the young lady will succeed. Gu Imo had exhausted his pleasantries, hoping to salvage some semblance of a favorable image in the young lady's eyes. He didn't want to utter those words, finding them distasteful himself. At the very least, he didn't wish for Jiang Li to turn her ire toward him. The elder lady noticeably furrowed her brows, her gaze toward Gu Imo shifting. Mr. Gu Imo, you're quite articulate. Jiang Nixing shook the empty bottle, laughing lightly. You possess a face that is naturally endearing. Even your speech is charming. Did you know that? Jiang Li's mouth parted slightly, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Fortunately, her earlier thoughts of punishing Gu Imo had been considerably diffused by his few words. Chapter 10. The Yandere strikes again. Indeed, I shall lead him to willingly surrender both body and soul to me. I am the ruler of his existence. My knight, you cannot escape the grasp of your princess. Jiang Li suppressed the frantic thoughts swirling in her mind and drained the remaining tea in her cup. I've resolved to express my feelings to Xiao Imo tonight, Jiang Li stated calmly. That's the spirit. You should have done this long ago, Jiang Nixing exclaimed, as if harboring a long-standing grievance. Those old perverts keep pestering me with endless questions, and a few shameless ones even attempted to touch me. My dear daughter, you freed me from a great nuisance. After all these years, I've respected your wishes and refrained from arranging so-called matchmaking meetups. Xiao Li, you are well aware that the disheveled young lords of the royal family covet you, yet they remain unable to possess you. My mother has been under considerable pressure. You know, driving those individuals away is no trifling matter. After she spoke, she shook her finger and then rested her head on the table, losing all semblance of decorum. We are nobles as well. Speak boldly, and no one dares to impose upon you. The old lady nodded in agreement. Young man, you have heard her. Pay no mind to those people. I understand. Gu Imo hesitated before responding. To express one's feelings is, in truth, merely Jiang Li's unilateral declaration of possession. There is no need for him to act. In the previous life, Jiang Li single-handedly eliminated all dissent, including the objections of the Jiang family's relatives. No one wishes to offend the Polaris group, save for the Ibis family, the assassin clan covertly supported by the imperial prince. That Alna is the eldest son of this assassin family, wielding immense power, surpassing Jiang Li in many aspects. The time has come to determine the victor. A hero cannot flee in the face of adversity. Alna is indeed the true turning point of this life. Gu Imo ceased his contemplation and slowly turned his gaze towards the silver-haired beauty. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Jiang Li snurta coldly, a glint of icy determination flashing in her eyes. Grandmother, Xiao Imo, and I shall take our leave. Outside the castle, the night sky gently sprinkled with snowflakes. Gu Imo gazed for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Jiang and I Xing lay, sprawled across the table, staring vacantly at a black insignia in her hand. Go ahead. I will take care of your mother. The old lady smiled and waved her hand, her eyes concealing an unknown depth. Jiang Li nudda. And the two of them stood up, opening the door to exit. Gu Imo silently followed behind Jiang Li, tensing his body to maintain a respectful distance from her. Jiang Li walked at a leisurely pace, the deserted corridor illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the shadows of ancient trees. The howling cold wind and the muffled thud of her boots on the ground echoed like a solemn symphony. Suddenly, Jiang Li halted and, without warning, turned around, grasping Gu Imo's wrist, causing him to stumble. She gradually exerted pressure, pinning the defenseless Gu Imo against the wall. Her cheeks, flushed, were reminiscent of frost. What are you doing? Doing you? Jiang Li's expression remained impassive, her fingers like unyielding pincers. Hiss, are you trying to strangle me? Gu Montak gasped, feeling as though his wrist might fracture under a grip. He had anticipated her seeking retribution. He lamented having looked at her mother in her presence. Xiao Montak, did I show you too much favor today? Her fingers suddenly tightened, the overwhelming pain nearly causing Gu Imo to crouch down. The redness in her eyes had never been more vivid. He, I truly cannot allow you to misbehave. Little Imo, you are so ungrateful. Do you truly prefer other women? What do they possess that I do not? Speak. She feigned curiosity, inquiring. How about this? I shall offer you a choice. Would you prefer to be blind or lame? Jiang Li lightly bit her lower lip, her sickly sweet laughter resonating. Can I choose neither? Gu Imo mumbled, his voice fragmented by pain. How delightful it is to remain quietly beside me. What discontent could you possibly harbor? Jiang Li leaned closer, resting against Gu Mo's neck, greedily inhaling his scent. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Kneel before me. Jiang Li's tone was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Gumo's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his hands feeling as though they were shackled by iron, restricting his movements. He had experienced this scene numerous times and thought he had become numb to it. How infuriating. Good-natured people are often taken advantage of. Gumo had no choice. Should he dare to resist, he would surely be dragged into a room for education. Gradually, he lowered his body until it was level with her waist. Good boy. That's more like it. Jiang Li released one hand, affectionately stroking the top of his head. Gumo's wrist had turned nearly blue from her grip. You belong to me for life. There shall be no other woman in your existence. Do not attempt to challenge my patience. I won't. I shall only focus on you. Li, Gumo reluctantly nodded, his aching wrist protesting. It came to mind that when he had been imprisoned previously, he had been filled with rebellious defiance, resisting in his own way, never admitting defeat. Yet, he had ultimately been subdued by her various terrifying methods, to the point where he no longer dared to curse. Each day felt like a descent into madness, performing actions that pleased Jiang Li while losing all awareness of his own body. I advise you to abandon any extraneous thoughts regarding her. Jiang Li crouched down, her hands clasped behind his head, her lips whispering conspiratorially in his ear. That woman is far more malevolent than I. Her silvery locks fell across Gumo's face as she calmly uttered these chilling words. It went without saying that the woman she referred to was Jiang Ni Xing. Gumo regarded her with an appreciation for beauty, devoid of any ulterior motives. Moreover, as a normal man, is it not natural to steal glances at such a stunning woman? Let me share a secret with you, Xiao. You have never heard me speak of my father, have you? My father, in photographs, was as handsome and radiant as you, a refined and gentle gentleman. Oh, I saw him once before his demise, but alas, he met such a tragic end, reduced to a mere shell of a man by my mother. As Jiang Li recounted this, Gumo felt a distinct chill sweep through him. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, falling silent for a moment before quietly continuing. So, did you hear that? Jiang Li's tongue traced along his cheek, lingering at the corner of his mouth, to emphasize how merciful I am towards you. Jiang Li's mercy. That was the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. So it turns out this is a hereditary family affliction. It seems your mother is also a Yandere, is she not? The girl denied Gumo any opportunity to respond, leaning in to kiss him deeply, her tongue exploring his mouth with abandon. He attempted to push her away, but to no avail. His hands, weakened by pain, inadvertently grasped the two soft mounds pressing against his chest. This only heightened Jiang Li's excitement. Gumo felt as though he might faint from her kiss. Brother, sisterly? A voice filled with confusion echoed from a distance. Chapter 11. The Interruption of a Confession. What are you two doing? As the figure clad in a white hoodie drew closer, Gumo discerned that it was Gu Xiaoyu. She cradled a plush teddy bear, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at the two of them. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. She chuckled awkwardly, seemingly ready to turn and flee. Hey, a savior has arrived. Quickly, dear sister. You have come at the perfect time. Rescue your brother from this vile woman who is about to kiss him into oblivion. Gumo cast a desperate glance at Xiaoyu, silently pleading for help while subtly indicating Jiang Li. Jiang Li, naturally, heard Xiaoyu's words. She paid no heed and continued passionately kissing Gumo, as if to assert who was the true authority in the household. Xiaoya's expression of astonishment dissipated, replaced by an ineffable look of indignation. Brother, must you really kiss here? She deliberately lowered her voice. Yet her words still resonated clearly in the ears of the three present. She halted a few meters away from Gumo, clutching her toy bear even tighter. Noticing Gumo's silence, Xiaoya's gaze fell. This person is truly despicable. No wonder he has no friends. Xiaoya completely disregarded Gumo's desperate look and stuck her tongue out at him. The other party ignored your plea for help and made a face at you. Toughen up. Your fists are hardening. How infuriating. Whose sister are you anyway? Jiang Li appears to you as a noble warrior, while your brother is merely an evil goblin ensnaring the female hero, isn't he? Can't you see who is being coerced? Gumo was seething with rage, almost wanted to rush over and give her a beating. He longed to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Oh, haha. Xiaoya seemed to have grasped something, tiptoeing past Gumo, revealing a toothy grin as she said, Sisterly, no, sister-in-law. Oh, if my brother misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. He can be quite unruly. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close watch on my brother. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off to sleep. Xiaoya appeared slightly embarrassed as she took a few steps forward, then turned back to ask, Sister-in-law, which room is mine again? Jiang Li lifted her hair with a gentle smile. Xiaoya, just go forward, turn left, and the first room on your left is yours. Perhaps it was because Xiaoye fortuitously mentioned something Jiang Li cherished, or perhaps it was due to the absence of a hypothetical adversary. In any case, her tone was exceedingly gentle and considerate, a rarity even for Guillermo. Meanwhile, the most aggrieved party, Guillermo, lay forlorn on the cold floor, seething with indignation. I swear, one day, I will repay all the humiliation I suffered today. After Xiaoye departed, Jiang Li helped Guillermo up, and he dusted himself off as they descended the stairs together. What is that wretched woman trying to pull? At a table in the grand hall, a heavily made-up young lady admired her manicured nails, disdainfully addressing her pink-haired companion. Shoo, we mustn't speak carelessly. The Jiang family is about to announce something significant, and there's surely a reason for us being kept here. Alicia caressed her pet cat that rested on her lap, her gaze following Jiang Li as she approached. In this esteemed gathering, she wouldn't keep us here only to utter trivialities in front of everyone, would she? Alicia's tone bore an inscrutable meaning, but it was certainly not one of flattery. When Guillermo came in her line of sight, a rare seriousness washed over her otherwise nonchalant expression. The gentle-looking youth with a somewhat pallid complexion followed Jiang Li closely, his eyes cast down. Gradually, the attendees in the hall began to notice the main character of the event, Jiang Li, who walked gracefully down the red carpet, a smile gracing her lips. And behind her stood that unfamiliar man. Who was that handsome guy? Whispers erupted in hushed tones. How did he end up next to the young lady of the Jiang family? Oh my, is he the rumored boyfriend that has just dropped from the sky? One flamboyant young man exclaimed, dramatically clutching his head. Oh no, the idol I've admired for years is about to break his vow. Hey, big brother, why aren't you speaking up? The foolish young man fretted to himself, glancing back at the brown-haired man. Stop dreaming, Aaron. She won't be looking for a man. The androgynous-looking youth spoke in a calm tone, though the weariness in his expression faded in that instant. He had initially doubted the photograph sent by his younger brother. How do you know she won tea? Perhaps she has suddenly come to her senses after all these years? Or maybe she is. Lonely? Not to mention, that guy looks like a softie. What could Miss Jiang possibly see in him? Shut up. The brown-haired androgynous man scolded, rolling up his sleeves. Aaron timidly retreated to his seat, still wary of his older brother. I refuse to believe she would go to such lengths just to say this. You stay here. I want to see what kind of performance she is putting on. As he spoke, the brown-haired man stood up. Olna, don't act impulsively. The dignified elder with white hair rapped his cane against the floor. Have you forgotten the second rule of conduct? Do not let the disputes before you cloud your judgment. He paused. Sorry, grandfather. Olna took a deep breath, returning to his seat. He suppressed his anger. After chasing her for so long, to end up inexplicably losing to a passerby, do you think I can accept that? Everything has its destiny. We simply need to wait. The white-haired elder sighed, shaking his head in regret. Jiang Li held Gumo's hand, crossing the red carpet, leading him step by step onto the stage, where they stood prominently. This scene resembled a solemn and sacred church, with a multitude of praying people below, celebrating this newly formed union. It seemed that Jiang Li need not utter a word for everyone to grasp the situation. All right, I apologize for taking up your time today. Jiang Li spoke slowly. Yet her tone was laden with authority. You would want to hear my pleasantries, so I'll be straightforward. A glimmer flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. She turned her gaze and raised a hand, clasping Gumo's. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony of objections, a veritable uproar. Silence. I am merely stating a fact, and do not care for your opinions. Jiang Li stepped forward, unabashedly looking down at the crowd. He is my boyfriend and my beloved. His name is Guillermo. Jiang Li's words resonated powerfully, her signature smile sweeping across the assembly. The onlookers recognized her as an unrepentant madwoman, and few dared to meet her gaze directly, save for a handful of elderly individuals who glared at her with furrowed brows. She leaned closer to Guillermo. I love you, my missing half of a pair. Will you be my most unique lover? Jiang Li's red eyes sparkled with dangerous fire. The depth of her emotions was known only to Guillermo. What appeared to others as a blissful confession felt to Guillermo like a countdown to his demise. You make it sound so enticing. Guillermo clenched his teeth. The audience displayed a myriad of expressions, and just as he was about to gather his breath to speak, a cold voice interrupted. Jiang Li, has your mind gone awry? A chilling question rang out. Chapter 12, Olna. Olna could no longer bear the unfolding events. Disregarding the pleas of those around him, he rose and strode toward the stage. Jiang Li had no intention of acknowledging him. She lowered her gaze, regarding Olna as if he were a rat scurrying across the street. There was a palpable sense of physical revulsion and rejection. Guillermo believed himself to be an unparalleled beauty in every regard, and he held that opinion of himself. Yet, even the most outstanding individuals will invariably have those who do not favor them. Do you have a problem? Jiang Li asked, still smiling, though her eyes glinted with cold light. Indeed, Jiang Li, I certainly have questions for you. His expression bore a subtle hint of malice. He suddenly widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, his tone unexpectedly calm. So, you have pretended to be aloof for so long just to tailor a wedding gown for this commoner. This is the imperial capital. Your status forbids you from engaging in such childish antics. Do you believe yourself to be the heroine of some Mary Sue fairy tale? Do you realize how foolish and ridiculous you appear? Let me tell you today, Jiang Li tarjeta, arna. I do not require anyone to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. A peculiar gentleness flickered across Jiang Li's countenance, reminiscent of a malevolent puppeteer granting a mouse a moment's respite in a chase. I shall grant you 3 seconds to remove yourself from my sight. Arna, his face stern, remained motionless, seemingly resolute in his intent not to relinquish Jiang Li. He ascended the steps with heavy strides, halting only when he stood before her. If you take this boy, you shall be my enemy. He lifted the corners of his mouth in a sneer, his gaze for the first time laced with animosity. The elderly man with white hair averted his eyes, as though too ashamed to witness further. How could my brother have devolved into this? When did he become so unhinged? I cannot bring him back, grandfather. Why do you remain silent? You must stop him. The individuals in the booth exhibited a near cold-blooded tranquility, save for Aran, who was in a state of anxious agitation. Do not concern yourself with him, the gray-haired man remarked, sipping his red wine with indifference. Your brother's actions are his alone to bear. The elder ruffled Aran's hair, smiling as he said, let us calculate. You are 16 this year, are you not? You're not a child anymore. I hope you can learn from your brother's mistakes and gain some experience. Have you forgotten what we are? Xiphiles shook his head with a faint smile, his gray hair dimmed by the orange-white light. Emotions will lead to your demise, and ours as well. I ask you, if one day we are ambushed and I and your brother sacrifice our lives to hold off the enemy, allowing you to return to the imperial capital with vital information, I will remain behind. I shall not flee. You must escape. If you do not, you will perish as well. Only your departure with the intelligence will lend meaning to our deaths. We serve the prince. Our lives forever belong to him. Xiphiles spoke in a low voice, nodding at Aran. I understand. In truth, he did not comprehend. Aran gazed at his second brother in disbelief, feeling as though he scarcely recognized the sibling who once embraced all. It dawned on him that his grandfather and second brother's affections were mere facades, entirely false. Arna. Jiang Li lifted Gu Mo's chin with her fingers. In my presence, you resemble a puppy even more than little Mo. No sooner had the words left her lips than Gu Mo's vision blurred, and a fragrant breeze swept past. Upon looking again, Arna had collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. The revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. Alexia took a delicate sip of wine, her expression gleefully observing the unfolding farce. How did you accomplish that? Arna's earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a grave demeanor. He found himself reassessing Jiang Li's prowess, retreating a few steps. Jiang Li's skills were almost excessively formidable. Gu Mo had remained motionless throughout the incident, secretly anticipating a confrontation between Arna and Jiang Li. Yet this young master had been struck down in a single blow. Truly, he was worthy of the ancient Greek god of resilience. Was it merely because he faced Jiang Li that the heir of the assassin clan proved so feeble? It was over. Any hope of overpowering Jiang Li through force was now rendered impossible. Just how many secrets do you conceal, Jiang Li? Jiang Li paid him no mind, her expression an impassive mask. If you do not depart, I shall place you on the list of dangerous individuals and will not hesitate to eliminate you. Arna snorted coldly. My inability to act against you now does not imply that I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Jiang Li, the capital is in chaos. The disappearance of a young lady is hardly extraordinary. Remember that. Arna turned his back and descended from the podium, glancing back briefly as if to issue a threat. But then, lost in thought, he ultimately closed his mouth. Humph. His preceding words were mere bluster. Should Arna mention this matter before the prince? The likelihood of the prince's rejection would be absolute. Well then, there has been a slight unpleasantness, but fret not. Jiang Li's gaze softened as it turned toward Gu Mo. Promise me, my love. Not only Jiang Li, but the eyes of all present fixated upon Gu Mo, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Gu Mo sensed that she was markedly different from her former self, be it in her sickly sweet voice or her habitual teasing gaze. He could surmise what she was thinking. Little Mo, should you refuse, I shall sever your limbs and ensure you are left bedridden. Though he had not actually lost his limbs in his previous life, Jiang Li had tormented him to the brink of a mental breakdown. Those memories were ones Gu Mo dared not revisit. Young lady, Gu Mo, wished to decline, The words hung at the edge of his lips, but he could not bring himself to utter them. Huh? Jiang Li moved closer, her warm breath cascading against his neck. Guo prided himself on not being indecisive. Yet when faced with Jiang Li, he found himself unable to make an immediate judgment. He wished to distance himself from the obsessive and avoid being tormented. Thus, he opted for a compromise. I am a genius. This was not submission. It was merely a tactical delay. Very well, my lady, I shall acquiesce. Guo offered her a gentlemanly smile. I agree to be your beloved. He would agree first and then adapt as the situation unfolded, hoping that this time Jiang Li might show leniency and refrain from imprisoning him. There is always a way when one approaches a mountain. Solutions will present themselves. Guo immediately felt half of the gazes upon him shift to hostility, as if they longed to shove him aside, to take his place as the one being confessed to. He understood their sentiments. Jiang Li, though not the highest in status among the royal family, was undoubtedly the most striking in appearance. It was only natural to be admired and envied. Having agreed, do not think to breach your promise, dear. Jiang Li pulled Guo into her embrace, causing his face to collide with her bosom. The rich fragrance and unusual softness left him momentarily dazed. He had not refused. Jiang Li tenderly stroked his hair, yet a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. Why was he so different from his former self? Why was she also unlike her past self? Chapter 13. Failure to comply will result in punishment. Jiang Li could never fathom that Guo had been reborn. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such convoluted measures. They could have simply fast-forwarded to the bedroom war. Jiang Li's gaze, soft and flowing like water, was filled with compassion as her fingers caressed Gumo's cheek, momentarily forgetting that a multitude of onlookers were witnessing this scene. In Gumo's eyes, there was only her moist lips and the considerable wickedness that pressed upon him. There are so many people watching, he gasped, his breath quickening. And what of it? Little Mo, I desire for them all to see. You are mine. Jiang Li's warm breath enveloped him, her body growing warmer. Guo inhaled her unique fragrance, feeling an overwhelming urge to retreat. What was the meaning behind that longing gaze? He had no doubt that in the next moment, Jiang Li would push him to the ground. As he experienced her warmth, blood rushed to his head, leaving him flushed. I sincerely apologize. I beg your pardon. A voice, both gentle and authoritative, resonated throughout the grand hall, drawing the attention of all present. My dear Xiaoli has expressed herself quite clearly. Ha! Consider this an act of kindness towards this old woman. Everyone may disperse now. Should anyone harbor dissent, please remain, and we shall discuss it in detail. Thank you. It was Jiang Yunhe, who seemed to have arrived some time ago, now assisting Jiang Li in her predicament. Everyone may depart. There is no need to linger and witness my granddaughter's embarrassment. As the host of this birthday banquet issued her dismissal, the guests rose in succession to bow and bid farewell. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the crowd, with disordered glances exchanged. Seemingly few were inclined to extend their blessings for Jiang Li's confession. Eldest brother, Aaron gazed at the ebbing crowd, calling out to Arna's retreating figure. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I believe I have come to terms with my reality. Arna replied with indifference, being the first to vacate his seat and stride out. He swiftly vanished from Aaron's sight. Let him be on his own. It's just the right time for that dullard to reflect. Zyflaze patted Aaron's shoulder, his tone laden with disdain. It's not a newfound sentiment that second brother despises eldest brother. Aaron nodded, feigning understanding. In his memories, his eldest brother had received countless accolades, being the wisest among the noble youth, and the term dullard had no association with him. He couldn't fathom why his brother was behaving so unusually. Eldest brother had pursued Jiang Li openly for many years, starting from their childhood. During that time, he had faced numerous rejections from Jiang Li, yet he always responded with a laugh, never displaying such a loss of composure as he did today. Would you care for a drink? Second brother offered a glass of whiskey with ice. Aaron seized the glass and downed it in one go. Aaron, do pay attention. The individuals here are not mere trifles. Jiang Li's capriciousness has reached such a height, she will inevitably face the repercussions of her actions. We need only bide our time. Zyflaze gestured dismissively, his peripheral gaze intentionally drifting towards Alisha, the woman whom the Harampal family had long regarded as a tool to compete with Jiang Li. Alas, Jiang Li, your situation is more arduous than mine. I am quite intrigued to see how you will navigate this all. Zyflaze retracted his thoughts and departed the hall alongside the elderly white-bearded gentleman. Amidst the bustling figures of the butler and maids, the guests exited in clusters. Even the elderly gentlemen were unceremoniously glared away by Jiang Yunhe. The once crowded venue was now devoid of the earlier whispers. Young man, you've certainly taken this old woman by surprise. The old lady ambled towards the staircase, her sudden words reverberating in the empty space. Gu Mo finally extricated himself from Jiang Li's demands, gasping for breath. What do you mean? Gu Mo looked at the old woman in confusion, feigning ignorance. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, nothing at all. The young man is quite clever. Jiang Yunhe smiled as she ascended to the third floor, leaving the once crowded hall with only a handful of people remaining. He watched as the old woman departed, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. I have been reborn. My friend, how absurd. As a reborn individual, how could I remain shackled beneath another's roof for a lifetime? Do not be too arrogant. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the powerless youth. My goal has always been to escape Jiang Li. My choices have merely been reluctant compromises due to my circumstances. All right, I have convinced myself. What are you thinking about? My beloved Jiang Li poked Gu Mo's cheek. You did not reject me. Why have you suddenly agreed to me? In my previous life, my actions were quite regrettable, hence I do not intend to futilely confine you. However, do pray that you do not provoke my ire. It may be challenging to have you kneel before me willingly, but there's no rush. We have ample time to take things slowly. Haha, what you promised me earlier, are you not prepared to fulfill it? Jiang Li took his hand and slowly descended the dais, taking deliberate steps forward. What? That Gu Mo forced himself to sound upbeat. Well, I'm not in the mood today. I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it, Xiao Mo? Jiang Li's smile vanished, as if by magic. Gu Mo suppressed the resentment boiling within him. As her partner, shouldn't she express concern for him and lead him to rest? Gu Mo did not expect much. He only wished for Jiang Li to return to her former self. I don't want to. I'm a bit tired. Tired? Let me help relieve that. Jiang Li relentlessly cornered Gu Mo against the wall. Xiao Mo, you are adorably foolish. I was just worrying about how to deal with your mischief. And here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Shouldn't partners be understanding of each other? Gu Mo had no choice but to acquiesce to her confession, regardless of how he deliberated. This not only left a favorable impression, but also placed him under the protection of the Jiang family, sparing him from the vengeance of those with ulterior motives without alarming any snakes in the grass. To be frank, Jiang Li was somewhat different from the previous life. Precisely how she differed was beyond Gu Mo's discernment. What was certain was that she was no longer as morbid and terrifying as before. Understanding, Jiang Li twirled a strand of hair around her finger, and after a few seconds, she unexpectedly stepped back from Gu Mo. Is that so? Then, I shall have to show you some understanding. Gu Mo sensed something was amiss. As she reached beneath her skirt, she did not retrieve the intimate garments of a maiden, but rather a glimmering, cold dagger. Ouch! My fiery sister, you are far too tempestuous. Young lady, let's converse calmly. There's no need for anger. Gu Mo shrank back at the sight of the blade. Jiang Li's crimson lips drew near to his left ear, her fragrant breath cascading down with a bewitching warmth. I delight in disobedient pets. After all, such defiance holds the value of conquest, does it not? Tapte catorza. Jiang Li toyed with the dagger in her hand, tilting her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Her cool, exquisite visage now bore a lethal smile. Jiang Li conceived a delightful punishment for him, one hand propped against the wall as she slowly lifted her left leg. Remove your shoe, she said nonchalantly. Gu Montak, uncertain of her intentions, complied out of necessity due to the dagger's threat. He knelt to remove his boot, exposing his petite foot, adorned in black stockings. To the cool air, Gu Mo maintained a position with one hand supporting her calf and the other gripping her ankle. So close, the dainty toes hovered near Gu Mo, scarcely an apple's breadth apart. Gu Mo remained stoic. Jiang Li playfully lifted his chin with her toes, relishing in the moment. Xiao Montak, I adore this expression of yours, one that is overtaken yet utterly powerless. Gu Mo remained silent. Jiang Li's blood-red eyes glimmered like those of a malevolent spirit. Remove this as well. You, Gu Mo, had no retort. Gazing upon Gu Mo's indignant yet obedient countenance, Jiang Li teased. Your face displays such resistance. Yet your body is quite honest. I assent it. Hey, if you are dishonest, might you not find yourself on the receiving end of my blade? Gu Mo inhaled deeply, the fragrance of windbell flowers mingling with the delicate scent of the young girl, disrupting his senses. Here, having fallen under Hehe's scrutiny, further details are omitted. Gu Mo was drenched in sweat. This predicament of being caught between a rock and a hard place was utterly distressing. At this moment, he even fancied that a dagger thrust from Jiang Li would be preferable, rendering him senseless. Past experiences had taught him that disregarding the whims of a Yandere could lead to dire consequences. Alas, it was too late. In a few minutes he hesitated. The Yandere had grown increasingly impatient. You are unwilling, are you? She elongated the syllable of you with a drawn-out emphasis. I simply have not yet prepared myself mentally. The sound of slicing air pierced the tension. Jiang Li pressed a dagger against his throat, the blade making contact with his vulnerable flesh, leaving a thin trail of blood. You certainly enjoy testing my patience. Little Mo. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, observing him as if curious to see how he might attempt to defend himself. It is said that those who favor squinting eyes are not to be trusted. At that moment, Guillemot found this adage to be profoundly accurate. He cast a sidelong glance at the sharp edge of the dagger, his hands shielding his body, paralyzed with fear. The slightest movement might well seal his fate. Stop. It's merely braised pork ribs. I can prepare them myself. If you injure me, who will cook for you or give you massages? Guillemot's fingers trembled as he feigned calmness. Jiang Li remained unmoved, her serpent-like gaze fixated on him for what felt like an eternity. Time stretched painfully. Guillemot's throat grew parched, every breath accompanied by a stab of pain. Jiang Li slightly tilted her head and took a deep breath, as if striving to suppress something within her. The fragrant exhalation enveloped Guillemot's face. Be grateful, little Mo. I, the esteemed lady, have been merciful and spared you for now. Jiang Li tucked the dagger back beneath her skirt, though Guillemot could only wonder how she managed to conceal it. Her unwilling expression spoke volumes, far more persuasive than her contradictory words. He was uncertain of Jiang Li's thoughts, yet he had narrowly escaped a grim fate. Indeed, there remained some room for maneuver in this world, if his memory served him correctly from his previous life. At this very moment, he had already been confined to a dark room for rejecting Jiang Li's confession. His demands were not too lofty. For him, as long as events did not unfold as they had in his past life, it would be deemed a success. Are you still hungry? Guillemot inquired as they traversed the castle, admiring its decor. You mentioned cooking for me, so I refrained from eating much. I suppose I'm a bit hungry. Jiang Li replied, not bothering to look back. If it doesn't taste good, you'd better prepare for punishment, she added ominously. Guillemot felt an ache in his lower back and hastily assured her, fear not. I have never faltered in culinary matters. Everyone who has tasted my food has praised it. Well, you're the only one who has tasted it. After careful exploration, Guillemot abandoned the naive thought of escaping from the first floor. The castle was 3 stories high, each floor vast, with maids wandering about. Even if he were to escape, he would likely get lost within its confines due to his unfamiliarity with the layout. And should he be fortunate enough to evade capture, the gardens outside were patrolled by guards on a 24-hour rotation. Escaping unnoticed was an impossibility. The moment he pictured being caught, certain instruments of punishment sprang to mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Arna. Hopefully, he had noticed his gestures and expressions. If he was interested, perhaps he would remain behind to wait for him. Upon reaching the dining hall, though it was well past midnight, the kitchen remained brightly lit due to the influx of guests. Several maids were washing dishes, and upon seeing Jiang Li's grand entrance, they paused their tasks to bow in greeting. No need for such formality. We could be friends, Jiang Li remarked as she led Guillemot through. The maids dared not respond, but merely nodded in respectful acknowledgement. All right, you may return to your rest. There is no rush. Jiang Li seldom exhibited such concern for others. The young lady had once embodied this gentle yet aloof demeanor. Alas, times had changed, and nothing could return to its former state. The maids exchanged glances, caught between entering and retreating. It is quite late. Since the young lady has said there is no issue, you should return to sleep, Guillemot stated casually. Leaning against the doorframe with an expression of businesslike detachment, shoving a nearby, ponytailed maid out of the kitchen. He stole a quick glance at the maid, his pupils dilating before he hastily averted his gaze. Chapter 15. Camel at dinner. She is truly beautiful. Such a lovely figure. How adorable. I could just pinch her. Ahem. Guillemot clicked his tongue, utterly exasperated. How could a mere maid possess such beauty and grace, even among the many handsome and beautiful individuals at Gar University? It was no exaggeration to say that this maid could easily be considered a campus belle. TSK. Perhaps finding a girl like her, graceful and composed, as a girlfriend wouldn't be too bad. Yet, something felt amiss. The atmosphere had grown colder than before. The surrounding maids, not ordinary folk, sensed the unusual tension and hurriedly expressed their gratitude before hastily vacating the kitchen. This is bad. The young lady is still here. Guillemot felt a shiver run down his spine, stiffly lifting his gaze to Jiang Li. I can already guess what you are thinking, my lecherous knight, Jiang Li said with an innocuous smile. I want to break his legs. No, I must remain calm. Decisions made in a fit of anger are often misguided. Yet, the fury within her was akin to a volcano, impossible to suppress. Jiang Li despised Gu Mo's attention towards any woman other than herself. No, no, no. It was merely because that lady's eyes resembled yours. I just look a moment longer, Gu Mo stammered, hastily assuring her, fearing that Jiang Li might take offense and retaliate. By the grace of Father Baradin, the one I love will always be Li Li. To dispel her concerns, Gu Mo leaned in and pressed a kiss to her lips. Now you believe me, don't you? Is that so? Jiang Li responded with a smile, shooting him a sharp glare. To love me, you must take action. Ha! Little Mo, with such a nimble tongue. Do you not intend to use it in more appropriate ways? She licked the spot where Gu Mo had kissed her, the mesmerizing hue of her crimson eyes finally dulling slightly. Creak! I'm here, young lady. A raspy voice rang out just as Drews entered, stumbling upon the two in a passionate embrace. I saw nothing. Please continue, Drews said, retreating a few steps as if to close the door behind him. Come back. Jiang Li sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Did you purchase everything? All that the young lady requested is here, Drews replied respectfully, stepping into the kitchen. Gu Mo then noticed that Drews was carrying 2 large bags, filled with top-quality raw ingredients and premium seasonings. Drews placed the bags on the countertop and began to unpack the items. Jiang Li, uninterested in the proceedings, settled into a comfortable chair, propping her long legs lazily, and declared, All right, chef, please begin your performance. Drews stepped back a few paces, standing beside Jiang Li, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gu Mo. Gu Mo glanced around, confirming that all the necessary seasonings were indeed present, ready to begin. It had been quite some time since he last cooked, and now he could only rely on instinct. Does the butler have other matters to attend to? Gu Mo inquired, rinsing the onions, glancing back at Drusus. I, too, am feeling hungry, Drusus replied meticulously. Haven't you had enough to eat? Gu Montak chakut. I was delayed by some tasks, young master, Drusus explained. The damp stains on his suit suggested that he had not been within the castle for a while. Could it be that he went out to procure these ingredients? Surely. The kitchen must be well stocked. Why purchase them anew? Gu Mo did not dwell on it, selecting a suitable knife to chop the ribs into portions, boiling them in cold water with scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove any impurities. After a laborious 49 minutes, the dish was complete. To save time, Gu Mo had eliminated the more tedious steps, believing it would not significantly affect the flavor. He presented 2 plates filled with ribs, placing one before Jiang Li and handing the other to Drusus. Gu Mo then pulled out a chair and sat across from Jiang Li. You've exceeded the time limit, she remarked coolly. Her hands were crossed atop the table, leaning slightly forward, expressing her displeasure. Is there a stipulated time? Gu Mo was taken aback. Suddenly, the chandelier overhead flickered out, plunging the world back into darkness. In the pitch blackness, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, it seemed something had been placed on the table. What is happening? Gu Mo asked, puzzled. Ahem, Drusus coughed, using a lighter to ignite the candles on the candelabrum. In an instant, the dining room was illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting golden shadows. The figures of the 3 were dramatically magnified in the candlelight. The pale flicker revealed the expressions of the trio. Jiang Li's face, tinged with annoyance, was mere inches away from him, her features obscured by the shadows. At a glance, it appeared somewhat eerie. The faint mist from her breath paired with her blood-red eyes was reminiscent of a vampire with sharp fangs lurking within the ancient castle. Gu Mo was startled, losing his balance and tumbling to the floor. No need to shout, keep it down, Jiang Li scolded, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of rib and savoring it, her mood evidently lifted by the delicious food. Delicieux, Jiang Li genuinely praise. These ribs were made by little Mo. How long has it been since I was late? 3 years? I can hardly remember. Jiang Li chewed the tender meat, her desire to keep Gu Mo by her side intensifying. You were so close to me just now. It startled me, Gu Mo said, adjusting himself on the floor. Am I really that frightening? Jiang Li teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. You've kept your master waiting here for so long that my backside is numb from sitting. You were startled all of a sudden. You must have those moments too. The relaxed atmosphere suggested they should not dwell on such mundane matters. Little Mo, close your eyes, Jiang Li instructed, gazing at the gentle youth across from her. Why must I close my eyes? Gu Mo questioned, but despite his words, he dared not defy her and furrowed his brow, shutting his eyes instead. His facial muscles were somewhat tense. Suddenly, he felt warmth on his lips. Jiang Li sighed, sweetly, the sound of her swallowing resonating in the air. Jiang Li had just fed him a piece of rib directly from her mouth. Gu Mo licked his lips, catching a hint of a delicate fragrance. Is there a different taste? Gu Mo's cheeks flushed slightly, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He joked, imported delicacies certainly have their unique charm. Internally, He mused about the only difference being the saliva that coated the meat. In truth, he did not find it particularly repulsive. He harbored no physical aversion to Jiang Li. Despite her being a capricious and obsessive individual, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Setting aside her quirks, she seemed devoid of any glaring flaws. Her demeanor was graceful and serene, excelling in various arts, and academically, she stood head and shoulders above her peers, rightfully earning the title of a prodigious girl. It would be even better with some red wine, Jiang Li murmured, glancing at the table where a considerable number of bones had accumulated. She had devoured an entire plate of ribs by herself. So this is what she meant by merely being a bit hungry? Chapter 16. Interests. Eating too much can lead to discomfort. Such trivial food is inconsequential. I haven't feasted so thoroughly in ages. Jiang Li's abdomen showed no signs of distension, as if the food were consumed by another. Haha, little Mo, I'm feeling a bit tired. Accompany me back to my room for a nap. Mo knew he would once again serve as her pillow. He extinguished the candles, tidied up, and rose, only then realizing that Drusus had already departed the dining room, leaving Mo unaware of when he had vanished. It's dirty, Jiang Li remarked, lifting her arm to take a breath. I'll go take a shower first. All right. I'm feeling sleepy, so I'll head back to my room. Mo yawned involuntarily. In truth, he too wished to bathe, but he could not voice it. Otherwise, Jiang Li would undoubtedly drag him into the bathroom. Am I pretty? Jiang Li suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Beautiful, Mo replied without hesitation, straining to keep his drowsy eyes open. What is that so white? His gaze fell upon Jiang Li's open cardigan, revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure. Oh my! This sight dispelled his drowsiness like mist evaporating in the morning sun. You seem quite interested in my body, little Mo, Jiang Li inquired leisurely, her gaze laced with seduction. Would you like to join me for a wash? She approached without reservation, her soft, warm form pressing against his arm. Her eyes hidden beneath silvery strands of hair, her pink lips whispering temptingly by his ear. Come on, Mo could already sense the steam rising, mingling with the scent of rose essential oil. A haze drifted before his eyes, flowing gently from an unseen shore. The warm mist blanketed the humid air of the bathroom, accompanied by the delightful aroma of body wash and fragrant flowers. White bubbles danced playfully, trickling down her slender legs and smooth ankles before dissipating on the floor. Do not entertain such thoughts any further. Mo quickly quelled his impractical fantasies. Let us save that for another time. Mississippi, Mo declined hazily. You promised your sister earlier that you would let me do as I please. Jiang Li retreated a few steps, the pressure against him easing. I was almost forgetting, she said, her figure turning the corner, her voice softening. The debts you owe me have become too numerous to count. However, I have a better purpose for you. I shall let you off the hook this time. Her voice faded behind the wooden door, growing indistinct. Mo watched as she entered the bathroom alone, his curiosity piqued. What was Jiang Li scheming? Not only was she more agreeable lately, but she also did not insist on him this time. Could it be she intended to slowly ensnare him? That seemed unlikely. Based on Jiang Li's character, she would never resort to such tedious tactics. She was accustomed to taking what she desired, and such an uninteresting and protracted endeavor was not something she would likely pursue. Mo cast a glance at the bathroom door, his footsteps fading away at the staircase, before he returned to the grand hall on the first floor. Jiang Li indulged in red wine baths, often taking no less than half an hour to emerge. This duration sufficed. Mo searched the castle's first floor, his attention diverted from the peculiar decorative artifacts surrounding him. Could he have left? It had been no less than an hour and a half since everyone had departed. Did Alma possess such leisure? Finding no trace, Mo paused in the corridor, frowning as the sparse snowflakes drifted down outside the window. Top. Mo heard a noise and turned in surprise. At the end of the corridor, a shadow seemed to approach him. I've been waiting here for quite some time, sir, but it is certainly worth it. A faint smile graced Alma's exquisitely sculpted, jade-like face, his golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, presenting an image of a delicate, effeminate beauty. Our family doctrine consists of 4 phrases. I've heard them so often over the years that my ears are nearly calloused. Allow me to share them with you, sir. Alma walked gracefully towards Mo, his steps perfectly measured. Prioritize interests. Personal gains should yield to collective benefits. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. In the face of absolute interests, there are no friends. He sang the family teachings melodically. Alma appeared to relish these maxims, a barely perceptible ecstasy flickering across his visage. This fellow truly thrives on interests. Was his previous demeanor merely an act? The disparity was remarkably vast. You clearly hold no fondness for me. Why then do you choose to present yourself now? Mo sought to regain the upper hand. Your intuition is quite astute. Yet there is an old adage in ancient texts. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Alna removed his gloves and extended a hand politely. This is precisely why I have come to meet you. You won't mind if I refer to her as an enemy, will you? Gumo shook his hand, reciprocating with a smile. Ah, how courteous. At present, I don't mind. But if you're fond of her, why label her as an enemy? I believe that the concepts of enemy and lover need not be mutually exclusive. Your perspective is truly unconventional, my lord, Gumo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Alna meandered to the window, gesturing for Gumo to join him. Sir, you surpass my expectations. I might even consider you a rival. A rival in love? Gumo did not perceive this as a compliment. Such jest. You would not entertain such notions if you had experienced what I have. Oh, I would be most interested to know more. Alna smiled warmly, seizing the opportunity to understand Jiang Li better. She is utterly insane. Insane, you say? Alna raised an eyebrow. In breed, many are deemed mad. Which variety do you imply? The kind that would skin you alive and cook you for a meal. Gumo fixed his gaze on Alna, attempting to glean something from his inscrutable expression. Alna's eyes sharpened before he clapped his hands in admiration. Then, it seems we have much in common. Compared to her, you resemble a little white rabbit, relentlessly pursued by a hungry wolf, exerting every effort, yet unable to escape the encirclement. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Alna's eyes as he maintained his indifferent smile, checking his watch. Are there more skilled players in the game? Gumo felt a surge of alarm. How had he discerned this? I felt I had played my role quite well. No, this has nothing to do with his ability to read people. From the moment I signaled him, he should have comprehended everything. 5 minutes remain. Let us proceed to the crux of our discussion. Alna seized control of the conversation, not granting Gumo the opportunity to respond. I have another reason for being here. Do you know what it is? It must be about me. You wish to validate your suspicions, correct? Astute. Alna, whether genuinely complimenting or not, continued. From the moment you entered my line of sight, I sensed something was amiss. If you were truly in love with her, your face would not betray any hesitation at a lover's confession. Seeing Gumo remain silent only strengthened Alna's conviction. It appears my guess was accurate. You indeed do not harbor feelings for Jiang Li. A gentleman does not covet another's beloved, which is splendid. This spares us both from a situation neither of us would wish to witness. My lord, you are quite the romantic, but typically in romance novels the intelligent. Heartfelt second male lead meets a rather unfortunate fate. Ah, the archetype of the tragic hero. Gumo maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on Alna for a moment before speaking. So, Mr. Alna, do you have any means to assist me? Oh, that is quite simple. You merely need to continue playing the role of her lover. What did you say? Gumo instinctively replied, taken aback. Continue to play the part of her beloved, while I will discreetly orchestrate events to ensure she departs from your life forever. Upon hearing this, Gumo frowned and inquired, You intend to harm her? Though I no longer harbor feelings for her, I still cannot condone anyone inflicting harm upon her. Jiang Li had been his childhood friend, the purest light of his youth. He could not bear to see her hurt. Of course not. Alna shook his head innocently. I would never harm my object of admiration. Moreover, she is my eternal white dove, my beloved. Alna's eyes dimmed with longing, and he spoke earnestly. However, executing these plans requires time, effort, and a flawless opportunity. As Alna spoke, he gradually stepped closer until their figures overlapped. Is that so? You are remarkably kind. Gumo realized that Alna would not assist him without motive. This was clearly an unbalanced transaction of interests. What could I possibly offer you? I am hardly a source of the benefits you seek. You are mistaken. Interests come in many forms. Anything beneficial to me can be considered advantageous. Alna tilted his head and sighed deeply. While it is good to be cautious, excessive suspicion may be counterproductive. Mr. Gu, if I did not wish to assist you, I would not waste my precious time conversing with you. Gumo sensed Alna's growing irritation. It was evident that he was not entirely invested in helping him. Moreover, it appeared that aiding Gumo in distancing himself from Jiang Li would yield him no benefits, but rather invite complications he would rather avoid. Alna would not engage in futile endeavors. There must be hidden motives at play that Gumo was unaware of. By the way, Gumo suddenly interjected. How does he possess knowledge of matters concerning the imperial aristocracy? Ah, thought struck Gumo. If Alna could uncover such information, perhaps he could leverage his own strength to extricate himself from Jiang Li's grasp. Breed was not solely dominated by the Polaris group. If he could find others to protect him, Jiang Li would hold no sway over him. I have one more humble request. Alna withdrew his hand from the potted plant and turned to speak coolly. Now, that is more like it. Gumo anticipated this turn of events. The matriarch of the Jiang family has returned. I believe you are familiar with this unparalleled beauty. Indeed, you are correct. I have encountered her. What is your inquiry? Alna's expression brightened with delight. You know Jiang and I Xing. That simplifies matters considerably. As far as I know, she possesses an item she has cherished for many years. And I need you to steal it from me. Arna stated directly. Are you out of your mind? Gu-mo exclaimed, a grin breaking across his face. I believe I am sufficiently lucid. Arna's smile faltered, his delicate features rendered somewhat pallid under the moonlight. By the way, only if you successfully procure that item can our plan commence. There are numerous factors beyond my control. I require an opportunity, and you are the most suitable candidate. Gumo's mood plummeted from the heights to the depths. What exactly is that item? He asked stiffly. I have no idea. Arna shrugged. You'll have to find out for yourself. What? You must be joking, Gumo thought, suppressing the urge to curse. Stealing from Jiang Nixing? Are you toying with me when you don't even know what it is? If I get caught, I might as well be dead, Gumo muttered darkly. Do you think Jiang Nixing will let me off? As for me, I am negotiating terms with you. Arna pointed to Gumo's chest. For you. This is your only option. Sir, you have no alternative. I am well aware that you will agree. So why not elevate the stakes? Gumo regarded him coolly. This was an utterly impossible task. If you fail, I shall bear no risk in this matter. You are but a pawn, and I have 2 more pawns at my disposal. Arna donned his gloves once more, meticulously brushing off the dust. You've managed to manipulate the situation quite well. Haven to you? Gumo resolved to extinguish his arrogance. Don't get too smug. If I find you insufferable, I could easily inform Jiang Nixing of our conversation. At this, Arna's fingers faltered, his icy demeanor wavering for the first time. He could not fathom that this common youth would dare to threaten him. You wonder who she would target? Gumo said gently, finally gaining the upper hand. With merely your words? That is something you need not concern yourself with. I have my own stratagems, Gumo replied with a gentlemanly smile. He had no clever plans. He had merely concealed a recording phone in his pocket prior to their meeting. In a crisis, this would serve as leverage against Arna, a trump card for Gumo. The self-destruct tactic would lead to mutual destruction, a scenario neither Gumo nor Arna wished to witness. As for why Gumo did not reveal the phone, this was no television drama. In facing the heir of a notorious family, he couldn't risk being kicked down and having it snatched away. Arna scrutinized Gumo with a subtle gaze for a few seconds before diverting his attention and moving toward the door. The item is not difficult to locate. You should be able to spot it at a glance. Once you have stolen it, make this call. Gumo frowned and looked down, only to find a specially crafted VIP card from the Eve family resting against his chest, with a phone number inscribed upon it. We must ensure everything appears accidental. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Arna vanished into the dim corridor, leaving Gumo staring blankly at the wall. Splendid. I've lost the second round of this game. No, not entirely lost, just partially defeated. Gumo concluded the conversation. It was still early, so he began to wander aimlessly down the corridor. He felt as though Arna was deliberately putting him in a bind, yet upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. The item must hold significant importance to him. A person like Arna, who reaps no benefits, would not squander time to jest with Gumo. He despised the feeling of being coerced. Yet, Gumo truly had no other choice. The current situation was beyond his judgment and observation. A utilitarian assassinaire and a capricious love-stricken heiress. You are invincible, child. Navigating survival amidst such nefarious individuals is indeed a skill. To think I am to steal something treasured by Miss Jiang Nixing, it seems utterly impossible. The matriarch and Jiang Li both claim she is wicked. Just how malevolent could she be? Another wicked woman. But I am drawn to wicked women. I am not mistaken. Indeed, not mistaken. The deranged traits of the young lady appear to be largely inherited from her. As for Jiang Li's gentle and refined demeanor, it likely stems from her father, whom she has never met. That man must be exceptional. Alas, he has caught the attention of a deranged individual, destined for a fate as grim as mine. Ahem, regardless, I must give it a try. If I cannot steal it, there is little else to be done. After all, the young lady is rather accommodating in this lifetime. I shall take one step at a time. Overthinking is futile. Gumo's freedom hinges entirely on the young lady's word. Chapter 18, Aliena. Being the hapless victim of a powerful and deranged individual is such. Gumo forced a smile upon his face. It is merely a matter of theft. A great task has befallen me. Who else but I can undertake it? Although the likelihood of success is minimal, despite not even knowing what the item is, and lacking the time necessary for the heist. To steal, one must first ascertain the location of Jiang Nixing's room. And who better to know this than? Gumo's gaze fell upon the maid hurrying by not far off, and an idea began to form in his mind. The maid gasped, twisting her ankle and collapsing to the ground. Gumo had feigned ignorance of her presence, colliding directly with her at the corner, intending to intercept her. A maid working at the Clay Manor would certainly possess the capacity for quick thinking. Her unperturbed gaze met Gumo's. an air of calm indicating that she had encountered numerous demanding situations. Ignoring the pain in her backside, she respectfully addressed him. Sir, please forgive me. I was not paying attention, and I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Gumo's eyes were solely focused on her petite chest, which swayed as she fell. Raising his gaze, he noted her tea-green twin ponytails cascading over her shoulders, perfectly complementing her delicate and cool countenance. Is this not the same girl I pushed out of the kitchen earlier? No need to apologize. I'm not one for formality. Gumo dismissed her apology, turning his concern toward her. Why are you not in bed at this late hour? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Your health is paramount, and you must take care of yourself. How is it that you are so thin? Do you eat properly? Gumo unleashed a combination move he termed gentle concern, a skill capable of alleviating the psychological defenses of the other party to some extent. The maid's face flushed slightly, perhaps bewildered by his sudden display of kindness. In her experience, an accidental encounter with a guest typically resulted in either scathing rebuke or lewd advances. Even when someone rare did show concern, it was never without ulterior motives. This young master is quite the gentleman. Does he, like the mistress, treat all with equal kindness? I have just finished my tasks and was about to rest. The maid stood up, rubbing her ankle, perhaps feeling embarrassed, as she avoided meeting Gumo's gaze. At this, Gumo felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Has she always walked on eggshells? Aren't we the same? What is your name? Gumontak Inkviot. My name? You may call me Aliana. The name is quite lovely, truly melodious. Gumo chuckled softly. The maid lowered her head, stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. Hesitantly, she lifted her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, her eyes met Gumo's naturally gentle yet melancholic violet orbs. What exquisite eyes! Aliana marveled inwardly. Those amethyst-like eyes. I have never encountered such a hue in anyone else's gaze before. He is truly unique. The extraordinary youth inquired once more. Ali, do you happen to know where Jiang Nixing usually conducts her business? Or rather, where her room is located? Ali could not suppress her curiosity. Well, the mistress's room is situated beside the library on the 3rd floor, as she has a profound love for reading. I took note of it during my previous cleaning duties. Now, it was Gumo's turn to be perplexed. Hadn't Jiang Nixing just returned recently? How could Ali possibly know of her literary inclinations? This young girl, of an age similar to his own, did not appear to have worked in the manor for many years. According to Gumo's memories from his past life, Jiang Nixing had been away from Breed for over 3 years, and during that time, no one knew of her whereabouts, not even the young lady herself. When Gumo posed this question, Ali's previously flushed cheeks instantaneously turned pale, reverting to a state of aloofness. It seemed she was reluctant to delve into her past. Yet being questioned by Gumo compelled her to speak. I am an orphan abandoned by parents burdened with debt. The mistress rescued me, bringing me back from the snow and raising me. I have lived here since I was very young. To repay the mistress's kindness, I learned some etiquette and became a maid. My benefactor pays me a fair wage and grants me time off. She is truly a wonderful person. Ali recounted this without a flicker of emotion, casting a brief glance at the delicate snow falling outside the window. My apologies. I had no idea you bore such a history. Gumo empathized. He could relate, having once juggled multiple part-time jobs to sustain himself and Xiaoya. During his holidays, he often found himself awake until 11 at night, only to rise again at 7 the following morning, repeating the exhausting cycle until he could no longer endure it and sought Jiang Li's assistance. However, from this perspective, Jiang Nixing did not seem as malevolent as the rumor suggested. Her act of taking in an orphan demonstrated she was not devoid of compassion. Yet, human nature possesses duality. One cannot hastily judge a character based solely on singular outcomes. Time was drawing near. Jiang Li would soon finish her bath. By the way, what is the purpose of the large iron gate in the northern corner of the castle? Gumo recalled the chained iron door he had seen earlier and inquired. The northern corner? Ah, that is the entrance to the basement. The basement? Does the castle require a basement? Is there some sort of monster contained below? Ali was amused by Gumo's whimsical notion, pondering lightly. I am unsure. It seems no one is permitted to enter. Some years ago, a group of individuals clad in blue attempted to descend, but were thwarted. The old lady was adamant about not allowing it. I rarely witness her so enraged. Thank you, Ali. It is no trouble at all. Addressing the young master's concerns is my duty. Now that he had grasped the location of Jiang Nixing's room, Gumo saw no reason to linger any longer. Gumo suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders, rallying her with, You cannot remain so despondent. Cheer up. Distinet Moiden. He uttered this enigmatic phrase, waved goodbye, and shortly thereafter exited amidst the maid's bemused gaze. As Gumo pondered, he returned to the 3rd floor. and only upon arriving at the corridor did he realize he had no idea which room belonged to Jiang Li. In his previous life, he had been confined in a dark room, unaware of its location, and had never set foot in her quarters. Furthermore, Jiang Li had merely escorted him to the old lady for a brief encounter. He had neither engaged in discussions like tonight, nor had he ever glimpsed Jiang Nixing's true visage. Guillermo could not fathom why this was the case. He preferred to attribute it to the instability of storylines caused by parallel worlds. As for another, more outrageous thought, he quelled it immediately. Chapter 19, Emerging Lotus. Guillermo cast a glance to the foggy bathroom door on his left and approached, knocking lightly. Mississippi. After a moment, the sound of running water echoed from within, as if someone was lazily rising from a bath. Do you enjoy flaunting before my eyes? If this continues, I shall drag you in and strip you bare, thoroughly attending to you. Jiang Li's tone bore a hint of intoxication. It was evident she had been drinking. Are you implying that you would rather stand outside for such an extended period than join me for a wash? How delightful. Jiang Li finished the last sip of her lime drink, her long legs slowly emerging from the water. I merely wish to grant the young mistress some time for solitude. You have an abundance of affairs daily. Surely you require time to rest. Hence, I did not wish to disturb you. Guillermo lied without a hint of shame. Taking a breath before continuing, I was merely chatting with a classmate earlier. Yet I must admit, the opportunity to bathe with the young mistress is one I eagerly anticipate. You have a way with words, Jiang Li remarked with a gentle smile. I wish to compel you to assist me in dressing. Oh, if only little M.O. could also be reborn. Then I could eliminate many unnecessary steps, she mused, unclad, grabbing a towel from the rack to casually dry herself before donning a white shirt-style nightgown, barely covering her thighs. Hey, little Montauk. Are you suggesting you long for the taste of the whip? If that is the case, let me give you a taste of it first. The responsibilities of a knight entail safeguarding the princess. Guillermo resolved to navigate this murky topic with caution. He had learned through bitter experience that such discussions often led to his own detriment. Little M.O., if you have something to say, speak it. Have you prepared a room for me? None. You shall share my bed. Jiang Li was at the vanity, meticulously tending to her hair, her gaze fixed upon the reflection of the elegant and aloof beauty in the mirror. Are you not pleased? Extremely so. Guillermo, wishing to escape, inquired. Which room is it? The one adorned with the evergreen tree pendant. Then I shall make my way there. Indeed, I shall retire shortly as well. Kindly warm my bed for me first. Jiang Li's smile was enigmatic, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Hey, do you wish to play a master-servant game of violation? No, you do not. Guillermo felt drowsy, yet his mind wandered restlessly with images. He understood Jiang Li was adept at playful antics and knew he must refuse. If you desire, would that not negate the violation? Jiang Li remarked with a hint of indifference. A chill ran down Guillermo's spine. I shall return. Run along. Little M.O., where do you think you can escape to? Jiang Li's laughter was hauntingly playful. Guillermo arrived before the door adorned with the pendant, pushing it open. The young mistress's chamber was predictably immaculate, featuring a European decor of gray and white, with items arranged meticulously. Yet it did not bear the mark of a maid's organization. Guillermo instantly recognized that her belongings had been tidied by her own hand, including various books and figurines. The pale moonlight seemed to shroud the entire room in a gossamer mist. Guillermo moved forward and sat upon the long-cherished soft bed, feeling as though he might perish from longing. He should not have disturbed her while she was taking a bath. Now, he had succeeded in inciting her anger today. This woman possessed a formidable sense of vengeance, and he could only anticipate a reckoning in the future. Guillermo swiftly recalled the words Jiang Li had uttered during their candlelit dinner. I forgot to mention, I have already moved all your belongings from a dormitory. From now on, you are permitted to roam only within Yandere University and the manor. Do you understand? Jiang Li's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, her gaze piercing into him. I have completed the necessary arrangements. You shall reside here from now on, making it convenient for me to keep a watchful eye over you. As for his younger sister, Guillermo still clung to the hope of her relying on his high school sister. I asked Xiaoyu, and she expressed that she does not need that foolish brother to look after her. She wishes to lead an independent life, Jiang Li stated. Rest assured, her living expenses are more than sufficient. The weight on his heart lifted entirely. Xiaoyu, how ruthless you are, truly the epitome of a cold-hearted sister. You are my possession, Xiaomo, now and forever. Jiang Li displayed a smile reminiscent of a hunter admiring its prey. Do not flee. Do not seek the company of any other women. Do not test my limits. Jiang Li's tone was casual, as if discussing trivial matters. Only Guillermo understood that her words were far from mere idle chatter. If he did not escape, he would remain a mere puppet in her grasp. Manipulated at her whim, ultimately torn apart. The only thing lacking now was opportunity. Whether to refrain from revealing any weaknesses before Jiang Li or to seek out Jiang Ni Xing's treasure possessions, he had but one chance. Should he fail, his life would likely be irrevocably ruined. Why do I not have a system? Guillemot mused, propping his head on his arm, his gaze drifting toward the silvery moon outside the window. Without a golden finger, without a system, and in this serendipitous rebirth phase, he could alter nothing. Had he been reborn during his middle school years, or even when he first met Jiang Li in elementary school, he would have confidently ensured she kept her distance. He remembered her aversion to chives and durian, her disdain for overly familiar and boisterous individuals, and her desire for solitude while studying. If Guillemot merely acted contrary to these traits, he would swiftly drive Jiang Li to detest him, thereby ruining any goodwill she might harbor. And he would be spared from the ensuing troubles. What was that? As Guillemot's reverie came to an end, he noticed an oddly out-of-place cabinet beneath the desk. It stood in stark contrast against the grayish-white backdrop, its surface coated in a deep crimson hue, adorned with an array of peculiar eyes of varying sizes. The eyes seemed almost lifelike, imparting a sense of oppressive unease upon Guillemot. They reminded him of the Eye of Cthulhu. Why had Jiang Li placed such a cabinet in the room? Perhaps it could aid my escape from this obsessive woman. Curiosity piqued. Guillemot turned and pulled at the cabinet door. It was not locked. With a slight exertion, the cabinet creaked open, and he immediately focused his attention on the contents within. What on earth is this? Inside, he found neither the secret weapons he had envisioned nor any sinister research findings. Instead, there was a mountain of files bundled in plastic sleeves, some pages yellowed with age, while others appeared pristine and new, driven by a spirit of exploration. He reached for a red document located at the top. Detailed list of hostile factions in the capital. He picked up another sheet. Assassination mission commissioned by the Breeds. Top target, real estate tycoon Lance. August 19th. First attempt failed due to weather conditions and inadequate preparation, resulting in the loss of an important team member, requiring compensation at full price. September 2nd. Second attempt. The target intercepted our intelligence and was well prepared. Our assassination team was caught off guard, nearly resulting in total annihilation. Mission failed once more. The rest was illegible. In the bottom right corner of the red paper was a note. Lance, deceased. Guillemot glanced at the list for a mere few seconds before placing it back and shutting the cabinet door. Just then, the room door swung open, and Jiang Li entered slowly, her narrowed eyes fixed on him. Chapter 20. Master, I have not attained enlightenment. She wore a plush bath towel draped over her shoulders. The buttons of her shirt haphazardly fastened. Her silver hair, still damp, allowed droplets to cascade gently down her porcelain neck. Bathed in the sacred moonlight, Jiang Li appeared as breathtaking as a goddess from a myth, captivating all who beheld her. Guillemot found her long legs drawing ever closer. Look at you. Your eyes are practically glued, Jiang Li chuckled. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist as she idly twirled a strand, observing it with quiet fascination. Guillemot silently reminded himself, Thank you. I am a disciple of the Buddhist path, free from desires. Truly exquisite, Guillemot sincerely complimented, at a loss for other words. Am I beautiful? I indeed possess charm, she quipped. Their gazes locked, and Guillemot found himself ensnared by her piercing eyes. Guillemot shivered involuntarily. Her beguiling gaze was almost terrifying in its vividness. Hee, shao mo, she laughed sickly sweet, winking at him. Do you think I am pretty? The young lady is beautiful in every aspect. Guillemot inhaled deeply, the delightful fragrance enveloping him. He could not bear the sinister laughter, instinctively recoiling. Yet she smelled divine. This subtle motion did not escape Jiang Li's notice. Ah, you truly fear me. Guillemot swallowed hard and spoke. I have already warmed the bed for you. He gestured to create space beside him. Based on his years of understanding Jiang Li, she was the type of woman who only responded to gentleness rather than harshness. It was futile to oppose her. In his past life, while residing in the Duke's manor, he often ignored her or scolded her, regardless of the circumstances. The eventual outcome always culminated in Guillemot's failure. Xiao Mo, your essence is truly beguiling. Jiang Li's pink lips curled into a frosty smile. So, what reward do you wish for from me? She casually brushed her hair. Perhaps I could grant you a day of freedom? Jiang Li gracefully approached the desk and turned on a lamp. Just speak up. Do not be so afraid. I shall not do anything to you. She drew the curtains, casting away the moon's luminous glow, leaving only the soft, pale light of the lamp. Merely gazing at the shadow it cast upon the wall, one could envision the image of an extraordinary beauty. As Guillemot beheld Jiang Li's serene yet striking presence, the remnants of his past fears resurfaced. I have not decided yet, he whispered in response. You are a disciple of the Buddhist path. A figure of ethereal grace echoed in his mind. Indeed, the master speaks true. Jiang Li shook her damp silver hair, offering him a teasing smile. What a rule breaker. Guillermo struggled to close his eyes and meditate. Suddenly, he found himself transported to a fantastical realm. Is this acceptable? Guillermo inquired, standing beside the rippling water and willow trees, addressing the old sage from a distance. Of course it is splendid. The master's voice boomed, resonating from all directions into Guillermo's ears. Desire is a steel blade that strips away the flesh. How have I taught you, young one? You must remain steadfast in your beliefs. Jiang Li climbed onto the bed, lying beside Guillermo, wrapping her arms around him and snuggling closely. Her hair cascaded freely across his chest, the air thickening with the rich scent of bellflowers. Master, I am beginning to harbor doubts. Guillermo urgently inquired of the old man. He attempted to rush towards the elder, but regardless of how fast he ran, he could only see the man's back. There is no need for doubt. Purge your desires and maintain your focus, the elder advised, his voice a steadying balm. Are you familiar with the abbot of Shaolin? His aged tone resonated like a soothing mantra. Envision yourself as an ancient tree, unyielding amidst the storms. Guillermo strained to visualize this, the sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. Jiang Li's warmth gradually enveloped his limbs, and she began tracing circles with her fingers on the back of his hand. Guillermo felt beads of sweat forming. This is dire. I can scarcely hold on. Master, save me. You useless fool. The old man raised his fan, scolding him sternly. Have you forgotten that you are an indomitable golden saint? If you cannot withstand such a trivial test, how will you bear greater responsibilities in the future? Breathe deeply with me. Inhale. Guillermo prepared to take a breath of cool air to clear his mind, but instead collided with Jiang Li's soft lips. Jiang Li seized the moment, pressing him down to kiss him fervently. Master, she is breaking the rules. Guillermo protested. I cannot breathe. Listen to me, child, disregard that woman. Simply empty your thoughts, and let your heart find tranquility. Guillermo's heart could not find peace. Stillness felt akin to death. You are the worst student I have ever had. The master suddenly erupted in exasperation. That woman is a Yandere. Do you value your life, foolish child? Have you truly absorbed what I have taught you? This is a calamity. Enough, enough. I should not take my anger out on you. Now push that woman away. Guillermo found himself firmly pinned beneath Jiang Li, unable to even roll over, let alone push her away. Can you teach me something useful? Or can you explain why this delicate woman possesses such strength? Silence ensued. The elders seemed to have selectively gone deaf. Guillermo felt the weight on him lessen as Jiang Li rose, seemingly to fetch something. Now's my chance. Quickly get me off this bed. Jiang Li's arm restrained him in place. Your master is about to speak. Get lost, you charlatan, Guillermo shouted, pointing indignantly at the old man. As the inner turmoil in his mind subsided, Guillermo experienced a moment of clarity akin to a celestial awakening. No. This is bad. I've sent the master away. Be good. Jiang Li's voice was unexpectedly soft. The old man has caused me distress. Let's sleep. Guillermo replied with an awkward smile. Jiang Li's expression darkened instantly, and after a moment of silence, she pinched Guillermo's neck with a look of disdain. Good night. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Shadow. The following morning, Jiang Li stretched lazily, gazing at him for a while before rising to leave the room. Guillermo had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yandere ruined my body and mind, invade my thoughts. After getting up and freshening up, he had not yet calmed when a series of knocks resounded at the door. Young Master Gu, I am the head maid of the manor, sent by the steward. Is there anything you require assistance with today? A familiar voice called from outside. Thank you, but I do not need any care, Guillermo replied, for he intended to find time to investigate Jiang Ni Xing's room and did not want anyone following him. Well then, the voice paused before continuing. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. I will be in the service room on the first floor. By the way, would you like breakfast? The maid added. I do need that. Guillermo approached and opened the door, revealing a pale, indifferent face. It's you, young master? Both were taken aback as the twin-tailed maid regained her composure and spoke first. Are you young Master Gu? I was confessed to by the young lady at the ceremony. Do you not recognize me? Gumonta counted. In response, young master, I was out running errands yesterday afternoon and did not see you. We seem to be quite fated. Guillermo chuckled, but as he recalled Jiang Li's words from yesterday, his smile faltered. He had wanted to express further concern, especially since Ailey's complexion was noticeably poor. The dark circles under her eyes more pronounced than the night before. This was not due to mere work fatigue. She likely harbored some worries. Taking the breakfast tray from the maid, an idea to divert attention struck him, and he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Do you know what I saw last night? Ailey's expression tensed immediately. I did not see clearly, as it was too far away, but I definitely saw that shadowy figure sneaking about, much like a thief. Judging by its silhouette, it should be a man. It could very well be a burglar. You all need to search thoroughly for him. Anyone who can slip into the castle is certainly not an ordinary thief. Perhaps he is the notorious Phantom Duck. Guillemot fabricated this tale to create a tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of the castle's inhabitants to this non-existent figure, thus reducing the risk of approaching Jiang and I Xing's room unnoticed. Even if it turned out there was no such person, he could simply claim he had been mistaken. Ailey's face paled further upon hearing his words. You saw it too? What did you witness? Guillemot nearly spat out his coffee upon hearing this. He did not harm you, did he? Not at all. Guillemot forced down his coffee. Huh? Could there truly be such a person? Did you see him last night? Indeed, young master. In fact, not just last night. That wretched fellow has been appearing sporadically for almost half a month now. Ailey lamented, perhaps feeling comfortable due to Guillemot's approachable demeanor. We have tried numerous methods to catch him, yet even the bodyguards patrolling the garden have not noticed anything amiss. How can he sneak in like this? Does he possess some mysterious ability? Ailey clearly had seen the Phantom Duck as well. The old lady has been quite displeased lately. At this rate, I will inevitably face dire consequences. Dire conséquences? Guillemot frowned it. A pay cut, is that all? I thought it was something more serious. Young master, a pay cut is quite severe. Ailey replied earnestly. My poor complexion is entirely his doing. She touched her cheek with a distressed expression. Girls are naturally sensitive about their appearance. After all, no one wishes to bear a pallid, haggard visage. Well, at least he has not stolen any valuable items or harmed anyone. This conversation is quite enjoyable. A cold snort interrupted from distance. Danger. Guillemot and Ailey stiffly turned their heads, feeling the air around them chill. Jiang Li couldn't have overheard their conversation. Could she? Miss, I was merely asking a few questions. My sincerest apologies, miss. Ailey bowed her head, fear evident on her face. TSK, do you so easily forget? Jiang Li said to Guillemot in an indifferent tone, slowly approaching Ailey. Ailey trembled, her hands shaking in fright. Do not blame me. I am powerless. Guillemot stood frozen in place with a tray in hand, resembling a schoolboy chastised by his teacher. Well, I did say we are friends, Jiang Li remarked, leaning down to gently gaze at Ailey. Let there be no next time. Ailey nodded vigorously, and upon receiving her assurance, promptly vacated the scene. Casting a furtive glance at Guillemot, laden with a mixture of confusion and reproach, Jiang Li turned towards the bewildered Guillemot. I realize I truly cannot afford to show you any kindness. Jiang Li chuckled, exasperated. You fool, what on earth occupies your mind? Must you engage every girl you encounter in conversation? How utterly foolish. It's not me. Guillemot's face turned a shade of green, his hand trembling as he held the tray. Help! She snatched the coffee from his grasp, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. The woman took a sip of the coffee, but did not swallow, holding it in her mouth for about 10 seconds, even going so far as to swish it around like a bully. Raising her arm, Jiang Li pushed Guillemot against the doorframe, her fingers lifting his chin, the intent behind her actions unmistakable. Does this make the coffee taste any better? Guillemot found this utterly intolerable, unable to accept such a method. He wished to refuse, but lacked the courage to voice it. Jiang Li ufa. She pressed her lips near his mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed, appearing somewhat adorable. All right then, with a clenched jaw and a closed eye, I'll take the first sip for respect. Guillemot opened his mouth, his heart at odds with his mind, as Jiang Li swiftly kissed him. Moments later, was it good? Jiang Li asked, retreating a few steps with a satisfied smile after he obediently finished the drink. Yes, it was good, but I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Guillemot deftly changed the subject. To say it was bad would surely earn him a beating from Jiang Li, while claiming it was good would mean she would insist he finish the entire cup. Jiang Li sighed, her expression becoming slightly more serious. I have matters to attend to today and may not return tonight. I want to have time to keep you company. Understood. Just remember not to seek out other women at school, especially not the student council president or anyone like that. Guillemot felt an unsettling glint in her eyes, wondering if she might take action against Ailey. Though he did not consider himself overly sympathetic, he could not bear to exacerbate Ailey's already unfortunate situation. Guillemot was acutely aware of Jiang Li's past afflictions, although she had become relatively normal in this life. She could not tolerate one thing above all else, his association with other women. That was her bottom line. If Ailey were to suffer because of him, Guillemot knew he would be restless that night. Moreover, why did she mention the student council president? His heart raced. Was Yuci not the student council president of Gar? What was she hinting at? Chapter 22. I'm going in. Jiang Li continued, impervious to rejection. I know what you're thinking. Don't do anything foolish while I'm away. You understand my meaning, don't you? Jiang Li's crimson eyes suddenly sparkled brightly as she placed a finger on her lower lip, her gaze softening. Other women being nice to you is merely a deception. Xiaomo, but I'm not like that. I know what you are up to. I'm aware of your every move. So, do not provoke me, or I shall make your life a living hell. Her final statement was not loud, yet it sent a chill down Gu Mo's spine. How could that be? I find a young lady most delightful. Gu Mo replied with a relaxed smile, trying to maintain his composure. With such a beauty by my side, what could I possibly find dissatisfactory? You had better mean it. At 10:30 in the morning, in the expansive library, Gu Mo sat on a pear-wood bench in the corner, biding his time. Fearful though he was, he would not forget the task at hand, stealing something crucial. His ability to escape the clutches of the Yandere hinged entirely on this endeavor. He did not believe Jiang Li could truly ascertain his actions. After all, he bore no listening devices, leaving her completely unaware. Jiang Li had long employed such threats merely to intimidate him into compliance. Sighing, he glanced at the cover of a book titled Astronomy and the 12 Sorcerers. He promptly set down the incomprehensible tome, releasing a deep sigh. Gu Mo had been sitting there for 2.5 hours, only now realizing the difficulty of acquiring that item. Firstly, he was aware of what it was, rendering him unable to devise a plan based on its information. Secondly, he had no legitimate reason to approach or enter Jiang and Xing's room. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Mo's frustration soared. Was this woman a fool? It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was still asleep. Such opportunities did not come often. He had hoped for some progress with Jiang Li preoccupied, yet half the day had slipped away with no results. Gu Mo had lingered outside, unable to even gain entry. Since the library was separated from Jiang and Xing's room by only a thin wall, he chose a corner closest to her room, hoping to be the first to notice when she opened her door. To his surprise, she had slept until 11 without waking. Gu Mo's rear end was growing numb from sitting. During this time, he scrolled through Gar University's campus website, and as expected, the images of his affectionate interaction with Jiang Li had been captured and posted, currently trending at the top. The fervor in the comments section rivaled that of a bustling market as housewives bargained. Comment A. Is this not a miracle? Which rich heir possesses such prowess to capture the elusive Jiang schoolflower? Replying to comment A. Capture? Not necessarily. I witnessed with my own eyes Jiang schoolflower approaching him with such gentleness. If you told me she was pursuing him, I would believe it. Comment B. Enough of the chatter. I am the party in question and can attest that the young lady pursued me. Grateful to my nurturing teachers, my parents, and to Jiang schoolflower for this honor. To those who malign me, you envious homebuddies can stew in your jealousy. Replying to comment B. The scene was bizarre. You think you deserve to be pursued by Jiang schoolflower? Comment C. I know this fellow. He is merely an ordinary peasant with no title. He is only slightly handsome. Why am I not me? I am far more attractive. Replying to comment C. All right, clearly just a player. Comment D. I wish to savor Jiang schoolflower socks. What should I do? Replying to comment D. Unbelievable, but I am tempted too. Comment E. Alas. One of Gar's 3 ice beauties is about to diminish. Additionally, Beakerton Leibu is an extraordinary basketball player. Replying to comment E. Who asked you? Gu Mo exited the comment section, only to find his social media account flooded with 99 friend requests overnight, alongside over 300 private messages. He casually opened one of the messages. You think you deserve Jiang school lady's pursuit? If I see you around school, I won't hesitate to assist in altering your appearance. Be wise and send me 5,000. I've opened your box. If you don't, I will take your information to the student council and share it with the entire school, inciting their wrath against you. My apologies, I erred. Please spare me and don't have anyone beat me up. Huh. Gu Mo let out a short laugh. Without a doubt, this must be the adorable Knight Senioress doing. After all, her lineage traces back to the once noble Bloodridge family, although her influence has waned. Dealing with an ordinary student should pose no challenge for her. Knight UCI is likely fuming over this matter now. This unfortunate lad has unwittingly walked into a minefield. Knight Senior is no pushover, either. In a previous life, during the fierce rivalry with Jiang Li, she nearly exacted her revenge on Jiang Li. At that time, Gu Mo endured a beating, bound to the floor, helplessly observing the fierce clash between the two women. Then, amidst a flash of white light, he was splattered with blood, obscuring his vision entirely. Truth be told, had Jiang Li not interfered, he might have genuinely developed feelings for Knight Senior. She embodies the archetype of a femme fatale. Being in her company would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous and painful entanglement. Yet, after a few days of separation, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to seek her out. I feel like a dog. Gu Mo switched off his phone, revealing a serene and composed visage on the screen. Jealousy renders one unrecognizable. Just as he tucked his phone back in his pocket, he heard the sound of the door next door creaking open. Gumi perked up his ears, listening intently as Jiang Li Xing's languid voice drifted through, seemingly engaged in a few remarks at the threshold. Before the door shut and the footsteps of two individuals gradually faded away. For caution's sake, he listened for a few more minutes, confirming no one else was around, before he pushed open the library's grand door and stepped outside. Guillermo tentatively rapped on Jiang Li Xing's door, receiving no reply. She must have left. He turned the doorknob and entered smoothly, shutting the door behind him, only to be taken aback by the sight within. Wow, what a mess. The room was in utter disarray, with discarded cans strewn across the floor and an abundance of books cluttering every corner, leaving little room to navigate. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of alcohol and the sweet scent of milk. Various snack wrappers were visible in the corners, and he glanced at the bedside table, plucking a piece of white chocolate from a small bag to sample. Gumo's gaze shifted to the bed, where amidst the disheveled bedding lay a piece of white lace lingerie. Jiang Li Xing harbors quite the ambition. That's quite ample. Is that a D cup? So, she possesses such alluring assets. Chapter 23. A grand failure. No, I must be under the influence of the second personality in my mind. Guillermo swiftly scanned the room, initially finding nothing of value. Arna had mentioned that the item was conspicuous. How did I miss it? Besides cigarette butts, wine bottles, and crumpled paper, is there anything else here? A beauty of Jiang Li Xing's caliber shouldn't he inhabit such a garish space? Guillermo donned the gloves he had prepared and began to search gently. He sifted through the cluttered papers on the desk, opened the drawers beside it, and even shone a flashlight under the bed. The pressure mounted within him, uncertain if Jiang Li Xing might return unexpectedly. With no discernible valuables and the semblance of her belongings, Guillermo glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had already elapsed. He hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat now. But such opportunities seldom arise, and the risk of being caught by Jiang Li Xing loomed large. Guillermo inhaled deeply, feeling the familiar pain from the injury Jiang Li had inflicted on him the previous night. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mottled array of bruises and a row of unhealed bite marks. He paid little mind to it, lowered his sleeve, and resumed his search. Why is there nothing here? Guillermo, undeterred, opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of high-end dresses he had only seen online, and nothing else. Well, time is still on my side. I just finished eating, perhaps I'll come back in about 2 hours. That sound? Guillermo's heart skipped a beat. If only he had departed a minute earlier, he wouldn't be facing this predicament. His body tingled with apprehension. There was no way to escape now. He glanced around and, in a swift motion, dove into the wardrobe. A wave of exquisite pomegranate-scented perfume enveloped him, not abrasive, but rather intoxicatingly pleasant. Thankfully, he had returned everything to its rightful place. Guillermo steadied his breathing, forcing himself to remain calm. The door to the room swung open, and Jiang Li Xing entered the bedroom, heading straight for the desk, where she bent over the computer to amend some documents. I find him quite endearing, she remarked. Alas, my daughter despises me. Jiang Li Xing seemed to have overheard something, her tone gradually turning frigid. I've been this way since his passing. My good son-in-law has always feared my daughter. There will be no issues. The laughter that followed echoed with a striking resemblance to that of a young lady. No, my good son-in-law is quite useful. I cannot allow him to take risks. Jiang Li Xing issued a few more instructions before hanging up the call. My usefulness? Allow me to take risks? Guillermo had no time to ponder this, for he was met with an even more perilous sight. Jiang Li Xing shut her laptop and rose, striding toward the wardrobe, seemingly intent on changing her attire. Don't come over here. The tall figure in his line of sight grew increasingly distinct, the distance between them shrinking with each step. She is so tall. Guillermo felt she stood merely half a head shorter than him. Thankfully, the room was spacious enough. Jiang Li Xing would not be able to simply swing open the wardrobe door. Desperate, he wished he could invoke a time-stopping spell to flee, but this was reality, and his desire to escape remained unfulfilled. Their eyes, akin to works of art, briefly crossed before she averted her gaze. Did she see me? Guillermo sensed a hint of mischief in her eyes, unsure if he was misinterpreting. As her stunning visage approached, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Her hand lifted, and Guillermo, in despair, shut his eyes. Just before she pulled open the wardrobe door, Jiang Li Xing halted, muttering, "Oh dear, I almost forgot that." She withdrew her hand, dramatically leaving the room under Guillermo's watchful gaze. She left. The first attempt nearly ended in failure. But Guillermo was fortunate to have narrowly escaped. Emerging from the wardrobe, he re-examined the room and continued his search. Surviving a great calamity heralds future fortune. He had just overheard a crucial piece of information. Jiang and Aixing would not be returning to this room anytime soon. If not now, then when? So, this is your reason for sneaking into my room? The breath of the individual before him was distinctly audible. Jiang and Aixing's cold gaze bore into him. Her expression inscrutable, yet tinged with a sense of mockery. It was as if she anticipated Gu Mo's next move. Gu Mo, seated rigidly on the chair, found himself facing her across a wooden table that separated them. She crossed her legs, resting her chin on her hand, patiently inquiring, "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I did nothing. I was merely curious," he replied, trying to maintain his composure. Gu Mo realized that no matter the rationale he offered, none held water. He had no justification for being in Jiang and Aixing's room, rummaging through her desk when caught. Is this how my life is destined to end? No, I refuse to accept this. I have barely lived a day. Are you telling me I must die now? I merely wish to evade the Yandere. What wrong have I committed? Ah, young lady, your family has treated me quite well, subjecting me to your relentless torment. I am truly honored. You only. She gently traced her finger along Gu Mo's cheek, a faint smile gracing her lips. Do not dare to claim that you harbor any interest in me, particularly of a romantic nature. A sudden haze clouded Gu Mo's vision, as though something intangible was slipping through his mind uncontrollably. Indeed, he found himself voicing uncontrollably, "I am genuinely interested in you." "What am I saying? You must silence yourself." He chided inwardly. "It is only natural for my heart to flutter." Gu Mo appeared as though he had been possessed, continuing to utter even more shocking truths. "By the way, I took a sneaky peek at your computer, despite its lock." Gu Mo laughed without a hint of fear. Perhaps he had come to terms with the impending doom. Jiang Nixing listened quietly, her expression unwavering. Time ticked away. The only sound was the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. She maintained her composure, inching closer to Gu Mo. "Are these your true thoughts?" Indeed, Gu Mo realized he was under some form of hypnosis, his words flowing freely without his control. He struggled to reclaim his autonomy. She leaned in, her crimson lips brushing against his ear, whispering softly, "Listen to my words, and I may grant you a chance at survival." Chapter 24, The Illusion. After Jiang Nixing finished speaking, she remained still, her lips lingering near his ear. "Very well, I have no objections." Gu Mo acquiesced almost instantaneously, appearing somewhat more relaxed. "Do you desire me to express my thoughts?" he retorted. Two individuals, both seemingly unhinged, appear to be competing in a contest of psychological darkness. "No need." Jiang Nixing finally withdrew, her emerald eyes, like precious gems, gazing innocently at him. Her gaze was indeed gentle, devoid of even a trace of emotion. In stark contrast to Jiang Li's earnest yet pathological affection, Jiang Nixing resembled a bottomless, hollow lake. A mere glance could lead to complete erosion and freezing of one's entire being. She had been masquerading, her true self a cold-blooded monster. "Now, I shall pose a few questions to ascertain whether you are worthy of being a compliant pet." Jiang Nixing produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere, her slender fingers poised over a ballpoint pen, ready to record. "Ask away." Gu Mo was teetering on the brink of madness. "If someone wronged you, would you seek revenge? An eye for an eye only perpetuates the cycle of vengeance. It is better to resolve grievances peacefully. Do you cherish freedom? In this world, I am the one who cherishes it most dearly. How do you feel about Jiang Li? I do not like her. She makes me uncomfortable. I once held affection for her, as she treated me with utmost kindness, but alas, she has changed for the worse. Once you devise a plan, do you act upon it immediately? It depends on my mood and the gravity of the situation. Are you fond of gourmet food? I have never been particularly interested. What are your hobbies? Drawing. It brings me joy. Would you feel immense guilt for taking a life? Indeed, I would never harm an innocent. Do you possess a sense of justice? Today, perhaps. Tomorrow, who knows? Even I am uncertain. The notebook snapped shut. The dialogue concluded, both parties maintaining their stoic demeanor throughout. Jiang Nixing's expression remained gentle, while Gu Mo appeared indifferent. He felt as though everything was inconsequential. Even if he were to remain by Jiang Li's side indefinitely, he would have little resistance. This lifetime, Jiang Li was far too benevolent. If she could revert to her former self, then Gu Mo would find no need for further actions. Indeed, why does that wretched Jiang Li refuse to grant a reprieve? It is truly infuriating, treating him like a pet to be toyed with, while professing eternal love. Your personality is quite peculiar, akin to an idealistic lunatic. She raised the ballpoint pen to measure the distance to Gu Mo's nose. Is this truly the end? Is that all you've got? Jiang Nixing smiled in agreement. Quite right. All parameters are satisfactory. I have a heart. Gu Mo prodded his chest. I once contemplated relinquishing the world for a single individual. In any case, just do not kill me. I wish to continue living. And why is that? Guillermo raised his eyes to her, yearning to tug at her perpetually expressionless visage. Does one require a reason to live? What is the purpose of my struggles, if not to avoid death? He arched his brow. Sufficient reasoning. Jiang Nixing reclined leisurely against the back of her chair, elevating her legs to rest upon Guillermo's lap. Are you truly loyal? I will be loyal if you treat me well. Guillermo seemed incapable of uttering falsehoods, unable to conceal any secrets in his mind. He had even abandoned the notion of deceit. What constitutes treating you well? Guillermo's gaze drifted to her chest, a smile breaking across his face. Just let me lean against you. The ropes binding Guillermo suddenly unraveled, and before he could react, he slumped forward, his face colliding with Jiang Nixing's chest. So soft. Is this sufficient? Jiang Nixing's mechanical gaze lowered to meet his. It is. That is all I require. Guillermo wrapped his arms around Jiang Nixing, greedily inhaling her scent. It appears you are not as lecherous as I first thought. Is that so? Perhaps. At times, I indulge in fantasies, but I am a person of principles. Jiang Nixing affectionately ruffled his hair. Would you sacrifice yourself to save me? Guillermo tilted his head back to glance at her. Am I truly that cheap? Jiang Nixing shook her head. Do you possess telepathy? Guillermo exclaimed involuntarily. I carry many secrets within me, destined from the moment of my birth, some of which even I am uncertain about. Jiang Nixing tucked the ballpoint pen into her blouse pocket. Mystery enhances allure. A touch of it in everyone makes life richer. Therefore, refrain from inquiring further. Consider this a silent understanding between us. Guillermo scrutinized her for a few seconds, disbelief etched across his face. Jiang Nixing displayed no trace of surprise, as if she had anticipated his reaction. Guillermo felt the temperature in the room plummet, his veins nearly freezing, inducing discomfort. The once monochromatic interrogation room morphed into a vivid crimson hue, the corners now populated with countless nameless bones. There was no door for entry or exit in this chamber. The images before Guillermo's eyes flickered like an old black and white television, static crackling incessantly. I have been far too lenient with you. Jiang Nixing's infuriatingly serene face remained as unyielding as stone. Guillermo's fear returned, accompanied by a flicker of clarity. He knew better than anyone the madness of his recent utterances, words he would never dream of speaking in a normal state. The scene faded to black as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing at Jiang Nixing's feet. Chapter 25, Dream On. Where am I? Why am I conscious yet unable to move? How unfair. The young lady's choice of a suitor is truly handsome, gentle, and reserved. What? Are you coveting the lady's affections? You are quite audacious. Moreover, do you not have a boyfriend of your own? Do not bring him up. He is utterly useless, earning less in a month than I do, and he does not fit my aesthetic. Ha! I see you're quite aroused, speaking so grandiloquently. Stop pretending to be an old woman. Who is the old woman? Get away from me. Ha ha! If I had such an adorable boyfriend, I would certainly cherish him well. Enough already. You're just lusting after his body. The young lady is coming back soon, and dinner isn't ready yet. Hurry up. The conversation between the two women gradually faded away. Guillermo abruptly opened his eyes, the glaring light rendering him momentarily blind. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding source. After a few seconds of disorientation, his vision finally focused, revealing that he was lying on the floor beside an empty cocktail bottle. He was still in Jiang Nixing's room, and outside the open window, the sun was slowly descending at dusk, casting a dim and lonely glow over the world. A splitting headache ensued. Guillermo staggered to his feet, feeling an extraordinary weariness, akin to having worked back-to-back night shifts for 2 months. I wasn't discovered. Jiang Nixing is just a dream. Yet this dream feels remarkably vivid. Despite being merely a dream, Guillermo was soaked in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. Did I fall asleep? How could I have slept? Was I that fatigued? It appears Jiang Nixing has not returned at all. Guillermo did not dwell on these questions. It was getting late, and today had yielded no results. He knew he should wrap things up. He hadn't held out much hope anyway, even if he found something easily. How could he take it without being noticed? Perhaps Jiang Nixing had not kept it in her room at all. It might be hidden in some obscure corner. In that case, Guillermo had no chance of locating it. He opened the door slightly and slipped out of Jiang Nixing's room, heading straight for the bathroom while the corridor was empty. Upon entering the bathroom, he turned on a shower, the cascading water from above invigorating him considerably, prompting memories of that dream to resurface. Jiang Nixing, unexpectedly requesting me to be her dog. In the dream, Jiang Nixing's demeanor was devoid of jest. Every word she uttered carried a sense of formality. Moreover, this dog was not in the traditional sense. Guillermo perceived it as a mere tool for executing commands. Fortunately, this wicked woman was merely a figment of my imagination. Had such a fantastical event occurred in reality, even his wildest imagination could not fathom the potential aftermath. Indeed, the young lady herself is a variable. Her torment of Gu Mo stemmed entirely from her affection. The scene at the old lady's birthday banquet had clearly indicated a rift between Jiang Li and her mother. Analyzing Jiang Nixing's words, it was evident that she valued familial ties greatly and was striving to mend her relationship with Jiang Li. After considerable contemplation, Gu Mo concluded that Jiang Nixing would not genuinely harm him, for Jiang Li would certainly not condone it. Jiang Li had stated that her lover could only be bullied by her alone. Sigh. Is this a balance of power between two women over me? It feels rather dreadful. The phone rang, and Gu Mo wiped his towel with one hand before answering. Hello, who is this? He replied casually. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. The voice on the other end reprimanded him displeasedly. Oh, it's the esteemed president. My apologies. I was in the shower and didn't see the call. Gu Mo quickly added. What brings you here? Surely, night school senior wasn't calling to reprimand him. Please spare me. With you all coming one after another, I really have no strength left. So you were showering? How delightful. How about sending a photo to your senior? Night UCI chuckled softly upon hearing this. That's going too far, President. Are you refusing me now? The cunning she-wolf adopted a different demeanor. Little Mo, have you forgotten that I hold a crucial secret over you? You wouldn't want that incident to be known by the entire school, would you? Night UC's words brimmed with menace, as if daring him to refuse. If you make me unhappy, I can't guarantee what will happen next. So it would be better for you to comply obediently. Gu Mo felt numb. What exactly do you want, President? Is it amusing to bully me? He gritted his teeth and questioned. Of course it is. Teasing little Mo is one of my few sources of entertainment. Night UCI said with a smirk. Damn it, that secret being known by anyone would be catastrophic, let alone falling into Night Senior's hands. Please, just speak. Night UCI, as long as you don't disclose that matter. Night UCI seemed to have regained her composure after winning another round against Gu Mo, her earlier displeasure evaporating. Little Mo, do you know that you become a celebrity? The dramatic senior's tone suddenly shifted to one of feigned grievance. Seeing you getting close to that woman makes my heart ache. I've had to resort to alcohol to numb myself, and now I can't even bear to look at those photos anymore. Have you forgotten the time we spent together? Can you really abandon your old friend for her? Isn't this preamble too long? Gulmontag interruptet hier Spiel. Cutting Night Senior. Between that woman and me, who is more beautiful? Why are you suddenly so candid? Gulmontag scoffed. Quickly say it. Night Senior is the most beautiful. I'm utterly enchanted by you, sister. Although I know you're just humoring me, little Mo, I still can't help but feel touched. Night UCI rose from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to retrieve a can of juice. It's really nothing serious. I just don't like seeing you with that woman. Night UCI took a sip of juice and began washing tomatoes at the sink with one hand. Make sure to visit the student council sometime. Sister is waiting for you. If you don't come, I might have to come find you myself. Of course, how could I dare to stand up the president? Gulmontag chuckled. If you were to sneak away to meet Night UCI behind Jiang Li's back, it was likely that all three of them would face turmoil afterward. Haha, that is good. Be obedient. Remember to send me a photo of you bathing. Night UCI said warmly before hanging up. This is definitely not a good thing. Gu Mo turned off the water tap, sighed, and began drying himself with the towel. He could not go. He fully understood how the violent Night Senior would treat him. The last time he inadvertently angered her, she had tenderly left him with a night he would never forget. In some sense, this woman was even more malicious than Jiang Li. No, I cannot go. As for the bathing photo, dream on. What happened to your face? At the dinner table, Jiang Li scrutinized Gu Mo's face and inquired, has the master been too rough with you? If it hurts next time, you must tell me. No. The young lady is very gentle with me. My face is perfectly fine. Ha. Gu Mo believed his face to be normal. Half an hour ago, he had examined his face in the bathroom. No matter from which angle, his features exuded an elegant yet sharp charm of a handsome youth. Is your spirit really that low? Jiang Li shukladliguli. Nights are so fragile. They shatter with a mere touch. What do you mean? Gu Mo was perplexed. As if to corroborate Jiang Li's words, Gu Mo suddenly felt dizzy, his vision blurring as all the objects around him overlapped with several layers of phantom images. Chapter 26. Does the young lady suspect me? My health is not as poor as you think. Indeed, Xiao Momo has gained considerable strength, Jiang Li remarked with a smile, her gaze resting gently upon him, though there was a certain peculiarity in her expression. Are you concealing something from me? Jiang Li inquired suddenly. Gulmontag, caught mid-bite of stewed meat, nearly choked on the broth at her question. Is it the intuition of a Yandere? Could it be that this woman truly knows something? From a young age, Jiang Li possessed an overwhelming desire for possession, always striving to grasp every aspect of his life within her control. Naturally, Any concealment on Gumo's part would stir her suspicions. The Yandere yearned to keep him close, to accompany him every fleeting second. The mere sight of him obediently complying would immensely satisfy her cravings for dominance and possession. Therefore, Gumo must not exhibit any signs of guilt. Should she detect a hint of trouble, his escape plan would likely meet a premature end. He focused intently on Jiang Li's eyes, forcing himself to meet her gaze. His violet irises were calm and gentle. I assure you, if anything arises, I shall confide in you. At present, I am free from academic concerns and the burdens of daily life, all thanks to you, my dear lady. If you did not love me, from whence would I derive such fortune? You are both my benefactor and beloved. What reason could I have for withholding my thoughts from you? Gumo leaned closer, whispering in her ear, my feelings for you remain unwavering, and I harbor no secrets I would refuse to share. Jiang Li's mood appeared considerably lifted. Then, regarding the frequent targeting from my rivals, do you have any insights? She sipped her red wine, lowering her gaze to scrutinize him, as if seeking to pierce through his soul with her eyes. Do you believe I possess such capability? Gumo retorted, Astonished. Oh no, I was merely inquiring. Jiang Li chuckled lightly, pulling a plate of stir-fried bitter melon closer. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Her voice was ethereal, seemingly resonating directly within Gumo's heart. After a brief pause, she continued, I am not so easily deceived. Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. Jiang Li picked up a slice of bitter melon, and Gumo, unsure of her intentions, complied. He had grown accustomed to her unpredictable nature. When with Jiang Li, she never concealed her true feelings. Typically, when she conceived a good idea, she would immediately seek to put it into action. Stop, 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 it's too bitter, Gumo exclaimed, having endured 5 slices, unable to bear the bitterness any longer. What variety is this? It rivals traditional Chinese medicine in bitterness. Jiang Li suddenly burst into laughter, her melodious sound striking terror in Gumo's heart. If you remain silent, I shall feed you this entire plate, then slice open your belly to retrieve the pieces, forcing you to consume them anew. What a bizarre turn of events. She placed a kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid lipstick mark. This is inconceivable. Gumo inhaled deeply, his heart racing with shock. He had evaded all the maids and the butler that day, and there were no surveillance cameras in the corridors to capture his movements. To ensure his safety, he had even locked the door from the inside while rummaging through Jiang and Aishing's room. No matter how he analyzed it, there was no way Jiang Li could discover his whereabouts, unless there were a tracker within him, but Gumo was certain that, at this point in time, Jiang Li had not placed such a device upon him. Through meticulous analysis, Gumo reached a conclusion. This was too far-fetched. The Yandere was scheming. She herself did not truly comprehend what Gumo had done. She sought to instill fear in him, hoping he would confess. This tactic may work on others, but it loses its efficacy with someone who knows you so well. By heaven and earth, I have done nothing. Gumo feigned a wounded sigh. Do you not trust me either? What the trust that exists between people? To divert the conversation, he jested. Also, could you perhaps restrain yourself? Your actions are nearly damaging my arm. Jiang Li placed her chopsticks back on the table, her expression tinged with disappointment. Xiao Momo, is it so wrong for you to make a mistake? I long to leave my marks upon you. Why deny me this opportunity? You are far more honest than I had anticipated. Should you not be resisting fiercely, uttering not a single word to me? Was the you of this life truly the same as the you of the last? Perhaps it was better to let it go. After having dealt with him the previous night, another encounter might leave him bedridden. I truly wish to slice open your skin and drink the blood that flows forth. Sip by sip. Restraint? Jiang Li murmurat. Gumo replied earnestly. If you do not exercise restraint, I shall inevitably end up crippled one day. To describe Jiang Li's morbidly obsessive demeanor would be to liken her to a beast brimming with fervor and desire. Jiang Li gazed at him, a chilling smile gracing her lips. You're truly fragile. How disappointing. Dear knight, I cannot restrain myself. Jiang Li playfully beckoned with her finger. I have not harmed you. That is quite the restraint. She seemed to have abandoned her previous line of inquiry, appearing to trust Gumo's words. With a gentle smile, she poked his cheek, reminding him, I want to see it in 2 days. Should it vanish, I shall remind you of just how entertaining the surgical knife game can be. Upon hearing those words, Gumo's entire body turned cold. Jiang Li's games were increasingly cruel, typically culminating in him being left with numerous wounds. Such games were ones he never wished to partake in again. In his previous life, he had lost his right eye in that very game, if it were still intact. How about this? I shall grant you a day's reprieve. Go wherever you please. Lady, are you serious? Gumo asked incredulously. For the first time in 2 days filled with sorrow and anger, joy surged within him. He could venture out to breathe fresh air. I shall not go back on my word, Jiang Li declared emphatically. Just 2 days, 48 hours, 2,880 minutes, neither long nor short. Even if you do not reward me successfully, there's no way to erase that lipstick mark. Merely the thought of that surgical knife game is enough to make me dreadfully uneasy, if luck is against me. I may even have to compensate with some additional parts. I absolutely do not wish to play. May I choose my own time? Gu Montag in Kviot. Of course. Choose as you please, Jiang Li replied generously. That night, gazing at the serene visage of the beauty beside him, Guillemot found no leisure to appreciate it. Having napped extensively during the day, he was now wide awake at night, unable to sleep. The day's mysteries plagued his mind, demanding resolution. Why had Jiang Ni-Xing left just before opening the cabinet? Why had he fainted? What had brought Jiang Ni-Xing into his dreams? Why did that dream feel so bizarre yet so vivid? And the timing of his fainting. He had slept for at least 6 hours, during which Jiang Ni-Xing had not returned. Such coincidences were simply too uncanny. Yet, he could not find any evidence to support a hypothesis. Dreams were his own creation, not something he could attribute to another. Had Jiang Ni-Xing truly discovered him in the wardrobe, she would have dragged him out immediately. It made no sense for her to feign business and leave. As long as it remains undisclosed, let us reserve these thoughts for the future. He merely needs to extract the items, and the rest is of no concern to him. Jiang Li let out a soft murmur, turning to embrace him tightly, one leg playfully pressing against him. Given their current positions, Gu Mo Li was merely a step away from her embrace. He focused his attention on her, meticulously observing her delicate features. Jiang Li's long eyelashes fluttered gently, quivering slightly with each breath, and her exquisite visage had shed the aloofness of her waking hours. Her breath brushed lightly against Gu Mo's face, and the assertive demeanor of her youthful countenance had been replaced by a gentle and refined grace. How wonderful it would be if she could remain this way, serene and endearing. Were it not for your twisted affections, perhaps I would have fallen for you. A pang of pain stirred within Gu Mo's heart. Jiang Li, do you know? Back in elementary school, I would secretly gaze at you during class, neglecting the lesson entirely, fixated on you for an entire period. After school, I would cheerfully follow behind you without a care for your destination, simply relishing the joy of being near you. Time spent with someone you cherish never feels prolonged. I wish for those moments to linger, yet they always slipped away in the blink of an eye. You have grown so much, Jiang Li, you were not always like this. I long for that charming yet composed older sister who would patiently explain problems to me and buy me snacks. Alas, those times are irretrievable. Chapter 27. What does Miss Jiang mean? I have not been reborn to a decade ago, nor can I prevent your descent into obsession. What transpired to transform you into this? Is it because of me? Gu Mo felt an unusual softness against the tip of his nose. Jiang Li had pulled him into her embrace. The facial cleanser. He had already experienced it in a dream during the day, and to be frank, Jiang Ni-Xing's experience was somewhat superior due to her larger stature. Moreover, in the dream, Gu Mo was plagued by an inexplicable sense of unfulfilled desire. He yawned, his gaze growing increasingly blurred as he looked at the embedded light fixture. He was unaware of when he had drifted off to sleep, only knowing that upon awakening, he found a figure changing clothes in the room. You're awake. Jiang Li, applying lip gloss in front of the vanity mirror, glanced at him and remarked, You got up quite early. Gu Mo squinted at her. I have matters to resolve at school. Jiang Li finished applying her lip gloss and began tying her hair into a ponytail. He felt something at his chin, instinctively grasping it to see what it was. It was a gradient black silk. If you want it, feel free to use it. Jiang Li smirked mischievously, by the way. It's been a while since I've kept you company. If you're feeling lonely, you can use this to remedy it. No need to worry about its shelf life. It's fresh. I just changed it yesterday. I'm not that kind of person. Gu Mo fervently wished she did not have such thoughts. Xiao Mo, I feel rather guilty, after all. We've been so distant these past few days and have yet to properly cherish you. Look at my hands. Gu Mo rolled up his sleeve to reveal his bruised and mottled arms. Is this how you show affection? Indeed, these are the marks I leave as your lover. Jiang Li turned to smile at Gu Mo, donned her shoes, and opened the door. If you find this insufficient, I can certainly devise more playful methods. I think these methods are quite enough. Gu Mo watched her leave the room, his anxious heart finally settling. After breakfast, Gu Mo returned to the familiar library. But this time he resolved to take the initiative. He had formulated a reason to approach Jiang Ni-Xing. Just as he was about to knock on the door, his fingers suddenly froze. After much hesitation, he withdrew his hand. Hello, as Christmas approaches, I wanted to ask if the young lady has any particular preferences. So I might procure a gift for her. This reason felt rather flimsy. I'm troubled by a certain classmate, and seek your advice on a solution. That too was inadequate. It sounded far too contrived. Is a young lady's cruel disposition inherited from you? That was courting disaster. Guillemot nearly laughed at himself. What were these absurd excuses? Hours earlier, he had thought them flawless. I noticed a path leading to the basement in the castle. I inquired with the young lady, but she did not respond. Could you enlighten me as to its purpose? Sigh. This one seems somewhat more plausible. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. My apologies, Miss Jiang Li. I must enter. Click. The door swung open. Jiang Li, yawning, immediately spotted Guillemot standing at the threshold, her expression curious. Mr. Guillemot, what brings you here? Do you have something on your mind? Once again, facing her, Guillemot's mind went blank, as if he had forgotten the lines he had prepared. Why so silent? Do you perhaps have a secret you cannot share? Rest assured, you may speak freely. I will assist you with any difficulties. Her languid voice drifted into Guillemot's ears. Or do you have matters you cannot disclose to Jiang Li and have come to seek my counsel? I do wish to inquire about something. Guillemot found himself stifled by her barrage of questions, his mouth agape like a mute, unable to utter a complete sentence. Hehe Since, a generous smile gracing her lips. Why don't we have a chat? I happen to have something I wish to discuss with you as well. She gestured for Guillemot to enter. It's a bit messy inside. I'm too lazy to tidy up, so please excuse it. She yawned again and turned back into the room. Guillemot followed her inside and closed the door behind him. It was still the same chaotic yet fragrant space. She plopped down onto the sofa beside the computer desk, forcing Guillemot to pull over a chair to sit opposite her. Yang Ni Ink. Animal-like gaze made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles, as she sat poised on the cushion, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Guillemot swallowed hard. How should he begin? She was not one easily deceived, and extracting any useful information from her felt far beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, her presence was overwhelmingly powerful, suffocating him. Sharing a space with her felt like torment. Mr. Guillemot, feel free to ask away, Jiang Li said, unwrapping a mint candy and casually popping it into her mouth. Why is it so hot? Guillemot felt his face flush. He took a moment to compose himself, exhaling deeply before attempting to inquire lightly. How should I address you? What were you trying to say at the beginning of that last sentence? Jiang Li smiled, appearing to others as an undoubtedly sunny and gentle older sister. Guillemot wished he could slap himself. He was so nervous that he had forgotten even the most basic conversational skills. Achoo! He feigned a sneeze in a moment of desperation, fully aware that he must not utter the word auntie, for instinct warned him of dire consequences. Guillemot felt his face burn with embarrassment. It would not be surprising if steam began to rise from his head. How had things unfolded to this point? You are truly adorable, Jiang Li teased, narrowing her eyes with a playful glint. However, compared to Annie, I much prefer hearing you call me sister. The last few words carried a subtle threat. Guillemot wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. In just a few fleeting minutes, he had lost a lifetime's worth of dignity, and he felt utterly foolish. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take the initiative. Jiang Nixing's gaze transformed into the usual calmness she often exhibited. I am aware of your grievances. I have watched you grow from a tender age, and I dare say, I am among the few who truly understand you. Let us get to the crux of the matter. My daughter indeed possesses many infuriating traits, but her affection for you is genuine. Her methods may be rather unconventional. Perhaps I share a touch of that uniqueness as well. Jiang Nixing cleared her throat, tearing open a bag of potato chips. Ahem, let us refrain from discussing the mundane, lest we find ourselves lost in endless chatter. Recently, there's been a certain unrest at the Kilei Manor among the maids. There appears to be a long-standing spy from an adversarial faction, collaborating with external forces to infiltrate the castle. While they have yet to engage in any destructive actions, I cannot allow them to wreak havoc under my very nose. Her expression revealed no trace of concern regarding this matter. I understand the rationale, but what is your intention in sharing this, dear sister? Guillemot began to grasp the unfolding narrative. Chapter 28. No hobbies? Let us refer to that shadow as Little Black. To put it bluntly, for the past fortnight, a maid has been aiding Little Black in his clandestine endeavors, which is why he has managed to infiltrate Kilei Manor repeatedly without being apprehended. It is not due to any extraordinary abilities he possesses. As for the maid S and Little Black's intentions, Guillemot could not ascertain completely, yet he was certain that both were inextricably linked to him. Jiang Nixing would not investigate me, would she? Could it be that I could be of assistance? Guillemot feignet ignorance. Indeed, according to my reports, it is highly probable that the two are covertly connected to Mr. Guillemot. Jiang Nixing stretched, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Guillemot, sharp enough to seem all-knowing. The atmosphere grew heavy, an invisible weight pressing down on Guillemot's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. If such a connection exists, I hope my dear son-in-law can provide a reasonable explanation. We have no desire to wrong any innocent party, correct? If you kindly divulge the identities of those two, I shall refrain from taking any action against you. The choice lies with you. Do you wish to redeem yourself or further incriminate yourself? Gu Mo was in a state of frantic desperation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He forced his mouth open, feeling the urgent need to defend himself. While he had indeed been in contact with Alna, when had he ever met this Little Black? He had been completely unaware of Little Black's existence, having stumbled upon the name inadvertently through Ellie. As for the maid, he had never heard of her. This was an unjust accusation, yet remaining silent would imply consent. I regret to disappoint you, Miss Jiang. Gu Mo no longer referred to her as sister, adopting a serious demeanor. It was not the time for levity. I have never encountered those two. If Miss Jiang is convinced that I have, then I implore you to present your evidence. How perplexing. My son-in-law is quite obstinate, not shedding a tear until he sees the coffin. Jiang Nixing sighed dramatically. Very well, darling, the other night, you ventured alone to the first floor for approximately 20 minutes. Pray tell, what were you doing during that time? Thump, thump. The sound of Gu Mo's heart raced, betraying his anxiety and fear. How could she possibly know this? On a brighter note, the current situation was not entirely disadvantageous for Gu Mo, since she was asking in such a manner. It indicated that she possessed only a vague understanding. She knew he had gone downstairs, but was unaware of what he had done there. A pretext was needed to veil the truth. I did indeed go to the first floor, but not for the purpose you surmise, Miss Jiang. Gu Mo, suppressing his nervousness, continued in a tone of factual recounting. While wandering the castle, I inadvertently discovered a staircase leading to the basement. However, the access was blocked by a locked chain. So I intended to inquire about what lay below. Gu Mo silently rejoiced at having spoken up in the past, for it had now become his lifeline. Thus, while the young lady was bathing, I went below to ask a maid about it. Gu Mo gazed earnestly into Jiang Nixing's eyes. That expression was spot on. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Jiang Nixing of his dreams, exuding a robotic gentleness. Is that so? It seems I have misjudged, Mr. Gu Mo. Jiang Nixing leaned forward, a delightful fragrance of jasmine wafting towards him as she pressed her lips to his flushed ear, whispering enticingly. Her tone was hauntingly seductive, her visage enchanting. You have performed admirably, Mr. Gu Mo. Noticing Gu Mo sitting in stunned silence, Jiang Nixing laughed lightly, as if the air had turned nonchalant. Has your soul been stolen away? Surely not, Gu Mo murmured under his breath, still shaken. He endeavored to mask his expression, though his heart remained turbulent. For the sensations Jiang Nixing had evoked in those few minutes mirrored those of the woman from his dreams. I have no further inquiries. It is your turn now. Jiang Nixing returned to her seat on the sofa, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, granting Gu Mo a reprieve. In truth, it matters not if you know a bit more about me. Jiang Nixing munched on a chip, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Sister. Gu Mo hesitated for a moment. Do you have any hobbies or leisure activities? Gu Mo had yet to formulate a response, but time was of the essence. So he broached the subject indirectly. Why would my dear son-in-law inquire about such personal matters? Jiang Nixing's expression suggested she was entirely unperturbed by his question. I have heard some rumors that you seem to harbor many secrets, which piqued my curiosity about what a corporate leader like yourself engages in daily. After much contemplation, I deemed it polite to ask. Gu Mo spoke with a calm demeanor. After all, we are family. Is it too much to know a little more about one another? Jiang Nixing set down her bag of chips, her smile patient. So, is this what you wish to know? How intriguing. Alas, I fear I may disappoint my little admirer. Jiang Nixing pushed the chip bag towards Gu Mo, declaring lightly, I have no personal hobbies. Huh? Gu Mo cast a glance at the chips, hesitating briefly before reaching for one. Does smoking or drinking count as a hobby? Jiang Nixing sat cross-legged on the sofa, adopting a demeanor of utmost patience. Her smooth legs were uncovered, clad only in black lace jeans, completely unfazed by Gu Mo's gaze. Detrimental to one's health. Best to avoid it. The bright sun outside filtered through the shadows, illuminating her profile, and upon hearing those words, Jiang Nixing's eyes dimmed slightly as she squeezed the candy in her hand. She smiled enigmatically. What a pity. Jiang Nixing did not afford Gu Mo the opportunity to respond, seamlessly continuing, You wouldn't merely be asking this for that reason, would you? She had no hobbies. Gu Mo found himself at a loss for how to proceed. A more direct inquiry would be too transparent and would risk exposure. What about your leisure activities? Gu Mo pressed on, unwilling to relent. Leisure activities. She inhaled deeply, exhaling softly. You likely wouldn't find them of interest. However, if you truly wish to know, I could take you to see them. Guo was seized by an ominous premonition. I have no further inquiries. I cannot occupy my sister's time for too long, lest she tire herself out. Therefore, I shall take my leave. Guo stood up to bid farewell. Goodbye, Cio Montag. I will find time to play with you, she replied. Unfortunately, my daughter isn't allowed to do so. It's a pity. I was looking forward to sharing something interesting with you. Jiang Nixing winked at him, hinting at something exhilarating for his youthful spirit. Chapter 29. It truly is you. What exhilarating thing could that be? Sister, you hardly seem like someone addicted to the internet. TSK, could it be a real-life game? Guo walked despondently down the corridor, feeling a sense of helplessness at his lack of success. What a bother. This woman is far too intelligent. I cannot quite manage her. In this life, the young lady treated him with a semblance of humanity. Guo stared blankly at an oil painting on the wall, letting out a sigh. I shall make one more attempt. If that fails, I might as well capitulate to her. Her demeanor had improved significantly in this lifetime. At least she would no longer commit foolish acts born from love and hatred. Jiang Li, please be a bit harsher with me. Otherwise, my foolish nature may once again cling to hope. He glanced at his phone, noticing the lingering imprint of lips on his profile. Still there indeed. Having been absent from school for 2 days, despite having requested leave, he pondered, should I return to school? I still believe attending classes has its merits. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing it was Wu AI, he answered. Hello, Guo, have you vanished into thin air? I've sent you messages, and you haven't responded. Is there no love left? Wu AI's voice sounded equally despondent. I miss you, old Gugu. Come spend some time with me, would you? How revolting. I have no desire to join you in your theatrics. Speak plainly. You're so heartless. Sigh, my friend, I've actually experienced a breakup. That woman deceived me for so many years of my youth, saying she would let go, and then she did. If she doesn't cherish the time, then why should I? As Wu AI's voice grew increasingly melodramatic, Guo could no longer restrain himself from interrupting. You know, my friend, Jay Lethic meticulously observed your behavioral patterns for an entire month to portray the clown authentically in the movie. Please, spare me the act. A month is a significant portion of your youth. You know how frugal I am, and you're willing to spend money on gifts? You rascal. On the other end, Wu AI's voice crumbled instantly. A month isn't just a month. Come keep me company. I've sent you the address. If you don't show up, I might haunt you in your dreams. And by the way, do you plan to earn any credits? You've been skipping classes for several days now. Stop urging me. It feels like a death sentence. I'm on my way, Guo replied. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Wu AI urged. Finish your sentence. Pardon my intrusion, dear friend. But do you acknowledge that the ethereal goddess-eyed Lyra possesses unparalleled beauty? Whose pure night are you referring to? I don't play Starry Skies. Thank you. Guo hung up the phone. Guo hailed a cab straight to Jia Air University, during which he contemplated fleeing several times, but resolutely suppressed the urge. He knew he couldn't escape. If he did and Jiang Li caught him, he would never be able to run away again. Perhaps he might even end up with a broken leg or something of the sort. Upon arriving, Guo paid the fare, managed his affairs from the past few days, and attended classes for the entire afternoon. As night fell, Guo rose to leave the teaching building and took a cab to a hot pot restaurant based on a location provided by Wu AI. Passing through a row of intricately carved screens adorned with phoenixes, he ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to room 6. Wu AI was heartily sitting on a black leather sofa, cooking lamb slices, while across from him sat someone Guo could never have anticipated. Night Rain Ci. What's she doing here? He thought to himself, panicking at the prospect of facing her. Can I just leave now? He recalled Knight Senior's grappling techniques and dismissed the thought of escape. A hero cannot flee in the face of adversity. Steadfast. Xiao Mo, you've arrived. Knight Rain Ci put down her glass and greeted him with a mischievous smile. It was evident she was not inclined to make things easy for Guo. Hello, President. He responded with a strained smile. It was apparent that his drinking companion and president had meticulously prepared for this meeting. She wore a light, gray, checkered knitted sweater, the oversized hem draping down to her thighs. Over it, she donned a long black plush coat, with nude stockings encasing her shapely legs. Pure white cotton socks extended to her calves, while brown leather shoes adorned her feet. The innocent yet alluring attire harmoniously complemented her demeanor. Cool yet gentle, beautiful yet enticing. Her naturally graceful face, devoid of makeup, exuded an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Come over here. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Wu AI called out, waving his hand. There were empty seats beside both of them, and, out of politeness and respect, Guo sat beside Wu AI. Knight Rain Ci isn't familiar with me in this life. Guo thought to himself, she is merely a villain who has grasped my weaknesses to threaten me. How dreadful. Every time I visit the student council, I am forced to serve her, burdened with all manner of tedious tasks. I feel like a slave, utterly devoid of rights. Noticing that Gumo had not taken a seat beside her, a hint of disappointment flickered across Night Rainsea's face. You haven't been waiting long, have you? Gumo draped his scarf over his legs. Waiting? Playing hard to get? We had no intention of waiting for you at all. Wu Ai dipped the cooked meat into a sauce and took the first bite. President, please eat. Gumo ignored Wu Ai and, using the communal chopsticks, served her a few slices of lamb, wearing a sycophantic smile. In truth, his president was riddled with flaws, lazy, prone to procrastination, disliking social interactions, and possessing an excessively proud demeanor. Additionally, she was naturally cold and taciturn. During a typical meal, if one did not engage her in conversation, she could render the gathering silent until its conclusion. No wonder she had no friends. Don't be so stingy with your words. I've spent ages recounting old Gu's embarrassing stories, and my mouth is dry. You've barely acknowledged me. Wu Ai, eager to ingratiate himself with the beauty, threw caution to the wind. Thank you. Night Rainse finally turned her dark eyes towards Wu Ai and offered a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze. Wu Ai was instantly taken aback, captured by her smile. Gumo understood that she was doing this out of consideration for him. No need for thanks. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. Wu Ai, recovering from his astonishment, blushed unexpectedly. Noticing that Night Senior's glass was empty, Gumo wore a fawning smile and nervously refilled it. Oh, you a grown man? Are so timid. What a bother. I know you wouldn't come looking for me, so I had to run around to find your classmates. Oxiai Montak. The reason I called you out today is for something very, very important. Night Rainsea's gaze returned to the gentle youth, her eyes unconsciously softening. I need to know if you, like me, have been reborn. I made a mistake in my previous life. Otherwise, the one who survived until the end would have been me. Jiang Li, do not even think about stealing him away this time. Since the heavens have granted me this opportunity, I shall not let it silently slip through my fingers and depart from me. I will kill you, Jiang Li. I cherish him. He is mine. Chapter 30. Does Senior Yi expect to receive this for free? Gumo, unaware of Yiu's inner turmoil, glanced at Wu Ai, who was devouring his food like a starving ghost, and felt he did not need consolation. Thus, he shifted his gaze to Yiu. He calculated the time in his mind, and, with a polite smile, inquired, Senior Yi, is there something you need from me? Gumo could roughly guess the reason for Yiu's visit. It was likely related to matters of the student council, or perhaps she was feeling troubled and sought his company to drown her sorrows in alcohol. As for Wu Ai's heartbreak, it was merely coincidental. Yes, Yiu replied while sipping fruit wine. Gumo awaited her to elaborate. But after half a minute had passed, she showed no signs of speaking. Are you trying to assert dominance over me? Did the president summon me to assist you? Gumo said awkwardly. Deep down, he was reluctant to face her. After all, in his previous life, it was he who indirectly caused her demise. Guilt weighed heavily upon him, leaving him unable to meet her gaze. The moment he entered the room and saw Yiu, he instinctively wanted to turn and leave. The longer he stayed with her, the more uncomfortable he felt. However, upon witnessing her sorrowful and pitiful demeanor, he could not bring himself to leave and chose to stay. It is not assistance I seek, but rather your company for a chat, Yiu said, removing her coat, revealing her graceful waist and alluring figure. Red-haired fox. I have no interest in you. Gumo chuckled awkwardly, attempting to evade her intensely probing gaze. Why is that, Xiaomo? Is it because of that woman? Yiu asked, raising an eyebrow after a hiccup from the wine. Gumo chose to remain noncommittal. She doesn't permit you to see me, does she? Yiu's calm, dark eyes bore into Gumo's. How do you know? A fleeting shock appeared in Gumo's eyes, which Yiu noticed with keen perception. You don't have feelings for this guy, do you? Wu Ai interjected, his tone ambiguous. Gumo shot Wu Ai a glare, signaling for him to keep silent, then continued. My girlfriend has a peculiar temperament. Attempting to ward off Yiu, he bluntly stated, to describe her, she despises anyone touching her belongings. She would kill if necessary. Oh, is that so? But I too have my dislikes, President. Yiu replied with a mysterious smile. I'm not done playing with you yet, Xiaomo. So do not even think about leaving for now. Gumo, a smile stiffened. Aren't you the one who dislikes socializing? You always claim to have no interest in handsome men. Being pursued by two formidable women was excruciating. He distinctly remembered his first encounter with Yiu during the school's welcome party, when a dashing yet seemingly flirtatious blonde senior had approached her for her contact information. The blonde, a master of the art of persuasion, had persistently lingered for over 5 minutes, believing himself to be deeply romantic. Most girls might have succumbed, but Yiu was no ordinary girl. The blonde had met his match. The outcome was that she had not even spared him a glance. Get lost was the only phrase UCI had directed at him that day. A smile grist YUCS lips. I wish to kiss you. Gu Mo was taken aback by her statement. UCI never joked and possessed not a shred of humor. She stood and approached him, grasping his wrist and pushing him against the back of the sofa, her body pressing against his. A delightful fragrance enveloped him as their lips met. Gu Mo felt utterly powerless, his wrists firmly held, unable to make a move. Wu Ai's eyes widened as he witnessed the passionate embrace. A piece of vegetable falling from his mouth. What kind of surreal development is this? Just lost a love, and now I have to witness this. Does the campus beauty possess some system that empowers her to kiss handsome men? If so, why not kiss me instead? What makes this brat, Gu Mo, better than me? This world is truly unfair. Gu Mo passively experienced the fervent kiss, feeling her soft, delicate body pressed against him. In stark contrast to her indifferent expression, her lips were warm and tender, imbued with the fragrance of green tea and femininity, the kiss exquisite beyond measure. How fierce! This assault is even more intense than that of a young lady. While he had some leeway with Jiang Li, with UCI, the situation felt utterly overwhelming. UCI, too, was a remarkably assertive person. The unusual sensation against his chest rendered him hesitant to move, as his heart pleaded for the kiss to end swiftly. He felt guilty, fearing Jiang Li would find out about this encounter with another woman. He was not one to take risks, and the possibility of being exposed loomed over him. Yet, he yearned for just a moment longer. Opportunities to be kissed by the campus beauty were exceedingly rare, something he had not experienced in his previous life. Even when her lips drew blood, Gu Mo did not resist significantly. UCI was intoxicatingly delightful. This is quite troublesome, Xiao Mo. You exhibit no resistance, enjoying that kiss with her, do you? Jiang Li's devilish whisper echoed in Gu Mo's ear. Indeed it is pleasurable. She truly knows how to kiss. Tell me, while playing around with her, can I witness it? In the dim candlelight, Jiang Li appeared to hold a glistening knife. Little slave, you are truly disobedient. I shall mar your lips for using them to kiss another woman. This ambiguous and intoxicating atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Gu Mo gasped, his heart skipping a beat. No, no, no. He strained to sit upright, seizing the opportunity to push UCI off him while she was distracted. Just calm down for a moment. Gu Mo's face turned as red as a ripe cherry as he gasped for breath, exclaiming, How can you expect me to calm down? Yuchi straightened. Her exquisite face flushed, licking her lips as if still savoring the moment. Is this your taste? In my previous life, I never managed to kiss you until the very end, and I cannot calm down. I fulfilled my wish just now, yet I remain unsatisfied. I do not wish to share you with others. I want you entirely for myself. In these 19 years of my existence, you are the first who has not labeled me a disaster witch and has willingly offered to treat me, despite having no money yourself. Yuji loret hergaze. Her fingers grasping helplessly at the air. A soft curse slipped through her teeth, pointing at Gu Mo's heart. Xiao Mo, it beats rapidly, does it not? Gazing at the gentle warmth so close at hand, Gu Mo struggled to breathe, attempting to steady his emotions. Yet, the unique fragrance emanating from UCI only heightened his restlessness. That does not signify anything. If I were to kiss old Wu, my heart would race even faster than it does now. Gu Mo, still shaken, distanced himself from the president by more than a meter. Steadying his breath, he summoned the courage to accuse her. If I'm not mistaken, this is your first kiss, isn't it? Chapter 31. Senior, please do not. President, have you lost your mind? This is inappropriate. Your dignity and grace as the campus beauty are at stake. This does not align with your temperament. Night Rain CI remained unfazed. Your first kiss? Indeed, I bestowed such a precious gift upon you. Should you not express gratitude for the great kindness of the president? Enough. Both of you are going too far. Wu I exclaimed in exasperation. Night Rain CI hesitated before speaking, casting a sidelong glance at Wu AI. Then elegantly perched beside Gu Mo. Hey, aren't we friends? So you're aware he has a girlfriend? Wu AI remarked with a hint of jealousy, attempting to sow discord between them. His girlfriend is his childhood sweetheart. Yes, she hails from a prestigious family. So do I. You knew all this? Wu AI's tone shifted to one of solemn respect, as she was well aware of the Gu family's reputation, and her actions seemed akin to undermining a relationship. He hasn't deceived you. His girlfriend is truly not someone to be trifled with, Wu AI said, incredulity etched on her face. Haha, and what of it? Night Rain CI scoffed, her resolute tone betraying no hesitation. Gu Mo, whose hand she clasped, wished to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. You're making a grave mistake. Jiang Li, that delicate maiden, is not someone we can contend with. You're leading me into her territory, and we'll end up caught in the explosion. I cannot linger here for too long. Guillermo, noticing they had nearly finished eating, declared. Knight Rain Ci tightened her grip on his hand. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere, and you must not refuse me. Knight Rain Ci insisted, her eyes narrowing to slits as she gazed at Guillermo. Not going. A fist pressed against Guillermo's chin. Fine, I'll go. Guillermo was exasperated yet amused, feeling a strange familiarity with the situation. Hey, you were just leaving your heartbroken friend behind. I recall you weren't one to forsake friendship for fleeting attraction. Wu I chastised. Thanks for the invite, but my life is more important. Guillermo muttered quietly as Knight Rain Ci pulled him away from the private room. Useless, you incompetent fool who can't even handle a woman. Wu Ai's voice gradually faded into the din around them. Where are you taking me? Guillermo inquired, standing in the snow outside a bustling commercial street, idly forming a snowball. The grandeur around them dimmed, shadows dancing in the flickering light. Knight Rain Ci remained silent, beckoning him with a finger before striding forward into the biting wind. Guillermo discarded the snowball, perplexed, and followed her. Where are we going? Aren't you going to tell me? To a place with beautiful scenery. Scenery? A snack street, a murder mystery game, or a nighttime amusement park? None of these seem fitting for the president. Guillermo ceased his inquiries, walking silently alongside her, noting her intent not to divulge further details. Invited mysteriously by the president. Guillermo could not muster joy. He had ventured out tonight to accompany Wu Ai for hot pot, technically sneaking away. The young mistress forbade him from staying out overnight. I'm in deep trouble. If I don't return on time, she will surely be furious. By 9:20 p.m., he must return to the Klein Manor no later than 10 p.m. Unable to contend with the Knight Senior, he knew she could never outrun him. As they walked, Guillermo sensed something amiss until they halted beneath a towering, opulent building. Is this it? Gulmontag found it. Indeed, Knight Rain Ci replied, a cunning smile gracing her lips. What are you planning? Guillermo gulped, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him. Be obedient. I need to discuss something serious. Knight Rain Ci's expression turned grave. You're unwell. Without hesitation, Guillermo turned to leave, but Knight Rain Ci swiftly extended her leg to trip him, forcefully grasping his wrist and pulling him back. Pain shot through his wrist. Guillermo attempted to break free. Yet before he could comprehend her swift movements, he felt a sharp pain in his joints, causing him to half kneel on the ground, his arm firmly twisted by Knight Rain Ci. I'm not leaving, so be gentle. Umph. She seized Guillermo's wrist, forcibly leading him into the hotel and directing him to the front desk to check in. This is not my concern, Guillermo reassured himself, thinking that if something against his principles occurred tonight, it would not be by his volition. Passing a row of classically elegant wooden reception tables, they arrived at the counter. Please show your ID, the attendant said, glancing down at the guest information. I didn't bring my ID, Guillermo replied earnestly. Ha, don't joke, sir. You and your girlfriend are already here. Surely you wouldn't forget your ID? The attendant chuckled, looking up, momentarily stunned by their striking appearance as a perfectly matched pair. This is mine. Knight Rain Ci placed her ID on the counter, turning to Guillermo. You brought yours, right? Hurry. Fine. Guillermo presented his ID, and they completed the check-in, making their way to the assigned room. Guillermo first washed his face in the bathroom, then splashed cold water on his neck, finally regaining his composure. All right, if you have something to say, hurry up. He leaned against the door frame, awkwardly. Knight Rain Ci smiled softly, parting her lips to speak gently. Come here. I want to take a good look at you. Guillermo yearned to flee this troublesome place, yet his legs felt rooted to the spot. Knight Rain Ci wouldn't allow him to escape, nor could he match her strength. I'm serious. Come here. He approached the bed, torn between whether to sit down or not. Knight Rain Ci walked over, drew the curtains, and under Guillermo's watchful gaze, shed her outer garment. Tossing it onto the chair, she lifted her eyes to find Guillermo unmoved. Do you truly have no way to handle her? Knight Rain Ci inquired. Guillermo was taken aback by her question, momentarily speechless. What way? A way to escape her? He yawned, pulling a chair closer to sit opposite her, pondering. Should I say yes or no? Be honest, Knight Rain Ci urged, this time appearing genuinely serious. The Eve family. My solution lies with them. The Jiang family seems to hold some secret about them, and I must act as an intermediary to return this secret to its rightful owner. Afterward, they will be able to rescue me from this dire situation. Knight Rain Ci listened intently before suddenly asking, Do you know who they are? That is my only lifeline. I have no other options. Guillermo replied, That guy promised he wouldn't deceive me, and he has no reason to. Knight Rain Ci caressed his cheek with a touch of concern. There are countless individuals here who wish you harm. Only I genuinely care for your well-being. Gulmontak. Chapter 32. What did you say? How are you as wicked as her? Knight, Rain Ci, flick Gu-mo on the forehead. Hey, do you really want to hear it? Gu-mo covered his forehead, looking at her with indignation. Knight, Rain Ci pursed her lips, her expression growing increasingly cold. Consider my wish. You have a wish. Of course, what do you take me for? Gu-mo gazed at her delicate face, feeling a pang of compassion. Throughout history, heroes have struggled against the charms of beautiful women, though I am no hero. Perhaps one day you will be. Are you done with your antics? Gu-mo took a deep breath, decisively stating, stop sulking. Knight Rain Ci affectionately ruffled his hair. He remained resolute, unaffected. Xiaomo, don't even think about leaving. The eyes of Yusi were veiled by strands of hair, enhancing her elusive charm, rendering her beauty both distant and unattainable. All right then, Gu-mo stretched his arms, rising to maintain a respectful distance as he sat beside her. He sensed that something was amiss today. President, you seem to have indulged a bit too much. Tomorrow, when you awaken from your inebriation, you will surely regret the foolishness of today. Gu-mo intended to soothe her feelings, yet his words had the opposite effect. Yishuejia's smile only grew softer. Thank you for the reminder, Xiaomo. If I hadn't voiced it today, I would indeed regret it tomorrow when sober. She disregarded Gu-mo's reluctance. It seems you have been well taught. Bringing you here was merely a means to an end, not the ultimate goal, Yusi stated lightly. The previous haze of intoxication dissipating in an instant. President, your acting is quite commendable. Even you were deceived. I'm not drunk at all. Honestly, Cio Montak. Do you underestimate my tolerance? It struck him then. How could he have forgotten that Yishuejia was not one to succumb to drunkenness? Your intention? Gu-mo suddenly felt that something was off, his brows knitting in concern. Shall I suggest opening a window? If you don't mind. Gu-mo approached and opened the window, allowing a blast of cold wind to sweep through, instantly dispelling any lingering ambiguous thoughts. Actually, I can somewhat surmise that Yishuejia does not strike me as a person who would be so frivolous. Gu-mo scratched his head and returned to sit beside Yusi. She turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. From their vantage point on this floor, the vibrant spectacle of the commercial street unfolded before them. Neon lights danced amidst towering edifices, and the distant sounds of honking cars could still be faintly heard. Well, I sought you out today to confirm a matter of great significance. However, through our interactions, I have already reached a conclusion. Yusi spoke with unexpected seriousness. Resembling a métier supérieur. Xiaomo, the president will not harm you. You must speak the truth to me. All right, go ahead and ask, Gu-mo replied nonchalantly. Yusi tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered alluringly by his side. Were you killed by Jiang Li in your previous life? You have been reborn. Haven to you? Time seemed to stand still. Gu-mo's eyes widened in shock. President, what did you just say? How could she know about his rebirth? If she posed such a question, did it imply that she too had been reborn? Then a cold, elegant visage surfaced in Gu-mo's mind. Jiang Li. If he had been reborn, and Yishuejia had also undergone rebirth, then Jiang Li must have experienced the same fate. No wonder her behavior this time was so uncharacteristic, treating Gu-mo with such gentleness and restraint. This was evidently due to her rebirth. Thus, everything peculiar that had transpired thus far could be explained. It was not a chaotic distortion of timelines, but rather the two of them being reborn, both believing the other had not. Hence, the actions of their current selves did not align with the memories of their past lives. Well, observing your charming demeanor, I can ascertain the answer. Do you know how I discovered it? Initially, I thought I was the only one who had been reborn, as the notion of multiple rebirths in the same world seemed too fantastical. However, my suspicions only arose this afternoon. Don't rush me, let me explain. If you had not been reborn, you wouldn't have appeared at school today. In your previous life, you should have been confined by your girlfriend. Yet, you were not imprisoned, which indicates a complication on Jiang Li's end. The most plausible explanation for this situation points to Jiang Li having also been reborn. Otherwise, she would have had no reason to release you. So I thought, if that wretched woman Jiang Li has been reborn, could it be possible that you have as well? But I was uncertain, hence I reached out to your friend, arranging for you to meet me. I observed your behavior tonight and confirmed my suspicions. You have indeed been reborn. Yusi exhaled in one breath, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. So in this life, do you have the confidence to join me in defeating that woman and returning to my sister? I'm sorry, I have my own plans, Gu-mo declined, knowing he had to refuse. The variables were far too numerous. Should the eldest miss learn of his rebirth, her patience would likely dissipate. Moreover, with Jiang Li reborn, she would certainly prepare for any potential crises. She controlled the Polaris of the breeder group and was backed by an extensive network throughout the empire. Guillermo realized he could not possibly resist. His only opportunity lay in leveraging Alna, utilizing his vast influence to counterbalance Jiang Li and Polaris. Do you not trust me? You must be thinking of finding Jiang Li and eliminating her, right? Well, that's about the gist of it. No. What? You cannot kill her. Yi Yuxi's expression shifted, momentarily astonished. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? It seemed she had not anticipated Guillermo's refusal. I did not expect you to understand my feelings, but it was the eldest miss who granted me a second chance at life. She cared for both me and Xiao Yu with utmost consideration, so I do not wish to harm her, Guillermo murmured, averting his gaze. You cannot eliminate her. The forces behind her are beyond our imagination. To oppose her would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. However, rest assured, President, I will find a way to escape. Yi Yuxi remained silent for a moment, biting her lip in frustration before finally sighing in resignation. Very well, she lamented, her demeanor reminiscent of a solitary wolf, a sentiment the sister could hardly commend. You mentioned her influence is so vast. How do you intend to escape? Sigh. I'm losing the will to tease you. No need for that. How annoying. Why are we all reborn? His head ached more than ever. Guillermo pulled out his phone, opened a messaging app to send Jiang Li a message of evasion, only to find she had already sent several voice notes. A chill coursed through him as he reluctantly tapped on one of the messages. Jiang Li's voice, deep and melodious, resonated softly. You seem to be having quite the good time, almost forgetting about me. I hope you don't remain this happy. If so, I will have to become unhappy. I want to see you cry. Guillermo covered his face, unable to listen further. With a click, the bathroom door closed, and the sound of the shower could be heard. Guillermo glanced over, wondering if Yi Shueijia was taking a shower. He averted his gaze and called out, President, please don't act impulsively in a moment of passion. My 1T. For now, I'll be relying on you, Yi Yuxi softly replied. Xiao Montak. I cannot disclose that a colossal conspiracy is brewing within the breeder group. If you insist on escaping that woman, you will inevitably become one of the primary instigators of this plot. Yet, now you have no choice but to proceed. Well then, I cannot remain here any longer. I shall take my leave. The youth feigned a light-hearted tone in response. Are you leaving already? Don't act so erratically, Guillermo remarked. He stepped outside the hotel and hailed a taxi waiting on the roadside. You, young man, the taxi driver glanced at Guillermo through the rearview mirror. Have we met? I saw you enter with a young lady, and now you're coming out alone. The driver's implication was unmistakably clear. Indeed, it is just as you imagined. Guillermo did not regard him, too apathetic to explain. The older man turned his head in surprise to look at him. What are you staring at? Drive your car. Hey, you brat. You didn't even tell me the address. Claim Manor. At this, the older man's expression grew even more astonished. So, the young lad is a highborn noble. After all, Guillermo felt a twinge of annoyance and threatened, you better not poke your nose into my business. The driver let out an odd groan and started the engine. Chapter 33. Prestige and Intimidation. Perhaps Guillermo's words had unsettled the driver, for he remained silent throughout the journey, stealing glances at Guillermo through the rearview mirror from time to time. Guillermo leaned against the car window, appearing utterly despondent. Just recently, he had advised Ellie against such gloom. Oh dear, Jiang Li has been resurrected as well. My current living circumstances are exceedingly arduous. With the treacherous Jiang family women above me and the former noble student council president, Yi Yuxi, below. Yet they scheme and plot solely to compete for my attention? What a melodramatic tale of high society. Upon further reflection, Guillermo realized that Jiang Li's rebirth was a double-edged sword. She was indulgent towards him after her reincarnation. As long as he kept his own resurrection a secret, she would likely refrain from any outrageous actions. Gumontak musit invatli. None of this mattered. He decided to proceed as initially planned. Upon arriving and paying, he opened the car door, only to be met by a biting cold wind that rushed in. The night was as dark as ink, with ominous clouds blanketing the sky and snowflakes beginning to fall, increasing in intensity. What are all these cars doing outside? Guillermo wondered as he shielded himself from the wind and stepped into the manor's entrance. From a distance, he noticed a throng gathered in the garden, a mix of maids, butlers, bodyguards, and several unfamiliar men clad in blue overcoats. What has transpired? He approached a man on the outskirts, feigning the tone of a wealthy young master. What are you all doing here? The man turned impatiently and, upon recognizing Guillermo, his eyes darted around before breaking into a smile. You've arrived just in time for a major news event. By tomorrow, I suspect this will be the headline on Breed. Major news? Guillermo inquired, intrigued. Of course it's major news. Just look where we are, Claim Manor. If someone has died here, it's undoubtedly significant. Guillermo's heart raced as he attempted to push through the crowd, only to be pulled back by the man. Hey, you shouldn't go see. It's too gruesome. After witnessing it, I guarantee you won't eat for 3 days. The man grimaced. The head was blown off. Damn it. I took a glance, and it made me feel ill. Guillemot urgently grasped him and asked, "Who died?" "I'm not sure, but I heard the victim was a formidable assassin. I just overheard the police say he was a level 1 fugitive, shot dead while fleeing the castle. By the way, who are you?" Guillemot cleared his throat. "A distant relative of the Jiang family." "Are you kidding me?" The man raised an eyebrow, then waved it off. "Well, anyone who can enter Clay Manor isn't just some commoner." While they conversed, a multitude of reporters struggled to push through the crowd, rushing toward the crime scene. Someone must have leaked the news. Otherwise, the reporters wouldn't have arrived so quickly, the man mused. Guillemot's anxiety eased. Little Black is dead. That shouldn't be the case. Given his recent actions, the people at Clay Manor should have never caught him, especially with a maid as his informant. Who could have orchestrated this? Could it be her? A woman's face gradually emerged in Guillemot's mind. Jiang Li. "Do you know this deceased man? Was he sent by your enemies to execute an assassination at the castle? What do you have to say about his death in the garden?" A swarm of reporters bombarded Jiang Yunhe with questions, their words flying like droplets of saliva, nearly thrusting the microphone into the old lady's mouth. Jiang Yunhe stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her complexion paling, remaining silent against the reporters' inquiries. As she offered no response, the reporters intensified their questioning. "Why are you silent? Is it that your throat has failed you? Was he an assassin sent by a rival of the Polaris group? Did your subordinates kill him? Or is there more to this? Ask me if you have questions." "My mother is of advanced age, and with so many of you surrounding her, you might provoke her temper." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, parting to create a path for the newcomer. The air, which had been chaotic moments before, now fell into a hushed stillness. The only sound remaining was the winter wind rustling against the clothing. Jiang Li stood with her fingers interlaced before her, wearing an expression of calmness and indifference. 2 towering men in black suits sheltered her with an umbrella as they walked slowly through the snow. Jiang Li's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and the tension in the air was palpable. Even the frenzied reporters recognized the gravity of the moment and fell silent. "Are you not going to ask?" Jiang Li appeared innocently puzzled. "Miss Jiang, I have questions." The leader of the men in blue overcoats stepped forward, standing before Jiang Li. She regarded him with keen interest. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the man's ears were flushed. "I am from the Royal Rottweiler Arbitration Department, the direct captain of the St. Lorenzo District Division. My name is Gonzalez." Perhaps emboldened by his position, the man stood straighter, discarding his cigarette onto the ground, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a reliable detective. "Why on earth are these Rottweilers here?" The cultured man murmured in disbelief. Gonzalez held up a small notebook, his brow furrowed as he began his inquiry. "What has Conant been doing at Clay Manor for the past 2 weeks?" His scarred eyes narrowed in scrutiny. "I don't know," Jiang Li replied, standing on her toes slightly. "Very well." Gonzalez's gaze was fierce. "Why was Conant secretly active at Clay Manor for half a month?" "I am unaware," Jiang Li replied dismissively, exhaling softly. The frigid winter wind swept through, causing people to instinctively tighten their coats. Large snowflakes landed in Jiang Li's outstretched palm, gradually melting with the passage of time. "Then, Miss Jiang, what was your motive for killing Conant?" Gonzalez's brows knitted tightly. "Do you realize how crucial he was to our organization?" At this declaration, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. "I did not kill him." Jiang Li cast a disinterested glance at Conant's lifeless body on the ground. "Miss Jiang, do not presume we are powerless against you," Gonzalez shouted angrily. "Feigning ignorance is something everyone can do, but not everyone can maintain that charade indefinitely. Conant died from a direct gunshot to the head, and we found this bullet in his corpse." Gonzalez signaled to one of his agents behind him, who handed over an evidence bag. "This type of bullet is specially made for the Polaris group, exclusively for its family members." He articulated each word deliberately. "This does not prove anything," Jiang Li replied, her expression unyielding. Chapter 34. The most powerful woman in breed? "We shall provide you with an answer you would rather not see," Gonzalez declared ominously, habitually licking his fingers as he turned a page in the notebook. "Who is the head butler?" he asked loudly. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am the head butler," Druce replied respectfully. Gonzalez appeared somewhat appeased by this, as his stern demeanor softened considerably. "Have all the staff in the castle gathered?" he inquired. "Indeed, all are present," came the response. "Now, has anyone among you had any communication or encounters with Conant?" A stir ran through the crowd, the unrest continuing for several minutes. Yet no one seemed inclined to answer Gonzalez's question. Concealing crucial evidence is a grave offense. I implore you to step forward now. We promise a fair and just accounting. Gonzalez's hoarse voice swept over everyone present. Jiang Nixing, with an expression of anticipation, removed her white glove from her left hand and snapped her fingers. "It is I." Her solitary and cold voice trembled. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Ellie emerged from the throng. Her slender figure seemed so out of place in this setting. "Ellie?" Gumo's eyes widened, doubting his own sight. What was she doing stepping forward? Could she be the inside accomplice? However, upon closer reflection, there were indeed traces to follow. The maids in the castle, aside from Ellie, appeared in good spirits. Only Ellie herself had a pallid complexion. Was her one appearance a result of clandestine meetings with Conant? As an orphan raised in the Clay Manor, she had received due remuneration for her work. She had no reason to engage in such treachery. Guillermo felt she was not a villain, and at that moment, he fervently wished for the true spy to be someone else. One Conant, one Ellie. What connection could possibly exist between the two? "What is your name?" Gonzalez scoffed. "Eliana Belk," she replied. "Miss Jiang and Miss Ellie, you both will accompany me. The rest of you, we shall discuss matters at the precinct." The man with the scruffy beard nodded to several individuals in blue trench coats, who promptly boarded a police vehicle. Ellie, desolate and forlorn, glanced around, her hands tightly clasped against her chest, as if seeking a familiar face in the crowd. Turning anxiously as she walked, Gumo's gaze intersected with hers several times before diverging. Was she searching for me? Do not flatter yourself. How long have you known her? Are you truly close? How could she be looking for you? Guillermo felt a twinge of sympathy, yet words eluded him. Since Ellie had not refuted the claim, it affirmed that she was indeed an accomplice to Conant's infiltration of the castle. "Please proceed," the young man said, unable to meet Jiang Nixing's eyes, his tone imbued with tension. Jiang Nixing made no objections and followed the young man into the police vehicle, after which 3 cars with flashing white lights swiftly departed the scene. Conant's body was also taken away, and the personnel from the Lawler Arbitration Department showed no interest in preserving the crime scene. Perhaps they were already fully aware of the identity of the murderer. Just as Jiang Nixing left, the crowd began to murmur once more. Jiang Yun had no intention of dispersing the throng, without even glancing at the reporters. She turned to leave. The 2 black-clad bodyguards in top hats who had followed Jiang Nixing hurried forward to assist her. The reporters, eager to follow, were obstructed by the butler. Although their attempts at interviewing yielded nothing, they were all unusually exhilarated. This captivating news was sufficient. The reporters exchanged glances, the previously united atmosphere fracturing instantly, their eyes now filled with animosity. The one who crafted the swiftest press release would seize the opportunity for fame and potential promotion. The reporters scrambled into their vehicles, pouring out in a frenzied rush. Do you understand why that bearded man asked such questions? It clearly reflects the power struggles within the nobility. He had to inquire thus. A refined man remarked to Guillermo, adjusting his glasses. "You're not alone. I too find him rather unprofessional, like a mere opportunist." "What makes you say that? Did you not hear the questions posed by that bearded man? They had no relevance to this case whatsoever. To put it plainly, I believe it is a battle between 2 prominent families. TSK. The unfortunate fellow shot dead was merely a casualty of this conflict." The refined man, struggling against the blinding snow, spoke with great fervor. "Pray, this is Clay Manor, the Jiang family's domain. Do you comprehend who Miss Jiang truly is? Is she formidable? Is she not merely a capable noblewoman? Gumontak feignet ignorance." His understanding of Jiang Nixing too vague. Yet, he could sense that Jiang Nixing was far from the carefree persona she projected. She might possess multiple facets. And what Guillermo had witnessed was but the tip of the iceberg. "You are mistaken, gravely so. She is not merely capable. One might even describe her as exceptionally talented. She is, after all, one of the legendary figures in breed. It is said that the Polaris Group owes its current achievements not to anyone else, but to that brilliant strategist, Miss Jiang. Was Jiang Nixing truly that formidable?" Gumo's gaze shifted to the refined man, who had indeed left him astonished. "You witnessed that scene just now. The moment Miss Jiang arrived, that raucous crowd fell silent. Does that not showcase her prowess? The Lawler Arbitration Department possesses significant authority. Making decisions without prior consultation is their norm. Why then? Do they treat Miss Jiang with such deference? That is her reputation and breed, no matter who it is. Even members of the royal family must first address her as Miss Jiang in respect." The refined man shook off the snow from his collar, patting Gumo's shoulder with a serious expression. "In breed, Miss Jiang ranks at the top of the list of individuals one should not provoke. To put it bluntly, the Lawler Arbitration Execution Department, upon her command, they must serve her." Guillermo, as astonishment deepened. Could she even command the Empire's Special Operations Forces? Was this the extent of a conglomerate's power? "I shall say no more, my friend. Remember, do not cross paths with Polaris. Otherwise, you may not even know who has dealt your fatal blow until your last breath. The refined man turned and ventured into the snowstorm. Guillermo felt a sudden sense of having stepped into a grave misfortune, soon overshadowed by a feeling of helplessness. He wearily blinked. Had he been treading on the edge of a knife these past few days? If Jiang Nixing was indeed, as the refined man described, then even 9 lives would not suffice to withstand her machinations. That said, he had already promised Alna. He had no choice, for his future freedom hung in the balance. Ahead lay an endless tempest and thorns, while behind him loomed the dark, bottomless abyss of demise. Between the perils of 9 lives and 10 deaths, he had no option but to forge ahead. Young master. It seemed someone was calling out to Guillermo Druce with a gaze sharp as an eagle S. Quickly located Guillermo in the crowd. He approached him swiftly and spoke, "If you have questions, young master, please proceed to the office on the left side of the second-floor corridor. There you shall find your answers." For some reason, Druce's eyes appeared somewhat evasive, and after speaking, he hurriedly vanished into the swirling snow. "I have become a lone hero, have I not?" Guillermo murmured to himself. Guillermo ascended to the second-floor corridor based on Drew's instructions. He stood outside the office on the left, raising his hand to rap gently on the door. "Is anyone there?" Chapter 35. The Yandere has become angry. Guillermo, upon receiving permission, Guillermo pushed the door open and found himself momentarily frozen at the threshold. Jiang Li, without lifting her head, continued perusing through documents, her tone devoid of warmth. "If you have questions, ask quickly before my good mood dissipates. The moment I see you, the flames of irritation within me begin to rise." He cautiously pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat down, feigning casualness as he attempted to engage in small talk. "Why do you keep the lights off? Just a candle? Aren't you afraid of straining your eyes? Did I invite you to sit?" Guillermo was startled and immediately stood up. "Seat." Guillermo complied, but no matter how he adjusted himself, something felt uncomfortable, as if an object were jabbing at him. What was the purpose of Conant infiltrating the Klein Manor? Given Jiang Li's assertion, he felt compelled to inquire, lest he appear ignorant. He indeed had many questions to provide information for his backer. "However, I'm unclear about the specifics of his investigation. Is this a conflict between 2 major factions? Of course, it's not in my nature to suffer losses without retaliation. The Jiang family will return the favor in kind." "What about Ailey's motives?" "Humph, her intentions are rather straightforward. She merely aims to provide cover for Conant, allowing him to sneak into the castle." "Why would she do that?" Her wavering mind led her to be deceived. Conant ensnared her with his charm. Adolescent girls often entertain such fantasies, and Conant happened to fulfill her dream of a mysterious hero in the night. Perhaps that's a stroke of unfortunate luck. Ailey isn't a bad person. What are you revising? Guillermo lifted the chaotic documents from the file box to glance. "Are you going to help me revise?" Jiang Li exhaled in displeasure. Guillermo cleared his throat. "Is Conant's death related to your mother?" He weighed his words carefully before settling on this inquiry. "Yes, Jiang Nixing is not a good person. TSK. One might even say she is responsible for the killing. Though her hands remain clean, she wouldn't commit murder herself, but would have someone else do it. Then why did they choose to infiltrate half a month ago? She returned at that time. This matter was specifically aimed at her." The full picture of the situation became crystal clear. Jiang Nixing returned to Breed half a month ago, and upon her return, her adversary dispatched Conant to gather information about her, with Conant also ensnaring Ailey to keep watch. Thus, half a month passed, and Jiang Nixing became aware of the situation, secretly preparing a plan, with today being the day to ensnare her prey. Before wrapping things up, Jiang Nixing eliminated Guillermo's suspicions. In reality, he was entirely uninvolved in this affair. He didn't even know Conant, nor was he aware of who opposed Jiang Nixing. The only pity was for Ailey, who had worked in the castle for many years only to be tarnished by this incident. "Have you finished asking?" Jiang Li set down her pen. Does the young lady have more matters to discuss?" Guillermo felt an ominous premonition. "Of course, darling, go fetch that item for me." A wicked smile played on Jiang Li's lips as she gestured toward a glass display cabinet with her chin. Guillermo's face showed fear as he rose to search for it. "All right." Guillermo placed the wooden box on the desk. Jiang Li removed her frameless glasses, carefully wiping the lenses as she spoke softly. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "About what?" Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Guillermo leaned toward the door, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "Close the door. Is this a place you can come and go as you please?" Dejectedly, Guillermo walked over to close the door and returned to his seat obediently. "When I'm in a bad mood, I dislike when others play tricks." She placed her glasses back in their case while opening the wooden box to retrieve its contents. "Now, little Mo, I'm feeling quite irritable. Tell me, what do you think is the reason?" The flames of the fireplace behind her flickered, casting an eerie glow on Jiang Li's graceful, yet terrifying visage. The Yandere young lady was genuinely angry. How about this? Let's play a game. I'll ask you questions, and you shall answer. For each truth you speak, you earn a point. For each lie, you lose a point. Let us see how many points you can accumulate in the end. How could I ever lie to you? Gumo's lips felt parched as he avoided Jiang Li's gaze. You little rascal. The words you utter are so incredulous that even you don't believe them. He. You must be quite curious about how I know all this. Jiang Li stepped away from the desk and slowly approached Gumo, towering over him. I know everything about you. Jiang Li's blade grazed his neck, leaving shallow streaks of crimson. Don't look at me with those mournful eyes, little mo, as though I am some villain. Her red eyes burned more fiercely than the flames behind her, piercing Gumo's heart. I have treated you well, providing you with good food and drink, granting you ample freedom, without shackling your ankles with chains. You should be grateful to me. Jiang Li relished the sight of his terrified violet eyes, bending down with a gentle smile. And this is how you repay my kindness? Have you been embracing some beauty again? Jiang Li pretended to fan the air in front of her nose. This pungent odor on you is surely a gift from her. Correct? Huh? Gumo inhaled deeply, realizing the lingering scent of Night Senior on his clothes, its presence so profound that he could hardly believe it. He thought the strong winds would have blown it away long ago. Faced with Jiang Li in such a state, Gumo found himself at a loss for words. I want to eat hot pot with Wu AI. The smell on me is from the waiter. Is that so? The waiter, huh? You also shared a kiss with that waiter. Didn't he you? Gumo felt her piercing gaze. You're making me envious with your affection. Well, I haven't even asked you anything yet. And you're already so eager to deceive me, treating me like a 3-year-old. Jiang Li's previously sinister smile vanished in an instant. Do you wish for me to assist you with a little physical hypnosis? Am I right? Chapter 36. With eyes closed, the world restarts. The blade pierced through his skin, tearing flesh and eliciting an agonizing scream from his cells, the blood gushing forth, swiftly staining his shirt, leaving a grotesque mark upon it. The pain was unbearable. Gumo clenched his teeth, suppressing his cries. If he did, the consequences would be far worse. How did she know so much? I merely returned a tad late. Is it necessary to resort to such extremes to deal with me? No, her Yandere nature renders anything possible. The blood seemed to awaken memories deep within her psyche, Jiang Li's complexion flushing abnormally as she delicately licked the blood from the jagged edge. Gumo steadied himself, adopting a tone laced with disdain and sarcasm. Useless, you lunatic. Jiang Li removed her outer coat, revealing a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, becoming even more beguiling in the flickering candlelight. Is that so? Her tone betrayed no hint of emotion. Why, despite my unwavering love for you, you still chose to pursue other women? Jiang Li's hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Why? She uttered, her expression crumbling as a series of haunting laughs escaped her lips. Gumo furrowed his brow, gazing intently at her, his lips twitching as he refrained from uttering a single word. In this moment, any explanation he could offer would prove futile. Allowing her to unleash her madness alone seemed the wisest course of action. After all, Gumo found himself utterly powerless. A mere verbal retort towards Jiang Li would serve no purpose, leaving him with nothing to gain. In fact, it might even lead to a broken leg or worse. Indeed, that pitiful expression of yours is most endearing. How charming. Jiang Li lifted Gumo's chin. Do you wish to cry? Don't hold your breath. Yet he was in her sights, longing to see him weep. The blade once again pierced his skin, eliciting a muffled gasp of pain from him. Gumo could no longer call out. His cries fell on deaf ears. If this continued, he might genuinely shed tears from the unbearable agony, a torment no human should endure. The more you weep, the better. Perhaps in my delight, I might grant you mercy. She traced her finger slowly over the wound on Gumo's chest, her nails digging in intentionally. You will bear the cost yourself. Even the act of breathing consumed his strength. Gumo's vision blurred, Jiang Li's figure constantly shifting and overlapping in his sight. Blood oozed from his wound, staining his shirt crimson. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision. How dull you are, he retorted, suppressing his anger. Jiang Li pinched his left cheek, her voice a devilish whisper. You still possess the energy to retort. It seems I have not inflicted enough pain. Gumo felt the world slipping away from him, his body feeling foreign and the sensation of pain gradually fading. As his eyes rolled back, he succumbed to unconsciousness. By midday the following day, Gumo finally awoke. He lay supine on the expansive bed in Jiang Li's room. With great effort, he opened his eyes, only to find Jiang Li seated at the edge of the bed. Cough, cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of harsh coughs, fears still lingering in his weakened gaze. You've just been bandaged. Do not move around. Rest well, Jiang Li said, her eyes cast down as she peeled an orange, glancing at him with a mix of concern and residual anger. The intensity of her gaze made Gu Mo reluctant to meet her eyes. I lost my composure last night. I sincerely apologize. Though her words were an apology, there was not a hint of sincerity in Jiang Li's tone. It was evident she had no intention of genuinely repenting for her actions. Last night, I had a game of Do Diju with the King of Hell. The Polaris group has the capability to summon the finest medical team from Breed. To be frank, Guillermo, it will be a challenge for you to die. Stop joking. Jiang Li pinched his cheek. You are far too fragile. You fainted after just a few strikes. Guillermo looked at her in disbelief. Anyone would faint from a knife wound. Oh, little Mo, I am growing impatient. Jiang Li's movements halted, her expression serious. I do not wish to treat you this way, but your repeated deceptions have compelled me to make you understand the consequences. I hope you do not hold a grudge. This was never my intention. Such a clumsy apology. Gumo's physical pain incessantly reminded him of the brutality inflicted upon him by this woman. Would you like something to drink? She inquired, picking up a bowl of hot porridge from the table. Yes, Guillermo replied. His mouth parched as though he had wandered in a desert for days, desperately needing to quench his thirst. Jiang Li cupped the bowl and blew gently on it before taking a sip herself. Hey, Guillermo said, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. She did not rush to swallow, but instead cast him a cryptic glance. After holding the liquid in her mouth for several seconds, she leaned in, encircling Guillermo's neck, and fed him mouth to mouth. The delicate touch of her soft tongue against his lips was indescribably surreal, though plain rice porridge bore no flavor. Guillermo detected a hint of sweetness. Is it delicious? Jiang Li inquired loudly, a trace of vindictiveness lacing her words. Guillermo felt a wave of distaste, but could only mechanically swallow. Do you want me to feed you until it's finished? No, I can drink it myself. Your flesh wounds require proper care. Now that you are awake, I can take my leave. Jiang Li placed the orange in his hand and stood up. As she paused halfway, glancing back, she teased, do remember me, haha. With that, she exited, closing the door behind her. Oh. Guillermo struggled to sit up, but the pain felt as if it were tearing his very soul apart. He resignedly lay back down. It was not Jiang Li's assault that pained him the most, but rather his current inability to rise from the bed. He grit his teeth, forcing himself to sit up, pulling back the covers only to discover his shirt had been removed, replaced by extensive bandaging. Not a single uninjured patch of skin remained, and any slight movement sent waves of pain shooting through him. In this state, he could hardly contemplate thievery. Remaining idle on the bed, oblivious to everything, seemed far less appealing than succumbing to unconsciousness for a few more days until his wounds healed. The goal felt impossibly distant. A notification pinged from his phone broke the silence. Struggling, he grasped his device and opened the alert. The Clay Manor massacre unfolds, and the Polaris group has committed such acts for profit. The headline blared in bold, striking font. Just as the reporters had stated, it had indeed become sensational news, dominating the search rankings with over 5 million views. Guillermo furrowed his brow, continuing to read. I was the first to arrive at the scene, where I immediately encountered the horrifying corpse lying on the stone slab. Upon inquiry, I discovered the deceased's name was Connaught, a level 1 fugitive pursued by the arbitration department. An obscured image followed. Chapter 37. Substantial progress. Why did Connaught meet such a tragic end at Clay Manor? Who fired the fatal shot? And who attempted to conceal the body? Why has the Polaris group's leader remained silent despite knowing everything? Just how ruthless are they when it comes to profit? What secrets does Jiang Yun hide in silence? Don't worry, we will reveal everything shortly. Gulmontaxite. The lengths to which this reporter would go for attention were truly shameless. The most common tactic was to produce filler articles, capable of crafting 30,000 words without ever addressing the core issue, leaving readers utterly confused about the intended message. This was far worse, bordering on the distortion of truth. Clearly, the Polaris group has offended some powerful figure for profit, leading this individual to dispatch the assassin Connaught as a blade to eliminate a key leader of the Jiang family. However, due to various uncontrollable factors, the attempt failed, resulting in Connaught being shot dead in the garden. That evening, Jiang Yun and the enigmatic Guillermo set down his phone, his expression darkening. The reporter's imagination was far too vivid. Those who truly know the answer number fewer than 5. This reporter is simply spouting nonsense. After all, the old lady had said nothing at the time, leaving reporters with no means of knowing. 3 full days passed. Guillermo lay in bed for 3 consecutive days, only managing to rise on the 4th day. His body still lacked the ease of movement, but jogging and walking were now possible. Along the way, he also made a heartwarming phone call to Wu AI. Oh by dang, did you inform the young lady? What are you talking about? Wu Ai's voice came through, sounding as if he were brushing his teeth. Enough with the pretense. How could Jiang Li possibly know about my kiss with Sister Yi? Bah, you scoundrel. Taking all the good fortune for yourself. You are fully aware of my heartbreak, yet you dare to kiss in front of me. And with the beauty from night school, no less. You even sneakily kissed her behind Li's back. Wu Ai spat out a mouthful of foam. If I don't report you, it will be a travesty. You're out there hiding with your childhood sweetheart while seeking a mistress. I caught you in the act. My eyes are of no use. They could be donated to someone else. Gumo's wounds throbbed with pain from his anger. A mistress? Which of your eyes saw me seeking one? From the beginning, I never took the initiative. It was Sister Yi who kissed me. How could you, a grown man, not push away a woman who forcefully kisses you? You're utterly pathetic. You merely wish to reap the benefits while playing coy. I told you, you're the type who will never escape the clutches of women. You dare to curse me? Oh, woe is me. I have committed a transgression. Let the heavens punish me. Not you, a simple-minded fool. You are right. The public has its reasoning, and the private has its own. Don't jest, old goo. I can almost imagine your silly face through the screen. We will not let you off easily. Did you get beating? Guillermo nearly lost his composure. Go ahead and eat. One day you'll choke on it. Enraged, Guillermo hung up the phone and tossed his mobile aside. Once he calmed down, he retrieved Arna's VIP card, yearning to call the number inscribed upon it to inquire about their next steps. Over the past few days, Guillermo contemplated numerous strategies, barely managing to discern Jiang Li's patterns of movement. She spent most of her time away from the estate, only returning at night to sleep. But so what? I still have no clue where that thing is. The slanted rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the young man's serene face, rendering it somewhat desolate. The dimness of the room was banished by the evening light, yet the boy's violet eyes bore no hue. Guillermo bit into an apple, meticulously rummaging through his memories to see if he had overlooked anything. There were no clues in the room. Jiang Li had a husband who had passed away many years ago. A sudden epiphany struck Guillermo. That object was not in the room at all. He had been misled. Could it be that Jiang Li carried it with her at all times? Indeed, having cherished it for so many years, she had no reason to leave it behind. His heart skipped a beat. He finally recalled the item he had forgotten that day. On the night Jiang Li confessed her feelings, as he exited the old lady's room, he had caught a glimpse of Jiang Li fiddling with something in her hand. Yes, that must be it. A wave of immense joy surged through Guillermo. All his efforts over these days were not in vain, as he had finally obtained a useful clue. Ouch! His excitement had inadvertently aggravated his still healing wounds. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Guillermo felt that he had not wasted his time in this room for the past few days. Talp, talp, talp. A knock echoed at the door. Young master, may I enter? The cool voice was somewhat familiar. Could it be? Ailey, is that you? Guillermo hurriedly opened the door. It was indeed Ailey, looking far better than she had that previous night, now smiling faintly. Are you hungry, young master? I knew you'd be fine. It seems they are not entirely devoid of humanity after all. They haven't harmed you, have they? A hint of melancholy crept into Ailey's tone. I am fine. Young master, it's just that I didn't know Xiao Nan was a wanted criminal. He seemed so humble and polite, so I let him in. Ailey clutched the corner of her dress tightly. I have let down the mistress. How will she perceive me now? I do not wish to be cast out. She will not expel you. Guillermo retracted his hand from Ailey's shoulder, sizing her up from head to toe. Because you are still of use, he stated solemnly. Ailey seemed unconcerned by this, her previously cold demeanor now transformed into a gentle smile. I hope I'm still of use. As long as the mistress does not drive me away. I almost made a grave mistake. I will never commit such an error again. Suddenly, the sound of jingling bells filled the air. Ailey lifted the hem of her white maid's dress, slightly bowing as she gently inquired, Young master, are you hungry? A little, Guillermo replied, his spirits lifting at the sight of her. After finishing dinner, Jiang Li assisted him back to his room. Does it still hurt? Much better. Jiang Li lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Humans truly are fragile, she spoke slowly. Indeed, humans are fragile. Sometimes a mere fall can be fatal. Guillermo was puzzled by her sudden remark. Every night, I lie beside you, holding your hand, yet I cannot embrace you. Can you understand my feelings? Jiang Li approached the window, leaning against the sill as she gazed at the snowy garden. It's as if you were a beam of light. I can grasp that light, but when I open my palm, I find nothing but the deep void of darkness. Guillermo looked at her desolate silhouette, feeling only rage and fear within. All I desire is for her to vanish from my life indefinitely. If I cannot seize the light, then I shall compel it to illuminate my path. Jiang Li turned to face him, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she spoke elegantly. Xiao Mo, yield to me, and I shall ensure you experience the most exquisite care. I yearn to hear you call me beloved from the depths of your heart, rather than resorting to ludicrous lies to placate me. Chapter 38, The Cafe. She pushed Gumo onto the bed, her soft lips descending upon him, allowing him to experience the unique, suffocating kiss of a young lady. Silver strands of hair cascaded across Gumo's cheek. A mere glance downward revealed a distinct cleft against a backdrop of pure white, a testament to the constraints of her undergarments. The heat between them seemed to rise, leaving Gumo feeling somewhat breathless. She smiled sweetly, the softness in her eyes akin to flowing water. Jiang Li prasakruze. Yet Gumo struggled in vain to push her away. Stop. Do not let that woman deceive you. Deep within Gumo's consciousness, that unmistakably aged voice returned. Despite the turmoil, Gumo's mind remained remarkably clear. Alas, he had no choice but to passively endure. Wretched disciple, you are committing a crime. Has the previous lesson not awakened you? She is weaving a cage for you, waiting for the day you willingly leap into it. Master, I was the one who was pushed down both times. What could I do? True, but you, wretched disciple, have never truly resisted. Have you? Hey, master. In my past life, I was in constant rebellion. And what was the outcome? I was slain by a self-destructive Yandere. Gumo finally caught a glimpse of the elder's face, still isolated beneath the grand willow, stroking his goatee while scrutinizing Gumo. The man's expression was stern and devoid of mirth, prompting Gumo to recall his mother. Child, do you trust your master? My master would never speak falsehoods. Gumo clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence. A disciple worthy of guidance. Listen to me, my child, be at ease. That woman shall never threaten your life again. What does the master mean by that? As I said, that woman has lost you once. She will not risk becoming a lost soulmate again. She is clever and will not repeat the same mistake. Waiting, time shall unveil the turning points and reveal the resolve of certain individuals. However, I'm already aware of this. The following day, Sunday, utilizing the day of freedom obtained from Jiang Li, he found himself seated in a cafe with Xiao Yu, unable to suppress the lingering echoes of the old man's words. Jiang Li had crafted a radiant trap, now enticing me to step forward. She has lost me once, but that was a matter of a past life. Even if she too has been reborn, her pathological possessiveness will only incite Gumo's growing disdain for her if she desires his genuine allegiance. She cannot resort to further coercion and confinement. Hey, I'm talking to you. Xiao Yu waved her hand impatiently before Gumo's eyes. He snapped back to reality, took a sip of his coffee, and asked, Are you missing your brother? Stop being so vain. Do you think you possess that much charm? She retorted, disgust evident in her tone. To have my sister dislike me so much, I must truly be a failure as a brother. Gumo feigned a sorrowful expression, covering his face. You're a good brother. Don't give up on yourself, Xiao Yu said, diverting her gaze to the window, unable to bear his despondent demeanor. After a brief silence, Gumo abruptly interjected with an incongruous statement. Xiao Yu, my dear sister, you will support me, won't you? If all else fails, perhaps you could offer me some advice? Huh? Support what? You must first tell me what you intend to do. Xiao Yu puzzled, cut a piece of matcha cake and began to eat, not believing Gumo would engage in anything serious. Well, brother, just say it. Stop dragging it out. Are you an old lady? What method should I employ to stealthily acquire something from a girl without her noticing? Kook. Xiao Yu seemed to choke on her cake, hastily sipping her latte to clear her throat. What did you just say? Brother, are you unwell? As your dear sister, if you're losing your mind, we should visit the hospital for proper treatment. She reached out to touch his forehead, her expression filled with concern. Please don't hide anything from me. What you're suggesting is illegal. Gumo observed Xiao Yu's typically vibrant face, noticing the genuine worry in her large eyes. If this continues, I may very well lose my mind. So, Xiao Yu, do you have any ideas? Gumo was actually seeking a psychological comfort. Absolutely not. Xiao Yu crossed her arms defiantly. On principle, I cannot permit you to engage in such disgraceful acts. Oh no, if you get caught stealing, I refuse to see you in a police station. Brother, I can't imagine what you intend to steal. Can't you just say it to my face? Xiao Yu leaned back, covering her mouth in shock. You're not planning to steal someone else's underwear, are you? Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of other patrons in the cafe. Keep your voice down. I do not wish to gain notoriety in such a manner. Then don't do it, foolish brother. You truly are a hypocrite. This is you, Gumo scoffed, shaking his head as if dismissing her words. Stubborn as ever. He muttered quietly. Who is stubborn? Hypocritical. Stealing underwear? How absurd that you even thought of that. Gumo snatched the unfinished cake from Xiao Yu's hands and held it high. Give that back. Ignoring her pleas, Gumo lowered his voice and continued. Oh, with your sister Li, such a stunning beauty by my side, why would I need to steal underwear? Can't I simply borrow hers? Perverted. Just shut up. Xiao Yu leaned forward to reclaim the cake, while Guemo leaned back, refusing to let her succeed. Apologize to your brother. Huh? Apologize to you, you pervert? In your dreams. Seeing she could not retrieve it, Xiao Yu began to poke at the soft flesh of Gumo's waist. Huh? You're cheating, haha. Guemo laughed uncontrollably, and in a swift motion, Xiao Yu snatched the cake back. Meow. A Persian cat leapt onto Xiao Yu's lap, contentedly meowing and settling comfortably between her legs. Does it know you? Guemo stared intently at the cat, which regarded him with equal disdain. As if to say, such elegance is beyond your common grasp. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a soft, ethereal glow upon Xiao Yu's gentle face. She lowered her gaze to stroke the cat's head, creating a serene and peaceful tableau as it began to purr in response. Indeed, Orange and I are good friends. Chapter 39. An idle singer? Meow. The Persian cat meowed again. I've been coming to this cafe for over 2 years. We've known each other since then. Xiao Yu gently tapped the rim of her cup with a small spoon, taking a delicate sip of her latte, her gaze softer than she ever displayed towards Guemo. No wonder. Guemo downed his coffee in one go. How rude. Xiao Yu frowned disapprovingly. Meow. Hey, you two, enough already. Guemo set down his cup, feeling increasingly anxious. I'm not a nobleman, nor do I possess their etiquette and refinement. Sticking to the conventional is quite bothersome. Humph. That's just impolite. Xiao Yu. Didn't you have something to say to me earlier? Xiao Yu paused, recalling the words of her homeroom teacher, who had expressed support for her. What would her brother think about it? Brother, how much do you know about music? Not much. Why do you ask? Do you plan to study music? Well, don't you think music aligns better with my artistic temperament? Xiao Yu said, puffing out her slightly undernourished chest with pride. Every time I attend a musical, I imagine how wonderful it would be if I were the one on stage, to perform a magnificent piece for the audience and receive their applause. What an exhilarating experience that would be. Her eyes gazed dreamily towards the sky, filled with longing and aspiration. Artistic Xiao Yu, let me say something rather blunt. You don't seem particularly suited for the artistic path. Guemo rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Based on his years of understanding his sister, Xiao Yu clearly did not fit the mold of a delicate artistic maiden. She was bright, vivacious, and cheerful. In Gumo's view, his lovely sister was more suited to debut as a national idol, naturally destined to stand in the spotlight. After all, not everyone possesses a smile as warm and healing as Xiao Yu's. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu was reluctant to share that delightful expression with her brother. Back when we were little, you used to cling to me, even insisting on following me to the bathroom. Guemo glanced at his watch, calculating the time. From my perspective, perhaps a shift in direction is in order. Xiao Yu, are you interested in becoming an idol singer? Somewhat. I've attended an idol concert for Phil, and the atmosphere was spectacular, with a sea of people cheering for just one person. I want to be that person. That's great. Being an idol singer doesn't conflict with music. If you enjoy it, pursue it. Your brother will always support you. After all, your sister Li is wealthy and influential. With her connections, arranging a position for Xiao Yu in an agency wouldn't be a challenge at all. Brother is heading to school now. You have plans to meet friends later, right? I want to take up your time. Pursuing one's dreams is always worthwhile. Yes, I will. Xiao Yu called out to Gumo's departing figure. In the afternoon, at a pharmacy in the St. Lorenzo district. Are you certain this is what you desire? The pharmacy attendant inquired for the third time. Yes, Guemo responded emphatically. You ought to take less of this. An overdose could be fatal. You're still young. Don't do anything reckless. I am quite healthy, thank you. Guemo paid and received the plastic bag containing the pills. Just half a pill should suffice for a restful night, the attendant cautioned, her concern evident. Guemo exited the pharmacy and opened his phone's map to search for his next destination. I still need one more item. Where can I procure it? After a lengthy search, Guemo finally pinpointed the location in a suburban area. Upon alighting from the taxi, he was greeted by an expanse of overgrown weeds and dilapidated wooden structures, surprised to discover such desolation in the St. Lorenzo district. Woof woof. A stray dog barked energetically from a distance, but Guemo ignored it and continued forward. He approached a small factory and knocked firmly on the gate. After about 5 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing a grimy apron opened the iron gate. What do you want? He asked, his gaze wary. I came to purchase something. I sent a message in advance. Gumo's tone remained steady. Is that so? The man scrutinized him unfavorably, then recognized him. Ah, you're that one. Gumin. The man stepped aside, and as Guemo entered, he closed the iron gate behind him. The man led Guemo to a small warehouse. Unlocking the door and pushing it open, dust filled the air, and the warehouse was shrouded in darkness. You've come at an unfortunate time. The least potent ones are sold out. This is all we've got. Do you want it? The middle-aged man's voice was gruff as he pulled out a box from the warehouse. Yes, Give me 5, Gu Mo replied in a low voice. All right, take care of it, the man said as Gu Mo nodded and stepped out of the warehouse. The man furrowed his brow, watching the departing young man with a look of astonishment. As dusk fell, Gu Mo stood outside a manor, inhaling deeply several times, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The distant pink sunset painted the sky, the sun's dying light stretching to the horizon, casting a melancholic ballad over the world. He could conceive of no better plan and was left with this desperate measure. Let's hope all goes smoothly. 3 days passed without an opportunity. Jiang Nixing had not returned to the manor, and even the young lady rarely made an appearance. By day, Gu Mo attended classes at school, while at night, he loitered outside Jiang Nixing's room, waiting for chance. Though everything seemed prepared, on the third night, as he reflected on the intricacies of his plan, a glaring flaw suddenly struck him. This flaw could potentially dismantle his entire scheme, and he had failed to notice it all along. Even if Gu Mo successfully stole the cherished items of Jiang Nixing at night, she would inevitably discover their absence the following day. Given her capabilities, it would be impossible for her not to ascertain who was responsible. What then was Gu Mo to do? Would anyone here protect him? Would Jiang Li confront her mother for his sake? It seemed likely. Jiang Li's pathological possessiveness could very well compel her to confront her mother for Gu Mo's safety. Yet, he wished to leave unencumbered to extricate himself from such chaotic entanglements. However, without stealing, he would be condemned to live within this manor for eternity. He had tasted the bitterness of being under the young lady's control in his previous life. He could not allow history to repeat itself in this one. Jiang Li's abilities far surpassed Gu Mo's. Having fallen into her clutches, escaping alone was nearly impossible. The notion of killing Jiang Li was nothing more than a fantasy. He was vastly outmatched in strength, and her family's influence loomed large. Even if fortune favored him and he succeeded in killing her, it would spell his own demise. The situation appeared to have reached a stalemate. Chapter 40. Jiang Nixing's monologue. Mr. Gu Mo, what are you doing at my door? A gentle voice came from behind him. Startled, Gu Mo turned to find Jiang Nixing standing there, having approached without his notice. Does she walk without making a sound? I think it would be better for me to address you as Miss Jiang. It seems more fitting given our relationship, Gu Mo replied, attempting to divert the conversation from the perilous waters. That's merely a formality. It doesn't suit us. You should call me sister instead. Jiang Nixing smiled briefly, her eyes shimmering with iridescence beneath the white light. She treated everything with warmth, yet remained inaccessible to the heart. You haven't answered my previous question. Gu Mo was prepared for this, responding naturally. What I wish to inquire is, sister, did you truly kill Conant? Jiang Nixing appeared too beautiful and kind-hearted to be capable of such a deed. Gu Mo feigned a curious demeanor, probing deeper. If one day you can comprehend the 7 deadly sins, pride, laziness, gluttony, envy, lust, anger, and greed, then you will understand why I acted as I did. I am an anomaly. Jiang Nixing leaned closer to Gu Mo, her warm breath brushing against his neck. It's fine to tell you, I am difficult to please and hard to sadden. My nature is cold, and those who know me tend to keep their distance. However, you are quite different, Mr. Gu. You are the first to understand me and go to such lengths to approach me. She took Gu Mo's right hand and gently placed it over her heart. Each time I see you, the rhythm of my heart quickens. You are like the last trickle of fresh water in a desert, flowing through my parched soul. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Gu Mo's hand stiffened, striving to avoid touching her soft bosom. Sister, please don't. Do you have a thing for being a virgin? This has nothing to do with being a virgin. I simply believe it's rather impolite to touch an elder's chest so casually, Gu Mo stated earnestly, knowing that deceit would not fool Jiang Nixing. It's my impulsiveness. I simply long to relive the sensations of 10 years ago, that youthful thrill. Jiang Nixing released Gu Mo's hand, retrieving a pack of women's cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket. Will it choke you? Not all. Please go ahead. Gu Mo watched her exhale a plume of smoke, curiosity piqued. I have another question regarding the rumors about you. Are they true? I would prefer to hear your personal answer. Sister, someone has spoken to you about me. Jiang Nixing admitted candidly. I am indeed that kind of person, vengeful, a genius in business, ruthless, and so forth. Though it's not quite as exaggerated. The origin of my legend stems from an event I orchestrated years ago that shocked the royal family, stirring quite the tempest among the nobility. Though it ultimately ended in obscurity, due to some exceedingly complex entanglements, a portion of the nobles sided with me and offered their counsel. I found myself in a precarious position, with no choice but to act. After the bloodshed among the nobles, fortune favored my side. As the saying goes, righteousness prevails over evil. Everyone believed I had resolved the issue. What seemed impossible was accomplished, and I emerged unscathed, re-entering the public eye, thus deserving of a legend. Coupled with my business achievements over the years, my story began to circulate throughout Breed. Over time, it became increasingly embellished, with some details even I had not heard of. Jiang Nixing extinguished her cigarette in a flower bed. How is it that you have become infatuated with me as well? Upon noticing Gu Mo's momentary stupor and lack of response, a hint of amusement flickered in her verdant eyes. Would you care to join me indoors for a while? It won't take up much of your time. That isn't quite the companionship I had in mind. This is rather inappropriate. Gu Mo, never anticipated her thoughts to be so unrestrained, that she would utter such jesting remarks. This is quite frivolous. It borders on lewdness. Accustomed to traversing life's trials alone, the feeling of solitude had long been my constant companion. As you might surmise, I typically lack someone to engage in idle chatter with. Jiang Nixing teased him with a playful smile, reminiscent of a beguiling fox spirit. If you don't mind, then neither do I. But my daughter might take issue with this. Such behavior would surely displease her. She truly harbors a disdain for me. Her countenance darkens upon my mere presence, and I cannot fathom why she harbors such aversion. Xiao Yu is no different. I, as her elder brother, have never wronged her, yet as the years pass, her disdain for me only deepens. In our childhood, she clamored to share a bed with me, yet as she matured, she ceased to speak with me, treating me as if I were her nemesis. Gu Mo smiled in understanding. My sister is much the same. However, perhaps it's best to refrain from such matters. Sister, you must take good care of yourself. Are you truly so afraid of me? You have navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for many years, witnessing countless events and outcomes, while I remain a sheltered flower, never having ventured into the world. This is a mark of respect, Gu Mo replied diplomatically. You are quite the charmer, Jiang Nixing said, her lips curving slightly. Call me mother, if you please. This is a personal request of mine. What does that mean? Mother, Gu Mo responded without hesitation, recognizing that uttering the term bore no detriment. Furthermore, he felt no aversion to the title. Gu Mo covertly glanced at her bosom. In terms of size, it was indeed unjust for her not to be a fitting mother. It had been many years since he had heard such a word. He found it nostalgic. Jiang Nixing smiled gently at Gu Mo, and in the moment she was about to close the door, he sensed a flicker of solitude. Jiang Nixing is truly a wonderful person, at least to me. I cannot discern why she exhibits such patience towards me. However, I must apologize. I shall not be kind to you, for your daughter has caused my shoulder to ache. Shall we ultimately become adversaries? Will we come to blows over certain matters? That day shall not arrive too slowly. The torment was unbearable. I wished for nothing more than to retreat to a quiet corner and observe everything from afar. If only I could split myself in two, letting the other me handle all of this. It required immense courage. The road ahead was fraught with peril, and I possessed no leverage to traverse it. Gu Mo gazed at the tightly shut door for a long while before departing. Chapter 41. The Prayer of Arna. The following day, Gu Mo remained inactive, despite having confidence in his ability to procure the item. Admittedly, he acknowledged that this plan was nothing short of a farce, so absurd that even a deep sleeper might awaken with laughter. Moreover, it was exceedingly easy to detect. The phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Gu Mo answered. Hello. He sipped his coffee, wondering who would call him at such an hour. The refreshing air. A man's deep breath echoed on the line. What a delightful afternoon it is. It has been quite some time, my friend. Do you still remember me? The sultry voice from the other end irked him. You may hold grievances against me, yet we established a gentleman's agreement, clear and unambiguous. I shall not entertain your complaints. My friend, if your powers of observation were a touch sharper, you might marvel at the recent troubles plaguing the Polaris group, encountering obstacles at every turn. As dissenting voices within the system begin to ring out. What? Could it be that you are behind this? I believe this is the scenario we both desire to witness. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I have commenced fulfilling my promises. And you? After all these days, where's your progress? Gu Mo scoffed coldly. I'm still making efforts. Mr. Arna, if you have merely called to mock me, I shall hang up immediately. Your complaints are tinged with anger. It appears you have reached an impasse. You ought to praise me, for I bring you tidings of victory akin to the sweet rains of spring. With your intellect, you should discern Jiang Nixing's capabilities. She effortlessly captured Kan'anti. Alas, I lament his demise and understand that Jiang Nixing employs this to intimidate those behind Kan'anti. All right, get to the point. I have no interest in Kan'anti. Gu Mo finished his coffee and rose to leave the restaurant. Sir, I'm not entertaining you with a comedic jest. Arna's tone grew increasingly icy, his demeanor becoming serious. I have suffered the loss of 2 valuable assets, and I currently lack the means to counter Jiang Nixing. She is suppressing the opposing factions within the group, and the situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. What are you saying? How does this pertain to my circumstances? 2 valuable assets? Gumo's heart jolted, a flash of realization striking him. His eyes widened. You mean, Khan Auntie and Ailey are your people? Indeed. I nurtured them with care, yet they repaid me with a grand and foolish failure. Moreover, Ailey has betrayed me. She no longer intends to act as my informant. Though they failed to accomplish their mission, they did provide me with some news that fell within my expectations. Arna removed his sunglasses and sat up in the beach chair. It was difficult to fathom that this peculiar fellow would seek the winter winds at the beach. According to Kanani's investigations over the past fortnight, Jiang Nixing possesses a black insignia. That is the item you are to steal. That aligns with my suspicions. So is this the information you wish to relay? Gumo countered in a tone mimicking Arna's. Do you believe this intelligence will aid our predicament? Certainly not merely this. I have no interest in collecting her insignia. I require it to verify a matter. A maximum of 4 hours is all I need, after which you can quietly return the insignia. In a sense, Mr. Gu, our goals are aligned. Gumo fell silent, seemingly on the brink of a significant confrontation. Arna had been fixated on Jiang Nixing since the day she returned, though his ultimate aim remained unclear. Gumo could presently ascertain one thing. Arna and his family were engaged in a commercial struggle against the Polaris group, and Arna's assistance to Gumo was but a matter of convenience. In the realm of commerce, it is a battlefield, especially for someone like Arna, who prioritizes profit above all. In truth, Arna's intentions were quite explicit. Gumo sought to escape Jiang Li's grasp, while Arna aimed to utterly dismantle the Polaris group in order to leave the Jiang family in disarray. The covert confrontation between Arna and Jiang Nixing established a delicate balance. He required Gumo to serve as a pawn to disrupt this equilibrium. Thus, I find myself aiding Arna in suppressing the Jiang family, Gumo pondered, grappling with his emotional turmoil. Has it truly come to this? Is there truly no better resolution? He harbored no desire to oppress anyone, nor did he wish to subjugate Jiang Li and her kin. After all, the young lady was not inherently malevolent. She simply possessed a rather unique approach to love. The young lady would never relinquish him. If faced with a choice between the interests of the conglomerate and Gumo, her love would compel her to choose Gumo without hesitation. Gumo now stood at a pivotal crossroads that could alter the course of his life. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, I'm sorry, Jiang Li. Are you capable of contending with Jiang Nixing in the business realm? I regret to say, I cannot. I am no match for her. Not even my grandfather can. Otherwise, I wouldn't be embroiled in this chaotic mess today. Arna continued after sipping his rum. Our strength lies in the element of surprise. Should Jiang Nixing detect any anomaly, all our efforts will be rendered futile. Hey, don't you have feelings for Jiang Li? Is this how you express your affection? Gumo abruptly interrupted his monologue. Oh, I regard her as a dazzling treasure, while she views me as a mere worm in a ditch. I understand I have wronged her, but I must first bring her down from her pedestal to cherish and protect her better. Gumo found himself at a loss for words. I am a civilized man, loath to resort to violence. To emerge victorious on the chessboard, I must rely on you, Mr. Gu. If this business offensive from the Eve family succeeds, I assure you that untold riches await you. I care not for riches, but I shall strive to acquire that plaque. Gumo felt a newfound confidence. His plan seemed to hold some merit after all. I admire your spirit of freedom. Mr. Gu, Jiang Nixing will return to the estate tonight. Such opportunities are rare, and the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. My prediction indicates that following tonight, her visits to the estate will dwindle to avoid prolonged complications. Therefore, we must conclude everything tonight, ensuring the actors on stage achieve a successful finale. As for the plaque, I have devised a plan, but I would first like to hear your thoughts. Gumo struggled to articulate a complete syllable. Jiang Nixing had been so forgiving towards him, yet he contemplated repaying her kindness with resentment. He desired to linger in her embrace a while longer, for her heart was vast. As for me, I have procured a box of sleeping pills and a colorless, odorless incense that can render her into a deep slumber tonight. Once she is unconscious, I will retrieve the plaque and return it when the time is right. Chapter 42, The Dinner Invitation. Mr. Gu, I shall await your good news. Farewell. Arna listened throughout, offering no rebuttal, seemingly acquiescing to this flawed plan. Beep. The call ended, and Gumo took a deep breath. The afternoon unfolded as usual after attending classes. Gumo returned to the clay manor before dinner. I'm back, Xiao Momo. Jiang Li appeared to have awaited him for some time, seated elegantly on the sofa in the hall, her legs crossed. Uncertain what occasion warranted her exquisite attire, Gumo inquired with a smile. A banquet? Surely you wouldn't don such a splendid gown for a mere gathering. A banquet? I wouldn't wear this for such an event. Jiang Li replied lightly as she approached him. It is for you, my love. Have you been cooped up at home these past few days? She reached out, gently touching the corner of Gu Mo's eye. Is there anywhere you wish to go, or any delicacies you crave? I can take you. Only for tonight, mind you. Time waits for no one. Gu Mo took her delicate hand, feeling his unease gradually dissipate. As for me, I shall heed the young lady's wishes. Gu Mo had no particular desire to go anywhere. Having grown up in Breed, he had visited most amusement venues. How obedient. Then Eliza should be a splendid choice. It's perfect for us to reminisce. Jiang Li's crimson eyes glimmered with a captivating light. On that mist-laden evening at the Eliza Royal Hotel, the most extravagant establishment in the St. Len's district, embodying the architect's finest design inspirations and the pinnacle of imperial technology. The royal insignia hung gracefully at the center of the building, with the Eliza skyscraper exuding an unparalleled grandeur in its decor, service quality, and the highest caliber of chefs in the capital. This venue catered exclusively to the elite, being a reservation-only establishment for the upper echelons of society. At a white silk-clad European dining table, Gu Mo gazed out at the twinkling lights beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The indoor lighting was dim, the sole illumination emanating from the colorful neon lights above, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Although a local, he had never encountered such opulence. The slightly cyberpunk-style glass elevator had left him in awe for quite some time. Young lady, you must have made your choice long ago. Haven to you? I doubt this prime table by the window could be secured without a reservation. Indeed, I booked it early this morning. However, that does not preclude me from asking what you enjoy, for as your hostess, I remain unaware of your preferences. Jiang Li swirled the red wine in her glass, her gaze never straying from Gu Mo willingly. Xiao Momo, possessing your body is not my sole desire. I wish for your soul to submit as well. Your little tricks do not escape my notice. I have told you, you shall remain in the bright cage I have prepared for you. Your fondness for freedom is merely a consequence of circumstance when the day truly arrives. You may find that your joy in freedom is not as profound as you now believe. Doves adore the blue sky. Yet I shall let them soar freely within a forest that belongs solely to me. The fragrance of the young lady's unique floral scent wafted into Gu Mo's nostrils. Yet he averted his gaze from hers. The waiter approached with a cart, slowly presenting the ordered dishes one by one, wishing them a pleasant meal before quietly departing. I relish the desolation enveloped in twilight, Gu Mo remarked, as well as the exquisite ambience of ancient waterside pavilions. I also enjoy the cyberpunk architectural style. Is that peculiar? The contrast between these preferences are quite stark. Jiang Li elegantly sliced a piece of steak and chewed thoughtfully before replying in a serene tone. Those who love to paint often tend to be sentimental, don't they? I am uncertain. Perhaps I am simply the only one prone to such melancholy. Gulmontak, not particularly fond of alcohol, speared a piece of beef brisket instead. Both maintained a decorous silence during their meal, not inclined towards boisterousness. A lull in conversation often led to awkwardness. Gu Mo found himself missing Xiaoyu. His little sister was remarkably adept at conversing with anyone, a social butterfly in school. A reputation well earned. Your brother, on the other hand, is not so loquacious, and with a gentle temperament, he is easily bullied by someone like you. My dear Jiang Li, is that so? Jiang Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if skeptical of Gu Mo's assertion. She rolled a piece of pepper pasta into her mouth with grace. I recall you were never one to sigh and moan, Xiao Momo. You have always been quite optimistic. I cannot appear gloomy in front of the young lady, can I? Gu Mo took a bite of steak, thinking it would invite trouble otherwise. During his second year of high school, there came a moment when he could no longer tolerate Jiang Li's assertiveness. He sought out a secluded place to challenge her to a fair duel. At that time, he had engaged in numerous fights and was confident in his combat prowess. However, the outcome was a humiliating defeat, leaving him utterly vanquished. Oh, so you were deceiving me. Gu Mo suddenly felt a chill, a coldness that pierced through the warm air of the room and reached deep into his soul. The delusions of a Yandere are truly peculiar. I am to showcase my better side to the young lady. No, before me. You need only reveal your true self, Jiang Li replied with a subtle smile, a rare hint of disappointment evident in her expression. You deceived me again. I'll remember this grudge. Gu Mo, flustered and at a loss for words, decided to change the subject. Well, I tend to remember both the kindness and the malice others show me, all while maintaining a facade of indifference, making myself seem aloof and unapproachable. Over the years, I haven't improved at all. Having me by your side is sufficient. I shall protect you from harm. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened as she crossed her legs and settled into a more comfortable position, then smiled softly as she spoke. What do you think of me? And there it was, another perilous question. In his previous life, he had failed to adequately respond to this query, resulting in Jiang Li dragging him into a dark room for 2 days of rigorous education, allowing him to truly grasp the essence of her obsessive affection. Very well. Quite commendable, he thought, aware that such platitudes were inadequate to satisfy her. It was too vague. Guillemot sensed she sought a more nuanced appraisal. Jiang Li playfully nudged his calf, seemingly urging him to respond with haste. The moment had arrived to test his linguistic dexterity. Guillemot resolved to appeal to her emotions. You pick me up from school on rainy days, cook for me after I return home, tutor me in my studies, and even directly assisted me in purchasing my house. All without demanding any repayment from me. Before revealing her Yandere nature, the young lady treated Guillemot in this manner, spending her free time playing games, cooking, and frolicking with him. She had once been a rather warm-hearted and aloof girl, although she remained the same now. She harbored a distinct disdain for all men except Guillemot. Perhaps she did not loathe Druze. Oh my! Does this mean I've been living off your kindness all along? Living off you, yes, but coerced into doing so by Yandere. Jiang Li's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, her hidden red eyes, now vividly brightened by the effects of alcohol. Isn't it wonderful to be cared for by a beauty like me? It's a stroke of good fortune many could only dream of. Indeed, Guillemot replied, feigning agreement. He glanced at the bottle of Powell Land's red wine worth 180,000, noting that nearly half of its contents had already vanished. Perhaps it's best if you stop drinking. Excess can lead to discomfort, he suggested with a hint of concern. Discomfort? I intend to drink more. If you dare stop me, I shall punish you, she declared, her tolerance far inferior to that of Knight Sr., who could consume such quantities without a care. Jiang Li had consumed half a bottle of wine and was now teetering on the edge of intoxication. Knight Sr. could drink the same and remain unaffected. Guillemot had vomited 3 times after drinking it. Jiang Li brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her mouth, smiling as she pressed her lips together. I love you. You are to accompany me through this lifetime. Therefore, Guillemot, do share any faults I possess. Rest assured, I won't harm you. Guillemot thought to himself, well aware of his own injuries that had yet to heal. In my eyes, the young lady is utterly flawless, he casually remarked. Huh, you are deceiving me again. When will you speak the truth? My heart grows weary. If only Guillemot could self-heal. Then she could treat him however she pleased without fear of consequences. Come here, Jiang Li instructed. Do you wish to cherish me? Guillemot quickly interjected. What is there to fear? I want to devour you. Perhaps due to her intoxication, her voice had taken on a sticky, languid quality as she secured a silver strand of hair behind her ear, gazing lovingly at Guillemot. Her warm, deep-set eyes brimmed with affection, as if they could spill over with emotion. Upon seeing Guillemot take a seat beside her, Jiang Li leaned closer, whispering something scandalous into his ear. Guillemot inhaled sharply, unfazed, as the fabric of her clothing pressed against his arm, an overwhelming sensation weighing upon him, accompanied by an intoxicating scent of bellflower. Jiang Li ensnared him with her embrace, her fingers exploring his waist with a boldness that stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Before he realized it, Jiang Li had straddled his lap, positioning herself in an exceedingly intimate manner, close enough for him to sense her warm breath. Not interested, he replied. Stop lying. You secretly yearn to hear my words. Yet, due to your fragile masculinity, you find it difficult to ask me outright. Perhaps if I approached it differently, you would understand. Guillemot, would you prefer plead with me directly or indirectly? I want to harm you. I merely wish to play a little. Hurry before I change my mind. Plead with me. Guillemot's mental defenses stood firm against her advances. This tactic could sway even the monks of Shaolin. But I refuse. Ah, Jiang Li exclaimat inexplicably. Guillemot broke into a cold sweat, maintaining a stoic expression. Why was she so adept at mimicking these behaviors? Is it pleasing to the ears? Jiang Li's breath, warm and tinged with alcohol, brushed against his cheek, causing his left face to flush. Indeed, you are correct, Guillemot replied, having just emerged from the throes of her intoxicating whispers, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Ahem, Jiang Li sighed, releasing her hold on him. What is happening? I seem to have drunk too much and need to vomit. She retched softly. Guillemot quickly waved over a waiter. Hello, my girlfriend is intoxicated. Where's the restroom? Right this way, sir, the waiter replied kindly, handing Guillemot a towel and guiding him through a hallway adorned with holographic projections to the door of a restroom. Inside is the restroom. Should you have any issues, feel free to call for me, the waiter said with a slight bow before departing politely. Where have you brought me? Si I will Montag. If you dare to attack me while I'm vulnerable, I will not forgive you. With high offense and high defense, Guillemot found himself at a loss against her. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person, he said, shaking his head while holding the tipsy Jiang Li. having rejected Knight Senior's advances. He certainly wouldn't yield to Jiang Li. Jiang Li retched again, seemingly unable to contain herself. Guo, feeling helpless, mentally recited a prayer and, with a steely resolve, pushed open the door to the women's restroom. Fortunately, there were no other patrons inside, or else explaining the situation would have been quite troublesome. As soon as Jiang Li approached the toilet, she began to vomit. Guo turned away, unable to bear watching, and instead gazed out the window at the night scenery. Flurries of snow drifted through the air, and from this vantage point, the cars on the ground appeared merely as distant, blurred points of light. Sigh. This restroom is more luxurious than my own home. Observing Jiang Li's disheveled state, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion for her plight. It was perfectly normal to feel unwell after overindulging. Expelling the contents of one's stomach often provided relief. Guo refrained from uttering remarks like "I didn't force you to drink," believing it wiser to offer gentle reassurance. Once Jiang Li composed herself and washed her face at the sink, Guo handed her a towel to dry off. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noticing the alluring figure staring back. "I've never been like this before. I've never thrown up. Did you have a hand in this, Xiao Momo? Just look at how much you drank," she exclaimed, her tone teasing. "Oh, come now, you're being dramatic. You're not suffering from morning sickness." Guo chuckled warmly, but his smile faltered as he realized the implications of his words. "What am I saying?" The atmosphere seemed to chill significantly. "So this is your true sentiment, Xiao Momo," Jiang Li remarked, her fingers playfully tousling Guo's hair, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. "I apologize," Guo conceded, feeling defeated. "I'm a good boy. I would never speak ill of the young lady." Chapter 44. Testing the cadre with this? In truth, Guo wasn't genuinely frightened. He merely needed to feign terror in front of the delicate girl. If he didn't appear afraid, the young lady would ensure he understood the meaning of true fear. "This is the ladies' restroom, isn't it? If I hadn't brought you in, you'd have vomited outside," he quipped. Jiang Li seemed to have an epiphany, shifting the topic lightly. "Have you finished eating? Aren't you going to eat any more?" Guo, standing at the restroom door, was taken aback. He hadn't had his fill of the delectable dishes yet. "I've lost my appetite after drinking too much. Let us head back and rest," she suggested as they strolled along the red-carpeted corridor. Guo followed her into the elevator, where she pressed a button for the 20th floor. "What are we going there for?" he inquired, noticing the enigmatic smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. "Shouldn't they be heading to the first floor? Where else?" "To sleep, of course," Jiang Li replied, turning to wink at him, her cheeks flushed and adorably charming. "Going to the 20th floor to sleep? All right, fine." Guo had initially felt a sense of relief, but now anxiety surged back. "Why not go back? It's a package deal. I'm quite satisfied with this hotel's service. Perhaps it's my status that makes them unwilling to neglect me. I spent over 200,000 tonight. What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" "Not at all," Guo replied nonchalantly, though a cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiang Li had already booked a room at Enliza, which meant they wouldn't return to the Claim Manor tonight. His plans with Arna were rendered useless. Guo realized he could have persuaded her with words had she not made a reservation long ago. Now, it seemed she would surely spend the night at the hotel, a fact he could not alter. He glanced at his watch. It was 8:25. He had intended to return before Jiang Nixing, but at this hour, she must have already returned to her quarters. This is bad. It was impossible to go back now. Guo took a few deep breaths, dreading the unfolding events he had hoped to avoid. Nervously, he followed Jiang Li to the room, his mind too distracted to appreciate the opulent decor. Jiang Li kicked off her high heels and plopped onto the king-size bed, gently swinging her legs, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. "Come here. I have something good for you." If only she were someone else. "Just a moment," he replied, dismissing the topic. Guo, Jiang Li's voice grew softer, her gaze fixed intently on him as if awaiting his response. "I like your eyes." Guo met her gaze for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "Oh, you like my eyes?" Jiang Li erupted into laughter, as if she had heard a particularly amusing joke. After a minute, her laughter subsided, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. "Since my Xiao Mo likes them, I'll just dig them out and gift them to you." No, please don't. Eyes look best when they stay in their sockets," Guo remarked, accustomed to her whimsical thinking, though he found himself momentarily speechless. Jiang Li did not counter his statement. "You haven't kissed me yet. My patience is limited," she warned, leaning closer to him. It seemed inevitable that they would share a kiss tonight. Why not go for it? It won't hurt. Taking a deep breath, Guo closed his eyes and leaned in, their lips finally meeting in a warm touch. A gentle peck, so obedient. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a youthful aura about her, though it lasted merely an instant. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, studying him intently. Guo found himself at a loss for words. absent-mindedly toying with her fingers, adorned with soft pink, translucent nail polish that emitted a faint floral fragrance, captivating him momentarily. Seconds ticked by. Are you done playing? Jiang Li pergunta. Allicht, guten Montag replied, rising. By the time he returned after tidying up, Jiang Li had shed her outerwear, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa. Come here, Xiao Momo, let me hold you. Jiang Li wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him into her warm embrace. Isn't this cozy? Guimo, however, was too preoccupied to relish the warmth. Is it comfortable in my arms? Jiang Li gazed at him tenderly, her hand gently stroking his hair. Easy now, I can't breathe, Guimo murmured, his nose pressed against her chest, too intimidated to move. Hug me. I want tea. Be obedient. Jiang Li pinched his face, her grip firm enough to draw tears. This woman is quite a strong grip. There's no one else here. Don't you have any desires to act upon? Jiang Li desa. I'm reading the spring and autumn annals, Guimo thought, trying to escape her grasp. But she held him firmly, rendering him motionless. In such close proximity, her every smile and frown felt like a divine gift, effortlessly clouding his senses. No escaping, she declared, her long, fair legs pressing down on him. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Li's breathing steadied, the effects of the alcohol taking their toll. She fell asleep. Only then was Guimo able to extricate himself from her hold, struggling to pry her legs apart. Time was of the essence. He needed to hurry back before dawn. If he didn't return, he would face the wrath of two delicate girls. As Guimo made his way downstairs, intending to leave, he was intercepted by two hotel staff members. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Li's companion? It was unsurprising they recognized him. The staff could easily recall each guest's face. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? Are you leaving now? We offer paid transportation services. May we inquire about your preference? Guimo recalled arriving in a luxury car, likely in Liza's private vehicle. No need for that, he said, turning to leave, lacking the funds for the fare. The two staff members followed him. Miss Jiang Li has already paid a deposit, so it's complimentary. Guimo came to a halt. At 9:25, he returned to the gates of the Clay Manor, greeted the driver, and stealthily slipped inside. To ensure his safety, he could not allow the butler or maids within the manor to catch sight of him. The dense fog enveloping the city that evening proved to be a significant ally for Guimo. Scattered throughout the garden were two bodyguards, who remained oblivious to his presence. At this hour, most of the maids in the castle had already retired for the night. Guimo circled a few times, making his way to the third floor with little obstruction. Chapter 45. She was also drunk. The corridor on the third floor was shrouded in darkness, and Guimo navigated through the blackness, relying on his familiar memories to find the hallway leading to Jiang Li's room. In the pitch-black surroundings, he could sense the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. He had already been devising a strategy along the way. First and foremost, he was uncertain whether Jiang Li had returned to her room. Secondly, although he had placed the sleeping pills and incense in her room, the unexpected turn of events that evening had left him unable to execute his plan. His original intention was to hide in Jiang Li's room and, once she succumbed to the drowsiness induced by the incense, administer half a sleeping pill to her, allowing him to search without worry. However, given the sudden circumstances, his plan was rendered nearly obsolete. The most challenging aspect was that he could not ascertain whether Jiang Li was indeed in her room. He could neither knock on the door nor intrude by opening it. Once she had locked it, he could only pray that Jiang Li was preoccupied with work and would return late. As he moved forward, the boundless darkness weighed heavily on his heart, and he felt his own breathing sounded almost intrusive in the silence. For some inexplicable reason, Guimo felt a pang of guilt akin to that of a thief. Who was that? In his peripheral vision, Guimo caught sight of Shadow, causing his heart to leap and nearly cry out. How could there be someone in the corridor on the third floor? The figure appeared to be crouching at Jiang Li's door, seemingly peering at something. Was it Alna? Someone he had dispatched? Or could it be a contact, waiting to meet him? Having come this far, he could not retreat simply because of Shadow, concealing his presence. He held his breath and gradually approached the figure. As he drew within 5 or 6 meters, Guimo detected a peculiar odor, an overpowering mix of alcohol and tobacco, with a hint of pomegranate perfume. This was odd. Would Alna really send a drunkard? The figure's silhouette became clearer as Guimo drew nearer. Hehe Since. A chill coursed through Guimo from his feet to the top of his head. There was no response. Jiang Li seemed oblivious to the approach of another, remaining motionless on the ground, her hands cradling her head, face buried in her knees. Scattered on the floor beside her were 6 or 7 empty beer bottles, and several cigarette butts lay crushed in a flower pot. In her delicate, pale fingers, she clutched an empty can of wheat beer. Had she drunk too much? Her disheveled hair fell across her attire, and she appeared utterly dejected and fatigued. Gu-mo refrained from rushing towards her, waiting in place for nearly 10 minutes before cautiously advancing. She seemed to be asleep. Gu-mo leaned down, gazing at her for a moment, the thought crossing his mind that she appeared so vulnerable. Jiang Li-shing's body rose and fell in a gentle rhythm. At that moment, she had lost her usual grace and dominance, leaving only exhaustion and helplessness. In a sense, this state was partly his doing, causing a pang in Gumo's heart. If this was the case, the best course of action for him would be to administer the sleeping pill and swiftly exit after locating the nameplate. For Gumo, this would be an unexpected stroke of fortune. Miss Jiang, I still vividly recall your dream, he mused. You are truly unique. Gumo was not one to confuse right and wrong. He would not let his entanglements with Jiang Li spill over onto Jiang Li. He bent down, carefully maneuvering between her legs, while his other hand supported her waist, lifting her into a secure princess carry. She was heavy. She must weigh over 110 pounds. Gumo exerted himself with a measure of strength. Opening the door, he stepped over the clutter strewn across the floor, gently laying her on the bed. Her room was sparsely furnished. Aside from the essential furniture, there was little else. The litter on the floor gave the impression of chaos. Having placed the unconscious Jiang Li on the bed, Gumo's furrowed brow relaxed. It was time to attend to business. He donned gloves and, with great care, unzipped her white down jacket, revealing a hooded sweatshirt adorned with an anime character. To his surprise, she possessed a hint of youthful exuberance. Hehe Since slipped soundly, undisturbed even as Gumo turned her over, her breathing remaining steady. Gumo crouched down, cradling her down jacket, silently admiring her serene and gentle sleeping visage. Jiang Li usually maintained a mechanical calmness and indifference, but now, devoid of her usual demeanor, she appeared strikingly human. The damp strands of hair clinging to her neck and her porcelain-like collarbone only served to underscore her breathtaking beauty. Observing her, Gumo eventually closed his eyes. She was asleep, right? Surely, it would not be problematic to steal a moment of closeness. No. Such actions would be no different from those of despicable men who exploit the vulnerable. Gumo's throat involuntarily tightened. Oh, Buddha, Jesus Christ, Jade Emperor, he silently implored. May your boundless grace forgive me. Gumo did not act upon his desires. Instead, he opened his eyes to reflect. We are all mere mortals, bound by our emotions. How could anyone entirely forsake them? Moreover, she had spent many years alone, finally encountering a handsome man who suited her taste. It was only natural for her to feel a stir of feelings. Her words that day served as the best evidence. Every time I see you, my heart races. Just then, a chilling sound startled him from his reverie. Chapter 46, Two Deceivers. Gumo's fanciful thoughts were abruptly shattered by the sensation of a delicate hand resting on his shoulder. A hand. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted. He felt Jiang Li's gaze upon him, accompanied by her eerie voice. Are you having fun, you silly fool? Gumo stiffly raised his head, only to realize that Jiang Li had merely turned over, her arm inadvertently draping across his shoulder. Embarrassment washed over him anew. Miss Jiang, please forgive me. This revelation shattered Gumo's fantasies, reminding him that he had yet to locate the nameplate. He began rummaging through the pockets of her down jacket, ultimately focusing his attention on her neck. The nameplate dangled from the end of a necklace around her neck. Gumo carefully unfastened the clasp and removed the nameplate. To prevent her from waking unexpectedly, he stashed away the items hidden in Jiang Li's room and retrieved half a sleeping pill. He hesitated. She likely won't awaken. However, if she does and discovers that someone has pilfered her cherished possessions, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. Gumo still slipped that half-tablet of sleeping pill into her mouth. At precisely 10 o'clock, after completing his task, he tucked Jiang Nixing in before turning to exit the room. He descended to the first floor and pushed open the office door. Ailey had previously informed him that she would be sleeping there for the night. Unlike other servants, Ailey had grown up in the castle, an orphan with no home to return to. This situation was profoundly inhumane, prompting Gumo to reluctantly rouse Ailey, who had fallen asleep on the bed. Ailey murmured, reluctantly cracking her eyes open, only to be startled by the sight of a man in black standing at her bedside. Gumo swiftly covered her mouth, attempting to soothe her anxiety. It's me, Ailey. Master Gu. What brings you here at such a late hour? She asked, her face etched with wariness as she clutched her blanket tighter. I must warn you not to act recklessly. If you do, I will report it to Mississippi. Where is the trust between people? Gumo retorted playfully. Am I truly that wicked? This delicate and serene visage of mine is as harmless as a pebble by the roadside. Do not misunderstand. You know I bear no ill will. I simply wish to ask a small favor of you. Gumo's elegant and soothing voice dissipated the confusion in Ailey's eyes. What kind of favor? She inquired, her expression still guarded. Explaining the reason would be rather tedious, so I shall refrain. Ailey, should anyone inquire, simply say that you happened upon a drunken Miss Jiang and assisted her to her room. Gumo spoke rapidly, reflecting on any oversights from the evening. All right. Though I do not grasp your intent, I shall convey those words, Ailey replied wearily, seemingly eager to usher Gumo out of her room. Seeing her demeanor, Gumo could not help but feel vexed and decided to intimidate her slightly. Ailey, there's another matter for which I sought you. He deliberately lowered his voice, leaning closer to her. Master? Ailey tightened her grip on the blanket, her expression calm, yet somewhat artificially so. Do you know that you are quite adorable? Ailey did not comprehend. She shook her head, and her fondness for Gumo plummeted into negative territory. If you were to overstep, I would certainly report you. And what would that achieve? That would merely be a matter for tomorrow. In the present, we indulge in the revelry of today, leaving tomorrow's troubles for another time. Gumo leaned against the headboard, his visage partially obscured by his hair, exuding an unsettling charm. My dear lady, enough of the pretense. Master, Ailey interjected, dismantling his facade. Gumo nearly succumbed to laughter at that moment. Ailey, I have not treated you poorly, have I? Please refrain from such nauseating remarks. Even you find me distasteful? Ailey would never disdain Master. Then would you mind if I joined you under the covers? Ailey's forehead visibly tensed. She appeared to be lacking proper attire. Master, please leave at once. Gumo, feigning injury, exited the room. Amidst the vibrant neon glow of the night, the cold wind whispered through the air. Standing in the shadows beneath the walls of the clay manor, Gumo gazed longingly at the distant high rises of Enliza, letting out a sigh. Just as he was about to input the number on his card, a call came in first. Are you Mr. Gumo? A harsh voice akin to gravel grinding echoed through the receiver. Indeed, I am. Are you the contact? Ahem. Provide a statement that proves you are Mr. Gumo. Is that truly necessary? Anyone could answer that if I were to be kidnapped. There was silence on the other end. Very well, my eyes are violet. I am currently attending university in Gayer, and I have a girlfriend with violent tendencies. Is that sufficient? An awkward silence ensued. Tell us your location, the man instructed. As soon as Gumo divulged his whereabouts, the call was abruptly terminated. Shortly thereafter, a black SUV approached the intersection, rounding the corner before coming to a halt not far from Gumo. Two men adorned in pure white masks emerged from the vehicle. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gulmontak. Now hand over the items, one tall, slender man demanded. There's no need to rush, my friend. Gumo leaned against a tree, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed the duo. Stop the chatter. If you wish to avoid wasting time, you should promptly give me what I seek. I understand your urgency, but I too have a question for you. Gumo pressed forward, refusing to retreat. The tall man exhaled sharply, visibly irritated. Make it quick. Gumo's gaze shifted to the slightly chubbier man. Speak up. Noticing the lack of response, Gumo adopted a mocking tone. The heavier man remained silent behind his mask, but Gumo could easily envision the expression concealed beneath it. Why are you being so difficult? Just hand it over. I cannot afford to waste time. The slender man's tone grew increasingly impatient. Gumo's expression darkened. You two are not, in fact, sent by Alna. With that declaration, the atmosphere turned icy. Do you know how to deduce that? It began with the two hotel staff members. Your speech was riddled with hesitations, lacking the humility and courtesy expected of service personnel. And your uniforms were ill-fitting, revealing your true identities. If those two unconscious staff members knew you were such fools, how would they react? When performing a charade, one must commit fully. You acquire the uniforms and my number. Why not procure the Enliza Hotel's dedicated vehicle as well? Your car bears no emblem of the Enliza Hotel. The flaws are glaringly apparent. Furthermore, the reason you called shortly after my exit was because you remained at the hotel after I entered the manor. One of you was responsible for conversing with me at the hotel, while the other was on site. Gumo cast a casual glance at the shorter man. Hence, you remained silent just now. Your objective is to seize the insignia before Alna's people arrive. Gumo applauded himself. Am I correct? Silence enveloped the scene. It was as if an imaginary black crow had flown overhead. Where are your reactions? You're not following the script. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The tall man let out a cold chuckle, while the portly one laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. It turned out their silence stemmed from their struggle to suppress laughter. What a splendid logic. It has my stomach churning, the heavier man exclaimed, removing his mask while wiping his tears. You're incredibly clever. So, what you wish to convey is precisely that. The slender man scrutinized the seemingly fragile youth before him, then barked menacingly. What use is reasoning? We should waste time talking to him. Attack him. Get him. Both men lunged forward simultaneously. Judging others by their appearance is misguided, but Guillermo was confident he could topple these two clowns. Phew. The slender man launched a kick toward Guillermo, who nimbly sidestepped and leaped to evade. The portly man seized the opportunity, executing a sweeping leg kick that connected with Guillermo's calf while he was still airborne. Wait a moment, Guillermo stumbled slightly, but thankfully managed to steady himself without falling. He quickly retreated a few meters, his surprise evident as he spoke. You two have trained together, haven't you? Are you kidding? If we hadn't practiced, would we dare engage in this? The stout man retorted, cursing as he executed nimble movements that belied his bulk, launching himself like a crow diving towards Guillermo caught off guard. Guillermo was seized by the leg, causing him to stumble back and crash against the wall. The impact rattled his insides. The lean man leapt forward, throwing a straight punch aimed directly at Guillermo's face. Guillermo barely managed to bend down in time, twisting his body to kick the lean man away. The lean man's whip-like kick struck Guillermo's thigh, causing him to sway momentarily before regaining his balance. Is that all you've got? The stout man scoffed, launching a fierce punch towards Guillermo's chest that momentarily dazed him. Ouch! My wound hasn't healed yet, Guillermo hissed, taking a deep breath as he lifted his leg to deliver a knee strike to the stout man's chin. The stout man cursed, still intent on charging at him. However, in his haste, he slipped on a patch of ice, crashing to the ground in a heap. Panting heavily, he scrambled to his feet and exchanged a glance with the lean man, both momentarily halting their assault. Listen here, you better behave. Do you know who our employer is? The lean man brandished a switchblade, its tip aimed threateningly at Guillermo's eyes. Employer? Do you know who the master of the estate behind me is? Guillermo replied, his tone devoid of inflection. He understood the gravity of the situation. If Jiang Li discovered that these two men had attacked her beloved, they would be in grave peril, worse than death, a fate they could not even begin to imagine. What does that have to do with you? Aren't you just a thief? The stout man sneered. A thief? Spare me the pretense. Our employer's intel clearly states that you are merely a thief, tasked with stealing something from the estate tonight. We are to retrieve it from you, the lean man continued. You're no better than us. What gives you a sense of superiority? Just because you're handsome? The stout man derided. Excuse me? I'm the one being robbed here. Besides Guillermo and Arna, is there a third person aware of this situation? That guy Arna. Could he be attempting to double-cross us? If he hasn't leaked any information, how would these two men explain their presence tonight? As these thoughts raced through Guillermo's mind, an unbidden anger began to stir within him. Who is your employer? Guillermo furrowed his brows. Shut it. Professional ethics dictate that we keep our employer's identity confidential, the stout man replied. However, if all goes according to plan, you will meet our employer soon enough. The lean man added. A gust of cold wind swept through, bringing Guillermo back to a state of calm. Step back, the lean man commanded, pressing the knife against Guillermo's lower back, forcing him into a corner. The stout man began to search him up and down. A top student from Gal University. Yet you resort to such petty thievery, the lean man mocked. At least I'm not a rat like you. Guillermo shot back defiantly. Impossible. This isn't Arna's doing. It's simple. He has no reason to. The costs outweigh the benefits, and it clashes with his character. He isn't the type to play both sides. He sees me as an equal partner in this transaction. That leaves only one possibility. Someone else knows about this, and they're sabotaging us. Is this person out of their mind? Don't they realize how many people they would offend and the severe consequences of such actions? Where the hell did you put the item? The stout man demanded, having searched in vain. Just then, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar, causing all three to instinctively turn. Through the mist, two deep blue motorcycles sped down the main road, heading straight towards Guillermo. It was clear they were professionals. Guillermo breathed a silent sigh of relief. Those two riders were indeed Arna's allies. If Jiang Li's prize plaque were to be stolen, it would spell disaster for him. Who the hell are they? They can't be coming for us, can they? The stout man trembled, seemingly realizing they were no match for the incoming threat. Quick! Have you found it yet? Hurry up and grab it so we can get out of here. The lean man shouted in desperation. Bring it to me, or I swear I'll stab you. The stout man growled menacingly at Guillermo. As Guillermo prayed for the arrival of his reinforcements, he attempted to buy time. I'm looking, it's in the hidden pocket of my shirt, I'll get it now. He slowly reached for it, feeling the blade slice through the fabric of his shirt. They might truly be desperate enough to stab him. Shit, there is no time left, let us go. The lean man turned to flee, only to be yanked back by the stout man. Damn it, are you giving up the reward? That money is enough for us to squander for 5 months. The stout man wrested the knife from the lean man's grasp. What did you promise before coming here? Didn't you say you wouldn't flinch even if a mountain fell before you? A mountain? That is nothing compared to a meteor. Fear glistened in the lean man's narrow eyes. I've seen that vehicle before when I was working on my last job. It belongs to the Quinn Group. We can't afford to cross them. Let us get out of here. What the hell? The Quinn Group? The stout man exclaimed, casting an unwilling, resentful glance at Gu Mo before sheathing his knife. This kid is just a civilian, right? The stout man sprinted toward the SUV. Sadly, it was too late. One motorcycle drifted sharply to a halt right in front of the lean man, kicking up a cloud of snow and blocking their path. The second motorcycle followed closely behind. A tall figure dismounted from the front bike, striding towards the two men. You really have some nerve, a cool, crisp female voice echoed. The woman, clad in motorcycle gear, removed her helmet, her presence commanding against the backdrop of the illuminated skyscrapers. She gave Gu Mo the impression of a stern police officer from a police academy. You. Step aside. The lean man, seeing no escape, charged at the woman. She effortlessly sidestepped him, swiftly grabbing his arm and executing a masterful throw that sent him crashing to the ground, motionless. The stout man stood frozen, unsure if he was in shock or simply terrified. Gu Mo leaned against the wall, enjoying the spectacle. See, this is what you get for pretending. Please, please, don't hit me. I give up. I didn't do anything, the stout man stammered, throwing down his switchblade in panic. Who hired you? The woman asked her companion, a towering man nearly 6'3", speaking with a monotone voice devoid of emotion. I don't know. I swear I'm telling the truth. The employer is anonymous. I have no idea. The stout man collapsed onto the ground. Take them both back, the woman instructed gently. The man nodded, effortlessly lifting both men as if they were mere chicks, and began to walk away. The woman approached Gu Mo, stopping courteously a meter away, a playful smile gracing her crimson lips. My apologies, Mr. Gu Mo. No need to apologize. I'm fine, Gu Mo replied casually, handing the plaque to her, without inquiring how she knew his location. Do you know who is causing this disruption? Not at the moment. The individuals obstructing us are by no means foolish. However, we shall undoubtedly uncover who is instigating the trouble. The woman's voice was somewhat androgynous, yet it possessed a melodious quality. One can only hope. Gu Mo recalled the words of the gaunt man from earlier. He had mentioned, without a hint of surprise, that he would be meeting his employer. Was that employer lurking in the shadows, observing everything? So it shall be. We shall rendezvous here in 4 hours, the woman declared before mounting her motorcycle and speeding away from the estate. At 11:10, Gu Mo found himself aimlessly gazing at the sky from a corner. Still bound to wait here for another 4 hours. At 3:12 in the morning, the woman arrived punctually on her motorcycle. Following that, she tossed the nameplate from a distance. Gu Mo's face nearly froze in the biting cold as he raised his hand to catch it, inspecting it closely to find it undamaged. Have you truly stood here for 4 hours? The woman, with her fierce brows and burning blue eyes, scrutinized Gu Mo. What other choice did I have? He replied. What had all to do with the nameplate? How would I know? She shrugged. What is your profession? Quinn's behind-the-scenes enforcer. So you are quite adept at fighting, then? Well, would you care to test that? Gu Mo recalled the moment she had incapacitated the slender man a few hours prior, and promptly shook his head. Not particularly interested at the moment. What is your name? Gu Mo's gaze lingered on her alluring figure clad in motorcycle attire. The woman, aware of his gaze but restrained by the peculiar nature of his identity, responded, Farina. Must you interrogate me as if I were a census officer? Oh, do not be offended. You have quite a fine physique, Gu Mo jested, rising to leave. Yet, Farina extended a leg to block his path. As she maintained her stance, Gu Mo stared at her through weary eyes. Move aside. I've waited here for so long. It's only natural to express a bit of grievance. My legs are numb. What more do you want from me? I have put in the time, and if not for merit, I have at least endured fatigue. Farina, you truly cannot take a joke. Farina appeared on the verge of a breakdown, suppressing her anger as she retorted, if you wish to pass, it's simple, just crawl beneath. Can I not go around? Gu Mo, his playful demeanor fading, narrowed his eyes at her and said, this matter is far more significant than you realize. Do not obstruct my path. If complications arise, we shall both face dire consequences. Do you know what fate befalls those who dare to tease me in the department? Farina waved her fists in front of Gu Mo's nose. Were it not for your esteemed connection to Quinn, you would be in for a lesson. Turning her head, she seemed reluctant to spare him another glance. One more thing. Your task is not yet complete, she said coldly. What? What remains unfinished? Gu Mo asked, astonished. I mean to say, merely acquiring the nameplate is insufficient. You shall have further tasks ahead. Just wait and see. She gestured, halting his impending questions. I do not know the specifics. I am merely the messenger. That is all. With a sense of detachment, she donned her helmet and revved her motorcycle, departing from the clay estate. Such a tempestuous spirit. Time was of the essence. He was about to return to the castle when an eerie call echoed behind him. Gulmontak. He turned in surprise, frowning as he scanned the surroundings. Finding no trace of anyone, he refused to believe it was merely his imagination. Someone had indeed called his name. But who could it be? Suddenly, Guillermo felt a wave of numbness wash over his body, followed by an overwhelming dizziness that rendered him unable to maintain his balance. And he slid down against the wall. This is never ending, is it? Just before losing consciousness, he caught sight of several figures before him, whispering amongst themselves. What a sin! What a sin! It is karma at work. Alas, we are merely following orders. There will be no issues. Let us hope not. If something goes awry, we shall be the lambs led to slaughter. He is still unconscious? Over there, heat some cold water. A splash ought to wake him. With a splash, icy water cascaded down from above, rushing over his face. Guillermo groggily opened his eyes, his mind alarmingly vacant and sluggish, as if he had not slept for 3 days. The dim white bulb flickered above him, while the surroundings were encased in steel walls, with some makeshift living supplies scattered about. His body was tightly bound to a chair with coarse rope. A familiar sight, the dark warehouse. Standing before Guillermo were 4 unfamiliar men. Ah, you are awake, my friend, said a man clad in a black mask. Guillermo clenched his jaw, coldly regarding him, his expression devoid of emotion. At present, you are a hostage. It would be wise to play along. And what of the monk? Which of you is the one stirring up trouble? I wish to speak with him. Guillermo seethed, glaring at the masked men. Our employer is not present. You may address your inquiries to us. Very well. What is the purpose of my abduction? The masked man pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Well, it's simply to have you seated here. Guillermo was nearly driven to laughter by their juvenile reasoning. Are you aware of the Polaris group? He attempted to intimidate them. Are you claiming to be the son-in-law of the Jiang family? Alas, the one seeking your downfall is of equal stature to the Jiang family. We are powerless to intervene. We, my friend, are all burdened with substantial debts and have been coerced into accepting this abduction task, one man explained. Indeed, by bringing you here, we can wipe our slates clean. You would do the same if in our position. It is only natural for the drowning to grasp at any last shred of hope. The 4 men spoke in turn, but Guillermo absorbed none of their words. Just who were these fools? Please, cease your theatrics. Guillermo remained entirely oblivious to the situation's gravity. He had no idea how much time had passed, whether the nameplate still adorned him, or if his life was in peril. Moreover, who was responsible for his abduction? Surely, the plump and slender men were not hired by the same person. Chapter 49. Whose chatterbox is this? Guillermo suddenly had a revelation. So, according to you, your employer wishes to meet me personally and is en route? Indeed, that is correct. Which scoundrel? Guillermo could not restrain his expletives. A rather beautiful woman. She's quite loud. Listening to her is a headache. In my fleeting existence, I have never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Truly, she is the contemporary she sure. Can her beauty even compare to Jiang Nixing's? She sure? How many women have you seen, you bald monk? Guillermo struggled against the ropes binding him. You should practice restraint. The ropes held him firmly. He could not budge an inch. How did I lose consciousness? Gulmontak, upon realizing his circumstances, felt an unexpected calmness. He was not in immediate danger. With a tranquilizer gun. What time is it? The men exchanged glances. 9:30 in the morning, they replied in unison. Repeat that. Guillermo's heart plummeted, his pulse slowing as he processed their words. What did you say? It's 9:30? I have been unconscious for over 6 hours. This is disastrous. I not only failed to return the nameplate, but I also missed my chance to reach the Enliza Hotel. Little slave, your recent conduct has left me quite dissatisfied. After indulging you in this charade for so long, I believe I deserve some recompense. Jiang Li playfully licked the edge of fruit knife, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at Guillermo. Would you prefer I sever your left leg or your right? Such a fool you are, frolicking about carelessly. The debts you've accrued during this time will be repaid with your body. Guillermo could already envision the impending days of torment. The young lady would undoubtedly make him regret his defiance. You have brought me to ruin. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you must hasten to free me. Jiang Nixing had administered a sedative, ensuring that his awakening would not be swift, and Jiang Li had indulged in drink the previous night, likely still unconscious. There remained a chance for salvation, provided these fools would quickly release him. To those who entrust their burdens, one must remain loyal. In seeking aid, one finds themselves bound. My dear benefactor, I am unable to assist. Friends, when you encounter the boss, be exceedingly courteous. Her lineage is of significant stature. She is none other than the young lady of the noble house of Holland PLO. Furthermore, the Holland PLO family is of military renown, on par with the esteemed Ivis family. The daughter of a military lineage, Kidnapping me? Guillermo paused his struggles, now thoroughly perplexed by this seemingly enigmatic young lady, of whom he had never heard. The creaking of the old warehouse door pierced the silence. Someone entered through a small side door, the sound of determined heels striking the floor reverberating in the air. Hey, hey, why are you all gathered around him? Don't frighten him. I shall not retract my promise to you. Now, step aside. A voice, vibrant and commanding, broke through. The four men immediately stood at attention. Oh dear, it is entirely my father's fault for burdening me with tedious affairs, causing me to be an entire hour late. You haven't harmed him, have you? Well, since you haven't, it's time for you all to leave. Mere moments after Guillermo heard her voice, an unexplained pain began to throb in his head. The figure before him gradually became clearer. With a dramatic flair, Guillermo lifted his gaze, wondering where this warehouse had procured stage lighting. A bright white spotlight illuminated the ceiling, focusing its radiance upon her, shifting slowly as she moved. Before his eyes were a pair of knee-high marten boots, adorning her slender, straight legs. As he looked up, a deep purple pleated skirt and a black tactical jacket concealed her exquisite figure. Her ruby lips and large, captivating eyes were striking, complemented by a prominent nose and eye-catching golden twin ponytails. With a slightly pouting expression, she exuded an undeniable air of arrogance, particularly with those magnificent golden eyes that sparkled luminously amidst the dim surroundings. The bald monk had not exaggerated. This young lady was, indeed, exceptionally beautiful, though perhaps a touch lacking in the chest department. With grace, she stood firmly before the man and then lowered her head to strike a pose reminiscent of a gang member, seemingly awaiting something. We welcome the Midnight Phantom Queen. The four men chorused in unison. She remained bent over, and a masked man discreetly nudged Guillermo. Oh, we welcome whatever queen you are. She arched her back theatrically, creating an extravagant silhouette. Today, my beloved subjects continue to adore their queen. She dramatically tilted her head back, only to lower it again in an instant. Her golden eyes cast a peculiar glance towards Guillermo, observing him from the corner of her gaze. You must be eager to learn of my identity. I am fully aware of my extraordinary allure, yet do refrain from regarding me with such nauseating eyes. Her ponytails danced expressively, her hands moving gracefully to enhance the visual effect. You should, like them, gaze upon me with adoration and respect, for before you stands the greatest and most venerable queen in the world. Are you a chatterbox? Guillermo bluntly interjected, showing no decorum. Her body stiffened momentarily. Ahem, please show her some courtesy, the monk advised in a voice as delicate as a whisper. Her fists tightened in frustration, then relaxed. It seems the subjects have grievances against their queen. Fear not, for as divine radiance shines upon me, I shall lend an ear. She pretended to hold a microphone, placing it near Guillermo's lips. Feedback from the subjects. The spotlight shifted to Guillermo. What do you intend to achieve by kidnapping me? Guillermo shielded his eyes from the blinding light, pressing forth with his most pressing inquiry. This woman appeared harmless, yet an unsettling sense lingered. Her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. She had brought him here, surely not merely to listen to her prattle on. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, Guillermo could not guarantee it was not a mere facade. If she were aware of his plans with Arna, she could not be an ordinary character. Upon first meeting Jiang Li, he had thought her to be a charming and talkative woman, only to discover she was, indeed, a veritable villain, capable of tormenting her own husband to death. You are no longer needed. With a wave of her hand, the four men surrounded her and scurried away from the warehouse, their expressions reverent. Now, it is time for me to introduce myself. Mortal, remember this sacred name. Alicia Holland PLO. Alicia enunciated each syllable with clarity, as if she believed Guillermo might not comprehend human language. Guillermo, bewildered, finally broke the peculiar tension. Very well, Miss Alicia, what is your purpose? You have not abducted me for some trivial matter, I presume? You must be feeling rather upset at this moment. My objectives have been entirely fulfilled. Alicia gracefully drew a chair closer, sitting elegantly across from Guillermo, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. In truth, she was indeed of noble birth. Huh? Is this really the reason? Guillermo queried, somewhat perplexed, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. You can thank your girlfriend for this. She has consistently overshadowed me, robbing me of my rightful recognition and repeatedly wounded my pride. Alicia appeared to recall painful memories, her demeanor shifting to one of sorrow. That wretched woman accomplishes everything flawlessly. I have scarcely triumphed over her in any endeavor, whether it be in the arts or sports since childhood. What right does a woman with nothing but a pretty face have to compare herself to me? Oh, after enduring countless humiliating defeats, I have finally encountered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alicia cast a scornful glance at Guillermo. And that is you, handsome. The item you pilfered tonight must be returned, yes? Alicia tossed a golden object into the air, revealing it to be a coin. It is now in my possession. Do not even think about retrieving it. Guillermo found himself at a loss for words. I propose we play a game of guessing the coin. Alicia, unable to tolerate the silence, continued the conversation. Guillermo remained mute, unable to accept her whimsical notion. Listen closely, dear subjects. If you guess correctly, the queen shall release you from your bonds. What? Are you serious? A glimmer of light flickered in Guillermo's eyes. How could this prince go back on his word? I am a lady of my word. A promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. As the coin spun in midair and descended, her fingers, as delicate as mutton fat jade, deftly pinched the gold coin. Subjects, what do you think? Guillermo was uncertain about her thoughts, but vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Her technique was too practiced, indicating she was quite confident about this matter. You aren't cheating, are you? Guillermo asked hesitantly. How outrageous. You may question my intelligence, but you cannot question my integrity. Alicia seemed to have touched a nerve, admonishing sharply. Well, it seems I shouldn't doubt your cleverness. Care to take a guess? Of course, I guess, Guillermo replied, feeling little risk involved. Alicia's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Watch closely. She tossed the coin high into the air, then suddenly clapped her hands together, trapping the coin within her palms. All right, my subject, make your guess. Guillermo furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Alicia, hoping to glean something from her triumphant expression. The queen commands you to avert your lascivious gaze. Alicia scolded sweetly. Guillermo chose to ignore her. Her gaze was so weary and innocent that one would struggle to identify any lewdness in it. 50%, nothing to hesitate about. I've always had good fortune in this regard. Tails, Guillermo said with a smile. Are you certain? Tails, Guillermo reiterated. Alicia chuckled, slowly opening her hands before Guillermo's piercing gaze. The coin revealed its heads. You guessed wrong, fool. What? That can't be right, Guillermo exclaimed, sensing a hint of conspiracy in the air. Alicia retrieved the coin, never once meeting Guillermo's eyes. Don't be anxious. I do like to guess again. Hey, I said there's only one chance. No, you can toss it again. I merely wish to validate my theory. Alicia remained non-committal. All right, out of the goodness of my heart, I shall reluctantly allow one more toss. She threw the coin once more, clutching it in her hand. Tails, Guillermo declared. Alicia patiently opened her hand, but the cursed coin showed heads again. What? Guillermo was genuinely astonished. How did you manage that? It's merely my skill. Alicia replied with habitual arrogance. I possess unparalleled talent in this area. Tossing coins? You insufferable fool. It's all about card skills. My status is that of the recognized gambling god of breed. Alicia lifted her chin high, leaving Guillermo only able to see her nostrils. So you're a gambling god? Quite impressive, Guillermo replied dismissively, utterly uninterested. Taking a deep breath, Guillermo said, Alicia, what does your feud with Jiang Li have to do with me? Don't drag innocent bystanders into this. If you seek revenge, go after Jiang Li. What have I done to deserve this? After navigating these treacherous days, all I desire is to live in peace. What have I done wrong? What was that saying? Alicia pondered, her brows furrowing, a glimmer of naive foolishness in her eyes. Oh, no snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. No, that doesn't relate to our discussion. And besides, that phrase isn't appropriate here, Guillermo retorted, utterly exasperated but bound to the chair, rendered powerless. You're deliberately seeking to vex me, Guillermo said, on the verge of despair, realizing that no one would come to his rescue. Rejected. My mind is made up. Don't waste your breath. Oh, handsome boy. Should Jiang Li discover your actions, she would not take it lightly, and neither would you. Ha ha ha. This is the scene I wish to witness. Guillermo glared in fury. Yes, that expression, the one of having something precious snatched away with no means to defend it. Wretched woman. Alicia beamed with a smile of sweet revenge. On the day of Madame Jiang's birthday banquet, when you stood on the platform facing Jiang Li's confession, beset by the envious or astonished gazes of so many. Do you know what I was thinking? I had already set my sights on you then. Who told you to agree to that wretched woman's confession? You granted me the chance for revenge. I should thank you. She crossed her legs, clad in black silk, leisurely admiring her hair. Curious. How did you find out? Guillermo asked, his tone softening, slumping in the chair, wishing the world would simply end. I am aware of every whisper and movement in Breed. Nothing escapes my keen eye. It is actually the Hollandpro family that possesses an extensive intelligence network throughout Breed. If they want to find someone, they can pinpoint that person's address within minutes. Chapter 51:0 What video? Alright, I presume your objectives have been achieved. Can you untie me now? Guillermo sighed. Is there a cup? I do like a drink of water. It must be past 10 now. Jiang Li would have awakened by now, and upon realizing Guemo was not by her side, she would immediately seek his whereabouts. Heaven is against me. All my efforts have been thwarted by this foolish Alicia. Alicia raised an eyebrow. It's not yet time. Not yet? It's already past 10. Are you waiting for Jiang Li to discover this place before you're satisfied? It's 4:30, she enunciated clearly, to prevent Guemo from doubting her. She even took out her phone to show him. What? Guemo trembled, nearly toppling the chair in shock. The cold blood within him began to warm and flow, as his numb mind accepted this reality. He felt utterly drained, followed by a surge of rage and fatigue. Not only was he being toyed with, but he felt utterly shattered by her. Now, that's the reaction I was hoping for. I wanted to lead you to despair, then offer you a glimmer of hope, only to let you sink back into despair. No, no, no. You must release me. Guemo struggled violently once more. Let us resolve any misunderstandings amicably. There is no need for such extremities. Leave a way out for future encounters. You must understand this principle. I'm not inclined to release you for the time being. Alicia evaded the question, having no intention of letting Guemo go. Jiang Li is a vengeful and ruthless person. You should understand that opposing her leads to no good end. Guemo took a deep breath, shaking his disoriented head. Don't be so stubborn. I'm pleading with you. As long as you release me, I promise to comply with any request you may have. Any request? Alicia leaned in with interest, her tone suggesting she was ready to press him. Only if you free me, Guemo replied, meeting her gaze directly, thinking that if he promised first, she would have no way to renege later. This woman is tormenting me, expecting me to agree to her demands. Impossible. Handsome boy. Can you bark like a dog? Of course, I'm quite the expert in that. Guemo replied without hesitation. Alicia stared at him wide-eyed, seemingly taken aback by his swift agreement. What have you experienced in your profession? Why is that woman so extravagant? A look of fear crept across Alicia's face. It's far more extravagant than you can imagine, 100 times over. Jiang Li's imagination has at least half of it devoted to devising ways to torment him. Let us not dwell on that. After all, it's merely learning to bark like a dog. Allow me to demonstrate it for you now, Guemo said nonchalantly, disregarding any semblance of masculine pride. He had already made that foolish mistake of sacrificing his dignity for his life in his past life. This time, wouldn't it be wiser to lower his head a bit? After all, it was all an act. Once the timing was right, he could escape Jiang Li's grasp. Alicia clapped her hands, and the small door of the warehouse swung open, revealing 4 men who hurried over to her side. What is your command, my queen? Do you have a video camera? A sinister premonition suddenly washed over Guemo. We don't have that. How are we to know you would need one? Shall we go buy one now? No matter, a mobile phone will suffice. Who among you will lend me yours? Alicia smiled sweetly at them. Her somewhat foolish smile was truly captivating, possessing an unparalleled allure over young men. The queen must cherish her subjects. Several men eagerly offer their phones. The Midnight Phantom Queen is so gentle. I can't believe it. We, her subjects, must have accumulated several lifetimes of fortune to witness the supreme Queen's smile. I have no regrets in this life, they sang in unison, leaving Gumo's complexion alternating between pale and flushed, nearly provoking a laugh from him. They arrived as swiftly as they departed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What are you planning? Seeing her malicious demeanor, Guemo furrowed his brow, unease creeping into his voice. If I were to let you go so hastily, wouldn't all my planning over the past few days be in vain? Wasting so much manpower and resources. If my father found out I squandered all of it, he would toss me into the slaughterhouse. That foul-smelling place is one I never wish to set foot in again. It could cost me my esteemed life. So don't think of escaping. Alicia declared loudly as she fiddled with her phone as functions. I've merely changed my approach. Speaking of which, your idea is quite brilliant. I just thought a way to infuriate Jiang Li. Guemo suddenly regretted speaking. It seemed the situation had deteriorated further. Her intention to record on her phone could only mean one thing. Public humiliation for Guemo, capturing the moment to send to Jiang Li, showing her how her beloved was schooled by another woman. No. If the young lady sees this, she will surely flay me alive. Perhaps it would be best to remain quietly seated. Gumo's earlier eagerness faded, his expression turning somber. Are you toying with me? No, this is beyond your discretion. You promised, so you cannot blame me. Do you think I'm a villain? I merely wish to defeat that woman Jiang Li soundly and see her kneel before me in apology. Redefining not bad. You're serious? This is not bad? Do you have a misunderstanding of what not bad means? Gumontak scoffed. And Jiang Li would never admit fault. Her character forbids it. Don't harbor such fantasies. Silence. My brilliant decision is not for a foolish pig like you to critique. Alicia rose, placing the phone on her chair, its camera aimed squarely at Gumo. Are we recording now? In that moment, he too decided to take the initiative. Young lady, I have been abducted by this scheming woman to this place. Although I am unaware of my location, everything you are about to witness is what she wishes for you to see. I shall not respond to her actions at any point. Gumo spoke in one breath, his gaze fixed on the camera, his face betraying anxiety and urgency. It would be a shame if such talent went unrewarded. Are you finished? Alicia sneered, picking up something from the left table. Gumo looked at her without a word. Mere riffraff, making a commotion while I haven't even started recording. She approached Gumo, brandishing a butterfly knife menacingly before his eyes. Oh, Gumontak Gaspit. His eyelids twitching violently. Handsome boy, behave yourself. You wouldn't want this knife to accidentally find its way into your body, would you? Gumo felt a shiver run down his spine and turned his head away. Very well. Next, I shall require your cooperation to complete this video. Chapter 52. I love speaking the truth. How delightful. The very thought of humiliating that woman brings me joy I haven't felt in 2 months, Alicia declared, her steps lightening with glee. So that was her game. No wonder this ponytailed girl was so confident. All right, since you and Alma are happy, may I take my leave? You. Gumo glared at her, retorting, if you use it to provoke me, who knows what I might do? A true man stands fearless under heaven and earth. Oh please, do you think I have no temper? I speak to you civilly, and you genuinely believe me to be a soft target? Swish. A flash of white light appeared before him. The knife's tip was mere inches from his eye, its cold gleam stinging his vision. He dared not move an inch. Even the slightest shift could cost him dearly. You're mistaken, sister, Gumo replied begrudgingly. One must be adaptable to be a true man. Hey. You're giving away too quickly. Alicia sheathed the knife, regarding him with disdain. I said you were to call me queen. Do you understand? Gumo pursed his lips and nodded. Ha. It seems I have a knack for training dogs. I thought you, a filthy insect, might possess some spirit. Alas, you are merely a coward. Coward? Coward? Gumo's weary expression gradually morphed into anger. She was pushing her luck. Am I a coward? If I were, I wouldn't be sitting here today, would I? I would need to anxiously steal her belongings. You are the fool who has the audacity to act superior. What? Alicia bit her lip, amused by Gumo's defiance. You wretched commoner. I have treated you with such generosity, and you dare forget your place? Speak another word, and I shall surely beat you. Gumo, utterly drained, sighed and gazed at the ceiling. Hey, handsome boy, do you truly like Jiang Li? Sishi, do you have feelings for her? Alicia pressed the knife against his cheek. Of course, she is my beloved. Gumo was forced to respond seriously. Have you ever confronted that woman directly? No. Gumo fell silent. How could she not know Jiang Li was a Yandere? Why ask such a question? State your girlfriend's name. Jiang Li. Gumo was further perplexed. Your identity? Alicia questioned, placing the knife against Gumo's throat. Miss Alicia's dog, Gumo muttered, his back teeth grinding. Very well, I command you to bark like a dog. A woof. Gumo reluctantly emitted an unpleasant sound, one so grating that he declared, let's start over. Woof. He barked loudly. You insipid mutt, you've disturbed this lady. However, a smirk crept onto his face as he mused, oh, how furious Jiang Li would be if she knew her man was currently behaving like a well-trained dog. Alicia, hands on her hips, burst into laughter. You haven't even recorded it yet, Gumo taunted. Who says? I've already captured it. You just provided a wealth of material with your incessant prattling. Alicia bent down to retrieve her phone, pausing the recording right before Gumo's eyes. Deceiving you is hardly a challenge for me. Soon, I shall release you. Send this video to her, and then, just wait for the tempest of fury your girlfriend will unleash upon you. Did I not mention that I take no responsibility for my words? Gumo, not overly anxious, resolved to snatch the phone the moment this woman untied him. Creak. The small door of the warehouse swung open once more, and 4 men ghosted out, standing beside Alicia. Is that so? Handsome. Have you forgotten that there exists a thing called editing? The smile vanished from Gumo's face. Alicia joyfully handed her phone to one of the men, declaring, loyal subjects. As commanded by your sovereign queen, edit this video into the form that this king desires. Fear not, your majesty, we shall complete the editing at the swiftest pace. The 4 men bowed deeply and hastily exited the warehouse with the phone in hand. You had this all planned? Gumo asked incredulously. Alicia, placing the knife back on the table, regarded him with derision gleaming in her golden eyes. Oh, dear boy, this round has been a resounding victory for me. She resumed her seat. Now, let us patiently await 15 minutes. A wave of irreversible despair washed over Gumo as he re-evaluated his earlier claim that she lacked intelligence. Was he truly destined to be undone by this dual ponytail? He could hardly fathom what monstrosity that video would be edited into. 15 minutes later, your midnight fandom queen. Please take a look. One man opened the warehouse door, presenting the phone with both hands. Alicia accepted the device, casually stating, "I am not devoid of compassion, dear boy. I am certain you wish to see this video, for this queen indulges her subjects' every reasonable request." The man brought a wooden table and placed it in front of Guillermo, positioning the phone so the screen faced him. Alicia gently pressed the play button. On the screen, Guillermo was filled with indignation as he exclaimed, "Miss, you treacherous woman, everything you see is precisely what I wish to show you. I shall not respond to your actions at any point. Jiang Li, yo brainless fool. Ah, you lack even the barest semblance of wit. Jiang Li, do you think I have no temper? I speak to you with kindness, and you truly believe me to be a soft touch. Do you harbor feelings for Jiang Li? No. Have you ever confronted that woman directly? Of course." The video continued, with Guillermo declaring, "I am Miss Alicia's dog. Woof." The screen faded to black as the 2.5-minute video concluded. Guillermo sat frozen in his chair, resembling a statue, so still one might mistake him for a wax figure. "Well, the debts you for owe have been arranged for my steward to handle," Alicia remarked. "Your Majesty, may we leave now?" One man inquired cautiously. "As you wish." The four men wasted no time in exiting the warehouse. After a long pause, Guillermo finally stirred his numbed body, straining to lift his gaze to the ponytailed woman. His violet eyes were tinged with a sorrowful red. "No," he uttered, his parched lips instinctively voicing the plea. "This is all of your own making," Alicia retorted, pocketing her phone with a triumphant smirk. "Please, do not send it. Jiang Li will kill me." Guillermo's voice grew heavier with anguish. He could not bear the thought of his efforts dissipating into the December night's fog without a trace. "Do not send it." Chapter 53. I won Miss Alicia. Hey, what's the matter? Don't be like this." Perhaps it was Guillermo's pitiable demeanor that softened her resolve, for Alicia's tone turned gentler. "I cannot bear to see a handsome man in distress before me." Alicia poured herself a glass of water and returned to feed Guillermo a few sips, her voice returning to a semblance of normalcy. "I'm not so malevolent, you know. My intention in abducting you was merely to inconvenience her, to take a step back. You are her boyfriend, and while she may be unpleasant, she would not harm you, would she? Perhaps she would sulk for a few days, or even throw you out. But Seeing Guillermo on the verge of tears, Alicia gasped, covering her mouth. "Enough, I do not seek solace." "Quickly, untie me," Guillermo replied flatly, unable to squeeze out a single tear. Such sorrow was too pedestrian. It was all an act. In the realm of self-performative artistry, no one surpassed him. "Have you sent that video?" "Not yet. Must you send it?" "I have allocated 1 million from the family accounts. I am not a fool with an excess of cash. If you wish for me not to send it, how will you compensate for my losses? Is that amount significant to you?" Guillermo expressed disbelief. "Not particularly. It is merely my allowance for 3 months. You hear that? People could be driven to envy." Fine. You're even more detestable than Jiang Li," Guillermo exclaimed. "It is just 1 million. If you delete that cursed video, I shall return it to you. You can repay it?" Alicia retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Do not underestimate the youth's poverty." "Very well. Even if you can repay it, if I delete the video, does that not render my efforts moot?" "All right, you have pushed me to this." Guillermo fixed his gaze upon her, suddenly breaking into a smile. "I had no intention of resorting to this, but it appears I have no alternative. Thus, Miss Alicia, considering the myriad ways you have humiliated me for such an extended period, I too shall retaliate." He did not feel a painful loss. Having possessed the card for a mere 2 hours, Guillermo regarded Alicia coolly. "You nobles share a gentleman's agreement, do you not?" "Why do you ask?" Alicia did not deny it. "That card wields significant power, does it not? How would a commoner like you know of it?" Alicia shot him a sidelong glance. "That card possesses not merely power," she continued, echoing Guillermo's words. "It is almost omnipotent. It allows nobles, within reasonable bounds, to unconditionally fulfill a request from the cardholder." Alicia, entirely unguarded, divulged the secret. "Oh dear, is that card truly so powerful? Did Arna simply gift it to him? Such a black card seems a waste here." "I possess something in the inner pocket of my shirt that I believe Miss Alicia would find intriguing," Guillermo said slowly, relishing the moment. "At present, I pose no threat to you," he reminded her. Alicia hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately reached out her hand towards Guillermo's shirt. "TSK. How could this young lady deign to touch the body of an insignificant ant like you?" Guillermo, observing her haughty visage tinged with a hint of crimson, recalled the humiliation she had inflicted upon him earlier and resolved to stoke the flames further. How exquisite are Miss Alicia's fingers. One cannot help but desire to savor them. Upon hearing this, Alicia's ears, hidden beneath her golden locks, flushed a deep red. It was uncertain whether it was the allure of Miss Alicia's fingers or something else entirely. Guillermo deliberately let out a few sinister chuckles. Fool! Alicia, having lost her composure, stamped her foot in frustration, her demeanor suggesting she was on the brink of losing her mind. What disgrace! She exclaimed. How could Jiang Li possibly fancy a man like you? Alicia's hand brushed against an object, and despite her revulsion, she pulled it out, her gaze slowly settling on the card, only to be momentarily stunned upon recognizing it. This, Miss Alicia, the outcome is already determined. Guillermo remarked with a smile, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him as the tension of the evening began to dissipate. Do not underestimate the unassuming pawns on the chessboard. They may be lurking in the crowd, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Guillermo inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, which was also infused with the sweet fragrance emanating from Alicia. Upon hearing this, Alicia instinctively retreated several steps. She stood in silence for quite some time, seemingly unable to accept the reality of her defeat. Practice more if you lack skill. Golden-haired loser. Fool. Idiot. Wretched creature. She trudged over to Guillermo, beginning to untie the knots binding him. Observing her dejected yet forceful attempts, Guillermo kindly advised, Do take care, my lady, lest you ruin those exquisite nails of yours. Guillermo shook his head with amusement. This girl appeared utterly foolish in her current state. Silence, you commoner. Alicia snapped, unwilling to lose face. You chatter too much. Watch yourself, or I shall give you a beating. Little did she know who was the greater blabbermouth. Guillermo uttered a sound of resignation, choosing to remain silent. 1 minute later, beads of sweat adorned Alicia's forehead as she racked her brain, struggling to untie the knot. Her hands nearly worn raw. What fools! Why bind it so tightly? She cursed. Guillermo, unable to restrain himself, spoke up, their essay knife on the table. Perhaps it could be of assistance. This girl was adorably foolish. Alicia paused her actions, her haughty golden eyes finally meeting Guillermo's gaze, filled with palpable disdain. With my intellect, I hardly require your reminders. Could I not deduce that a knife might sever the rope? She straightened, preparing to retrieve the knife, only to wince and nearly topple over, clutching her waist. Youthful legs that falter indeed. Alicia returned with a butterfly knife, seemingly intent on regaining her dignity, skillfully flipping it in her hand as she walked. Guillermo gazed at the knife, entranced, as it danced gracefully like a soul-infused performer. After a performance that could only be described as artistic, Alicia neatly closed the knife just before Guillermo's nose. A slight smirk graced her lips, clearly satisfied with his reaction. With a swift, decisive motion, she severed the rope. Her technique was rapid and masterful, leaving Guillermo unharmed. What do you think? Are you not captivated by my elegant and enchanting form? Surely, you yearn for my autograph? She declared. No problem at all. Simply kneel and sincerely beg. And perhaps I shall graciously demonstrate once more. She vividly painted her scenario, as if exhausting her lifetime's worth of skills. Alicia, how could there exist such a flawless yet villainous character in this world? Chapter 54, The Woman Below. You shine like the radiant silver moon adored by the stars. A prodigious girl of unparalleled genius since childhood, overshadowing all who stand before you. Alicia, this is you, born with beauty that cannot be forsaken. Truly remarkable. Guillermo found her bombastic voice a source of headache. She was a fine individual, yet her incessant chatter was a burden. This fortune of charm should be reserved for the next fortunate soul. Commoners cannot afford such luxuries. He stretched his stiff arms, feigning indifference. Why was she not the least bit afraid? Guillermo regarded her dazed figure, noting that she showed no inclination to distance herself from him. He saw no trace of trepidation in her eyes. Indeed, Alicia was the daughter of a military family, her courage and insight surely surpassing that of the average person. Hey, beautiful, Guillermo called out, attempting to halt her soliloquy. What did you just call me? Alicia retorted, her gaze fixed on the knife in her hand. Your Majesty. Her elegantly arched eyebrows knitted together in confusion. What do you mean, Your Majesty? It is Queen Alicia, the Midnight Phantom Queen. Such an imposing and melodious title. Yet you render it so pedestrian. Truly a foolish dog, lacking appreciation. How annoying. Were it not for her lovely twin tails and the fact that her clumsiness did not come off as rude, Guillermo might have been tempted to give her a good thrashing. Yes, Your Majesty. So could you kindly hand over that item to me? They stood not far apart, and Guillermo rose from his chair, utilizing his height to look down upon her. What item? Alicia's voice dropped once more. Oh, surely this is unnecessary. You just claimed it was on you. Guillermo stood there, somewhat troubled. What did she mean? Was retrieving the insignia going to come at another price? Time could not be squandered. He needed to act swiftly and decisively. All right, I concede that Your Majesty is not a villain. Just give it to me already. That item is no laughing matter. If lost, we would both be in dire straits. Guillermo stepped forward, while Alicia took a step back. Her retreat was of little consequence. I warn you not to come any closer. The consequences will be severe, she grinned. That item is not mine. Do you know who its original owner is? Alicia fell silent. Jiang Nixing, Guillermo stated succinctly. Alicia visibly trembled at the name. Who? If you understand, hand it over quickly. That woman is no good. In truth, she is a supervillain. By doing this, you are inviting trouble upon yourself. Guillermo felt helpless. Why was she now playing the fool? We bear no deep-seated grudges, do we? Alicia shook her head, a flush creeping on her cheeks. I despise that woman, and I loathe your girlfriend. Humph, you say it as if you can just give it away. What right do you have to demand it from me? Your Majesty, do not throw a tantrum, please. I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. If you wish, you may come over and give me a few slaps. Gumontak urged. He could tell at a glance that Alicia was the type who responded better to gentler persuasion, so he could not afford to appear overly forceful. Seeing that Alicia remained unmoved, Gumo's expression grew increasingly cold. He felt compelled. It seemed he would have to seize it. For if Jiang Nixing discovered the insignia was not returned, he would have to face the wrath of two deranged women. And would he be able to live peacefully thereafter? Guillermo bided his time, and with a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, grasping her wrist. To his surprise, the woman possessed considerable strength. She deftly twisted her hand, and Guillermo lost his grip as she slipped free. Phew! A sudden gust of wind brushed past Guillermo's ear, prompting him to instinctively lower his head to evade it. His elbow narrowly grazed his scalp, and even a moment's delay would have left him vulnerable to this fierce attack. Something felt amiss. This haughty girl certainly possessed remarkable martial skills. The speed and force of her strike were far beyond what an ordinary young woman could muster. Reminiscent of a certain acquaintance from ABN, Guillermo had no time to react to her second assault, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful kick. A sharp pain twisted in his abdomen, compelling him to roll in agony. Guillermo struggled to catch his breath, performing a quick recovery to leap back to his feet with caution. What do you mean, you? Do you think I'm foolish and easily bullied? Alicia stood with her hands on her hips, methodically releasing her ponytail. Her hair cascaded down like velvety silk, shimmering under the light as if infused with a soft glow. With an expression of indignation, she scolded coldly, You, lustful fool, how dare you tarnish my pure and pristine self? What are you talking about? Guillermo was taken aback, utterly bewildered by her words. Alicia raised a hand to cover her chest. Men should take responsibility for their actions. Weren't you just trying to violate me? She accused, feigning ignorance. You're just like the others. Once you obtain the body, your interest wanes. Guillermo's jaw nearly dropped, having pondered all night and still unable to comprehend when he had ever laid claim to her body, though he certainly had desired to. Is it because I merely touched your wrist? You must be seriously delusional. You wouldn't want your girlfriend to learn about today's events, would you? Alicia's voice lowered, her cheeks flushed, lost in her own thoughts. Guillermo smiled faintly, unable to follow her peculiar train of thought. Did he truly come across as someone openly coveting beauty? Wait, Guillermo hastily gestured for her to stop. What nonsense is this? Is your mind filled with such tawdry literature? Have you read too many perverse tales? You've been investigating me? Alicia's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. How pitiful that my boundless charm only attracts lecherous scoundrels like you. She helplessly covered her eyes. You're blushing like a teapot. Who is investigating you? And I'm not a lecher. Guillermo shouted in exasperation, feeling a surge of blood rush to his throat. This woman was more tormenting than Jiang Li. After all his attempts to reason, it seemed they were speaking entirely different languages. Whicher did you hear me say, I wanted to wrong you? But you just kept saying, give me. What exactly do you mean? Alicia regained her contemptuous gaze. You, a mere commoner, think you are worthy of my body? Address me as your majesty and show me the utmost respect before we proceed. Are you serious? Guillermo belot. Must you humiliate me with this again? The air became suddenly still. Alicia appeared taken aback by his outburst. Ahem, my apologies. Guillermo realized he had lost his composure, taking a deep breath to soften his tone. The black nameplate. It belongs to you, does it not? Alicia looked utterly dumbfounded. After a moment, she lightly tapped her forehead, seemingly coming to a realization. Well, you scoundrel, she exclaimed, her expression a mix of anger and embarrassment, oddly endearing. Godi, you deserve to be my bootlicker. No, you're only worthy of licking. With that, Alicia whipped out the nameplate from her pocket and slapped it onto Guillermo's chest. He caught the nameplate, securely packaged. As the fragrant breeze of roses wafted by, the haughty girl approached him boldly. Chapter 55, A Disturbing Dream in the Hotel. I want to let you off the hook. You shameless, despicable wretch with a handsome face. How adorable. Gumo let out a scream that echoed throughout the warehouse. Alicia disparaged him with scorn. Fool, you deserve it. As the sound of her high-heeled boots echoed away, she left the warehouse, leaving Gumo with an indignant, proud silhouette. Not adorable, not at all. Gumo became increasingly convinced that his little you was the most adorable of all. After retrieving the nameplate, Gumo hurriedly exited the warehouse, only to find himself in a bustling area of St. Lorenzo City. Without lingering, he summoned a cab via his phone and returned to the Clay Manor. He stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor and entered Jiang Nixing's room, where she remained just as he had left her, unchanged. Still the gentle and proactive older sister. He felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Nixing. If one day, Polaris Group were to lose its luster, he would have no face to confront her. The empire she had built in her youth would be jeopardized by his desire for freedom. I refuse to be controlled. I have endured enough of that life, suffering countless pains, only to face new ones once the scars have healed. You have done nothing wrong. Neither have I. Perhaps none of us have. The true fault lies within this infuriating yet tender world. In moments of despair, it offers you hope, only to shatter it before your eyes the moment you begin to feel joy. And you can only stand by helplessly. Miss Jiang, everything is irretrievable. Gumo meticulously placed the nameplate back onto her, ensuring everything was in order before exiting the manor and hailing a taxi to the Enliza Grand Hotel. The journey was smooth, and Gumo located room 2103 from memory, gently pushing the door open and slipping inside. Jiang Li lay on the bed, showing no signs of waking. Gumo, wary that she might sense something amiss, had even purchased a bottle of perfume along the way to mask any traces. He softly lay down beside her, pulling Jiang Li into his embrace, as if everything had transpired without incident. Jiang Li seemed to sense something, instinctively tightening her grip around him. Gumo gradually steadied his breathing, his thoughts drifting back to the night as perilous events. His luck had been extraordinary. Any misstep could have thwarted his return. Had Jiang Nixing not been intoxicated, he would have faced utter failure, and none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. He counted 5 pivotal moments that evening. Any miscalculation would have led to disaster. He owed a debt of gratitude to Alna. That effeminate man had been a significant help. Had he not provided Gumo with that card, he shuddered to think how events might have unfolded. Casting a wary glance at the young lady beside him, he noticed her silver hair partially obscuring her face, her breathing slow and deep, the corners of her mouth curving as if in a smile. Had she been dreaming sweetly? Gumo withdrew his gaze, fatigue washing over him as he blinked wearily. If Alicia were to send the video to Jiang Li, it would spell disaster. He had unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Jiang Li. That devilish editing had stripped his innermost thoughts bare. And that infuriating haughty girl had nearly ruined him for life, threatening, "I won't let you off," while he grumbled, "I won't let you off either." What of beauty? Does it grant one the license to act without restraint? I merely let my guard down this evening. Had those men who abducted him arrived a few minutes earlier, the outcome would have been entirely different. To triumph through mere fortune is unsettling. Gumontak, fighting against the encroaching drowsiness, meticulously recalled all that had transpired that night, ensuring no detail was overlooked before finally closing his eyes. The sun had risen high, its gentle winter rays almost reaching the zenith of the sky. How charming little Mo looks in his slumber. Jiang Li, having awoken unbeknownst to her, now lay on her side, a hand propping her head, her fingers tenderly caressing his cheek. His dark circles appeared even more pronounced than in the past few days. Has he not rested well? What troubles him? Is he still afraid of me, which has led him to this state? There is no need for concern. I shall care for little Mo for eternity, and we shall never part. Due to the taxing events of the previous night, Gumo showed no signs of waking, even as Jiang Li gently pressed her fingers against his cheek. After a moment of quiet admiration, she leaned down and softly kissed his face before rising to head towards the bathroom. She had indulged too much the previous night, and her head was still clouded and dizzy. Upon opening the bathroom door, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, realizing her complexion was unnaturally pale. She murmured softly to herself, "Little Mo is truly innocent. He hasn't shown any impatience. Let us see how long you can endure, my dear." She turned on the tap, splashing cold water on her face, tilting her head back to let the water trickle down her skin and into her neck, exhaling slowly. I must not be too harsh with him. Possessing his body is not my intent. I desire him to genuinely fall in love with me once more. Perhaps my methods have been too extreme, causing his affection to dwindle. This is my fault. After all these years, I have never erred in the same matter. Little Mo, I have shown you such mercy. I hope you do not test my limits. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to break my own rules for you. Guillermo lay in bed, his brow furrowed and his breath uneven. He had dreamt a peculiar dream, where he was pursued by a towering beast with sharp fangs. He ran desperately, and after what felt like an eternity, he regained awareness to find himself in a pitch-black void. He had evaded the creature, and cautiously began to explore his surroundings. After moving for some time, a startling crimson figure emerged from the darkness. His pupils dilated. Before him lay an endless sea of flames, engulfing everything in sight, a wooden cabin teetering on the brink of destruction. The air was filled with continuous screams and cries of anguish. Guillermo advanced slowly, step by step, until he reached the entrance of the wooden village, where the nameless stone stood and the blood-red figure stood before it. The heat waves scorched Guillermo's cheeks, making each step forward a Herculean effort. "Are you well?" Guillermo hesitated for a few moments behind the ominous figure before finally summoning the courage to inquire. The figure with crimson hair turned gradually at the sound of his voice. The instant her full visage came into view, he gasped in shock. Her face and body were drenched in scarlet blood, and in her hand she grasped a bloodied katana. Beneath the veil of her crimson hair, a pair of pure black serpentine eyes regarded him, devoid of any spirit. "Calamity approaches," the woman murmured. "What do you mean, calamity approaches?" She reiterated slowly, raising her long blade. "You must leave. We shall never meet again." "I'm sorry." The blade glinted ominously, and without mercy, the woman swung it down. Guillermo's body was cleaved in two. Chapter 56, Serenity. With a gasp, blood erupted from his heart, splattering everywhere as the blade pierced him effortlessly. Guillermo jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, only to feel a dull pain in his chest. He was drenched in sweat, his breath already labored, and the sudden impact nearly rendered him breathless. "Ouch!" came a startled voice near his ear. Guillermo struggled to open his eyes, only to find Jiang Li collapsed beside him, clutching her chest and gasping for air. As their eyes met, a spark of her unique humor ignited in her gaze. "Have you learned to ambush me?" Jiang Li teased, rubbing her chest, unable to suppress a playful pout. "Well, I must tell you, you succeeded. Were you planning this for a long time?" Guillermo, still shaken, instinctively glanced at his chest, relieved to find no injuries, and his tense demeanor finally relaxed. "I didn't mean to, my lady. Are you all right?" Guillermo leaned closer, extending a hand as if to help ease her discomfort. Something fell off. His hand hovered in midair, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "What is happening? I didn't drink excessively last night, did I? Can't even discern her body parts, clearly?" "Oh, you can." Jiang Li caught her breath and spoke, her fingers brushing against his lips. "Provided that you respectfully apologize to me, one that satisfies me. Can I truly appease her? Then, she might enjoy this." He performed a traditional bow. "My lady, I am at fault. Your great kindness would not allow you to torment me further, would you? Please forgive me this minor transgression." Guillermo finished, inexplicably laughing at himself. How disgusting. He thought he understood Xiao Yu's sentiments now. All right, I am quite satisfied." Jiang Li smiled, her damp strands of hair glistening softly in the sunlight. "Did you sleep well? Those dark circles beneath your eyes tell a different story. If something troubles you, do share it with me. Do not keep secrets to yourself." "I'm fine. What could possibly trouble me?" Guillermo replied, lowering his gaze, recollecting the regal figure from his dream. "Did that woman say I should not return? Does she know me?" In the dream, as he approached her, why did he feel such a heaviness in his breath? Her aura was as cold as that of a merciless executioner who had personally sent many to their graves. Have you ever encountered a tall woman clad in red, with serpent-like black eyes, adorned in a scarlet wedding gown? Guillermo divulged his dream without reservation to Jiang Li, reasoning that there was no harm in doing so. Isn't it peculiar? Whether it was Jiang Nixing's dream or this fiery inferno, could they truly be mere illusions? What connection do they share? Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Jiang Li's face. "Ah, so you had a nightmare," she said, gently touching his forehead and enveloping him in her embrace. "Do not fear. I shall remain by your side until the end of our lives. Hehe, if there's an afterlife, I will still be by your side, loving you eternally. Therefore, do not worry, all shall pass." She gazed down at her fragile beloved, her heart not as tranquil as her expression suggested. "I seem to recall someone little Mo mentioned." The woman cloaked in crimson, her eyes as dark as a serpent's. Jiang Li found herself revisiting a hauntingly dark yet vivid memory, one she typically shunned at the mere thought. She rummaged through her mind, searching for a figure that fit the description. Could it be her? No, it couldn't be. She had perished in Tangzina over a year ago, with no possibility of resurrection. As for Xiao Momo's memories of her, they had been entirely erased due to an accident. I just want to keep it by my side. I care not for anything else, Gu Mo declared after regaining his composure, rising from her embrace. Are you hungry? Jiang Li pressed her dry lips together and replied softly, not really. Let us go, for checkout time is fast approaching. She rose from the bed, donned a dress, and exchanged her high heels for flats. Gu Mo quickly completed his grooming and followed her to the hotel lobby, where Jiang Li's striking visage immediately captivated the attention of nearly everyone present. Wait, that woman. Are you certain you're not mistaken? A gentleman in a formal suit whispered to his companion. Rest assured, young master, my keen eyesight has been unmatched since childhood. I would never err, the elder replied. She is the daughter of the chairman of the Polaris Group, one of the elite overseers of the Breed dynasty. Noticing the delight on his young master's face as he contemplated approaching her, the elder raised a hand to intervene. Do not approach her. Why not? I'm a fan of hers. I've admired her for a long time. Can't I at least ask for an autograph? No. The elders have instructed us to avoid unnecessary trouble. The elder's gaze followed the two figures as they exited, adding, do not entangle yourself with such a person. Not even in the slightest. The entire Jiang family may not be of reputable character. Gu Mo followed Jiang Li outside, where they entered a sleek black sedan. To the school, Jiang Li commanded. The driver in black responded respectfully and promptly set the vehicle in motion toward the main road. Jiang Li grasped Gu Mo's hand and settled beside him, resting her chin upon his shoulder. She stifled a yawn and casually inquired, Hehe, tell me, Xiao Momo, how is it that you attract so many admirers? It seems wherever you go, there are women by your side. Not really. I'm not interested in anyone else. It's all for you. Gu Mo's body tensed. The lady's inquiry surely harbored no good intent. No, that was poorly articulated. The ideal response in his mind was, of course, it's because you've always been by my side. Truth be told, Gu Mo was simply feeling uneasy due to some guilty actions from the previous night, fearing Jiang Nixing might catch on, and worried that Alna was playing both sides. That doesn't sound like a denial, Jiang Li whispered in his ear. I do enjoy when you speak the truth. The warmth of the gentle breeze tickled his ear, leaving Gu Mo at a loss for how to elegantly refuse her. I prefer then let us agree on that, Jiang Li said, wrapping her arms around him nonchalantly. Wait, I haven't finished speaking, Gu Mo exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li's fingernail gently pricked his collarbone, her tone both tender and icy. Speaking? You foolish boy. What you ought to do is please your elder sister, not challenge her opinions. Gu Mo felt a chill within. Chapter 57, The Master of Facades. Oh, I was just teasing you, Jiang Li chuckled, observing the pained expression on Gu Mo's face, reveling in her triumph. Look at that face of yours. It's so pitiable and sorrowful, like a little rabbit that has been hurt. Hey, don't say that. I would never display such an expression, Gu Mo protested softly, frowning. Impossible. I'm certainly not that pitiful. Well, in her presence, I do indeed feel like a little rabbit. A little rabbit that can be easily bullied. You're lying. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I can make you feel that way. Xiao Momo, your resistance is quite firm. Are you unwilling to yield in front of me? When you were being whipped that day, you didn't appear nearly as resilient. If you hadn't fainted, perhaps, no, definitely. You would have cried out before me, possibly even sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Li tightened her embrace around Gu Mo's waist, leaning in closer, causing him to feel a soft pressure on his arm. Don't you think that's quite beautiful? It evokes a sense of compassion, or perhaps it incites further torment. My apologies. I may lean towards the latter. Gu Mo initially believed he had grown accustomed to her advances, yet he was unprepared for the depths of her cunning. He felt the widening chasm between them, realizing he had no means to resist, reduced to passively submitting to her whims, even to the extent of actively cooperating. It is best for the young lady to maintain a kind heart daily. Gu Mo turned to her, smiling, dismissing the frantic pounding of his heart. Let us go. We've arrived at the school gate. He glanced at the car window and hurriedly added. The driver exited the vehicle, opening the door for Jiang Li. She cast him a meaningful glance before stepping out. All right, now you have some free time, Jiang Li remarked, walking ahead. Just don't forget to return home. The kindness you speak of, I assure you, I am earnestly embodying it in this life. Otherwise, I might just lock you away and shower you with affection. For you are but a little rabbit in need of care. Gu Mo met Jiang Li's aggressive gaze with silent curses in his heart, yet he humorously acquiesced. This little rabbit recognizes its master and will not stray homeward. Ah, Xiao Momo certainly knows how to win favor. Jiang Li paused, turning to him with a soft smile before she continued on her way, leaving his sight. She has finally gone. How terrifying this woman is. Gu Mo swore he had experienced her brand of affection countless times. Ah, it consists of consuming food, laced with her saliva, being coerced into indulging her peculiar interests, and engaging in those detestable role-playing games, even some morally bankrupt chase and escape scenarios, during which he must not display any sign of distaste. Should she detect even a hint of annoyance, he would be rewarded with a bout of intimate attention from the beautiful girl. Typically, Jiang Li would bask in joy while he bore the scars, retreating to a corner to silently curse her. How infuriating, if one were to compare sins. Even Satan would humbly take a back seat to Jiang Li and offer her a cigarette. Come back to me, my freedom, my proud childhood companion, the vivid memories of captivity. Blood still flowing. He languidly drifted into a daze, suddenly recalling a twisted, pathological experience from a past life. A dimly lit hall, devoid of light, with only a few windows allowing the slanted rays of blood-red sunlight to seep in. The lingering glow faintly illuminated Jiang Li's scarlet pupils, enhancing her aura of detachment and danger. Come here, my little toy, Jiang Li beckoned with a curl of her finger. Gu Emo shuddered at her words, compelled to drag his battered form forward, approaching the white-clad demon seated upon the throne. Her exterior exuded the allure of a stunning angel, while within lay a heart as evil and decayed as a demon's. A gentle breeze swept past the frail, listless body of the young man, as if it sought to topple him. Gu Emo approached her side, yet was met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. As his slow pace faltered, sweat beaded on his forehead as he clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise and regain his composure, panting and trembling all over. Was it due to the multitude of wounds that he could not discern? Shall we make an exchange? The scent of alcohol wafted over him. Jiang Li appeared to be inebriated, her mind not quite lucid. Let us trade, your heart for mine. I long to discover what thoughts have occupied your mind these past few months. She curled her finger, allowing her wine glass to plummet to the floor, shattering into countless shards. The crimson wine spilled across the ground, reminiscent of fresh blood flowing forth. She grasped Gumo's palm, her grip gentle, as if fearing that he might faint under the pressure. Do not fear, I merely love you deeply. Everything I have done stands as testament to my affection. Yet you have persistently evaded me, resisted me. Her gaze shifted, transforming from one of tenderness to ferocity, only to be replaced by a softness moments later. This time, her tone carried a tinge of sorrow. Yesterday, while I was unaware, you wielded that knife. Were you intending to stab me? To bring about my demise? But she was a skilled actress. Gu Emo could not bring himself to believe a word that fell from her lips. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, allowing that blade, filled with resentment, to merely graze the wall. Tell me, how much force did you exert? Sparks flew from the collision. The blade's tip was damaged by your might. As Jiang Li spoke, she tightened her grip on his fingers, her eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. Gu Emo was perplexed by her strength, realizing that if she continued to squeeze, his fingers would surely break. He found it increasingly hard to breathe. I have loved you for many years, tenderly caring for you throughout this time. Did you not feel it? Alas, I have become the villain in this tale. She chuckled darkly. You say I am so wicked. Do I still need to concern myself with such trivial matters? Rising from her golden throne, she lifted his chin with her finger, indulging herself in his presence. Her ethereal and graceful voice whispered close to his ear. What do you wish to do? Yes, perhaps I shall heed your opinion this time. If you dare to assault your master, be prepared to face the consequences. Consequences? Gu Emo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorting with an impassive expression. If someone intrudes into your life, showering you with care until you reluctantly accept it, only to then use that affection to bind you, I suppose you would refuse, thus I did not acquiesce either. That person, in a fit of rage, would imprison you, subjecting you daily to their twisted brand of love. Enough, Jiang Li interrupted coldly, her red eyes igniting with furious fire. It is love, this heart of mine. I am sincere. I shall hold nothing back from you. Gu Emo, clutching his wound, remained silent. Jiang Li sighed, shaking her head as she advanced toward him with relentless determination. He feared retreating until his back met the cold concrete wall, with nowhere left to flee. Her silver hair obscured his vision and senses as her form swayed. He felt an unusual warmth envelop him. His eyes closed, his cheek pressed against her softness, yet he felt no relaxation in the slightest. Endure, for I am quite angry. Jiang Li murmuret. Chapter 58. What a coincidence. The distant sounds of bustling voices reached his ears. Watch where you're going, buddy. A disgruntled voice jolted Gu Emo back to reality. He had been momentarily distracted, nearly colliding with a male classmate. Oh, my apologies, he managed to say, narrowly avoiding the impending crash. The classmate paid him no mind and quickly walked away. Glancing around, Gu Emo realized he had wandered into the snack street of Gyre University, though he had little memory of it over the past few months. However, Influenced by his classmates' enthusiasm, he had developed a slight interest in the area. Gu-mo licked his parched lips. Approaching noon, the snack festival was bustling with students. After surveying the scene, he finally settled his gaze on a stir-fried noodle stall. "Boss, I'd like an order of beef stir-fried noodles," he said to the vendor, shielding himself from the chilly breeze. "Sure thing, just a moment, young man," the middle-aged woman replied with a smile. Almost inaudible footsteps approached. "Oh, so you enjoy this too? Good taste." A soft voice with a hint of amusement came from his right. "Of course, it's delicious." Gu-mo instinctively turned, curious about who would strike up a conversation with him. Upon realizing it was Yi-Yusi, he involuntarily gasped in surprise. "President, are you a ghost?" "Ghost? Nonsense. Yi-Yuji furonit, her tone discontented." Though she refrained from any further outrageous actions, that familiar, intoxicating scent of perfume wafted around him. "President, are you stalking me?" As she drew closer, Gu-mo stepped to the left, only for her to follow suit. "I did consider following you, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to time constraints," Yi-Yusi replied. Having ordered the same stir-fried noodles, she found a sheltered spot and stood there confidently. Gu-mo hesitated before deciding to join her. "Hey, President, I naturally attract attention. It's no surprise to encounter you today." Yi-Yusi chattered away, her gaze playfully lingering on him for a moment. "Where's your girlfriend?" "Oh." She suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. "I asked, didn't your girlfriend come out to hold your leash? Why is your neck so bare? Isn't she afraid you'll get lost?" Her laughter echoed, while Gu-mo maintained a stern expression, finding no humor in the situation. "My mother always told me not to speak with strange women. Goodbye." He turned to leave, but Yi-Yusi grabbed his sleeve. "Why do I keep running into troublesome women everywhere? First, there was Alicia, and now this fox-like president. Not to mention the sickly Jiang Li who follows behind. I'm not a strange woman." Yi-Yusi chuckled, ruffling his hair. "Am I merely a stranger in your eyes?" "That's not true." Gu-mo feigned a smile, gently pulling away her hand. "President, what have I done to offend you? You've been clinging to me since the beginning of the semester. It's been 4 months now. Do I have any rights here?" He stepped forward, fixing her with a critical gaze. "Of course you do. The president grants everyone their freedom equally. Have I ever forced you to do anything you dislike?" Yi-Yusi feigned innocence, extending a finger to poke his chest. "Ungrateful wolf. Have you forgotten how well the president has treated you? I've said all I can." Gu-mo longed to turn and walk away, but the thought of her holding onto that embarrassing secret kept him rooted in place. "Oh, President, since you're so caring, you surely wouldn't mind letting me go." Yi-Yusi sighed, her expression finally taking on a serious tone. "I had hoped to spend more time with you, but unfortunately my luck is poor today, and Jiang Li is also present. I truly apologize for interrupting the president's enjoyment." How mischievous. In the twilight of the night, Yi-Yusi's gaze took on an air of ambiguity as she softly exhaled a cloud of white mist, leaning her body against his shoulder. The president had long heard of Xiao Mo's remarkable skills, yet she was uncertain whether he would be willing to demonstrate them personally. Gu-mo looked into her mesmerizing eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he awkwardly muttered a few phrases before taking a deep breath to decline. "That's not true. The president must have misheard. I had no idea I possessed such talent." He smiled sheepishly, attempting to retreat from her proximity. Gu-mo certainly wished for Yi-Yusi to step away and cease her entanglement, particularly since they were at Jiar University, where Jiang Li's numerous spies lurked, leaving him with no avenue for escape. If Jiang Li were to discover that he had been spending time with Yi-Yusi, he would face a rather difficult explanation, or worse, a thorough reprimanding. The president was undoubtedly a good girl, yet he found it impossible to accept her, considering her to be a cunning vixen of 100 tricks. If he were to provide an honest assessment, he would say that Jiang Li was the one with a more straightforward cunning. Jiang Li merely wished to keep him close and care for him, while other women's intentions were far from benevolent. Jiang Li possessed intelligence, yet she likely had no intention of employing that intellect against Gu-mo. "Ah, I knew you'd react this way." Yi-Yusi, not wanting to pressure him further, withdrew her fingers from where they had rested against his neck. "I understand you're constrained by your girlfriend. I am not. Please don't say such things." Gu-mo vehemently denied. "What do you take the president for? Or is it that you prefer Jiang Li's scent?" He coughed, hastily trying to speak, but ended up choking on his own words. Because I'm being forced." He paused to catch his breath and waved his hand at her dismissively. "Enough. Don't argue." Her expression was one of disbelief. Returning to her stall, Yi-Yusi scanned the QR code for payment and collected her portion of beef stir-fried noodles. She gently blew on the small container, then picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. "You should tell me about your plans moving forward." She raised her gaze to him, and from the narrowed pupils, it was evident that she was earnest. "Hiding things from me is unwise. Perhaps I could even assist you." As Guemo reached for the stir-fried noodles, intending to pay, he was informed that Yi Yusi had already covered both their portions. He looked at her with a complex expression. Soon, he replied nonchalantly. Judging by Farina's words, Arna still had need of Guemo. Otherwise, the remark about the unfinished task would be inexplicable. This meant that his desire to escape from the obsession might only be the first step. To dismantle the Polaris group, Arna would still require his covert assistance. Huh? Be more specific. Yi Yusi expressed her confusion. I cannot disclose this matter. As for my upcoming plans, I must admit, I am still awaiting news. Upon hearing this, Yi Yusi's lips twitched slightly. He truly knew nothing? Xiaomo, are you free tonight? Why not stay and comfort your lonely older sister? Moreover, I could do my best to clarify your current doubts. Yi Yusi coaxed with a smile, her seductive eyes and slightly curled lashes making her resemble a charming red-haired fox. His breath became shallow and increasingly labored, as if something was obstructing his chest. No, Feumo. He could never forget how that wicked woman had bullied him. The mere thought of those enticing images made his cheeks burn with shame, despite his yearning for the warmth of Yi Yusi's embrace. Now was not the time for such musings. Perhaps one day, when he had shaken off his obsession, he would reconsider. There is no need for that, President. Jiang Li is merely attending her elective classes, not vanished. I'm under her watchful gaze. I wouldn't dare linger with you otherwise. I'm not keen on courting danger. Yi Yusi lifted her gaze to the overcast sky, the clouds swirling like mist, seemingly heralding impending snow. Are you dismissing the President? Yi Yusi's voice was gentle, yet her eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. The implication was clear. If he dared to disdain her, she would not hesitate to take action. Oh, how pitiful it is that the President is so lonely, and yet Xiao Mo dares to look down on her. She feigned wiping non-existent tears, her demeanor deceptively sorrowful. While others might have fallen for such theatrics, Guemo was well-versed in her ploys. Unmoved by her performance, she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, even daring to flick her tongue against him. The sensation of her hair brushing against his neck was maddening, as she immediately followed with a taunting command. Quickly declare that you adore the President. She is the best. Such a transgression. Guemo found himself unable to act, witnessing the atmosphere shift towards the chillingly hostile. Fearing he might soon suffer the consequences of her wrath, he decided to yield. However, he resolved to do so in a way that would not leave him entirely at her mercy, for he was unwilling to be tamed by these two women. At this rate, he feared he would become a mere slave to their whims. Gulp! He needed to save himself, as warmth surged to his face. He boldly wrapped his arms around Yi Yusi's slender waist, burying his face in her neck, feigning a tone of surrender. I adore the President. She is simply the best. He had transformed into a foolish soul unable to live without her. It worked. Her breath became noticeably erratic. Ye Yuji Semez Divine, Gumul. Employing the same tactic, lightly kissed her collarbone, savoring the sweetness. Ah, how he longed to indulge. Faced with Yi Yusi's overwhelming maternal affection, this nauseatingly sweet talk was proving effective. At this juncture, Yi Yusi's breath quickened. Xiao Mo, has your girlfriend told you that such temptation is inappropriate? Before Guemo could fully process her words, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and he stumbled, suddenly pushed against the wall. Caught off guard, he felt a dizzying impact to his head. In the fleeting moments he struggled to focus, he heard a soft voice murmuring beside him. You're quite the troublemaker. Had this not been the student council, I would have taken you right here. There was an urgency in her tone. Yi Yusi audaciously kissed him in front of everyone, a scenario Guemo had never anticipated. Desperate to break free, he found her grip increasingly forceful, causing pain in his wrists. How had he ended up provoking her? Was his behavior not akin to those sharp-tongued harpies? History often repeats itself, and it seemed this scene was destined to unfold once more. Be gentle. Yi Yusi gasped slightly, biting down on Gumo's lip, causing blood to flow, only fueling her audacity. Xiao Muntak, what besides allowing me to vent my frustrations do you think this will achieve? The mingling of her warm lips and the metallic taste of blood shattered his will to resist. If your intention was to ignite my desires, then I must confess, you have succeeded. Yi Yusi articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. Why? Shouldn't he be the glorious attacker? How has he now become the humiliated little rabbit? Just a spark. And would you explode, President? Guemo stammered, speaking in broken sentences. Beast, you and Jiang Li are both lunatics. Is that so? Guemo gradually felt his limbs grow weak and even began to see stars. I was wrong. I no longer wish to be a husband. Please, I implore you. Let me go. After a long and suffocating 8 minutes, Yi Yusi straightened up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Are you pleased? Guemo Oxygen deprived and still shaken, retorted. Hum. Very pleased, Yusi said, his eyes curving with a sweetly wicked smile. I thoroughly enjoy my time with little Mo. He grabbed the unfinished stir-fried noodles from the counter, meeting the shocked and fearful gaze of the vendor, and continued. Just the thought of secretly indulging in you behind Jiang Li's back fills me with a sense of sweet revenge. The vendor's eyes widened further at his words, glancing between Yusi and Gu Mo as if recalling something. She quietly pulled out her phone, seemingly confirming something. Gu Mo, sifting through the noodles in his box, replied earnestly, how to address these issues. I believe you, President, may not have a solution either. Yusi raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat unconvinced. Well, you should speak first. Think carefully, President. Perhaps it might just help you. As he spoke, Yusi leaned against Gu Mo's shoulder, completely unbothered by the astonished gazes of those around them. Little Mo, we are allies. After all, striving toward a common goal. Sharing with me won't cost you anything. In truth, Gu Mo had little to say to her. He was utterly oblivious to the intricacies and developments of the situation. What had Alma done with a nameplate? And how had he used a mere nameplate to execute a commercial offensive? Furthermore, whether Alba could defeat the Polaris group remained an uncertainty. Contemplating these matters now seemed premature. Gumo's foremost priority was to ensure his personal safety and avoid provoking the delusional. He was well aware of the hierarchy of importance and would not jeopardize the larger picture for trivial matters. Observing the envious or resentful gazes of the onlookers, he sighed and moved forward, stating, time is of the essence. I am currently in a state of self-preservation. It will be best for you, President, to refrain from associating with me too closely, lest you invite trouble. Yusi did not respond, yet she did not part ways either, silently following Gumo's side. Chapter 60. Let's make a deal. Jiang Li has placed you under house arrest, hasn't she? As Yusi followed Gu Mo, evading the crowd. They soon arrived at a secluded locale. It was then that Yusi broke the silence. An evident ironclad rule. Gu Mo shrugged. Biting into the roasted meat he had just purchased, a mere box of stir-fried noodles was hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger. Rules are meant to be broken. Yusi jested, but this did little to uplift Gu Mo's spirits, especially after having just endured her humiliation. I say, President, our outcome in the last life was already quite evident, wasn't it? Even if we reincarnate with our memories, what difference does it make? An ordinary person with memories of their past life, even if reborn 100 times, cannot slay an emperor. The answer is simple, because he lacks superpowers. Yusi was quite dissatisfied with Gu Mo's pessimistic viewpoint and countered sharply. How is that possible? If you can't kill after 100 rebirths, could it not be your own inadequacy? Gu Mo let out a self-deprecating laugh, glancing at the gentle beauty before him before lowering his gaze to the ground. You speak true. It is entirely my issue. No matter how meticulously I plan, what can it achieve? A person who has genuinely reincarnated 100 times would undoubtedly have the opportunity to assassinate an emperor. Not everyone is like me, evading reality. No, I am not evading. It is simply that he does not confront Jiang Li directly. How can that be called avoidance? The day Alma defeats Polaris will be his day of liberation. Indeed, he could strike while Jiang Li slumbers, plunging a knife into her heart, ensuring her demise. Yet he refrained, perhaps due to cowardice. Every time he gazed upon Jiang Li's serene visage, he would lose himself and falter. Moreover, if he were to kill Jiang Li, where could he possibly flee? He would become a murderer who had slain his childhood sweetheart. Jiang Li has reincarnated, yet the rest of the Jiang family has not. Their bond with Gu Mo is far from profound. The Jiang family would seek out to destitute him, delivering him to his death. Such a conclusion would be horrifically bleak. Upon closer reflection, he realized he could not proceed in that manner. He must either break through the class barrier to become an upper-class individual or employ others to do his bidding while he reaps the benefits. The former seemed too fantastical for him at present, while the latter was a strategy he was currently executing. Furthermore, since Jiang Li's reincarnation, she had evidently relaxed her constraints on him. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Why would he wish to be the one to disrupt this harmonious atmosphere? Thus, as the elder had advised, he must wait. Time will reveal the answers. Ah, yes, it is indeed my issue. Are you satisfied now? Gu Montak pouted. I know what you are about to say. Noticing Yusi preparing to speak, Gu Mo preemptively interrupted. We cannot exchange contact information. Everything on my phone is managed by the young lady. If I were to add you, she would whip me to death. Yusi adjusted her collar and responded. That is not it. Is there something else? Of course there is. A cold and swift voice interjected. Both were startled, and Gu Mo jumped, quickly turning to locate the source of the voice. There was no one else around, and soon they fixed their gazes on a young man in black, whose unfriendly expression bore down on them. The dangerous aura emanating from him suggested he was far from a mere student. However, judging by his voice, he appeared to be of similar age to Guillermo. As Yusi was uncertain of his origins, she refrained from acting impulsively, merely furrowing her brow to assess him calmly. In contrast, he seemed taken aback by their reaction. "Good afternoon, you two. And you are?" Guillermo swallowed the morsel of meat in his mouth, analyzing for a few moments before inquiring. Excluding the insane, this sudden appearance of a youth was certainly not that of an outsider. The most probable scenario was that he was an operative from Olna's side. The young man innocently raised his hands, casually stating, "I admit my sudden appearance is rather unexpected, but I assure you, I pose no danger. So please, do put away your hostile gazes, it wounds me. Stop pretending. Who exactly are you?" Yusi retorted coldly. "I have encountered many a smiling charlatan. Do not attempt to deceive me." "I apologize, beautiful lady." The youth bowed slightly, expressing his regret. His demeanor was undeniably graceful. "When it comes to friendship, sincerity is of utmost importance. You two hold considerable value." The young man stated candidly, without a hint of concealment. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the candidates for the next crown prince of the Navarok royal family." After a brief silence, he spoke coolly. "Indeed, I am the genuine second prince of the empire." Guillermo and Yusi exchanged glances, yet neither rushed to respond. "The second prince? Is he truly that second prince? The second prince of the empire? Is he truly seeking him out? Has he really attained such prominence?" Guillermo, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, found himself unable to conjure a rational explanation. With countless affluent and powerful royal families above him, why would this so-called second prince specifically seek him? "What brings you to us?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Guillermo reluctantly inquired. The youth, with his slender and seemingly harmless eyes, gazed at Guillermo, exuding an inexplicable depth of cunning. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, esteemed guests." He chuckled while stepping forward. "My true identity is that of a confidant to the second prince, and I am called Mo Wei-jin." Yusi continued to regard him with palpable hostility. A significant part of her family's decline stemmed from the internal strife within the royal court. In this power struggle, it was the few princes who wielded authority from the shadows that reaped the most rewards. In recent years, as the royal family became mired in decay, the emperor preoccupied with infighting, little effort was expended to restrain the three princes, who then seized the opportunity to cultivate their monopolistic influence, leading to the current plight of breed. I made a small jest, though it seems my humor did not land well. He halted before Guillermo, his lips curling into a gentle smile. "You are all striving diligently, and, as the strategist behind the scenes, how could we allow you to fight alone? In these trying times, we should unite for warmth. The second prince is quite discerning of talent. Thus, we have sought you both, imploring your assistance." Mo Wei-jin bowed once more, his gaze toward Yusi radiating friendliness and goodwill. "There is much to discuss. Shall we find a quieter place?" "Of course. As the initiator of this conversation, we have prepared ample sincerity and offerings, should you agree to meet with the second prince. Once the matter is resolved, everything will be returned to you in full." Chapter 61. On a Saturday night, Yusi retracted her outstretched left leg, her defensive posture somewhat relaxed. Yet her emotionless gaze remained fixed on Mo Wei-jin. "Our time is currently ample. You both may weigh the pros and cons thoroughly. One of our guiding principles is that we do not coerce anyone." Although Mo Wei-jin professed this, the haughty lift of his lip betrayed his true intentions. He harbored considerable confidence in the success of this dialogue, a confidence sourced from the might of his backing. Guillermo endeavored to maintain a steady gaze, recognizing the depths of this individual's cunning. Engaging with him carried the risk of irrevocable consequences. He had introduced a potent olive branch at the outset, yet withheld the fruits of that branch until Guillermo acquiesced. Mo Wei-jin was assured that Guillermo would not decline, which emboldened him to commence with such an aggressive and enticing discourse. This marked Guillermo's first encounter with someone so astutely cunning, though, strictly speaking, it was not his initial experience. Jiang Li and Jiang Nixing were also no innocents, albeit they concealed their sharper edges when interacting with Guillermo. Yusi's gaze, tinged with concern, shifted toward Guillermo, seemingly cautioning him against responding. Guillermo offered her a gentle look, signaling for her to remain at ease. "Mr. Mo Wei-jin, how might you validate your identity?" Guillermo refrained from hastily agreeing and instead posed a probing question to ascertain the veracity of Mo Wei-jin's claims. For his current circumstances were far from secure, and he must remain vigilant against potential troubles. Indeed, the second prince favors collaboration with the astute. Montauk Vayin unperturbet retrieved an item from his pocket. He extended his hand toward Gu Mo. Gu Mo accepted the object, which turned out to be a letter sealed with the royal insignia. Yi Yusi furrowed her brow at the sight and remarked, "This is the royal family's exclusive seal. Only those of imperial blood are permitted to wield it. It appears the individual before us is indeed a confidant of the second prince." Precisely. This young lady possesses keen insight. Mo Weijin feigned politeness with a hollow compliment. Yi Yusi shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to engage with him further. Especially notable was the flamboyant signature at the bottom, Jiao Liniana Weirlock. It seemed this indeed belonged to the second prince. Gu Mo contemplated Arna's schemes, comprehending his own precarious position. If his conjecture was correct, a stalemate had taken hold of Breed, necessitating an individual to shatter the impasse. Perhaps that individual was Gu Mo himself. Astute individuals should seize opportunities proactively. I trust you both will not opt for refusal. Mo Weijin pressed forward, his imposing demeanor accentuating his words. Freedom. Who does not cherish it, correct? Merely agree, and freedom shall be your reward. Mo Weijin directed his gaze toward Yi Yusi, despite her icy demeanor. As for this delightful young lady, rest assured, she will not suffer any detriment as our ally. Gu Mo felt a momentary shock. Indeed, they could discern everything. Very well, we agree to meet with the second prince. Are you out of your mind? Yi Yuji intergestit urgently. Then let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. Mo Weijin, of course, provided no opportunity for Gu Mo to retract his words, donning a courteous smile as he extended his hand. Gu Mo gently shook it. Next Saturday evening, at the Spade Cafe in the Tan district, we eagerly await your presence. Mo Weijin executed a standard gentleman's bow, turning away without hesitation. He was solely responsible for executing his task, indifferent to all else. As they watched Mo Weijin depart, Yi Yusi felt the urge to speak, but restrained herself. Gu Mo lowered his gaze to the letter, which bore a single sentence. All inquiries regarding the machinations behind the scenes will be elucidated during the meeting. Gu Mo had initially intended to decline, yet he could not afford any unexpected variables. He did not trust the notion of no coercion for someone like Mo Weijin, whose smile concealed a dagger. Trust was often worthless. Gazing across the empire, countless talented individuals emerged. Surely the second prince had no shortage of options. Why then? Seek out a common youth? Gu Mo understood his own worth. Since they had sought him out, it had been evident from the outset that he would not be granted the option of refusal. As to why, it was likely the consequence of the emblem he had previously pilfered, revealing his value to them. Hence the scene unfolded today. The ensuing matters would likely fall squarely upon Gu Mo's shoulders. Yi Yusi, observing Gu Mo deep in thought with a furrowed brow, grew increasingly discontent. Has Jiang Li knocked some sense out of you? She seized the letter from his grasp, her voice tinged with anger as she questioned him for the first time. Do you even comprehend what sort of person this so-called second prince is, that you would dare to agree so readily? The president's voice was soft yet caught Gu Mo off guard. Ye Yuji Sigit, Herr Tonisoftinik. Let me enlighten you. By agreeing today, you have willingly entered the game as a player, and thereafter, your choices will no longer be yours to make. When the time comes, if they beckon you to death, you cannot refuse. Surely it cannot be that dire, Gu Mo replied, meeting Yi Yusi's gaze, only to find a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Shouldn't you be worried? Well, I merely consider the worst-case scenario. Yi Yusi shrugged, offering a faint smile. It is indeed impossible for a mere mortal to comprehend. Xiao Mo, you are not foolish. If I were in your position, I would surely acquiesce. Huh, you insufferable woman, how far you go. Gu Mo had just been trembling in fear. And now a single remark nearly provoked him to unleash a torrent of curses. Xiao Mo, I grant you a chance to rephrase your words. Yi Yusi clenched his fist beneath his chin. Esteemed President, I humbly apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Gu Mo, eyes shut and lips pursed, responded dismissively. Regardless of the turmoil surrounding him, it would not alter the fact that he was but a timid rabbit. Worry not. The Polaris group is far more formidable than you might imagine. Vanquishing them is no trivial endeavor. Smiling gently. For us, mutual destruction would be the most favorable outcome. Gu Mo glanced at the time, preparing to seek solace in the library. How simple it is. Should I inadvertently reveal my true self, the young lady would undoubtedly confine and torment me. Isn't it true that you are already subjected to my presence? What? You intend to torment me as well? Upon hearing this, Gu Mo quickly distanced himself from her. Perhaps Xiao Mo's visage truly inspires an urge to bully her. Mused Yi Yusi, narrowing her eyes with a smile, her thigh brushing against him intentionally. Do let go. Gu Mo sought to escape her grasp, yet she held him firmly. I must go study in the library. You may take your leave. To be frank, with Jiang Li's connections and influence, Even if Guillemot were to neglect his studies throughout university, he would still obtain his diploma. Yet he could not resign himself to being ensnared by Jiang Li. His college entrance examination scores were among the best in the region, and he could not bear to squander his talents. Would you grant your sister a kiss? Her advances ceased as her fingers withdrew from Guillemot's waist. Very well. I have seen her. I shall take my leave first. Yeuci cast one last lingering glance at him before disappearing into the throng. Who? Guillemot did not contemplate deeply, but he sensed a piercing gaze from his left side. It felt as though he were being watched, a sensation akin to a hunter's pursuit of its cornered prey. At that moment, the hunter often exhibited remarkable patience, aware that the precipice lay ahead and the quarry had nowhere to flee. Surely not. If it were truly Jiang Li, she would have charged at him by now, rather than idly observing. Yet if not her, whom could he fathom possessing such an unsettling gaze? The individual behind him must indeed be the young lady. When had Jiang Li made her appearance? Had she witnessed the scene with him and Yeuci? Or perhaps she had seen the moment Guillemot and Mo Weijin reached an agreement. Merely contemplating this sent him spiraling into despair. If he did not proactively test Jiang Li's boundaries, given her reborn character, she would not impose excessively harsh penalties upon him. It must be said, during the past half-month since his rebirth, he had indeed been dancing on the precipice of her limits, fearful she might detect any telltale signs. Jiang Li's ultimate aim must be to render him a person incapable of existence without her, to gather him into her embrace and care for him. The specifics of the process were inconsequential. It was merely Guillemot causing her trouble. Who could predict what the future held? If the Polaris group truly came to dominate half the territory, he would never again have the chance to see the light of day. After enduring a 10-minute struggle, he relinquished his fight, sensing the shadow pursuing him had drawn near. He halted in a remote corner by the artificial lake, legs trembling, lacking the courage to face the twisted individual behind him. She had always been his psychological shadow. The sound of high-heeled boots ceased. The demon's form drew closer, and her right hand reached around to stroke his chin. Upon glimpsing the delicate pink nails and slender fingers, he realized his fate was sealed. Although Guillemot stood a few centimeters taller than Jiang Li, whenever they stood together, he felt dwarfed beneath her imposing presence. The figure behind him inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of his collar, and he suddenly felt a cold, sharp object pierce the fabric, pressing against his lower back. A knife! What a delightful scent! I recognized it from our last encounter. Her voice betrayed no trace of anger. Rather, it resembled a gentle mother attempting to soothe a child. Jiang Li's fingers wandered to his neck, her nails digging in deeply. The pain was excruciating, and Guillemot struggled to suppress the tears welling in his eyes, utterly unable to utter a sound. When Jiang Li was truly enraged, she did not shout or scream, yet she could instill an overwhelming chill in everyone around her, a sensation that ordinary people could hardly confront. It is the same person. Which one is it? This vixen who so captivates you? That you seek her out time and again behind my back? Jiang Li brandished the knife at him, leisurely making her way to stand before him, gripping Guillemot's chin to compel him to meet her gaze. Jiang Li could not conceal her amusement, her fingers tracing the contours of his eyes and nose, as though contemplating which part to sever. The blade pressed against his abdomen sent shockwaves through his nerves, and Guillemot felt as if his voice no longer belonged to him. At that moment, any explanation seemed futile and insipid. Whatever he said would be ineffectual. It is over. Guillemot is finished. Oh heavens, the child is on the brink of reincarnation. Surely, if the heavens have eyes, they would not turn a blind eye to his demise, would they? Young lady, do you intend to kill me? Guillemot blurted out, having abandoned any pretense of justification. Jiang Li smiled sweetly, her finger brushing against the corner of his lips before licking it. I can't quite taste it. It all seems to be the flavor of roasted meat. Jiang Li chuckled, poking his nose playfully, her once resplendent visage gradually succumbing to darkness. Her complexion darkened moment by moment, while her blood-red pupils shimmered with an increasingly vibrant hue. You are truly detestable. Cold sweat soaked Guillemot's back, and the blade poised to plunge into his abdomen threatened to erode the remnants of his sanity. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, as though attempting to soothe her heart, which teetered on the brink of collapse. She smiled to herself. I wouldn't do such a thing, for that would mean Mo could no longer feel my presence, rendering it meaningless. You wish to survive, do you not? Her voice was eerily calm, concealing an undercurrent of madness. Guillemot fought against his fear, nodding slightly. Everything came rushing back. His thoughts flickered back to that stormy, cold night. It was the day he had first been frightened by Jiang Li's demeanor. He had believed it to be a fleeting whim, unaware that it was the inception of years of nightmares. Shout, Mo, take me to find her. Very well. I shall oblige, Guillemot whispered, fully aware he had no alternative. Furthermore, Jiang Li's words were merely a means to offer him an escape. With her intellect, she could not possibly be oblivious to who it was that drew him closer. Jiang Li toyed with the knife in her hand, her expression remarkably relaxed. How humiliating it was for Guillermo as he was compelled by her threat to walk along the narrow path by the roadside. As long as you don't kill me, Miss Jiang, I care not for the chaos around me. Regardless of the circumstances, living was far better than anything else. It was only through survival that one might glimpse the possibility of brighter days ahead. As they passed a public trash bin, Jiang Li made an unexpected move, tossing the fruit knife directly into the receptacle. In that moment, Guillermo's eyes widened in shock. Are you curious? Jiang Li inhaled deeply, savoring his scent, her voice reverting to its usual gentleness. You just need to behave, and I have found a way to make you obedient. I have shown you mercy, yet you have deceived me time and again. I am left with no choice but to resort to such measures. Upon finishing her words, Guillermo felt his legs weaken, to the point where he could scarcely feel them at all. Chapter 63. Does it hurt? Well, that's good. What could possibly be the method to make you obedient? Could it be a life or death threat? Yet in his previous life, Jiang Li had coerced him for 3 years, and in the end, he had never acquiesced to her demands. This time, her decision not to kill him further confirmed the fact that Jiang Li had indeed been reborn. Had she been the same Jiang Li from his past life, Guillermo would have found himself with a pierced heart, lifeless in her embrace. Since it was not due to any fault of his own, it must be attributed to some external, objective factors. Just as Guillermo began to ponder further, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left leg, interrupting his thoughts. Prompting an involuntary groan, Jiang Li had just kicked his calf. Stop overthinking, you little fool. Guillermo was at a loss for words, merely echoing her sentiment. It hurts so much. This woman holds no restraint. Before long, the two of them rounded a man-made lake and arrived at the entrance of a narrow path, where a sleek black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly. The driver exited the vehicle and opened the door, allowing Jiang Li to take his hand and settle into the back seat. To the student council, Guillermo murmured. The driver nodded, closed the door, and swiftly returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine with practiced ease. To ensure privacy, the driver was entirely shielded from the view of the back seat, separated by a black velvet curtain that obscured the sight. The windows were also protected by high-end anti-peep film, enveloping the interior in a dim, nebulous ambience. Within this eerie silence, Jiang Li pressed against his neck, biting and sucking at his fair skin. Moments later, a glaring bruise appeared at his throat. After a while, Jiang Li lifted her gaze after leaving a series of mottled kiss marks on his collarbone. Her tone was somewhat indifferent. Tell me, what have I done wrong? If I told you, you would be angry, Guillermo replied, casting her several cold glances, his dissatisfaction with her reaching its zenith. You and T really be angry. Would you, Xiao-Mo? She teased. If I were truly angry, your legs would not be resting so comfortably beneath you. A sinister thought crossed her mind, her tone laced with barely concealed malice. You would lie in a pool of blood, gazing at me with a look of resentment and pity. That version of you would be the truest. He cast a brief glance at the young lady, then hastily turned his eyes away. How terrifying, Guillermo thought inwardly. Could she truly bring herself to sever my legs? No, there was nothing Jiang Li was incapable of doing. Her thoughts had always been peculiar, at times. Even her grandmother struggled to comprehend her mindset. One moment, she would smile sweetly at a small animal, and the next she would be gripping its neck, lifting it up, finding amusement in its desperate struggles. Indeed, I have committed such a grave error today. Yet you have not harmed me. Guillermo's head hung low, his words tinged with a hint of cold mockery. Though expressions can be masked, the emotions within one's eyes cannot be replaced. His gaze could not evade her scrutiny. The indomitable spirit within his violet eyes continued to flicker persistently. Jiang Li's long-dormant desire for control was about to be stirred. Her intention was to utterly extinguish his flickering hope, to obliterate the last remnants of his spirit. Both of their faces unexpectedly mirrored a shared sense of fragmentation and unease. Is that so? I have truly changed so much for you, endured so much. Should you not show gratitude? Inside the vehicle, the warmth of the heating system was comforting, yet Guillermo felt a profound chill. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, as if seated beside a wrathful specter, poised to claim his life at any moment. Miss Jiang, could you grant me an opportunity? Guillermo's wrist was nearly crushed in her grip, and he suppressed the pain as he spoke softly. This question had plagued Guillermo for many years, a conundrum that had lingered in his mind since childhood. How did Jiang Li possess such extraordinary strength? No amount of practice could possibly transcend the limits of humanity. What is it that you truly desire? You have no right to ask me. Jiang Li's eyes blazed crimson. her scarlet lips curling into a barely perceptible wicked smile. Silence. Guillermo steadied his nerves, offering her a slight nod. I will not do anything. Jiang Li leaned in closer, her arm pressing firmly against him. Use that clever little brain of yours to consider how to face those people next. She sighed in deep disappointment. You will never learn. Guillermo had no response. Rather honest this time, Jiang Li observed his expression of helplessness, unable to articulate his distress. I understand. Guillermo's heart raced like a drum, the unease within him thrumming, nearly bursting forth. She shoved a wet wipe into his hand. Guillermo flexed a stiff arm, uncertain as to why, yet he took the wipe and dabbed it on his face. The coolness, infused with a hint of orange fragrance, somewhat eased his anxious state. The vehicle seemed to have stopped. Guillermo vaguely heard the sound of a door closing. The Rolls-Royce's shock absorption was exceptional within the cabin. One could hardly detect any bumps from the road. What is that look in your eyes? Jiang Li's tone was languid as she helped Guillermo settle back into his seat. Is it something you would dare to say? Does it hurt? Jiang Li fainati nusansa. It hurts terribly. Guillermo touched his wrist, recoiling at the sudden pain. That is how it should be. Your pain expression is truly beautiful. Xiao. Chapter 64. Potion or magic? Wretched woman. Guillermo dared not express his anger. Not even a hint of defiance was permitted. To be fair, he had little to complain about. Jiang Li had exhibited remarkable leniency towards him today, at least for the moment. Despite the ample space in the back seat, there was no way to unleash his fists. Who could predict whether Jiang Li would truly let him off the hook? Guillermo believed it was unlikely. He had not forgotten Jiang Li's earlier statement regarding the means to ensure his compliance, which could not bode well if fortune did not favor him. It seemed all his forthcoming actions might be abruptly curtailed. Miss Jiang, could it be that you truly know what I'm doing? Could it be that she has always harbored a voyeuristic curiosity, merely observing how far I can progress? If that is the case, why does she not allow me to continue on my path? Perhaps, regarding the second prince, there are matters beyond her control. A sudden flash of insight crossed Guillermo's mind. Could it be that the influence of the second prince is in opposition to that of the Polaris group? It may not necessarily be so, but one thing is certain. They are certainly not allies. Did Alna introduce me to the second prince in an attempt to entangle the royal family in his endeavors? Alna seeks to triumph over Polaris in the commercial realm. Just how significant are the interests at stake here? Jiang Nixing is not someone to be trifled with. A few days ago, while reviewing news articles, Guillermo discovered that what Polaris has currently displayed is merely the tip of the iceberg. There must be some unresolved issues that both Alna and the second prince cannot navigate, which is why they have turned to me. If the reality aligns with his conjecture, then he must attend the meeting as promised at the second prince's Spade Cafe. He has stated he would provide answers to all my questions. This is truly his only glimmer of hope. If he misses this opportunity, he may never encounter a similar chance in this lifetime again. Alna once mentioned that he currently finds it difficult to contend with Jiang Nixing. If Guillermo were to falter, Alna would truly be at a loss. Contemplating this, Guillermo felt somewhat disheartened. Ultimately, all these chaotic thoughts are mere figments of his imagination, utterly unprovable. Perhaps Guillermo is simply coincidentally useful, not as irreplaceable as he believes. Sigh. He resolved to employ his signature strategy, taking it one step at a time. Put on your clothes. We've arrived. Jiang Li gently reminded him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, I will do my best, Guillermo replied. Sweating so much. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Not all. Guillermo retorted without a second thought. Jiang Li smiled knowingly, choosing not to say more. After dressing, as he stepped out of the car, the biting cold wind outside contrasted sharply with the warmth inside, instantly calming his mind. Achoo! Following Jiang Li into the academic building, Guillermo sniffled. Why did you sneeze? Is it very cold? Jiang Li turned to him, a hint of resentment lingering in her crimson gaze. Guillermo felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense stare and nervously chuckled. I'm fine. I want tea catch a cold. No need for the young lady to worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li halted abruptly, causing Guillermo to nearly bump into her, and he quickly stopped in his tracks. This guy is indeed the destined male protagonist. Amidst the crowd, a boy whispered to his companion. What is the matter? This fellow is playing both sides. The boy glared at Guillermo with indignation, muttering, just half a moment ago, I saw him at the snack street, kissing the night school beauty with such fervor. It infuriates me. What? The boy's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he was about to rush over and inquire how Guillermo managed it. I remember now. Isn't he the one who was seen being intimate with Jiang Nixing in the cafeteria? Now that you mention it, he does bear resemblance. But how in the world is a commoner like him able to entice two icy beauties simultaneously? Perhaps this lad possesses some love potion, a concoction that ensures goddesses fall in love with you unconditionally. As they spoke, the two boys' jealousy towards Gu Mo intensified, their eyes almost bulging with resentment. While he had no such potion, he possessed a naturally captivating appearance that even worked on Jiang Nixing. Thus, Gu Mo was akin to a walking male succubus, adept at attracting troublesome women. Jiang Li, undeterred by the astonished or envious glances of those around, tilted her head slightly and spoke gently, "Just don't catch a cold because of me." With that, she took Gu Mo's hand and turned, leading the way up the stairs. Gu Mo watched her retreating figure, swallowing his words and following closely beside her. With each step up the staircase, the fear in Gu Mo's heart deepened. He had never encountered such a situation in either of his lifetimes. He was unaware of Jiang Li's calculations, nor could he predict how Yi Yusi would react in her presence. What if they clashed? Based on Gu Mo's understanding of the young lady, she would likely first seek to assert dominance over Yi Yusi, thereby claiming absolute control in their conversation. Following that, she might propose some unreasonable conditions, driving Yi Yusi away from him. As for Gu Mo's fate, he recalled the small, dark room filled with torture devices from his previous life, where each item was capable of inflicting unspeakable suffering. Among those tortures, being bound to a cross and whipped with a small flogger was considered a gentler treatment. In any case, Jiang Li would not easily let him off the hook. Although her demeanor had softened considerably since her rebirth, it did not imply that her solitary and obsessive heart had also transformed. For instance, after one of Gu Mo's futile attempts to resist her, she continued to provide him with food, ensuring he was well fed while deliberately withholding even a drop of water. It was only when his throat felt parched and he could barely squeeze out a tear that she would present him with water. In those moments, Gu Mo would beg for mercy, pleading for her to show him some kindness. As he reflected on this, Gu Mo wished to avoid further recollections. Although he had endured countless humiliations at the hands of the young lady, this particular memory was the one he loathed most. The water was indeed smooth and sweet, and under her gentle gaze, Gu Mo drank 2 large bowls in one go. Only when his stomach was filled with warm water did he feel a semblance of relief. Yet, he was subsequently informed that it was her bathwater. The young lady maliciously inquired if he found it palatable. Gu Mo felt as if he had a lump in his throat, unable to feel disgust, even if he wished to vomit. "Do you enjoy the taste, my dear master?" Gu Mo suppressed the shameful imagery, realizing that in those dark memories, he was rendered nearly less than human. Familiar floors and decor greeted them as they turned the corner on the 4th floor, arriving at the student council room at the far end. Under the watchful eyes of several classmates, Gu Mo pushed the door open first, and they entered. The room was adorned in a classic European style, with leather furnishings and walls embellished with a ring of Christmas decorations. The sunlit blinds were drawn, revealing several student council members engaged in lighthearted conversation. The president, an admirer of European design, had taken it upon herself to redecorate the room with her own funds after receiving the principal's approval. "Hello, old Mo," a boy greeted with a smile. "Is that your girlfriend?" However, once they realized the true identity of the newcomers, a collective sound of swallowing echoed in the room. Chapter 65, A Minor Test. The boys seemed momentarily stunned by Jiang Li's presence, exchanging nervous glances and appearing at a loss for words. At Jiar University, no one was unaware of the renowned sole daughter of the aristocratic Jiang family. With a privileged background, exceptional upbringing, and mastery of 8 arts, her beauty was said to be beyond description, surpassing even the metaphors of fish sinking and swans falling. Among the wealthy elite, news travels swiftly, and rumors about her gradually spread throughout the campus. With time, curiosity about this rarely seen young lady grew. It was said that some had even lingered at the school gate all day just for a glimpse of Jiang Li. The recent sensational news of the manor death case further added an air of mystery to the already striking beauty of the Jiang family's daughter. At the heart of the campus, amidst a collection of donated memorials, the most opulent monument stands as a testament to the generosity of the Jiang family, an endeavor purportedly orchestrated by the principal himself. Within a mere few months, a vast legion of fans rallied around Jiang Li, forming the Red Heart Club, which continues to attract an unceasing influx of students. Although she has never directly engaged with her admirers, their fervor for her only seems to intensify. Unbeknownst to many, Jiang Li's popularity has eclipsed that of the former principal, ascending to the pinnacle of the school's rankings, a title she undeniably deserves. Today, 3 young men were utterly astonished to witness the presence of Miss Jiang Li at the student council, especially in the company of none other than that insufferable brat. Gu Montak. It is entirely understandable that Gu Mo has drawn the ire of his peers, having taken away the angelic beauty that many held dear. It is only natural for him to be subjected to scorn. Were Gu Mo to peruse the campus forum, he would likely be incensed by the vitriol directed at him. Who would willingly endure the presence of a possessive and obsessive individual? With the formidable matriarch, Jiang Nixing, above him, and the estate's maids and butler below. His environment is one fraught with challenges that would daunt anyone. Pray tell, where is your president? Jiang Li inquired, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion as she regarded the seated young man. Yet, the disdainful glimmer in her eyes rendered them crimson with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the floor. One of the boys attempted to respond, but stumbled over his words, his nerves rendering him nearly speechless. The president should be back soon. We are about to hold a small meeting, he managed to stutter. Seeing his voice falter, another boy quickly interjected, yes. The president will return momentarily. Please do wait here for just a moment. Jiang Li listened impassively, offering no reply. No. We will call the president right away and summon her back. The boy hastily amended. Should you require anything, just call for us. We shall be in the adjacent activity room and will not intrude. Recognizing their predicament, the boys stood and promptly exited the room. Am I truly that daunting? Jiang Li languidly strolled a few steps before reclining on the black leather sofa. Casting a sidelong glance at Guillemot, she raised an eyebrow in displeasure. What are you dawdling for? Come sit beside me. Guillemot hastily complied, settling next to her and eagerly clasping her delicate hand. Miss Jiang is not frightening. They are simply overwhelmed by their first encounter with her, he reasoned. Is that so? Jiang Li mused, lifting his chin. Your demeanor in the car moments ago belied that assertion, as you wept and wailed as if confronted by the most fearsome of beasts. Internally, Guillemot could only scoff at her audacity. Yet, is not the lady herself equally alarming? Your ways twist far more rapidly than mine, he muttered under his breath. His expression exaggerated and his voice loud. Like the eternally dissatisfied, what did you say? Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise. Nothing. I was merely extolling your beauty, Miss Jiang. Guillemot stammered, scratching his head, astonished that she had caught his mumblings, which even he could scarcely discern. With a swift motion, Jiang Li seized Guillemot's collar, drawing him into her gaze and pinning him against the sofa. The intoxicating scent of her presence enveloped him as she smiled sweetly, inquiring, Little M.O., I'm suddenly quite eager to hear how you would praise me. Would you kindly repeat your earlier words? Your master will not be angered, nor will she stab you with a multitude of knives. Guillemot's breath hitched as he struggled under her weight, stammering, No. It's just that Lady Jiang is too beautiful and patient with his feeble defense. She violently tore open his collar and sank her teeth into his neck, leaving marks akin to a savage tearing. Guillemot stifled a groan as her petite fangs seemed to pierce his skin, the blood seeping forth and being devoured by her without hesitation. Jiang Li did not relent, intensifying her assault on the wound, her soft tongue caressing his flesh, a sensation both painful and disarming. Guillemot, accustomed to minor discomfort from her years of tutelage, found his resistance waning as an inexplicable weakness washed over him during those moments. Is that enough, Miss Jiang? Silence, she retorted coldly. Little M.O.'s blood is quite delectable. I am thoroughly satisfied. Ah, splendid. You've come to the student council to engage in your flirtations, have you? A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed through the room. The sound of the door closing followed, heralding the return of the president. Hearing this, Jiang Li ceased her ravenous attack and gracefully rose from Guillemot's form. He, avoiding the gaze of the two women, averted his eyes to the ceiling, attempting to shield himself from any potential fallout. You see, you have returned, Jiang Li exclaimed, the last vestiges of her smile evaporating as she approached her senior, an unmistakable air of dominance radiating from her crimson gaze. What? Do I require your permission to share a tender moment with my beloved? The commanding aura enveloping Jiang Li was palpable, rendering ordinary individuals powerless to counter her. This is my territory, Miss Jiang. Your visit today surely cannot be merely for affectionate exchanges. How absurd. I've simply shared a few drinks with him. Must you be so sarcastic? Yusi shot a venomous glance at Guillemot, who feigned ignorance, staring fixedly at the ceiling, further igniting her ire as she longed to deliver him a kick. What a scoundrel. What are you looking at? Jiang Li snapped, her voice devoid of warmth. Your territory? Are you suggesting you have marked this place as your own? Such behavior is reminiscent of certain intellectually challenged creatures. Guillemot wished to block out her words, fully aware that Yusi could not contend with Jiang Li in this arena. Jiang Li was a force to be reckoned with, her prowess not to be trifled with. Recognizing her disadvantage, Yusi maintained a gentle smile, suppressing her urge to seek Guillemot's assistance. Moments later, her gaze sharpened, as if attempting to pierce Jiang Li with her eyes. Ah, Jiang Li, we truly are destined rivals, are we not? Who would have imagined that my attempts to avoid you would lead to your proactive pursuit of me? What now? Given the current situation, I seem unable to retort against this woman. Gu Mo, ever the protector, could not bear the thought of watching his beloved president being bullied. Don't look at me, President. I am powerless to assist, he thought, burdened by an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he were the one placing her in this predicament. Blame it on this damned fate, for it was sheer coincidence that he encountered Yi Yusi today. Had he chosen to walk away upon meeting her, all this chaos could have been avoided. Enough of this banter. Let me clarify. I have not stolen your boyfriend. Yi Yuji said had take bukaside. Shifting her weight against the desk, her legs crossed elegantly, revealing a delicate ankle. Don't be so fierce, sister, she said, adopting a tone of submission after a moment of quiet contemplation. She recalled that Xiaomao had once told her, President, Jiang Li is a woman who responds only to gentleness. If you wish for her to forgive your transgressions, bow your head and soften your approach. However, Gu Mo had withheld a crucial truth. In most instances, being conciliatory bore little fruit. Jiang Li's eyes curved slightly, perceptively recognizing Yi Yusi's inclination to yield. Sister? You old hag, don't call me that. Let us settle the score. Since you met Xiaomao during those initial days of school, you've been pursuing him for, what, 6 months? Am I wrong? Jiang Li emanated a dangerous aura, her blood-red eyes narrowing as she advanced on Yi Yusi. She leaned down, gripping Yi Yusi's chin, her demeanor growing fierce. You cunning little vixen, do you not know who stands behind him? How dare you attempt to snatch him away, right under my nose? Do you wish for your demise? Such a fine posterior, she remarked, the skirt still accentuating its form. No, that is not the point. Gu Mo shifted his gaze from Jiang Li's alluring figure to the indignant yet endearing expression of Yi Yusi, whose cheeks were tinged with a hint of crimson. If one looked closely, they could see the faint glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, a sight Gu Mo had never witnessed on the president's face during their months of acquaintance. Although Gu Mo could merely see Jiang Li's silhouette, he could easily imagine the fierce expression she wore. It must have been quite terrifying. Indeed, even he could hardly withstand the wrath of Jiang Li, let alone Yi Yusi. It was an unexpected match, and he mused that perhaps a romantic entanglement between them would not be unwelcome, provided he could observe from the sidelines. But alas, Jiang Li was resolutely straight, destined to love only Gu Mo throughout her life, just as Yi Yusi was. To be loved by two formidable school beauties simultaneously was truly a torment. Speak. Jiang Li suddenly commanda. At that moment, Yi Yusi had completely capitulated, yet her furrowed brow indicated her lingering defiance. My esteemed president, have you directed all your nefarious thoughts towards me? The wicked woman you seek to punish stands before you. How can you be so timid? I am sorry, but we're merely drinking companions. Didn't he inform you? Ye Yuji replied, Beting Kadip. Drinking companions, you say? The kind who end up in bed together? Jiang Li chuckled lightly, her demeanor shifting to one of cold intensity. Such lofty claims, yet you're just a cowardly rat, unwilling to face the consequences, Yi Yusi. You're just like a little slave, full of lies, only shedding tears when faced with the truth. Jiang Li cast a glance at Gu Mo. Isn't that right? Gu Mo, taken aback, quickly interjected, It's not that we didn't end up in bed together. You have to believe me, my mistress. His eyes darted about, avoiding her gaze as if searching for a mosquito. He hadn't lied. Yi Yusi had indeed invited him that day, but he had resolutely declined. Yet, given the current situation, anything he said would only exacerbate the flames. A delicate balance was required. He could not allow the situation to spiral further, lest he regret it profoundly. You'd best keep quiet, Jiang Li remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Gu Mo. It was evident he was of no help. Now, Yi Yusi, it's time to address the matter at hand. You've attempted to seduce my beloved. Therefore, prepare to face the consequences. I am a woman who believes in retribution, and I hold him dearer than anything else. So what do you plan to do? Yi Yusi bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Mo and noticing her gaze. He shrugged lightly. Whatever punishment you have in mind, directed at me, just don't harm him. Yi Yusi frowned, muttering under her breath. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Li applauded, the sound echoing in the confined space. She then took a few steps back, a cold smile gracing her lips. How noble of you, Yi Yusi. However, I've already dealt with him. Her voice was hollow, laced with a hint of palpable malice. Fool, you should be kneeling in gratitude. Half an hour ago, had I not restrained myself, Xiaomao might well have met his end. Yi Yusi glanced at Gu Mo before redirecting her gaze to Jiang Li. Speak your demands. I will acquiesce to whatever you wish. Do not utter such words lightly. Gu Mo, seated on the sofa, felt a surge of anxiety. Such promises to Jiang Li were not to be made lightly. She would exploit them ruthlessly. You're quite obedient, Jiang Li remarked, running her fingers through her hair. her eyes glinting with wicked intent. In her crimson irises lingered a moment of wistfulness, quickly overshadowed by malice and ferocity. Since you claim to grant any wish, Jiang Li cupped her face, her laughter deceptively sweet. Then why don't you go die for me? Chapter 67. Who is more alluring? Choose one. With a thunderous crash, the sound of wood splintering filled the air, accompanied by the tearing of fabric. It appeared that a brief struggle had occurred, but the president stood no chance against Jiang Li. Her agility rivaled that of Arna, a feat beyond Yi Yuxi's capability. It was painfully evident as Yi Yuxi collapsed at Jiang Li's feet, utterly defeated. No! Gu Mo sprang from the sofa, disbelief etched across his features, his mouth agape. Speechless. The president had fallen? Just like that, with no forewarning. He hadn't even had time to intervene, nor did he possess the strength to do so. Jiang Li tilted her head, casting a side glance at him, a sickly smile gracing her lips. Do you like it? She's a corpse now. Her strikingly beautiful face betrayed no hint of anger, yet it instilled a profound chill in the hearts of all who beheld her. An icy dread seeped into Gu Mo's bones, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. He could scarcely fathom that Jiang Li would attack the president here. In that fleeting moment, not even a groan escaped her lips. Furthermore, as damning evidence, he noticed the dagger Jiang Li held in her left hand, its blade stained with fresh blood, not overly dense, yet enough to prevent droplets from falling. Indeed, it is precisely such an expression. Are you truly concerned for her? Would you prefer that I escort you both to the underworld for a reunion? Gu Mo's legs trembled, as he endured an indescribable sense of peculiarity, entirely oblivious to the state of his own mind. Jiang Li approached him step by step, and Gu Mo enacted a classic scene, stumbling backward, only to trip and fall to the ground. In a state of terror, he dragged himself backward with his legs until his back met the corner of the wall, leaving him with no escape. This scene felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of how he had appeared when he perished in his previous life, quaking like a timid mouse. Jiang Li halted half a meter away from him, and inexplicably, her expression radiated joy. Are you frightened? My dear lady, have you considered it thoroughly? Once I am dead, you shall never see me again in this lifetime. Gu Mo, unwilling to relinquish his struggle, resolved to play the emotional card once more. Indeed, he possessed no system. This death might well mean there would be no second chance at rebirth. What awaited him was the cold, unyielding blade that would strip away the warmth from his body, gradually ushering him toward oblivion. Gu Mo mustered the strength to prop himself up, extending his fingers toward a vase on the table. No, I cannot die. He was acutely aware of how absurd he appeared at that moment, yet he was determined not to succumb passively this time. In the face of imminent peril, Gu Mo suddenly discerned a detail he had previously overlooked. He was so panicked that he had failed to notice that Jiang Li's attire remained unstained by any splattered blood. When she had just assassinated Senior Sister Yi, it had merely been a swift and lethal strike. Otherwise, she would not have made sound. Yet, had she truly struck a vital point, there would be no way for her to remain entirely unblemished. Moreover, the dagger in her hand corroborated his hypothesis. The blood on the dagger was but a thin layer. If it had truly penetrated the body, there would not be such a meager amount of blood. Under his scrutiny, Jiang Li wiped the blood from the dagger with a tissue, her gaze still fixed upon Gu Mo. With a hint of playful intrigue, she inquired, "Have you come to an understanding?" Gu Mo was at a loss regarding her meaning. There was no time for conjecture. He could only instinctively nod in affirmation. Yes. It seemed he had indeed been frightened. Jiang Li sheathed the dagger and nonchalantly nudged the prostrate Yi Yuxi with her toe. "Are you asleep? Rise." Under Gu Mo's half-shocked, half-reassured gaze, Yi Yuxi stood up as if nothing had happened. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, her expression tinged with melancholy and anger. "Hey, you wielded a knife. Did you truly wish to stab me to death?" "I didn't stab you, did I?" Jiang Li smiled. "My arm, you have left a cut. This will surely leave a scar." Yi Yuxi covered her left arm, unease and resentment flickering in her dark eyes. "I could ensure that you have no future at all." Jiang Li's finger pressed against her lower lip, the manic aura about her dissipating somewhat. "Half of your family business will henceforth be managed by Polaris, after which you will vanish from his world forever." Yi Yuxi wished to voice her thoughts, yet was silenced by Jiang Li's frigid gaze. "This does not require your consent, nor that of your family." Yi Yuxi hesitated several times, her gaze filled with reluctance, as if mourning the future loss of playful banter with Gu Mo. After a few internal deliberations, she finally spoke, her voice devoid of spirit. "I agree. I will not seek out Xiao Mo anymore." If there were to be a soul most profoundly startled by this dramatic turn of events, it would undoubtedly be Gu Mo, although he stood as a mere observer. The dialogue and actions of the two women revolved entirely around him. A vivid crimson stain, soaked through his outer garment, was steadily spreading. He gazed at the president's injured and despondent visage. A wave of agonizing sorrow surged within him. Yet he found himself unable to approach and offer her solace. Both women held affections for him, each possessing their own merits. But if Guillermo were to choose one, he would find himself at a loss. He could not answer that now. After all, he owed both women so much, and it was uncertain if he could ever repay that debt. Yusi had perished in his previous life because of him. If the same fate awaited them in this life, how could he ever face himself again? A splendid gift, is it not, Yusi? Yusi straightened her posture, her eyes reflecting a level of hatred unmatched in any previous moment. Jiang Li, you shall regret not killing me today. Yusi clicked her tongue, shaking her head in a daze. All right, I was merely jesting. There's no need for such serious faces. Jiang Li displayed not a trace of remorse, her laughter soft, as though she had forgotten her prior actions. You foul woman. Why do you not leave? Yusi resumed her usual indifferent demeanor, approaching the desk to prepare a cup of tea for herself with hot water. This place is suffused with your scent. It is utterly suffocating. Jiang Li, unfazed, merely cast a sidelong glance at the still frightened Guillermo. Is my scent unpleasant? Guillermo, startled, finally realized that the young lady was inquiring about him, and without a moment's thought, replied, It is delightful, cool, and noble. It soothes the wounded spirit. Jiang Li smiled gently, languidly inquiring, Oh, then tell me, who possesses the more pleasant fragrance, me or her? Yusi too set down her teacup, her eyes fixed intently upon Guillermo, as if she were desperate for the answer to this question. The two women gazed at him unwaveringly, and cold sweat began to bead on Guillermo's forehead, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. Speak up, little slave, Jiang Li urged with a gentle insistence. I wish to know as well, Yusi asked coldly, as if consumed by jealousy. Chapter 68, Be Happy. Guillermo could not evade their stares, yet inwardly, he remained resolute in his desire to escape. This was an unsolvable dilemma. If he admitted to favoring the president, the young lady would undoubtedly be displeased. Conversely, should he express a preference for Jiang Li, it would only add to Yusi's already wounded heart. To claim he cherished them both would certainly incite a united resistance from the two. Strangely, they reached a remarkable consensus on this matter, refraining from pressuring Guillermo verbally, yet gradually applying psychological pressure. Yusi clenched her injured left hand, her nails digging deep into the tender flesh of her palm, the pain stimulating her nerves and allowing her to cling to her resentment. Resentment toward that wretched woman Jiang Li, and also toward the detestable Xiaomo. From a moment he had witnessed her fall to the ground until she stood once more, he had shown no concern whatsoever, not even willing to come over and check on her. Ungrateful little wolf, Yusi thought, feeling somewhat relieved as her myriad frustrations began to ease. Her gaze becoming clearer, she believed that one day she would indeed realize this vision. Jiang Li, with an air of deliberate subtlety, pressed her lips together as she regarded Guillermo, her expression enigmatic. She said nothing, yet it felt as though everything had been said. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Moreover, during this entire time, not a single student had ventured to open the door to the student council room. Perhaps those few boys had already spread the news of Jiang Li's presence to others. They might even be eavesdropping outside the door right now. What a grand ethical drama this has become. Guillermo found himself ensnared between the two women, utterly at a loss. Time passed inexorably, each second amplifying his despair in this silence. The gaze of the two young women bore down on him, causing the fine hairs on his neck to stand on end. He realized that a choice was imminent. Fear not, for I hold equal affection for both of you, he declared, a statement that left both women momentarily taken aback. No one could have anticipated that Guillermo would utter such audacious words. Just jesting, for I am naturally devoid of olfactory senses, he added awkwardly, rubbing his nose as he noticed their expressions darkening. He hastily continued, I harbor feelings for the young lady, not for any other reason than that she has been my devoted companion since childhood. Turning to Yi Shueijia, he remarked, You two possess admirable qualities, both virtuous and cunning, akin to a clever fox. However, in these past few months, you have imparted a wealth of knowledge about the adult world to me. I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I would have remained blissfully ignorant. His intention was not folly, but rather the only solution he could conjure. First, he would divert their attention, then employ humor to lighten the atmosphere, and finally reveal his affection for Jiang Li, all while avoiding any offense to Yi Shueijia. Yet, the outcome was starkly contrary to his expectations. The two women were decidedly displeased with his smooth talking. Oh, silver-tongued little servant, do you long for your master's affection? Knight Rain Ci remained silent, her fingers gripping the teacup until they turned white, a testament to her ire towards Guillermo. Very well, tonight it shall be. Jiang Li responded with a malicious smile, casting a casual glance at Night Rain Ci. Farewell, Night Rain Ci. Farewell, Night Rain Ci replied, watching as the two made their way to the door. Midway, Jiang Li turned back, her cold gaze fixed on Night Rain Ci as she teased. Do not feel too lonely. If you wish, I could record tonight's lesson for you, dear empty nester. You would surely delight in it. Perhaps even indulge in some secretive gestures while watching. Night Rain Ci's expression remained impassive, the last vestiges of her smile evaporating. Jiang Li, if heaven grants me the opportunity to end your life, I would see you suffer 1,000 tortures. Following the young lady outside the classroom, the evening sky was still bright as classes continued into the afternoon, leading to their brief separation as they returned to their respective classrooms. The days passed in serene tranquility until Wednesday arrived, drawing ever closer to the appointed day on Saturday, leaving Guillermo's heart in a state of turmoil. Winter nights fall early, and, as he absent-mindedly concluded his final elective class of the day, he exited the building, his textbook clutched close. The content of the lesson had failed to penetrate his mind, rendering the afternoon a complete waste. Striding into the biting wind, he soon spotted the young lady waiting by the roadside. Jiang Li's radiant presence was impossible to overlook, no matter the setting. Do you have nothing to say to me today? She inquired, taking his hand and stepping forward to gaze at the night sky. The faint mist of her breath mingled with the neon lights and the cool night air, dissipating silently. The youthful visage, marked by a hint of concern, exuded a captivating charm that could leave anyone, regardless of their busyness, momentarily entranced upon glimpsing the true beauty concealed beneath her silver hair. Happy Christmas, my lady, Guillermo declared, having prepared a gift in advance. He produced a small box containing a diamond ring. Please don't find fault with it. It may be modest, but here, extend your hand and allow me to place it upon you. With a tender smile, he spoke, the evening breeze tousling his hair, revealing the depth and melancholy of his violet eyes, which radiated an unmasked gentleness. He gently took her slender hand, carefully placing the small diamond ring on her right hand's ring finger. This is all I could afford. It may be small, but it represents my heartfelt intentions. I emptied my wallet to acquire it, so from now on, you shall have to support me. He longed to express his gratitude for her mercifulness. With the atmosphere charged, Guillermo drew her into an embrace, and at that moment, he felt what it meant to be a true boyfriend, a sense of normalcy in their relationship. No, this gift from you exceeds all else. In a rare display, Jiang Li did not resist. She reciprocated his embrace, her hands entwining around his neck as she inhaled his essence with an almost greedy fervor. Their height difference was minimal, not exceeding 3 centimeters, rendering it difficult for him to hold her against his chest. At formal events, Jiang Li would wear high heels, which would allow her to surpass him in stature. The notion of a little girlfriend was foreign to him. His presence seemed to attract the more formidable women. Chapter 69, The Desolate Manor. Drew witnessed this tender scene from a distance, and even with his cold demeanor, a smile crept upon his lips, revealing a classic maternal grin. Ah, I'm deeply gratified. The young lady has never revealed such a side to anyone, not even her own mother. Only before Guillermo does she shed her facade and unveil her true self. No one in this world possesses a deeper affection than she. Drew reflected, having watched Jiang Li grow up. Few understood her as he did. She was always stoic and assertive, never displaying softness to others. I shall cherish it well, Jiang Li responded with a gentle smile. Given your sincerity, I shall pardon your earlier transgressions. Is it truly that easy to appease you? Guillermo mused, skeptical of Jiang Li's disposition, yet her expression suggested sincerity, and he chose not to delve deeper. The young lady was indeed changing. She had evolved from a severely possessive personality to a still possessive one. Had this been earlier, the misdeeds he had committed over the past half-month would have warranted his demise at her hands multiple times over. If things continued along this path, perhaps in a few years, Jiang Li might return to a semblance of normalcy. Impossible, Guillermo thought, recognizing the improbability of such a fantastical transformation. Guillermo, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you as well. Jiang Li, in good spirits, took Guillermo's hand as they approached a stretch limousine. A gift. I hope it is something substantial, he pondered, entirely unsure of what Jiang Li might present to him. Drew opened the car door, and once they were seated, he closed it and took his place at the wheel, smoothly guiding them onto the road. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle came to a steady stop in the manor's parking lot. The two exited, braving the cold wind as they made their way towards the castle. As they neared the manor, Jiang Li suddenly halted, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the castle's grand entrance, sensing something amiss. What is it? Guillemot inquired, puzzled as he turned to face her. Young master, not a single light within the castle has been illuminated. This is highly unusual, Drew interjected on Jiang Li's behalf. At this hour, the garden should be bustling with activity. Jiang Li sighed, continuing forward with cautious steps, hopeful that it was nothing sinister. Drew strode ahead of the young lady, his demeanor unmistakably that of a seasoned martial artist, with pronounced temples and a brisk, commanding gait. Stay behind me. Jiang Li instructakuri. I'm not a coward. This has nothing to do with courage. Such occurrences rarely herald anything good. Be obedient. Upon reaching the entrance of the castle, Jiang Li gently pushed open the glass revolving door. It could be hostile forces seeking revenge. We must not let our guard down, Drew cautioned, his expression grave as he turned to Guillemot. Upon their return, the usually vibrant castle was enveloped in an unsettling darkness, devoid of light. And even the bodyguards patrolling the garden were conspicuously absent. Guillemot surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the disappearance of the maid and butler, there were no signs of a struggle. Surely not. If it were truly adversaries seeking vengeance, the interior would not be so immaculate. One might even describe it as pristine. The only notable difference from Guillemot's departure was the addition of festive Christmas ribbons and bells adorning the walls, with every item meticulously placed in its original position. Something feels amiss. There are no signs of disturbance, Drew murmured, his hawkish gaze scanning the vicinity, yet uncovering no anomalies. Are you all being overly sensitive? Guillemot remarked as he walked. If someone had come in, wouldn't the place be in disarray? Miss, shall I call the master? Drew inquired. Em unsure. But there is no need to trouble grandmother over such trivial matters. I can manage it myself. Just as Jiang Li finished speaking, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. Ha, you've grown. The three turned in unison to see a shadowy figure in black slowly approaching from the hall. Grandmother? Jiang Li hastened towards her, while Guillemot and Drew exchanged glances before following. Are you all right? Jiang Li scrutinized the elderly lady with concern, sighing in relief upon confirming her safety. No need to worry, dear. I'm perfectly fine. But you, Li, you appear rather rosy today. Have you too? The old lady's gentle yet piercing gaze shifted to Guillemot. Guillemot averted his eyes, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Yes, we did. Jiang Li's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she turned her gaze away. The old lady appeared unperturbed, even exuding a jovial demeanor. How does it feel? She inquired with a cheerful smile. In my youth, I always felt invigorated afterward. Nothing compares to such a delight. Goodness. The old lady possesses quite the emotional intelligence to pose such a question, Guillemot thought, unsure of how to respond, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Li. Indeed, it's rather enjoyable to tease little Mo. Jiang Li unabashedly admitted, playfully pinching Guillemot's cheek. Right? Uh-huh, Guillemot replied, meeting Jiang Li's gaze under duress. While Jiang Li appeared to smile lightly, she remained vigilant against the encroaching shadows. Old steward, the old lady turned to Drew. At your service. What are your orders, mistress? Drew responded respectfully. Please go to the North Tower and retrieve that item with the key for me. I reckon it's time. Drew's countenance visibly shifted, though he quickly repressed his astonishment. I shall go at once. With that, he strode away, vanishing from sight shortly thereafter. Grandmother, what transpired in the manor tonight? Jiang Li maintained her usual cool composure, unaffected by the evening's events. I thought perhaps it was one of your antics, the old lady mused, seemingly unaware of any disturbance. Rest assured, as long as Shaoxing is present, we are safe anywhere. The old lady dismissed the matter lightly, moving to press a switch along the wall. Guillemot silently acknowledged the elevated regard in which Jiang Ni Xing was held in his mind. It was hard to believe that Jiang Ni Xing could inspire such confidence in her mother. Over the past decade, her leadership of Polaris had proven her to be an exceptionally versatile individual. Guillemot suddenly recalled the fierce words Jiang Ni Xing had once spoken to him, a chill running down his spine. Why won't this light turn on? The old lady murmured. Chapter 70. The young lady has yet to depart. A sharp crash echoed through the stillness as a vase shattered. The noise, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the quiet space. The old lady turned to look, her brow furrowing, but displaying no sign of fear. Li, it seems we have an uninvited guest. Jiang Li's red eyes flickered slightly as she glanced towards the source of the sound, and in the darkness, Guillemot discerned a flicker of excitement on her face. It can't be. Is that woman at home as well? Your mother has been busy, but she surely should have returned by now, the old lady replied with a smile, shaking her head. Grandmother, you must have slept far too long. You can't afford to doze off like that again. Jiang Li's tone remained even. This place isn't safe. You shouldn't stay here alone. The old lady, unfazed, began to walk towards Jiang Li. Do you wish to accompany me? Jiang Li sighed, addressing Guillemot gently. Beneath her uniquely graceful demeanor, hidden were countless dark, unsettling emotions. Did you see him, the one who broke the vase? Gu Mo retracted his gaze, feeling Jiang Li's grip firmly holding his left hand. I believe this is a game, Jiang Li said with a faint smile. What? Gu Mo struggled to comprehend. Are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating an entirely unknown game within the confines of the Claim Manor involving members of the Jiang family? Today is Christmas. Isn't that a bit audacious? Who would dare undertake such an act? Gu Mo sighed, noticing that aside from himself, none of those present exhibited any signs of tension. The three followed the sound to discover the source of the disturbance. Indeed, it was a shattered vase. Jiang Li bent down to sift through the porcelain shards. Retrieving a white note, Gu Mo leaned in for a closer inspection. The note bore a single handwritten message. Dummies, Merry Christmas. The old lady frowned at the note, taking it from Jiang Li's hand and scrutinizing the handwriting several times in disbelief. Gradually, her expression shifted from indifference to incredulity. And to the astonishment of both Jiang Li and Gu Mo, the old lady wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Seeing her grandmother's reaction, Jiang Li pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the situation's essence. He finally deigned to return to see me, the old lady said, her voice tinged with excitement. Congratulations, grandmother. Jiang Li sighed softly, noting her grandmother's unchanged disposition. Throughout the entire encounter, Gu Mo remained in a state of bewilderment, though it now seemed that the danger had subsided. Confronted by a few enigmatic riddles, he hesitated before inquiring, Is it Grandpa? Indeed, it is my dear old man. After all these years, I knew he would never forget me. I am here waiting for the old lady to finish speaking when a drunken voice resounded from behind. Mom, Merry Christmas. How do you like the gift? Are you satisfied? Without needing to glance, Gu Mo understood from the voice that it was Jiang Nixing. In an instant, all the chandeliers in the hall were illuminated simultaneously, casting a brilliant light that instantly dispelled the previously oppressive darkness. As Gu Mo's eyes adjusted to the dimness, the sudden brightness stung painfully, but once acclimated, he discovered Jiang Nixing standing before him, gazing intently. Sister, Gu Mo nearly blurted out. But out of respect for Jiang Li, who was beside him, he politely took a step back. You brought Grandpa back? Jiang Li asked in a low voice, her expression dark as she regarded Jiang Nixing. To be precise, it was Dad who came to his senses and came over himself. Jiang Nixing's gaze remained fixed on Gu Mo, unabashedly appraising him. Meanwhile, the old lady had already made her way to the reception room, where a robust old man stood to greet her. The two embraced silently. At that moment, the castle's maids reappeared like phantoms, bustling about the hall in a hurry. So, this inexplicable little interlude tonight was merely a prank orchestrated by that old man? Jiang Nixing even played along with his antics? Stop looking. Let Mom and Dad reminisce. Jiang Nixing said with a gentle smile, unexpectedly taking Gu Mo's wrist and leading him toward the dining table. Gu Mo attempted to break free, but Jiang Nixing's grip was like iron, unyielding. He quickly turned to look at the young lady, his pleading eyes seemingly conveying, Miss, this time it's your mother who initiated this. I know nothing. Let go of me, Jiang Li said coldly. Who told you to hold him? Hearing her voice, Jiang Nixing turned, feigning ignorance as she reluctantly released Gu Mo's wrist. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mom had too much to drink and mistook him for someone else. Her gentle and innocent demeanor was enough to make anyone in the world choose to forgive her, but it was ineffective against Jiang Li. Mom heard everything. You called him little slave? Ha! You seem to be having quite the thrill. I wonder if you would be willing to take me along? What? Are there no handsome men in the nightclub that catch your eye? Jiang Li retorted with a cold laugh, delivering a final warning. Don't harbor any improper thoughts about him, old woman. Gu Mo understood that Jiang Li's words were said in anger. After all, Jiang Nixing was a lovesick, possessive woman. The notion of her frequenting nightclubs to chase after men was too far-fetched. Gu Mo could still make that deduction. Jiang Nixing would never stoop to such trivial pursuits. Don't be so harsh with Mom, Jiang Nixing said pitifully. I've never been to a place like a nightclub. As expected, the dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Although the portions were not substantial, the variety was impressive, perhaps out of concern for waste. Oh, spare me the theatrics, Jiang Li said dismissively, pulling Gu Mo to sit beside her, leaving Jiang Nixing alone across from them, which only deepened Jiang Nixing's despondent expression. Mister, Xiao Mo, would you come sit with me? She pleaded, unwilling to concede. Indeed, her voice truly carried the tone of a request. One could hardly believe that Jiang Nixing would lower her pride before man. It was likely that not more than 3 people in all of Breed had witnessed her in such a state. Hadn't she claimed to be inherently indifferent and cold-hearted? Was it all a facade? If so, what was her ulterior motive? Jiang Li, Arna, and Jiang Nixing could all be considered. Yet one could hardly trust the words spoken by them. They were entirely capable of lying without a flicker of emotion. Guillemot could not fathom it. In any case, this woman possessed an intricate depth, and it was wise to remain skeptical of her words. He dare not look at Jiang Nixing, especially with the young lady beside him brimming with jealousy. Oh no, Guillemot thought dismally. I'm likely to be skinned alive by the young lady tonight. Jiang Nixing sniffed. You all eat. I've had too much to drink and need to use the restroom. With that, she wobbled away from the dining table. Once she turned the corner, Guillemot hurriedly sought to soothe Jiang Li's emotions. Without hesitation, he knelt before the young lady, clinging to her slender legs, sobbing and lamenting his plight. Oh, as long as my mistress doesn't punish me, as long as the young lady doesn't bully me, I can do anything. Pleading for mercy from his girlfriend seemed perfectly normal to him. What did dignity and face matter? He felt those were of little use. In this society, under certain circumstances, a touch of shamelessness could prove advantageous. His nature, of course, was to navigate smoothly while adhering to his principles. Jiang Li gazed down at him, her pupils inadvertently reflecting a hint of amusement. You may rise, she permitted. Jiang Li stroked his hair, as if admiring a flawless work of art. I actually wanted you to remain kneeling a bit longer, but you haven't eaten yet, and I cannot allow my little slave to go hungry. Thank you. Guillemot escaped a calamity. His cheeks flushed as he returned to his seat, recalling a question he had previously wished to ask, but had not found the opportunity. Why do you dislike your mother so much? Jiang Li's eyes darkened momentarily. Why? She scoffed. Because she nearly killed you back then. Chapter 71. The little rabbit must be buried. Divorce, the gambling city that has consistently held the 5th position in Breed's economic development. It was also the place where Guillemot spent his childhood. The summer night was as thick as ink. The air was humid, accompanied by dark, ominous clouds, mirroring Guillemot's parched and fearful heart. It was raining. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and no one paid attention to a boy frantically fleeing. Rather, it was as if no one cared about the life or death of a poor child. The boy ran desperately, as if evading an invisible demon lurking behind him. At that time, Guillemot was just 12 years old. On a weekend, spurred on by his classmates, he ventured into the most chaotic district of Divorce, Roulette Street. He should not have heeded their reckless urgings, indulging in their wild tales of adventure, insisting on traversing a place where murderers roamed at night. The boy seethed inwardly, cursing what he had deemed his so-called friends. It's the weekend. Isn't it better to be at home playing video games than joining this madness? What bad luck. I've seen through you all. Friendship is worthless. Before, we spoke so well, but now, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. Speaking of which, with so many people around, why was it that the murderer had fixated solely on him? That murderer was rather obsessive. At a fork in the road ahead, Guillemot chose to dart into a narrow alley, hoping to use the terrain to shake off the assailant. He zigzagged through the alleyways like a headless fly until he no longer recognized his surroundings. Yet, despite the labyrinthine paths, he could not shake the footsteps that trailed him like a shadow. They rang like a death knell, heralding the last moments of his life. Right, the boy thought in despair. This area is the murderer's turf. How could he not be familiar with the alleyways? A child's strength was no match for an adult's. Guillemot's pace slowed as exhaustion quickly set in. Yet he did not wish to conclude his life in such a manner. The adrenaline surged within him, compelling his legs to continue their desperate flight. Whether his running was in vain mattered little. He could not resign himself to dying at the hands of a murderer. The assailant pursuing him was undoubtedly a psychopathic individual, and Guillemot felt certain that he possessed the capability to catch up and end his life. Yet he refrained from doing so. The killer resembled a cat, delighting in toying with his prey until the unfortunate victim could no longer draw breath, only then to sever their neck. The figure behind him seemed to revel in the spectacle of his frantic escape. As Guillemot sprinted, fortune smiled upon him, leading him out of the alley and into the sight of brightly lit shops lining the roadside. He did not choose to seek refuge from the proprietors. The residents here had received a notice from the police a month prior, clearly stating that a serial killer was prowling Roulette Street, employing methods of extreme cruelty, and that the police were diligently pursuing him to ensure their personal safety and the security of their belongings. Residents were urged to secure their doors and windows at night and to refrain from venturing outside after dark. No one would open their door for him. Even if they did, his fate would not improve. The murderer would enter the shop regardless, and he would meet his end there, potentially endangering the shopkeeper as well. Therefore, he could not take that risk. Little rabbit, it's time to run away, a gentle, soothing voice echoed behind him. Guillemot's heart skipped a beat. Fear coursed through him like ice, and sweat drenched his body as he continued to flee for his life. He reassured himself that he had not seen the face of the killer. Otherwise, he would be doomed to a lifetime of nightmares. However, he recalled the chilling smile he wore, contemplating that perhaps he would meet his demise tonight, with no opportunity for nightmares to haunt him. The announcement had stated the killer was male, yet this voice sounded distinctly feminine. Gumo's mind wandered to the butter he had played with that morning, which contained a strikingly beautiful older sister. The voice was eerily reminiscent of that killer pursuing him. Time dragged on, and he found himself utterly exhausted. If he continued running, he would perish from fatigue before the murderer could even lay a hand on him. Seizing an opportunity, he veered into a small alley, his vision blurring as he spotted a large metallic box ahead. As he drew near, he realized it was an exceedingly foul-smelling dumpster, with murky water trickling across the ground, something anyone would instinctively avoid. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Rather than hiding inside, he approached the dumpster, deliberately creating noise to mislead his pursuer. After executing this ruse, he swiftly navigated the alley, rounding several corners, only to confront a dead and bordered by a modest wall. Scaling walls was second nature to him, and he easily vaulted over, unexpectedly landing on a vast playground. Behind the wall lay a school. He did not relent, running toward the base of the academic building, where he hesitated before the ground-level entrance. Should he enter? If the murderer followed him here, he would surely be trapped. No, the killer couldn't possibly have the scent of a dog. How could they know where he had fled? Guillermo pushed against the door, surprised to discover it was unlocked. He felt his trembling, weak legs and gritted his teeth before stepping into the building. As he traversed the first-floor corridor, he twisted door handles, finding each one securely locked. Well, the main door outside is unlocked, yet every door inside is locked, is it? Guillermo wiped the sweat from his brow, an ominous premonition settling in, an oppressive sense of death drawing near. Reaching the last door at the end of the corridor, he hurriedly pushed it open and slipped inside, carefully closing and locking the door behind him. Hiding in the changing room, Guillermo dared not breathe too loudly, feeling his body on the verge of collapse as he crumpled to the floor. At that moment, he desperately wished for Jiang Li to be by his side. In his memory, she was always accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black. If they were present, the killer would surely hesitate to pursue him. As he began to regain a semblance of calm, the voice he heard next shattered his last shred of hope. "Come out. I can be quite gentle." The sound of heels striking the floor echoed ominously, accompanied by the creaking of the doorknob. The figure of the demon drew ever closer. But Guillermo found himself paralyzed, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as the murderer opened the door to find him. "You will die peacefully. There will be no pain." The footsteps approached, now alarmingly close. "I'm sorry, dear, but I cannot tell you why. If you must blame someone, blame fate for being cruel." The footsteps halted before the changing room, where he concealed himself. "Don't you want to meet me? I'm quite a beautiful sister, little brother. To die at the hands of a sister is truly an honor." The mature, gentle voice paused, seemingly awaiting his response. Pretending not to hear was futile now, and Guillermo, emboldened by some unknown courage, rasped back, "Get lost, you lunatic. I don't even know you. Why have you chased me halfway across the block, and still won't let me go? What did I ever do to you?" Pretty women always deceive." An uncomfortable silence ensued. "Is that so?" The woman murmured softly. "Then I suppose I must open this door." No sooner had she spoken than a blaring police siren erupted nearby, the shrill sound growing ever closer to Guillermo's location. He froze, bewildered as to why the sirens would suddenly blare at such a moment. Had they been lying in wait all along? Who had called the police? In just 10 short seconds, the voice of the killer, Mayor, rang out. "Listen up. Leave the building. We are the Davos Special Armed Forces. Raise your hands and surrender, and no one will be harmed. You have 10 seconds. Should you resist, we will employ forceful measures." As Guillermo listened to the shouts outside the building, he glimpsed the dawn of hope. The hand resting on the doorknob froze. Another interference from Mother. The woman sighed, covering her forehead in a mix of exasperation and affection. In the rain-drenched night, the bluish-green glow illuminated the woman's visage beneath her hat. A mere glance was enough to leave one speechless, entranced by her unmatched beauty. She was right. She truly was a stunning older sister. Chapter 72. Is it delicious? So that day's assassin was your mother? Guillermo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Li did not rush to respond. She took a delicate bite of the mousse cake, her lovely brows knitting together. "Indeed, if I had discovered it a moment later, you would have perished." Her official duties had concluded that day, and when he inquired why she had not returned, she had informed him via voice message that she had matters to attend to. At that moment, he had sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. To be safe, he enlisted a reliable hacker to breach her system. Her firewall was formidable, yet we persevered and managed to break through. The instant we obtained her location, I discreetly changed identities and reported to the internal police line of the aristocracy, utilizing the Tianyan system to monitor Jiang Li's movements, ultimately saving you just in the nick of time. How did the young lady know I was the target? Gu Imo inquired, biting into a meat pie. Jiang Li narrowed her beautiful eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Because I share an unspoken bond with Zaimomo. Gu Imo acknowledged that at that moment. He was indeed captivated. The gentle smile of the young lady could effortlessly breach his psychological defenses each time. Moved by his feelings, Gu Imo leaned in closer to Jiang Li's ear and spoke softly. Hey, young lady, if one day I were to be kidnapped, and the kidnappers threatened you with my life, would you come to rescue me all alone? Gu Imo gazed at her. No, Jiang Li replia, as she swallowed the wine. Her cheeks flushed slightly from the alcohol, and under the glow of the crystal chandelier, she resembled an ethereal angel reborn from the moonlight. What I mean is, I wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Gu Imo, with a half-eaten noodle dangling from his mouth, stared at her in a daze, momentarily lost for words. You are mine. No one can take you away or bully you, except for me. Jiang Li leaned down and delicately wiped away the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth, placing it into her own mouth. Darling, do you understand? Unfortunately, the young lady's current patience and gentleness were merely tools to entice him into submission, leading him into despair. Gu Montauk replied, attempting to pull away from her fragrant shoulder, only to be drawn back by her embrace. With a slight pout, she whispered, don't you have anything you wish to express? As Gu Imo was about to respond, she pressed her finger against his lips and sighed softly. Child, think carefully before you answer. The refined and cold voice of the young lady lingered in his ears. You only have one chance. That wretched woman, with her grandiloquent words, she merely sought a legitimate reason to torment him. Why go through such elaborate means? Even if she were to knock him unconscious and confine him, he would have no capacity to resist. No, he had an appointment with the second prince this Saturday. If he faltered along the way, all his efforts would be in vain. He wasn't foolish enough to place all his hopes on Alna, and who knew when his commercial endeavors would bear fruit? Gu Imo estimated he would be drained long before then. Absolutely not. He could tolerate being shot, but he could not accept being imprisoned by Yandere. In truth, he desired neither, but if forced to choose between a fate worse than death and a swift end, he would prefer the latter. Of course, this was all contingent upon the premise that he could not survive. If Jiang Li treated him normally and merely confined him to the house, he would have little to complain about. He came to terms with it. Living another day was a victory. For now, he would focus on preserving his life in the hands of the Yandere before contemplating other matters. As Gu Imo pondered the current situation, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. First, he must stabilize Jiang Li. He leaned sideways, nestled in her embrace, and inexplicably lamented Jiang Li's tardiness. It had been quite a while. I seemed to lack any say in this matter. He was reluctant to cooperate, yet he could only utter those words. You guessed correctly. Jiang Li's tone was tinged with excitement, and her grip around Gu Imo tightened. Suddenly, she lowered her head, her silver hair cascading down to brush against his cheek. Spare me, Gu Imo murmured, turning his head away. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, seized the wine bottle from the table, and forcefully poured a generous amount into his mouth. TSK, you need to be disciplined. Now, tell me, do you like me or not? Gu Imo, choked by the wine, coughed, and took a moment to regain his composure. However, due to his delayed response, Jiang Li relentlessly poured several more mouthfuls down his throat. The rich, fragrant liquid slid down again. You crazy woman, enough. Gu Imo gasped for air, waving his hands. Jiang Li leaned her lips close to his ear and teasingly inquired, do you wish to drink wine? Or would you prefer me to feed you myself? How do you plan to make your sister happy? Jiang Li chuckled, playfully shaking the wine bottle before him. Well, let me tell you, your sister is currently under the watchful eyes of my people. If you do not heed my words, I cannot guarantee Xiaoya's safety. Gu Mo's pupils constricted. He longed to retort, but found himself powerless against Jiang Li's escalating tyranny. No, don't touch my sister. How pitiful, Jiang Li said, her crimson eyes fixed on him, her voice gentle yet chilling. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? The scent of wind chimes lingered in Gu Mo's nostrils, and with several sips of wine, his clarity faded. What a lunatic. Wow, you all are quite the entertainers. A languid figure had appeared across the table from Gu Imo, Chapter 73, Kindred Spirits. Jiang Li was in a flirtatious mood with Gu Imo, and she naturally did not soften her words against the intruder who disrupted the atmosphere. Hey, can't you keep quiet? Sorry. Jiang Nixing lowered her gaze, seemingly disheartened by her daughter's harsh words. After Jiang Li's scolding, she noticed her mother's dejected demeanor, which even the usually indifferent Jiang Li found somewhat disconcerting. Apologies. Jiang Li's tone softened a little. Guillemot was also curious about Jiang Nixing's unusual behavior today. The cold-blooded sister was shedding her persona. Having drunk too much, she seemed to have transformed into a docile little girlfriend. Everyone has their soft spots. Perhaps Jiang Nixing was not entirely devoid of warmth. Guillemot recalled the words Jiang Nixing had spoken to him previously, contemplating for a moment. Could Jiang Nixing's only vulnerability be her family? Guillemot had no way of knowing. Today was Christmas. Jiang Nixing reminded him as she nibbled on her beef, her dark green eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. The implication of her words was unmistakable. Ugh, Jiang Li frowned, as though undergoing an internal struggle. After a long pause, she reluctantly offered a dry blessing. Merry Christmas. And? Jiang Nixing smiled gently, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter. Following Jiang Nixing's interruption, Jiang Li seemed to temporarily lose interest in teasing Guillemot, which was undoubtedly a relief for him. Most importantly, Guillemot no longer felt guilty towards Jiang Nixing. Having learned from the young lady that Jiang Nixing was the very culprit who nearly killed him 7 years ago, he felt no remorse. Miss Jiang, that is more like it. We are even now, right? I even played the role of a dog for you in my dreams. The group shared a moment of silence over their meal. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat muted. Jiang Nixing usually excelled at enlivening the mood, but today she seemed to lack the spirit, especially after being scorned by her daughter not long ago. A hearty laughter suddenly erupted from the table. Following that, an elderly man dressed in casual, simple attire approached Guillemot's side. "Young man, how are you? Is everyone treating you well?" Guillemot looked up at the kind yet stern face of the old man and returned a polite smile. Based on the conversations he had overheard earlier, this elderly gentleman was likely someone who had married into the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Nixing carried the surname Jiang, following her grandmother. Unless this old man also bore the Jiang surname, it was highly probable he was a son-in-law, and perhaps an unwilling one at that. If the notion of social compatibility truly held any weight, then it would be nearly inconceivable for Jiang Nixing to adopt the surname of her female counterpart. Among the myriad of nobles within the Breed family, aside from Polaris, Guillemot had yet to hear of any other prominent Jiang clan. Thus, could it be that this kindred spirit of mine has heard of my current predicament and has come here to mock me? Nevertheless, the young lady has treated me with utmost kindness, as has everyone here. The old man's smile grew even more enigmatic, as though to say, "Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? I traversed the same path in my youth. I comprehend your thoughts better than you do." Guillemot felt a sense of affront, though he could not quite grasp why. "Indeed, old man, do not trouble him. Our young M.O. is far more astute than you were in your youth." The old lady had also taken a seat, playfully teasing the old man with a smile. Upon hearing this, the jovial elder's expression darkened slightly. His smile remained, but it shifted to rest upon the corner of Guillemot's lips. "Well, our granddaughter is exceptionally intelligent. In the art of choosing a husband and teaching him, she surpasses you without a doubt. Why burden oneself with such cumbersome formalities? Do you not understand that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication?" This statement struck Guillemot as somewhat humorous. He chuckled to himself, recalling that both the old man's daughter and granddaughter had wielded a bloodline of their own. The old lady's comparison was indeed gentle, and she even allowed the old man his freedom, a privilege one could hardly envision being granted by the young lady. Although the old man seemed unaware of the reasons for his return, the old lady cast a light, reprimanding glance at the old man, who promptly fell silent, as if, like Guillemot, he had an ingrained fear of the delicate temperament. "We have dined sufficiently. Let us take our leave," Jiang Li remarked, her expression a serene mask of indifference as she grasped Guillemot's hand to depart. Guillemot, feeling quite satisfied with his meal, rose alongside Jiang Li, only to have his other hand politely detained by the old man. The grip was gentle yet firm, as though he had no intention of allowing Guillemot to depart just yet. The old lady gestured for Guillemot to reseat himself. "Sit down, remain calm. Today's celebration provides an excellent opportunity for you to formally meet your grandfather." Jiang Li, ever respectful of her elders, patiently returned to her seat. Jiang Nixing, her gaze cast downward, showed no inclination to engage in conversation, merely exchanging perfunctory greetings with the old man. "Ah, Guillemot shared a knowing glance with the old man. From their exchanged looks, they gleaned all that was necessary. "I am Guillemot. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Senior?" Guillemot performed a respectful bow. "I am but a humble man, known as Qian," the old man replied, returning the courtesy. Guillemot and the elder exchanged smiles, instinctively clinking their glasses together in camaraderie. "It feels as if we have met too late. Ah, we must take the time to chat, my boy," the old man boomed with laughter, exuding an air reminiscent of celestial beings. "Why not, then? Let us reminisce today." The old lady interjected calmly. The smile on Qian's face faltered instantaneously. He awkwardly sipped his juice before bustling over to the old lady's side. "Seems you two are hitting it off quite well," Jiang Li remarked, having wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her delicate fingers gliding across his clothing. The warmth of her breath brushed against the nape of his neck. "So, have you found common ground? Very well then, dear host. Let us add another vivid stroke to your lamentable life of servitude tonight, shall we?" Gu Mo, feeling the tension in his body, stood rigid, overwhelmed by the gentle presence of the exquisite young lady behind him, on the verge of tears. At that moment, he instinctively glanced in the direction of the elder Qi, who coincidentally turned to see Gu Mo as well. "Master, I have brought the items back." A tall figure clad in black appeared in their line of sight before his voice even reached them. "Indeed, let this be entrusted to Li, the old lady said, casting a glance at the old steward, her eyes sparkling with a long-lost delight. "You should join us for a meal as well." The steward, bowing respectfully, declined and placed a classical wooden box gently upon Jiang Li's table, promptly exiting the dining room. "This," Jiang Li raised her eyes to Gu Mo, a mischievous smile dancing upon her lips. "What is this, my lady? It looks exquisite." Chapter 74. My Token of Affection? Gu Mo gazed at the wooden box adorned with golden silk. Despite its antiquated appearance, its exquisite craftsmanship suggested a past of great delicacy. Perhaps it housed some rare treasure. He inquired, "What significant item lies within?" "Ah, indeed," Jiang Li replied, setting down her fork to grasp the lightweight box. The steward had thoughtfully wiped away the dust, and under the soft illumination, it gleamed with an immortal luster. "Little Mo, can you guess what is inside?" The emotions reflected in Jiang Li's crimson eyes seemed to oscillate between nostalgia and reluctance. "Must I guess?" Gu Mo pondered, furrowing his brow for a moment. "It must be a memento of some significance." The old lady and her daughters conversed animatedly, leaving Gu Mo unable to glean any useful information from their chatter. Jiang Li gently lifted her hand, caressing Gu Mo's cheek as she explained, "It is a family heirloom passed down from our ancestors. Furthermore, it is a treasured item bestowed upon the Jiang family for their meritorious service, appreciated by the emperor himself. It is said that it is the only one of its kind within both the Jiang family and the empire, an invaluable treasure." "So, the contents of the box are of such great provenance?" Gu Mo felt a surge of curiosity regarding the item within, eager to discover its nature, be it a gem, a piece of glass, or intricately carved crystal. "Now, it has been gifted to our little Mo by my grandmother. You should understand our intentions." Jiang Li continued. "Decades ago, the Jiang family was embroiled in a fierce conflict over it. With nimble fingers, she undid the latch on the box and opened it. Inside, resting upon a bed of black velvet, lay a crystalline blue necklace of exquisite craftsmanship, embodying the opulence befitting royalty. At the sight of it, an unusual sensation surged within Gu Mo, a sense of déjà vu enveloping him. Thus, he looked up at Jiang Li, feeling incredulous, as if she intended to gift this treasure to him. "My lady, you," Gu Mo stammered, his eyes wide with surprise. Jiang Li delicately lifted the sapphire pendant from the box and, with deft hands, draped it around Gu Mo's neck. After taking a moment to admire him, she spoke again. "Its intrinsic value is immeasurable, but that is a tale of the past. Now, it merely serves as my token of love for you." Her gaze sparkled, and with a faint, ethereal smile, she added, "Its sole worth lies in conveying my unwavering affection for you throughout our lifetimes." "All of this is for you, Gu Mo." "The lady has called me by my name?" Gu Mo found himself at a loss for words, staring dazedly at the enchanting figure before him, momentarily transported back to those carefree days of yore. As he regained his senses, he caressed the ostentatious and romantic blue crystal resting against his chest, feeling an inner turmoil stir within him. Indeed, had it not been for the young lady who saved him from the clutches of Jiang Nixing many years ago, he would not have survived to this day, nor would he have experienced a rebirth. Was she attempting to evoke my emotions and gradually invade my heart, compelling me to submit to her willingly? Even though his intuition confirmed this, he was reluctant to believe that the young lady had bestowed this gift upon him merely to bind him to her side. Gu Mo understood that he could not yield to her simply because of the present. The scars inflicted by her obsessive affection were indelibly etched in his memory. "Little Mo, just be obedient and set aside those childish thoughts." Jiang Li gently took his hand, their fingers entwined. "I hope you grasp the situation, otherwise, your master will have to deal with you." Jiang Li's lips brushed against his cheek as she murmured, "Your master has devoted her utmost sincerity to you, and it would be best for you to reciprocate with the same attitude." A sweet trap indeed. Was this what the young lady referred to as a Christmas gift? Gu Mo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, The flicker of joy he had felt mere moments ago extinguished entirely. Its worth was not meant to serve as a weapon to articulate her obsessive love. You must be tired. Why not take a bath and relax? All right, let's go. Gu Mo smiled at Jiang Li, aware that his sister was still in her grasp, leaving him with no opportunity to resist. Should Jiang Li choose to bury him, he seemed left with no alternative but to acquiesce. At least, compared to his previous life, Jiang Li's harshness was considerably more bearable. The young lady would not repeat the same mistakes, thus rendering Gu Mo's situation relatively secure. As long as he did not tread upon her forbidden grounds, she would refrain from any extreme actions against him. The last time he had been thoroughly beaten by the young lady was simply for being discovered kissing Sister Yi. Jiang Li pulled him to his feet, greeted the others, and departed the dining hall. Jiang Li, Gu Mo called her name. Yes, I'm here, Jiang Li replied, glancing sideways. Could you not bully me? Gu Mo tentatively inquired, fully aware of the answer even before uttering the question. No, I cannot, Jiang Li replied with a wicked smile. Bullying little Mo is my hobby. You should just play the part of the abused little rabbit. Rest assured, your master will try to be gentle with you. Alas, poor child. Gu Mo managed a forced smile and nodded gently. The two ascended to the third floor and entered the bathroom, where Jiang Li immediately locked the door behind them. Though no actions were taking place, the air was thick with an ambiguous and fragrant ambience that lingered. Jiang Li approached the empty bathtub and turned on the faucet, warm water gushing forth to fill the tub. Soon, steam began to rise, enveloping every corner of the room and swirling before Gu Mo's violet eyes. Do you desire a knee pillow? Jiang Li asked, her fingers deftly unbuttoning her shirt as she squinted playfully at Gu Mo. Even amidst the deepening mist, the young lady's blood-red eyes remained strikingly vivid. The rushing warm water quickly filled the tub, revealing her alluring figure over time. She hung her clothes on a rack and turned to Gu Mo with a nonchalant tone. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bully you. However, if you continue to stand there foolishly, I will personally drag you over. Gu Mo swallowed hard and stepped closer to Jiang Li. I cannot. Young lady, I can't look any longer. Yet, she smelled so divine. Gazing at her soft, inviting thigh so near, Gu Mo closed his eyes, attempting to dispel distracting thoughts. Come on, a knee pillow, Jiang Li coaxed patiently. Chapter 75, Sharing a Bath with the Beauty. At this moment, Jiang Li had not yet fully submerged herself in the water. She knelt on the steps of the bathtub, her gentle eyes fixated on Gu Mo. Little Mo, you are yearning, are you not? I know you well. You secretly adore me, while stubbornly refusing to admit it. I won't do anything to you, so come over without worry. Not now, but that does not preclude future intentions. Gu Mo took a deep breath. The air filled with an array of fragrant aromas, and he chose to take the first step toward the devil. Wrapping himself in a bath towel, Gu Mo stepped onto the wooden planks next to the tub and settled beside the young lady. He reclined slowly, finally resting comfortably upon Jiang Li's thigh. He could think of no other description than soft. Jiang Li brushed the hair from his forehead, gazing at him with calm and tenderness. So white and tender. Gu Mo restrained the urge to kiss her thigh. The last time we shared a bath like this, I seem to have no recollection. Jiang Li spookily. Indeed, I remember you got drunk and wanted to see me, saying you felt dangerous over the phone. When I arrived at your home, you dragged me into the bathroom. Gu Mo recalled, uncertain whether to laugh or not. Ultimately, he could not summon a smile. Yet, he was not despondent. Would you like to hear about my past? After a moment of silence, Jiang Li inquired softly. Noticing a hint of sorrow in her tone, Gu Mo found himself intrigued. He had a slight inkling that young ladies of Jiang Li's stature often faced a childhood either devoid of worries or burdened by the weight of tradition. Clearly, Jiang Li belonged to the latter. Her childhood must have been rather dull and tiresome, for the challenges of a noble young lady were beyond the imagination of a common youth like Gu Mo. The strict upbringing, excessive etiquette, and lack of leisure time were the only three aspects Gu Mo could conjure. Perhaps the young lady had felt little affection in her youth, leading to her current obsession with love. Young lady, please share. Gu Mo prepared himself to be a good listener. I have never spoken to you about my childhood. Jiang Li's tone was calm, yet it concealed a trace of unspoken sorrow. You might envy my background, thinking I was born at the pinnacle of the world, with everything I desired within reach. Jiang Li pinched his cheek, smiling softly as she spoke. Since I became aware of myself as a princess, I have never felt the warmth of family. I could only sense profit, yet felt no familial affection, even though I am their daughter. It seems that if I lose my value, I will be callously discarded. At the age of 6, my family began to teach me the etiquette of conversation, the steps and postures expected at banquets, the rudiments of literature, art, and music, and how to please certain noble scions at social gatherings. Jiang Li paused momentarily, as if suppressing her anger. They are all wretched villains, each wearing a facade of false smiles while harboring the most depraved thoughts. Some even approached my grandmother, inquiring whether they could purchase me to keep as a concubine. What? These people are utterly beastly. Guillermo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in indignation. He had long heard that the wealthy played cruel games, but he never imagined it could reach such depths. Jiang Li smirked coldly and continued speaking. Indeed, the signs of royalty are but a pack of wolves clad in human guise, devoid of any moral compass, their resplendent exteriors concealing hearts tainted by decay and depravity. I comprehend that my actions are motivated by a desire to secure my own future, as well as to ensure a promising destiny for both my clan and family. In my youth, I was beset daily by obligations that could seldom be fulfilled in a timely manner. Failure to do so would invariably invite the ire of my elders. I envied you all during those times. You reveled in freedom, with ample time for merriment and play, blissfully unencumbered by the frigid etiquette and teachings that beset my existence. Whenever she found a moment to herself, she would lean against the balcony railing of her room, inhaling the fragrant blossoms swaying in the breeze, gazing skyward at the soaring birds, and dreaming of a day when she could soar as they do, rather than being eternally confined within the Duke's mansion. Like a canary trapped in a cage, she ought to have blossomed like a bellflower under the sun, yet her lineage extinguished the innocence and exuberance of her childhood. As I matured and grasped the intricacies of societal rules, they began to instruct me on the art of extracting benefits among the nobility, teaching me deception and fostering a heart of ice. On one occasion, in a cruel exercise to test my psychological fortitude, I was compelled to execute 3 condemned prisoners at the tender age of 10. The warm blood splattered across my face, yet my heart grew ever colder and more numb. As the architects of my torment, they reveled in the spectacle. For a taciturn demeanor is indeed the hallmark of a compliant tool. Viank li conjudit her narrative. Observing the expression on Gumo's face, which remained languidly unperturbed. Surprised, are we? The young mistress, Gu-mo, parted her lips, but silence enveloped her, rendering her unable to articulate a complete thought. This was not education. It was the usurpation of a person's inherent rights in life. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such distasteful memories. In an effort to console her, Guillermo took hold of Jiang Li's delicate hand. Their fingers intertwined. I am not the most wretched among us. In breed, every noble lady either becomes a marionette, wasting her life, or a pawn, sacrificing her existence. At that moment, Guillermo felt devoid of all desire. Isn't the young mistress well off now? It dawned upon Guillermo how immense the pressure must have been on Jiang Li when she publicly professed her feelings for him that day, and he began to understand the roots of her transformation into a lovesick maiden. The evolution of Polaris has been attributed to the ascendancy of the royal elite and the sagacious policies implemented by the newly enthroned emperor. The feudal customs of the old nobility have been largely vanquished in contemporary times. Then came the true turning point in my life, June 18th, the day I encountered you. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Guillermo, captivated by the ethereal beauty before him, momentarily found himself entranced. It was you who unveiled a new existence to me, exposing me to an alternate realm of joy and amusement. You became my cherished friend, and I would venture out to seek your company, defying familial edicts. Days turned into countless days, and in the process, I found my heart stirred, realizing I had developed feelings for you. You were so gentle and passionate, patiently elucidating all my queries, introducing me to the delightful games you played. Thus, even in my ignorance of love, I found myself deeply enamored with you. In hindsight, it seems I have unwittingly crafted Jiang Li into this demonic lovesick being. It appears I have reaped the consequences of my own actions. Little slave, do you enjoy this story? Enjoy it I might, but... Gumo's voice trembled as she half-heartedly murmured, Am I not half your benefactor? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Jiang Li remained silent, tenderly stroking Gumo's hair. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Do not leave me. I cannot bear to lose you. Chapter 76. What is love? Do you know why Jiang Nixing sought to kill you? Jiang Li pressed her lips together, shifting the topic. Guillermo was genuinely unaware. How could a mere commoner like him have drawn the ire of Polaris and become the target of Jiang Nixing's pursuit? Rising from Jiang Li's lap, he posed the question to her. I am unsure. She likely had no motive. It is because of your identity, Jiang Li replied, her tone imbued with a hint of inebriation, yet her thoughts remained remarkably lucid. She feared I might learn all the undesirable traits from you. After all, little mo, you are a commoner, while I am noble lady. Our perspectives and approaches to life are fundamentally dissimilar. Allowing me to associate with you would be a desecration and subversion of their educational agenda. Jiang Li's fingers played with the water surface, obscured by the mist, making her emotions unreadable. Thus, she resolved to eliminate you. However, her penchant for toying with her prey until death ultimately enabled your survival. It was only when I resorted to threats of my own demise that she was compelled to abandon her intentions against you. Your existence has been well concealed. Aside from that woman and my grandmother, no one else is aware of you. Gu Mo listened intently, yet his heart was no longer tranquil. A tempest brewed within him. To threaten with death? Did the young mistress truly value me as a friend that much? Or had she already harbored feelings for me at that time? How else could one explain why a girl poised to be molded into a heartless machine would risk her life for an ordinary boy? It seems I owe Jiang Li a life debt. The young mistress has become my savior. However, I've since repaid that debt in full. Good heavens, this 7-year-long boomerang. This implies that he had been under the watchful eye of the powerful from a young age. And it was only through the intervention of the young mistress that he could barely secure his survival. She feared losing me, thus choosing to bind me to her side. The young mistress is quite gentle now, Gu Mo remarked suddenly. Jiang Li's fingers, which had been playing in the water, stilled, and after a brief pause, she turned to face him, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Gentle? Are you referring to me? Indeed, a young mistress as beautiful as you should remain so forever. Then I would not have to expend effort in evading you. Are you jesting to amuse me? Jiang Li ran her fingers across her forehead, a fleeting shadow of sickness passing through her eyes. I have not truly laughed in over half a month, save for when I am with you. Jiang Li offered a faint smile, her irritation surfacing. And yet you do not allow me any respite. Gu Mo intended to say more in his defense, but faced with the young mistress's anger, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Perhaps it is better to remain silent. Is that so? Jiang Li mused with a hint of smile. In that moment, her countenance was a beguiling blend of cold elegance and warm affection. Come closer, a bit nearer. The sensation of embracing the young mistress, separated by the flowing water, was unlike any other. Little Mo, can you tell me what love is? Gu Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the young mistress to pose such a question. Was she attempting to comprehend love? Yet, lacking worldly experience, his insights on the matter were limited, prompting him to share his own perspective. Love may be the enduring longing weathered through life's tempests. It may embody the fearless abandon of selfless devotion. It may even manifest as a deeply etched resentment, or perhaps it is simply the comforting meal awaiting us at home. Perhaps true love inspires us to offer selfless sacrifices without the desire for reciprocation. Jiang Li's eyes dimmed as she heard Gu Mo's final words, slowly closing her eyelids. Very well. If that is the case, I've already given you much. Xiao Mo, you were meant to perish in your previous life. I should never have seen you again. Yet the divine has granted me another chance. The freedom I bestow upon you hinges on your decision to cease your relentless attempts to distance yourself from me. Otherwise, I shall not release you to soar freely. How could I be foolish enough to grant Xiao Mo freedom? He belongs solely to me in this lifetime. Much? Are you referring to your unfair treatment of me? Gu Mo, influenced by the atmosphere, unwittingly blurted out this audacious remark. You should reconsider your perception of me. Jiang Li sighed heavily, her hand gently caressing Gu Mo's chest. I could be cruel to you, yet I refrain, for I know it would displease you. However, Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. But do not presume me to be too benevolent. How could that be? Even the devil would stand behind you. Would I envision you as that radiant? Jiang Li rose slowly from the basin. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? And if I am, what of it? Gu Mo, exasperated, tidied up before they returned indoors. I advise you to brace yourself. Jiang Li handed the hairdryer to Gu Mo and settled into the chair at the vanity. What psychological preparation? Gu Mo, clutching the hairdryer, felt a chill run down his spine. The room remained unlit, and the silvery moonlight cascaded through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Jiang Li leisurely tapped her nails, admiring her slender fingers, and smiled to the side. Of course, the worst of preparations. She crossed her legs languidly, seemingly eager to witness his forthcoming reaction. Gu Mo stood frozen, resembling a petrified statue. What did she just say? Have I truly arrived at this day, sooner than I anticipated? Ha, fret not. Everything will turn out well. As Gu Mo took a step forward, his trembling thigh betrayed him, causing him to stumble. In that moment, he appeared much like a forsaken puppy. Ahem, miss? His throat emitted a dry croak, resembling that of a zombie. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li lost her composure, shaking with laughter in her chair, her previous grace entirely forgotten. Chapter 77. It's time for Arna to intervene. Gu Mo, still holding the hairdryer, stood bewildered, gazing at the chuckling Jiang Li, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Is it truly that amusing? Shall I take my leave? Jiang Li finally stifled her laughter, her rare mirth leaving Gu Mo's mind in a state of bewilderment. She ran her fingers through her damp silver hair and beckoned him closer. Gu Mo complied, moving behind her, plugging in the hairdryer and pressing the button to dry her hair, despite feeling utterly drained. Surely, she must be jesting. How could she bear to treat me thus? It was akin to rescuing a sweet young maiden from the clutches of tormentors. She might thank you profusely, revealing her lack of kin and friends. Would you then succumb to your basest instincts and imprison her? Gu Mo reigned in his wild imaginings, deeming them too fantastical. Look at your fearful expression. My little slave is quite timid, isn't he? Can you not maintain some composure? Gu Mo felt a flush of embarrassment. Standing and speaking without consideration was a luxury he could not afford. That wretched woman. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Miss, allow me to illustrate with an example you will surely understand. Would you care to listen? Proceed, Jiang Li replied, casting him a dismissive glance. If you believe a quaint little tale will frighten me, you might be mistaken. However, the master is quite eager to hear Xiao Mo's story. TCH, Gu Mo continued. You're a female warrior. Stop right there. Make me a vampire lady instead. Isn't that character compelling? Gu Mo was slightly taken aback, realizing the shift in perspective would diminish the immersion. Less chatter. Ah, you are the vampire lady, and one fateful day, you vanquished a holy knight of humanity. As you tread the path back to your Duke's manor, a horde of goblin warriors ambushed you. Exhausted from your earlier battle, you were ill-equipped to face these grotesque creatures. Thus, you were easily overpowered. The goblin sorcerers sealed your powers with magic, rendering you a mere mortal with only self-healing abilities. They, seeing your beauty, decided to take you back to their lair. Upon entering the cave, the foul stench overwhelmed you. Jiang Li's complexion darkened slightly. Yet, Gu Mo remained absorbed in his narrative, oblivious to her subtle shift. Through the cave's mouth, you were delivered to the goblin high priest, the most hideous among them. He was smitten at first sight. Your curses and struggles were met with a harsh slap, leaving you on the ground, despair engulfing you with no means to resist. They encircled you like ravenous beasts, and the high priest issued a command. Can you guess what it was? Gu Mo concluded his whimsical tale, pleased with his storytelling prowess. Though his current predicament bore a striking resemblance to that of the vampire lady, he faced the lady herself, while the vampire contended with goblins. Any rational individual would discern which scenario was more dire. Very well, very well. Jiang Li clapped her hands, her tone unusually soft. What an immersive experience indeed. As Gu Mo held her hair, continuing to dry it, he suddenly felt an otherworldly chill. He stared blankly into the mirror, where Jiang Li wore a faint smile. Yet her expression radiated unmistakable ire. Just a story, and the lady is upset? If the lady is displeased, I shall offer my apologies, he ventured. Oh, you have. You understand the plight of that vampire lady far better than I do. Jiang Li leaned closer to the vanity, resting her chin upon her arm, a cool smile gracing her lips. As your master, I shall ensure your fate is far worse than hers. Thank you, Xiao Mo. I believe I am beginning to grasp your sentiments. Gu Mo felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, eager to retort, yet at a loss for words. The drying is complete. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Jiang Li rose from her seat, a hint of melancholy in her expression as she took his hand, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing him against the wall. Drawing near, her slender, supple waist came into view, and her exquisitely defined abdomen was unmistakable. Did you think I was jesting? Tonight marks the final hour of your freedom. Come morning, I shall confine you to your room. Observing the grave and anxious look on Gu Mo's face, Jiang Li's lips curled into a sly smile. Is it not delightful to be with me? Why do you always yearn to escape? The crimson hues of her pupils gleamed with a dangerous light. It appeared she was entirely serious this time. In order to spare himself from further physical discomfort, Gu Mo refrained from retorting, for he was not a rash and impulsive individual. Do as you please, as long as it brings you joy, he thought silently, scoffing inwardly at the notion that he had not prepared a contingency plan. From the moment he had pilfered the nameplate, he had discreetly retained Farina's contact information, knowing that if he could reach out for help before Jiang Li imprisoned him, it would suffice. Gu Mo had faith that Arna would not abandon him. In reality, Arna could not afford to ignore him. Gu Mo was an indispensable part of his plans, irreplaceable. As the night deepened, Gu Mo lay wide awake on the large bed, untouched by the supposed warmth emanating from the Christmas decorations adorning the room. He gazed at the blue crystal pendant under the moonlight, staring blankly for an hour. Lost in ennui. With Christmas upon them, Clay Manor was aglow with lights, as revelers raised their glasses to the moon, laughter and merriment echoing through the air. fostering an atmosphere of revelry that seemed destined to continue until dawn. Yet, the joys and sorrows of individuals were strikingly disparate. He still could not fathom how to break free from Jiang Li's shackles, in every conceivable sense. Jiang Li nestled her head in his embrace, breathing quietly, her limbs entwining him like an octopus ensnaring its prey. Minor struggles proved futile, yet any significant attempt would surely rouse her from slumber. Moreover, glancing at the familiar restraints encircling his wrists and ankles in the moonlight only fueled desire. These glaring shackles emitted a sharp, clinking sound with the slightest movement. The more he contemplated, the angrier he grew. It was best to address the issue at hand. With nothing better to occupy his time, he retrieved his phone and perused the contact list, locating Farina's number. Unable to make a call, he opted to leave a message, painstakingly crafting his words before hitting send. However, to his astonishment, the message failed to send, displaying an account does not exist error. Guillermo was taken aback, realizing the number had been deactivated. Could it be? Am I truly this unfortunate? His fleeting visions of a bright future shattered in an instant. Resisting the urge to hurl his phone across the room, he began to think rationally about his next steps. He needed to take decisive action tonight. Otherwise, by dawn, everything would be lost. If the phone number was unreachable, who might possess Arna's contact information? Wait. His gaze shifted to the sleeping Jiang Li in his arms. Perhaps the young lady might have it. With no other options left, he decided to take a chance. Without hesitation, he carefully executed a plan akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, gradually disentangling himself from Jiang Li's grasp. The delicate scent of her body assaulted his senses, and in this tense situation, he soon found himself drenched in cold sweat. After a prolonged struggle of several minutes, he finally succeeded in freeing himself from her embrace. Ensuring Jiang Li remained undisturbed, Guillermo set his sights on the phone resting on the bedside table, her phone. Chapter 78. The code. Due to the chains binding his limbs, Guillermo dared not make any sudden movements. To avoid awakening Jiang Li, he cautiously inched closer to the bedside table. What should have been a mere few steps took him over 10 painstaking minutes, drenched in perspiration, before he finally reached the phone. As he touched the screen to unlock it, the standby display revealed the current time, along with a picture of Guillermo himself as the wallpaper. Gazing at the password input screen, he furrowed his brow. Realizing he had no knowledge of Jiang Li's phone password, he attempted to unlock it using their birthdays, but the screen remained stubbornly locked. Is that not the case? Guillermo mused silently. Logically, her password should correspond to his birthday. Pondering further, he noticed a small line of text at the center of the password interface. Fingerprint unlock available. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he glanced at the sleeping Jiang Li, yet fear gripped him at the thought of awakening her. What if she stirs while I attempt to unlock her phone with her finger? That would spell disaster. Why am I even worried? Better to face the pain swiftly than to prolong it, he concluded, recognizing he had no second option. With the resolve of a desperate man, Guillermo gently approached Jiang Li, moving with excruciating slowness to avoid making any noise. He grasped her slender left hand, carefully extracting her arm from the cocoon of blankets. A soft murmur escaped Jiang Li's lips, and for reasons unknown, her fair complexion flushed with a delicate hue, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. Guillermo's breath caught in his throat, halting his movements, afraid to breathe too loudly. It shouldn't be this sensitive, he thought, recalling that she had consumed alcohol earlier and should not awaken so easily. After a tense pause of several seconds, confirming Jiang Li's murmurs were merely remnants of her dreams, he resumed his efforts to free her arm. This task was no small feat. He had to ensure the chains remained silent while not disturbing the slumbering Jiang Li. Just a little more, he urged himself, successfully extricating her arm. Yet, he was unaware which finger Jiang Li had registered for the fingerprint unlock. So he had no choice but to try each one. Fortunately, luck was on his side. As soon as her index finger made contact with the sensor, the fingerprint lock clicked open. At last, the heavens have favored me, he thought, relieved that he did not have to seek her right hand as well. That would surely be the end of him. Gently placing Jiang Li's arm back in its original position, Guillermo turned his attention to her phone. Interestingly, he realized he had never truly examined Jiang Li's phone in both of his lifetimes. Upon closer inspection, it bore no remarkable features, aside from the absence of gaming applications. The software was quite similar to his own. He opened the contacts, only to be taken aback by the sheer volume of business contacts listed. There were over 50 entries beginning with the letter A alone. Moreover, to streamline her efforts, Jiang Li had appended each entry with a cryptic note, such as HLUOMO, which left him utterly perplexed. Finding Arna's contact information seemed a daunting task. Guillermo directly searched for Arna in the contact list, but as expected, nothing appeared. However, Time was still on his side, so he squatted on the floor beside the bed, patiently sifting through the entries for any trace of Arna's contact details. As he rummaged, a rather pragmatic question struck him, given Jiang Li's aversion to Arna in previous years. Would she truly have kept his contact information on her phone? Breathing in the faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Li's form, Guo was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and aversion. He was but a minor character in the Empire, devoid of any extraordinary traits. The only aspect that could be deemed noteworthy was his exceedingly rare violet eyes. While they may have been deemed beautiful, they served little practical purpose. His looks might have allowed him to serve as an escort in nightclubs or bars, perhaps catching the eye of a noblewoman from breed. But now he found himself ensnared in Jiang Li's affections. The innocent admiration they had shared in their youth lay utterly shattered beneath the weight of her obsessive love. Moreover, the fact that Guo was now recognized as a son-in-law of the Jiang family was common knowledge among the Breed clan. In this context, only someone of Arna's unique status would dare to approach him. Was there a way to escape the clutches of this infatuated young lady without involving anyone else? You, as a person, are always thinking about yourself. I'm a normal boy who likes beautiful women at the same time, and I cannot have no moral bottom line at all. After spending half an hour searching through the sea of lists, he finally identified the most suspected person in the remarks. On that QU. He couldn't quite understand the front part, but the QU behind it should be the abbreviation of Queen, which is directly translated as Queen. Quinn is the name of Alna Company, and he once left a wonderful memory with Yi Shuejia in the hotel under his name. Guo took down the phone number, restored Jiang Li's phone to its original state, and then left the room with ease by opening the door. Walking in the corridor, he could faintly hear the laughter and noise of people downstairs, forming a sharp contrast with his own depression. He turned the corner and arrived at the library at the end of the third floor, pushing open the door to enter. This is the best phone call venue he can think of. The second and first floors are not suitable due to too many people, and the third floor needs to be as far away from the ladies' room as possible, so the library has become the best choice. He just opened the door to investigate, and there was no one in Jiang Nixing's messy room as usual. She is still celebrating the banquet below. Guo entered that number on his phone, and now he can't control whether his phone is being monitored or not. Being monitored was considered unlucky for him. Even if he failed, he at least resisted. The phone beeped a few times, and in this quiet and eerie environment, Guo could hear her heartbeat clearly. The phone was connected, and before Guo could speak, the person on the other end spoke first. It is an unfamiliar number, temporarily identified as neutral. Please provide a secret code. The sound quality on the other side is very strange, like the sound synthesized and processed by AI. Guo thought so much, but she didn't expect there to be such a detection method. How does he know any secret code? Are you Quinn's operator? Guo reluctantly changed the topic, trying to gather some information. I won't answer any of your questions until you reply with the code. The other party said coldly. Humorous Quinn. God, you're always teasing me like this, aren't you? The situation is urgent at the moment, and Guo knows that if she doesn't say anything useful, the other party is likely to hang up immediately and add his number to the blacklist. Guo fell silent for a moment and decided to speak the truth.